At the age of 30, the reclusive Huyang found himself immersed in the world of Pokemon after receiving a commission for 6 perfect 6V Pokemon on a platform called Taobao. Just as he was about to deliver his creations, he was unexpectedly transported to the real Pokemon realm. Armed with the ability to modify shinies and characteristics, as well as accompanied by a whimsical creature known as Guyunyao, who inexplicably returned with a Kyogre at the very start of their adventure. Huyang was about to embark on the most chaotic Pokemon journey imaginable. Chapter 1. Escape from the dense forest. After spending an entire morning acclimating to the youthful body he now possessed, Huyang finally came to terms with the reality of his transference. Just 6 hours prior, he had been a sorcerer selling magical creatures on Taobao, eagerly preparing to fulfill a substantial order for 300 exquisite 6V Pokemon. However, the moment he completed the modification of a single Pokemon, darkness enveloped him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in this new world. As he stood rigidly, watching a 30-centimeter green caterpillar crawl over him, Huyang realized he had indeed traversed into the Pokemon universe. Being an ardent fan of Pokemon, the prospect of inhabiting a world he cherished should have filled him with joy. Yet, his current situation left him feeling anything but exhilarated. Why was it that while others found themselves in bustling cities, he had landed in a desolate, remote forest? Just moments ago, he had barely escaped the habitat of a caterpie, only to plunge into a thicket inhabited by the fearsome Beedrill. It is well known that Beedrill are notoriously aggressive, quick to anger, and possess a fierce territorial instinct. Any intruder into their domain faced an overwhelming likelihood of attack. As Huyang beheld the Beedrill before him, its menacing red eyes and formidable white stingers shimmering ominously in the shadows, he could not suppress a gulp. If those poisonous stingers were to pierce his body, his nascent journey as a Pokemon trainer would come to a swift and tragic end. Buzz! The Beedrill emitted a peculiar buzzing sound from its mandibles, and Huyang was certain it was not a friendly chirp. As anticipated, the very next moment, the surrounding foliage rustled, revealing pairs of eyes glimmering like rubies in the shadows. Huyang took off running, the sound of Beedrill's wings buzzing ominously close behind him. He soon found himself at a fork in the forest path, feeling as though he were trapped in a game of Temple Run. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his waist, jarring him back to reality. Alas, he had been struck by a Beedrill's stinger. How excruciating. Fate seemed determined to conspire against him. Yet, just then, a river appeared to his left. Overwhelmed with relief, Huyang swiftly changed direction and plunged into the water, grateful for the swimming lessons he had taken before his unexpected journey. The river water surged into his ears and nostrils, and Huyang held his breath, frantically grasping for something solid. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a creature caught in the tumultuous currents. Its vacant gaze and the vivid red scales adorning its body unmistakably marked it as the legendary King Carp. As his body was ensnared, the King Carp began to thrash about, and in the ensuing chaos, Huyang lost his grip. The next moment, he was acutely aware of the sensation described in the lyrics, the cold, icy rain beating wildly against my face. With his eyes now bruised from the onslaught, Huyang found himself in a dire predicament could not surface. Through the water surface, he glimpsed a swarm of hornets hovering above, clearly unyielding in their pursuit. This was no place for him to linger. Holding his breath, Huyang began to swim downstream. After traversing 10 meters, he broke the surface to gasp for air before diving once more. Time lost its meaning as he swam, only surfacing when he was certain the insidious hornets had not followed. Finally, he reached the shore. Gazing at the reflection of his youthful visage on the water surface, Huyang instantly recognized the 10-year-old version of himself, albeit 20 years younger. Truly, he was a handsome lad even at that tender age. The tumultuous events had left his clothes completely soaked. Earlier, Huyang had noted that the leaves in the forest had started to turn yellow. If his deductions were correct, autumn had arrived. He was clad in his pre-travel attire, a white short-sleeve shirt beneath a blue sports jacket paired with gray athletic pants. Once assured of his temporary safety, Huyang removed his clothing to inspect the wound inflicted by the hornets. The translucent purple stinger had not fully penetrated his skin due to the fabric's obstruction. Using a leaf, Huyang extracted the stinger and observed that the skin surrounding the puncture had turned a faint shade of purple, accompanied by a subtle burning sensation. It was evident had been poisoned. Despair washed over him. While Pokemon may gradually lose their strength and face death from poison, what fate awaited humans? The rumbling of his stomach only compounded his woes. He was hungry. Earlier, he had noticed numerous fruit-like objects growing on the trees in this forest, likely what this world referred to as tree fruits. Unlike ordinary fruit, each type of tree fruit possessed unique abilities. For instance, there was the cherry fruit, which could heal paralysis, the berry fruit for treating burns, and most crucially, the peach fruit, which could remedy poison. However, he was uncertain whether these tree fruits would have any effect on humans. In addition to the tree fruits, Kyogre also spotted an abundance of ordinary fish in the river. As he had surmised, the Pokemon world was not devoid of regular animals. Kyogre retrieved his jacket to cushion himself as he prepared to rest, the recent exertion having significantly drained his energy. He gazed through the mottled thicket towards a clear sky. At this moment, the paramount objective was to escape the forest, locate a human settlement, and seek a remedy for the poison. After all, the forest was vast, making the search for the fruit-bearing tree inherently challenging, let alone the elusive peach-like fruit known for its antidotal properties. Lost in thought, Kyogre suddenly felt a peculiar object jab against his waist. Rising, he donned his jacket and rummaged through his pocket, retrieving a diminutive, purple orb. As he inadvertently pressed a certain spot, the orb swiftly expanded in his hand, returning to its original form. Upon discerning the object's appearance, Kyogre was taken aback. It was purple on the top and white on the bottom, connected by a white button, adorned with an M insignia above it. This was a Master Ball from a game. How could this be? He tentatively pressed the button, and with a satisfying click, the Master Ball opened, releasing a beam of white light. Within the luminescence emerged a creature adorned in vibrant orange feathers. Yet it was not solely orange. The feathers around its chest and neck were a striking white, reminiscent of the napkin tied around the neck of a Westerner during a meal. "Gah!" the creature exclaimed, supporting its head with its wings, its round, vacant eyes gazing curiously at him. Kyogre observed it intently. It returned his gaze. In the next moment, a torrent of information surged into Kyogre's mind. Species: ancient moon bird, shiny type, flying, water ability, missile mouth, base stats, 1530 HP, 255 attack, 255 defense, 255 special attack, 255 special defense, 255 speed, 255 known moves, cliff sword, source wave, subspace slash, time roar. Current emotion. Physical condition: perfect friendship level. 100. You are its most beloved trainer. It loves you more than it loves itself. Kyogre was astounded. Wasn't this the first Pokemon he had just modified for a customer? The ancient moonbird, a shiny variant from the Galar region. In the game, the description of the ancient moonbird stated, although the ancient moonbird is prone to forgetfulness, it will never forget the trainer with whom it has established a bond of trust. However, if its food is stolen, it will attack mercilessly, regardless of whether the thief is a trainer. Due to its designation as the first Pokemon for testing purposes, the base stats of this ancient moonbird were absurdly exaggerated. The 4 moves it knew were also a result of Kyogre's playful modifications. Not only had this ancient moonbird traversed into this realm, but the software used to modify its data had come along as well. He had already seen the corresponding information in his mind. Pokemon Modifier Trial Version 1.0.2 features: move identification, teaching, shiny modification, ability modification, corresponding template missing, unable to use. Base stat modification, corresponding template missing, unable to use. Individual value modification, corresponding template missing, unable to use. Bug fixes. This product is currently in a trial phase. If users encounter any bugs during usage, please capture a screenshot and send it to the author's email. Chapter 2. Caught in the act. If the previous moment had left Unown feeling as though he were in a frigid abyss, then now his spirits could undoubtedly be described as basking in the warmth of spring. Setting aside all else, at the very least, his safety within this realm had been assured. At this moment, the ancient moonbird, who Unown commanded, unleashed the ethereal rift slash. GA? The ancient moonbird tilted its head, its demeanor reminiscent of a certain psychic-capable Psyduck from the Tales of Yore. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and it seemed a flock of crows swept through the sky. The ancient moonbird cocked its head, its gaze vacant. Kyogre thought to himself, could it be? Is it possible that my trainer level is insufficient, thus rendering the ancient moonbird unresponsive to commands? Pausing in contemplation, Kyogre recalled the ancient moonbird's information panel, displaying a perfect affinity score of 100. He crouched down and pointed to himself, inquiring, "Do you recognize me?" Finally, the ancient moonbird ceased supporting its head and instead began to peck at a stone on the ground. Kyogre extended his hand, attempting to stroke it, and upon confirming the ancient moon bird's lack of resistance, he lifted it from the ground. "GA?" the ancient moon bird questioned. Huyang then asked, "Can you understand my words?" The ancient moon bird appeared momentarily dazed before turning its head to preen its feathers with its beak. Observing this, Huyang formed a tentative hypothesis. The bird's lack of resistance indicated it recognized his presence, yet its indifference to his commands suggested two possibilities. Firstly, the ancient moon bird may not comprehend human speech. Secondly, it may be incapable of hearing. With no prior experience as a trainer, Huyang found himself perplexed. Was it conceivable that the inherent ability of creatures to understand human language in animations and games was merely a fabrication? Or was it possible that this particular ancient moonbird was not a true creature of its kind? It is widely acknowledged that the beings in games are merely strings of emotionless data, their behaviors and capabilities preordained by programmers. Contemplating this, Huyang picked up a stone nearby and, while the ancient moonbird was distracted, hurled it into the river with considerable force, resulting in a resounding splash. Observing the ancient moonbird's reaction, he noted that upon hearing the sound, it instantly raised its head and gazed in that direction. It was indeed a matter of comprehension. But how could this be? Yet, this was not the time for such musings. Huyang resolved to seek out other trainers for answers once he exited the forest. He returned the ancient moonbird to its corresponding master ball and proceeded to follow the river onward. Water is of paramount importance to all living beings. Since antiquity, human tribes and villages have been established near water sources, thus enhancing the likelihood of leaving the forest compared to aimlessly wandering like a headless fly. Due to his previous encounter with bee drills, Huyang took great care to minimize noise as he traversed the terrain, striving to remain as silent as possible. Nevertheless, he still managed to attract the attention of several wild creatures. In the underbrush, a pattern bear, a wriggling spiny bug on a tree, a caped little boy drinking by the water's edge, and even a rare big-mouthed creature were observing Huyang from a distance with a curious demeanor, showing no inclination to attack. Huyang felt a stirring of emotion at the sight. This was the authentic Pokémon ecosystem, a reality far removed from what the games portrayed. He yearned to reach out and touch them. Yet, while his heart raced, reason cautioned him that any attempt to approach would likely provoke a defensive reaction from them. After moving a considerable distance, the searing pain in his waist became increasingly pronounced. He lifted his shirt to find that the purple discoloration was spreading. Clearly, this was not a favorable circumstance. He needed to vacate the area before matters worsened. His hunger was also growing more acute. The lingering warmth of summer had not yet fully dissipated, and with noon approaching, the temperature in the air began to rise, not the usual warmth, but a stifling heat. Given Huyang's 30 years of life experience, it was evident that rain was imminent. Could it be that this is the Hoenn region, with the big-mouthed creature and the pattern bear? Huyang pondered internally. However, the appearance of the hidden squirrel momentarily cast doubt on his assumption. The hidden squirrel, first introduced in Pokémon Sword and Shield, was a creature native to the Galar region. Upon further reflection, he realized that the games differ from reality, they are sequential, and the earlier versions do not feature Pokémon from subsequent generations. Yet, later generations may include Pokémon from earlier ones. This suggests that creatures from the Galar and Unova regions could very well appear in other locales. Having skipped breakfast and lunch, Huyang now felt both ravenous and parched. His keen eyes spotted the hidden squirrel cradling a berry. Much like real squirrels, it had a habit of storing food for winter in the autumn. Thus, following it might lead him to sustenance. With a stroke of luck, he might even find a peach berry to counteract the poison. After a brief moment of hesitation, Huyang decisively chose to pursue it. Given his pace, it would take an eternity to traverse the forest. Perhaps this area was familiar to the hidden squirrel, for it displayed little wariness as it hopped between the trees, clutching a pink berry. Huyang trailed closely behind, concealing himself behind a large tree as he watched the squirrel deposit the berry into a hollow of another grand tree. Once it completed this task, the hidden squirrel departed. Huyang dashed over, extending his arm into the tree hollow, mentally apologizing as he retrieved a berry. Orange berry. Consuming it restores a small amount of a Pokémon's health. Relevant information surfaced in Huyang's mind. This was not the target he sought, so he placed the orange berry in his left hand and reached back in with his right. Just then, a heart-wrenching scream echoed down from the branch above. Huyang looked up to meet the gaze of the returning hidden squirrel. How utterly awkward. It was a humbling moment for a fully capable adult to find himself reduced to pilfering the winter nuts hoarded by a squirrel. More crucially, he was apprehended on the spot. This marked the first time in 30 years that Yang had engaged in such an act instinctively. He drew his hand back, extending his empty right hand in an attempt to feign innocence. However, unlike ordinary animals, the sprites are exceptionally astute. The vigilant Tibetan squirrel pointed accusingly at his left arm, emitting a sound of reproach. Yang was momentarily at a loss for words. Before he could react, the furious Tibetan squirrel descended upon him, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground due to inertia. The diminutive fists of the Tibetan squirrel pounded relentlessly against his forehead. In a flurry, Yang grasped its armpits and lifted it up, offering back the orange fruit. "Please stop, it was my fault. Here, take it." After all, he knew he was in the wrong. The squirrel accepted the fruit with a huff. Suddenly, its nose twitched, and its gaze shifted to Yang's waist, having detected the sense of poison and blood. Yang noticed its behavior and promptly lifted his shirt to reveal the poisoned wound, feigning vulnerability as he implored, "I truly apologize, I did not mean to steal your belongings. I am poisoned, and if I do not receive an antidote soon, I will perish." As he spoke, a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart. The ancient moonbird could not comprehend his words, but could the other wild sprites? It turned out they could. He observed the Tibetan squirrel hesitate briefly before darting toward a tree hollow, rummaging for a moment before emerging with a pink fruit in its grasp. Its fluffy face was filled with reluctance. After a pause, as if having made a significant decision, it resolutely pushed the fruit toward him. Peach fruit possesses miraculous healing properties for poison. Yang was taken aback. For me? Were wild sprites truly this benevolent? The Tibetan squirrel nodded, chirping twice, then extended its right leg towards Yang's abdomen. It was then that Yang noticed a tiny pink bandage fashioned into a bow tied around its leg, previously concealed beneath its fur. This was a style only humans could tie. Yang was momentarily stunned, gradually piecing together a possibility from the squirrel's demeanor. This Tibetan squirrel had been rescued by humans in the past, fostering a deep goodwill toward them, and had chosen to assist him here. The mere thought of such a possibility ignited an inexplicable excitement deep within him. Chapter 3. Finding joy amidst suffering. Previously, he had heard a rumor that the humans in the Pokémon world were, in fact, a unique type of Pokémon. After consuming a pecha berry, Yang observed the toxic markings on his waist beginning to fade away after 20 minutes. This phenomenon further validated the authenticity of that rumor. Perhaps this is why certain individuals among humans possess extraordinary abilities, such as the power of Eternatus, psychic abilities, and the aura of life. Upon witnessing this scene, the squirrel Pokémon, after confirming all was well, began to waddle away with its rotund body. Yang hastily called out to it. Glancing at the creature's detailed information: species, squirrel Pokémon, type, normal ability, gluttony. Base stats, 460, HP, 120, attack, 95, defense, 95, special attack, 55, special defense, 75. Speed, 20, known moves, tail whip, tackle, bite, gulping down current emotion, conflicted, happy. Physical condition, light injury, muscle strain in the right leg. Recovery period approximately 15 days. Fatigue, physical exhaustion due to intense activity leading to a suboptimal mental state. Friendliness, 38, a little creature that enjoys human companionship. G. The squirrel Pokémon turned around, emitting a sound of curiosity, seemingly inquiring if there was anything else. Yang asked, "Do you know which direction leads to a human town?" The squirrel Pokémon pondered for a moment, then promptly indicated a direction. Yang's face lit up with joy as he thanked the squirrel Pokémon and turned to proceed in that direction. As he walked, he compared the detailed information of the two Pokémon. The base stats and moves of the Moonlight Bird had been altered, aside from these two aspects. It bore little difference from a standard Pokémon. The only distinction was that the Moonlight Bird's current emotional state was a jumble of characters, while the squirrel Pokémon's emotions were clearly and transparently displayed before him. Contemplating this, Yang glanced at the information of other Pokémon by the roadside. As expected, he saw terms such as alert and nervous in the emotional columns. Could it be that the modifications were the reason the Moonlight Bird could not comprehend human language? Or perhaps the modifications inflicted irreversible damage upon the Pokémon's brain, rendering it unintelligent? Yang found himself uncertain. This special ability had accompanied him for many years. Before his journey to this world, it was his means of sustenance. Initially, Yang was elated that it traversed with him, but upon reflection, he began to sense something amiss. The templates for ability modification, base stat alteration, and individual value adjustment had vanished, leaving him with only the abilities to appraise, teach moves, and modify shininess. Surely, it could not have been lost along the way. Huyang had read many web novels and had never encountered such an occurrence. Yet, given that the very act of crossing realms was inherently bewildering, perhaps nothing was truly surprising anymore. After a moment of deep contemplation, Huyang resolved to refrain from utilizing any abilities on the sprite, aside from identification, until he unraveled the truth. After all, the Pokémon in this realm were not mere data from a game. They possessed flesh and blood, emotions, and intellect. Lacking any mode of transportation, human mobility remained inherently limited. As darkness enveloped the land, Huyang found no sign of human settlements. Unseasonable rain began to fall from the heavens. In his predicament, Huyang had no choice but to halt his journey and sought refuge within the hollow of a large tree, wrapping himself in his clothing as he nestled inside. He felt exceptionally unfortunate. Gazing at the torrential downpour outside, a wry smile flickered across his face. Yet, there were glimmers of joy to behold. He had discovered a temporary sanctuary and, not far off, a wild fruit tree laden with succulent fruit. Given that his clothes were still damp, he released the gloomy bird from its confines, cradling it in his arms to share warmth. In this moment, the gloomy bird behaved remarkably well. Despite their inability to communicate verbally, an unspoken understanding enveloped them. The autumn rain fell steadily, and the wild sprites of the forest scurried about in search of shelter. Following an initial flurry of activity, the forest soon succumbed to tranquility, leaving only the sound of rain cascading from above. In the dim environment, several acorns huddled together, seeking refuge within the dense underbrush, while the normally erratic poison powder moths rested obediently in the shadows behind tree trunks, shielded from the rain. Huyang retrieved the fruits he had gathered from his clothing, splitting them in half, one portion for the gloomy bird and the other for his own supper and breakfast the following day. Though it would not satiate him fully, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Suddenly, a commotion arose from outside. Huyang looked up to see a startled Tyloo, its fur soaked from the rain, standing before him. Clearly taken aback by the presence of a 10-year-old boy hiding within, the Tyloo quickly turned and darted into the underbrush. Huyang pondered, is he truly that frightening? Typically, he would remain awake until the early hours, but after a day of aimless wandering in the forest, compounded by the hypnotic sound of the rain, he soon succumbed to slumber. When he opened his eyes once more, daylight had broken, and the rain had ceased. More crucially, the gloomy bird was nowhere to be seen. Alarmed, Huyang scrambled out of the tree hollow, just as the gloomy bird returned from the sky. A wave of relief washed over him. The gloomy bird landed gracefully, opened its beak, and from within, it regurgitated a plump crucian carp. Wow! Huyang exclaimed, his face lighting up, is this for me? The gloomy bird fell silent again, having just enjoyed a hearty meal, and now busied itself with preening its feathers. Huyang felt a pang of disappointment. Indeed, communication remained elusive. He gazed at the fish, which lay there, barely alive. Lacking fire, he found himself unable to cook it, and he wasn't quite hungry enough to resort to eating it raw. After some contemplation, Huyang plucked several broad leaves from the tree, wrapping the fish within them and placing them into a bundle fashioned from his coat, along with the remaining fruits from yesterday, which he slung over his back. Taking various factors into account, Huyang decided not to return the ancient moonbird to its master ball this time. He attempted to issue a follow command to it, but the ancient moonbird merely tilted its head, appearing rather dazed. Huyang then tried to walk ahead without calling it, and after advancing a dozen meters, the ancient moonbird followed him, perching upon his shoulder like a mamaha from Necrolulu. You certainly know how to find a good spot, Huyang remarked with a sigh. Having just experienced rainfall, the forest felt quite damp, making the environment uncomfortable. Huyang felt as though 50 green caterpillars were crawling and writhing upon his skin. After traversing a short distance, he suddenly heard the sound of human voices nearby. Huyang's heart raced with excitement. He focused intently, and upon determining the source of the voices, he dashed towards that direction. From afar, he spotted two men clad in identical uniforms, accompanied by their Pokémon. Before them lay a petite white Pokémon. Two large hound-like creatures approached from different angles, emitting low, threatening growls. Something seems off, Huyang halted, concealing himself behind a bush with the ancient moonbird, peering out with only his eyes visible. Damn it, we've finally caught this little creature, exclaimed the sturdier man on the left, cursing. His companion chuckled in response. This time, we can surely fetch a good price. At this moment, Huyang finally discerned the appearance of the white figure. Species, Ralts. Type, Psychic, variability, trace base stats, 198, HP, 28, attack, 25, defense, 25, special attack, 45, special defense, 35, speed, 40, current moves, growl, double team, psychic current emotion, agony physical condition, severely injured, head impacted by dark-type energy, internal psychic abilities suppressed, multiple serious bruises, exhaustion, excessive energy expenditure, friendliness, 0, it is yet unfamiliar with you. Chapter 4, Source of the Waves Awa. One of the hound-like creatures surrounding Ralts suddenly lifted its head to sniff the air, its fierce gaze locking onto the direction of the bush. The other hound's reaction was even more dramatic. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed a shadow ball towards the bush. The dark purple energy sphere hurtled forward with such speed that Huyang had no time to react before feeling a heavy impact on his chest. Damn it! I merely wanted to ask for directions. Must you be so ruthless? The sudden commotion drew the attention of the two men, who swiftly shifted their focus to Huyang, who was now sprawled on the ground, growling. The great wolf dog emitted a low growl from its throat, pressing its powerful front legs against Huyang's chest, its gaze menacing. Upon witnessing Huyang's peril, the expression on Gu Yunyao's face finally shifted. A bright light ignited in its eyes. In the next instant, a series of azure rings materialized around its form. The surrounding air became turbulent, filled with an indescribable pressure that enveloped the area. What was that? The man behind the great wolf dog was utterly astonished by this spectacle. He had never encountered such an oppressive move from that spirit. No one responded to him. For in the following moment, countless pale blue beams of light erupted from the azure rings surrounding Gu Yunyao, striking the two great wolf dogs with indiscriminate precision. Huyang was left dumbfounded. Wasn't that the source wave of Gyoka? This scene reflected in the eyes of La Lu La Si as it looked at Huyang, who in turn gazed at Gu Yunyao. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The vast area before them transformed at a visible speed under the radiant light. Trees, grass. The very flora of the region disintegrated, obliterated, and annihilated before their eyes. The two great wolf dogs fell into a state of near death. Once all was serene again, Huyang could not help but swallow hard. The power of that source wave was truly outrageous. He rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards Gu Yunyao. After executing that move, Gu Yunyao returned to its dazed demeanor, once more perched upon his shoulder. The two men snapped out of their shock, their faces etched with fear as they looked at Gu Yunyao. The extensive range of the previous attack had missed them by mere inches. The thought of what would happen to a human struck by that assault was too terrifying to contemplate. With this in mind, the two exchanged glances and turned to flee. However, at that moment, a figure exuding an air of haughty elegance appeared before their escape route. It was Shinedo. A layer of blue light flickered in Shinedo's eyes as it furiously levitated the two men off the ground with psychic force, hurling them violently against a sturdy tree trunk. Two muffled groans echoed as they instantly succumbed to unconsciousness. How swift! Before Huyang could fully process the events, he noticed a flash of white light before him. Shinedo had teleported directly above him. Psychic energy swiftly coalesced into a tangible blade of light, poised to strike down. Suddenly, a small figure interposed itself between Shinedo and Huyang. Huyang quickly distanced himself from the dangerous Shinedo. La Lu La Si, with a face full of urgency, uttered something to Shinedo. Moments later, the psychic blade before Shinedo vanished into thin air, the assault abandoned, as it turned its serious gaze towards La Lu La Si. Resembling a mother chastising her daughter, Lalura's emitted a soft cry, glancing back at Huyang before vanishing with its mother in an instant. Upon witnessing this, Huyang exhaled in relief. It was evident that he had been mistaken for an accomplice of those two individuals by Shinedo. The world of Pokémon was indeed perilous. He had merely intended to inquire for directions. Huyang turned his gaze towards Guyu Bird. So, the attack he endured was triggered by Guyu Bird's automatic defense mechanism? Perhaps he should attempt to use Source Wave once more, Huyang pondered. Gak! Guyu Bird, resting its wings on its head, stared blankly back at him. Huyang sighed, abandoning communication and instead approached the two large hound-like creatures to assess their condition. Species, Houndoom, type, dark ability, overconfidence base stats, 420, HP, 70, attack, 90, defense, 70. Special attack, 60, special defense, 60, speed, 70, current moves, crunch, thief, sand attack, howl, shadow ball current emotion, unconscious, unable to perceive physical condition, severely injured, combat incapacitated. Injuries unable to heal autonomously, near death, will perish without treatment, friendliness, 50, caution. It perceives you as an enemy and may attack at any moment. The sheer destructive potential of a single move astounded Huyang, even as the creator of this magical creature. With perfect base stats across the board, it surpassed even the highest-ranked Pokémon, Wuxitana. Such an outrageous entity, capable of existing within the game, left Huyang with a sense of remorse as its creator. If only Guyu Bird could communicate with him, he mused regretfully. Having gained a profound understanding of Guyu Bird's destructive capabilities, Huyang rose and approached the two humans felled by Shinado. He reached out to check their breathing. Upon confirming they were alive, he removed their jackets, twisting the fabric into strips to bind them to two trees. He then proceeded to search their bodies, laying out the items he found in descending order of size on the ground. Two empty, standard Pokeballs, a black communication device resembling a walkie-talkie, several bottles of spray-based healing medicine, a wallet containing League currency, and a ticket to Kana City. Kana City, so this is the Hoenn region? Huyang contemplated as he examined the ticket. Could these individuals be members of Team Magma or Team Aqua? That did not seem right. Huyang recalled that the uniforms of Team Magma and Team Aqua were not like this. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the communication device, followed by a woman's voice. Takehara, have you succeeded? The auction is ready. We're just waiting for your Laluras. Huyang remained silent. The voice on the other end sensed something was amiss. Takehara? Is he asleep? Huyang lowered his voice and said, if you have something to say, just say it. The individual on the other end became wary and swiftly terminated the communication upon sensing something amiss. At that moment, the man's eyelids fluttered. Huyang set down the intercom and warned, if you keep pretending, I wouldn't hesitate to stuff this lifeless fish into you from behind. Devil. The man quickly opened his eyes, gazing at the fish with bulging eyes, feeling a chill in his lower body. He cast a cautious glance at the ancient moonbird perched on his shoulder and asked, what do you intend to do? Quite simple, just answer my questions. Chapter 5. I have a friend. The individual known as Zhu Yuan swallowed hard and replied, what do you want to know? Huyang discerned the palpable fear emanating from him. Having never encountered such a scenario in his previous life, he found himself adept at assuming this role, thanks to countless hours spent watching television. With a stoic expression, he inquired, what region is this? Zhu Yuan looked at the young boy before him, recalling the terrifying scene moments ago, and answered honestly, the Hoenn region, pausing before adding, this is the Changhua Forest, west of Changhua City. Huyang silently sighed with relief. It appeared that his counterpart was not of a stubborn disposition. He continued his interrogation. Who are you? Zhu Yuan replied, we are Pokémon hunters. Pokémon hunters, a criminal organization engaged in the illegal capture of rare wild Pokémon for underground trade. Unlike the Magma Gang, which aimed to expand land, their sole purpose was monetary gain. In the parlance of another world, they were poachers of the Pokémon realm. If the price was right, they would not hesitate to capture anything from lions and tigers to even dinosaurs. Recalling the auction mentioned in the communication, Huyang deduced that they had captured Ralts for the purpose of selling it. After piecing together the situation, Huyang realized that having been relatively fortunate in his past life, he had remained distant from criminal activities. Now, facing this predicament for the first time, he found himself uncertain about how to handle the two individuals before him. After contemplating for a moment, Huyang asked, how long does it take to get to Changhua City from here? Zhu Yuan, unaware of Huyang's internal deliberations but sensing the gravity of his thoughts regarding their fate, swallowed again and replied, if we walk, it will take 2 hours. Very well. Huyang nodded, concluding that the direction indicated by the hidden squirrel was indeed correct. He stood up and began gathering his belongings from the ground. Zhu Yuan watched incredulously as Huyang stuffed his wallet, boat ticket, and Pokeballs into his pockets, his eyes widening in disbelief. Those are my things. Huyang glanced at him, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, and remarked, your Houndoom injured me. These items are compensation for my medical and emotional damages. Zhu Yuan was taken aback. He had always been the one robbing others, never having experienced such a situation himself. He attempted to argue but faltered at the sight of the foolish-looking bird. Without further ado, Huyang finished packing and prepared to leave. Upon witnessing him turn to leave, Zhu Yuan became agitated, exclaiming, you cannot abandon us here. By nightfall, we shall be torn to shreds by wild spirits. Huyang, offering reassurance, replied, relax. Help will arrive for you. Such matters are best left to the guardians of this realm. With that, he disregarded the man's reaction and turned away. Perhaps due to their proximity to the forest's edge, the ecosystem of spirits had shifted. The larger, more vigilant spirits had vanished, replaced by the likes of green caterpillars and horned beetles, less aggressive and weaker beings. As Huyang ambled along, he observed their intricate details and emotional states. In that moment, He grasped why there were so few professional trainers in this world. The journey was incredibly arduous. Most set out on their travels as mere children of 10, lacking the social experience and wisdom to survive alone in the wild. It was evident that many aspiring trainers, upon leaving home, found the hardships of the journey unbearable, while numerous others faced repeated setbacks in battling gyms. Ultimately, only a scant few persevered to participate in the league competition, and even fewer emerged victorious. The path was fraught with challenges, yet the future gleamed with promise. 2 hours later, having finally emerged from the dim forest, Huiyang gazed upon the expansive road and the illuminated world ahead, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. At last, at the forest's entrance stood a sign warning travelers to ensure they brought their spirits before venturing forth. Huiyang hoisted his burden, licked his lips, and, noticing the living pedestrians by the roadside, felt a surge of excitement. This exhilaration overshadowed his fatigue from the journey, and he energetically followed the directions provided by the wooden signposts until he arrived at Changhua City. Standing on the bustling street, witnessing the harmonious coexistence of people and spirits, he felt a wave of emotion that nearly brought him to tears. Though hungry and weary, he remained focused on his purpose, mustering his spirit to inquire about the location of the police station. The passerby, rather than displaying disdain for his disheveled appearance, responded warmly, "You must be a traveling trainer. Why not head to the Pokémon Center for some rest?" Trainer? He was not yet one. It suddenly dawned on Huiyang that, if he were to don the attire of a trainer, he might be seen as an outsider in this world. Feeling a sense of unease, he bid farewell to the passerby and, accompanied by Gu Yuniao, made his way to the police station to inform Miss Junsha of the Pokémon hunters lurking in the forest. Miss Junsha acted with impressive efficiency. After confirming the location, she swiftly departed on a black and white police tricycle, accompanied by a Houndour, vanishing into the distance. Shortly thereafter, she returned with 2 weeping men in tow. After verifying the situation, another Miss Junsha, responsible for the interrogation, expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Huiyang. Was that all there was to it? Huiyang felt a profound sense of disappointment. He had anticipated that capturing a suspect would lead to a reward. Before departing from the police station, he inquired of Miss Junsha, "Excuse me, could you please tell me where I might replace a lost identification card?" Miss Junsha replied, "Are you a trainer traveling abroad?" Although Huiyang was not, he could easily feign such a role. Miss Junsha assumed he had merely lost his Pokédex and did not dwell on it further, saying, "There is no need for a replacement. You simply need to present the badges you have collected along with your name to participate in the league competitions." Huiyang understood. Yet it appeared that only the legitimate offspring of the League's elite and those of recognized status could possess a Pokédex, being referred to as Pokédex holders. These individuals bore the responsibility of assisting local professors in gathering data on wild Pokémon, while also enjoying the privilege of complimentary access to Pokémon Center facilities. In contrast, ordinary trainers, regarded as commoners, were required to pay for services at the Pokémon Centers. Huiyang paused and asked, "What about ordinary people?" Miss Junsha was momentarily puzzled. "What do you mean?" He responded, "I have a friend who has lived in seclusion in the forest with his parents since childhood and has never ventured outside." At this, Miss Junsha understood. Cases of undocumented individuals were not unheard of, and she had previously heard tales of humans raised by Pokémon. After contemplating for a moment, she replied, "That's simple. You just need to have his parents accompany him to the police station for identity registration, and we will upload his information to the network." Huiyang sighed in relief and quickly asked, "But what if his parents have passed away?" Miss Junsha answered earnestly, "Then he will have to handle it himself." Chapter 6. Searching for employment. Huiyang's heart leapt with joy, though his expression remained composed. After politely bidding farewell to Miss Junsha, he took his newly acquired ancient moon bird and ventured onto the streets for a bowl of ramen. Initially, he had presumed that the purchasing power of the league currency was equivalent to that of the yen. However, he discovered otherwise upon settling the bill. He currently possessed a total of 480 league coins, and after his meal, only 470 remained. "I need to find a job," Huiyang mused. As for becoming a trainer, he resolved to postpone that ambition until he had amassed sufficient funds. After his meal, Huiyang spent 140 league coins at a street stall to purchase a hooded sweatshirt and a pair of khaki pants. He then proceeded to a hot spring bath to freshen up. Once he was clean and revitalized, he returned his ancient moon bird to its master ball and made his way back to the police station alone. He first observed the entrance for a moment, and upon confirming that Miss Junsha was not present, he confidently strode inside and addressed the receptionist. "Hello, I would like to register my identity. Is this the right place?" Upon hearing his voice, Miss Junsha looked up, and her expression immediately shifted to one of peculiar surprise upon recognizing him. Hu Yang's heart sank. In the next moment, he heard her inquire, "Didn't you say it was your friend who needed to register?" Hu Yang felt a sudden constriction in his chest. At that moment, he loathed the uniformity of Miss Junsha's appearance. He could not distinguish between them. Never mind. No longer concealing the truth, he revealed his true identity. In fact, the friend I mentioned is none other than myself. Subsequently, he crafted an identity for himself as someone whose parents despised human society. But why refer to them as your friend? Miss Junsha inquired, puzzled. Hu Yang took a deep breath and replied, "Because before they passed away, they instructed me not to trust anyone in the human world." "I see," Miss Junsha said, having encountered such individuals during her many years of service. She retrieved a form from her drawer and asked, "If I recall correctly, your name is Hu Yang, correct?" "Indeed, Hu Yang, as in the Hu Yang tree." He accepted the form, filled in his basic information such as age and gender, and returned it. Miss Junsha uploaded the data to the Fengyuan region database, and moments later, she handed him an identification card resembling a citizen's ID, stating, "There you go, you are now a legally recognized citizen under the protection of the Alliance." "Thank you." Hu Yang exhaled with relief. With his identity established, the next concern was employment. After leaving the police station, he began to examine the specific circumstances of Changhua City. In the Pokémon game, Changhua City is the first town with a gym that players encounter, and it is also the home of Shaoguang. However, unlike the few buildings depicted in the game, the real Changhua City has grown to rival a fifth-tier city in that world. As for the Changhua Gym, it seemed the gym leader specialized in normal-type Pokémon, known as Qianli. Given that several years had elapsed since the release of Pokémon Ruby, his recollection of certain game details had begun to fade. Yet, challenging the gym felt a distant prospect for him, so he merely paused outside to take a fleeting glance before departing. As he strolled along, Hu Yang noticed numerous job advertisements posted on shop windows and utility poles. Blue Sky Pokémon CAF, now hiring a barista. Requirements: must possess excellent interpersonal skills and professional coffee-making techniques. Weekly salary, 700 Alliance coins. Mile My Restaurant, hiring 3 cleaners. Primary responsibilities include floor cleaning and washing dishes used by customers. Requirements: must be hardworking. Monthly salary, 5,000 Alliance coins. Qihong Advertising Company, seeking 10 promotional planners. Requirements: proficient in using various software, priority given to those with an advertising background. Monthly salary, 6,800 Alliance coins. Changhua Pokémon Primary School, looking for 2 teachers. Requirements: profound understanding of Pokémon ecology, familiarity with specific details of each Pokémon, a love for Pokémon, and prior experience as a trainer or breeder preferred. Monthly salary, 6,000 Alliance coins, with staff housing and 3 meals provided. Interested candidates may attend the school for testing. No educational qualifications required. Hu Yang's gaze lingered on the 4th job advertisement. Free meals and housing with a monthly salary of 6,000. This seemed the most suitable option for him along his journey. Moreover, he perfectly met the stipulated requirements. After a moment of contemplation, Hu Yang arrived at the Pokémon Junior School, as indicated in the advertisement. Upon expressing his intention, the female teacher responsible for interviewing candidates cast a dubious gaze upon him. "Are you even 10 years old?" Hu Yang was at a loss for words, deciding henceforth to assert that he was indeed 12. His youthful appearance, he reasoned, was merely a consequence of late development. "Teacher, you'll see for yourself if you try." The teacher opened her mouth, somewhat unconvinced, and after a moment's thought, reported the matter to the principal over the phone. The principal promptly responded with a simple forward directive: "Let him try." "Very well, follow me," the teacher said, rising from her seat. Hu Yang trailed behind her, soon arriving at the entrance of a classroom. Outside the door, a throng of applicants had gathered, predominantly young men and women aged between 17 and their 20s. The teacher remarked, "They are all here for the job, but we currently only require 2 teachers." "How cruel," Hu Yang mused silently. "You arrived just in time. The test is about to commence," the teacher announced to the assembled crowd. It was then that Hu Yang realized, in his haste, he had not brought a pen. The teacher also noticed this detail, her skepticism about the child's seriousness evident. "Are you truly serious?" At that moment, a freckled girl beside him cheerfully offered him a pen. "Here, use mine." "Thank you." Hu Yang sighed with relief, pulling out some money from his pocket. "How much do I owe you?" The girl shyly smiled. "No need for payment." "Are you here for the job too?" "Yes." Hu Yang nodded gratefully. "Then good luck," she said, gently ruffling his hair. Hu Yang felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, he was not an actual 10-year-old child. He treated others with the regard of his peers, yet they all perceived him as a mere child. Feeling rather frustrated, Yang awaited the start of the test. Soon, the assessment began. This entrance examination was divided into 3 parts. The first segment was a written test, primarily evaluating candidates' knowledge of Pokémon types and their characteristics. Questions included which type counters ghost types, the 3 initial Pokémon from the Hoenn League, and their evolutionary forms, among others. Yang answered effortlessly. For him, a traveler from another realm, these posed no challenge whatsoever. The second part involved a practical assessment. Candidates were required to identify the injuries of Pokémon in front of the examiners and find the appropriate berries for healing from a selection. Applicants were divided into 5 teams, entering the testing room in groups of 3. Yang was assigned to examine a swallow. Approaching, he assessed the creature's injuries, noting a subtle wound on its left wing and catching a faint scent of charred flesh. Burn? No, that couldn't be right. If it were a burn, the swallow would not be lying still, motionless. Additionally, the swallow's body exhibited slight twitching, barely perceptible unless one drew near for a detailed observation. Thus, it is not a burn, but rather a paralysis. Contemplating, Yang realized he had employed his golden touch on it. Species, King, attributes, normal. Flying ability, intimidate base stats, 455, HP, 60, attack, 85, defense, 60, special attack, 75, special defense, 50, speed, 125, known moves, peck, quick attack, air slash, brave bird, U-turn current emotion, confused physical condition, paralyzed, electrified, unable to move, friendliness, 0. You do not know it, and it does not know you, as he had anticipated. To remedy the paralysis, one requires a Sherry Berry, along with a Persim Berry to alleviate the confusion. Yang turned around. This time, even without his golden touch, he could locate the appropriate berries amidst the pile. He fed 2 berries sequentially to the king, then stepped aside, declaring, all done. The nearby candidates and the proctor were taken aback, instinctively glancing at the clock on the wall. Not even 2 minutes had elapsed. How could it be so swift? How did he accomplish it? Unlike the candidates, the proctor was aware that these test Pokémon could exhibit more than one abnormal condition. This was a deliberate trap they had set. Inattentive individuals might easily misinterpret the singed areas on the Pokémon as burns. Moreover, the variety of berries was vast. Most individuals would more commonly encounter energy cubes made from them. Except for professional breeders, it is challenging for outsiders to discern the specific effects of different berries, let alone accurately identify the target from a mere glance at a pile. From this alone, the proctor could discern that this youth was extraordinary. With a hint of surprise, he inquired, "Are you a breeder?" If they were to recruit a breeder, their school could boast about having specialized breeding instruction, ensuring a steady influx of students in the future. Chapter 7. Soaring Higher. I am not, Yang replied, momentarily taken aback by the question, quickly realizing the implications behind it. This world has given rise to a multitude of professions centered around Pokémon, including coordinators aiming for grand contests, breeders, Pokémon doctors, researchers, and forest rangers, among others. The primary role of a trainer is to train Pokémon, engaging them in continuous battles. In contrast, the responsibilities of a breeder are far more intricate. As the name suggests, breeders focus on nurturing the finest Pokémon, encompassing not just feeding, but also considering their overall well-being. Consequently, the unique profession of a breeder entails numerous challenges compared to that of a trainer. In the anime, Brock once remarked that the role of a breeder spans many fields. Creating Pokémon food is merely the most fundamental aspect, referring to the game's depiction of breeders. They are individuals capable of discerning a Pokémon's innate talents, able to maximize each Pokémon's potential through diligent nurturing. This is indeed a fundamental reason behind the popularity and reverence of this profession. However, behind its seemingly omnipotent facade lies a multitude of fields including nutrition, medicine, botany, and pharmacology. For an ordinary individual starting from scratch, attaining the title of a novice breeder would be quite commendable, not to mention the elite breeders who operate breeding houses and provide nurturing services to trainers. Of course, this does not imply that breeders surpass trainers in prowess. Human energy is finite. Those who specialize in breeding may lack in commanding skills, while trainers, focusing on training, may not possess the same expertise in nurturing Pokémon. Nevertheless, it is certain that those who ascend to the ranks of top trainers often excel remarkably in the realm of nurturing Pokémon. Upon hearing Yang's response, the proctor was left profoundly disappointed. Had he indeed overthought the situation? As the first candidate to complete the second assessment, Yang naturally became the first to enter the final testing chamber. The last segment consisted of an interview. Upon entering the room, Yang observed 3 individuals seated at the podium. In the center sat an elderly man with graying hair and spectacles, who, upon seeing the very young boy enter, displayed a look of surprise. A female teacher, dressed in professional attire, momentarily froze and asked, "Young man, have you entered the wrong classroom?" Unown, with a look of incredulity, replied, "I have not." The teacher opened her mouth and glanced at the elderly man beside her, uncertainly inquiring, "Principal, what should we do?" Tashiyama Aiki, the principal of this elementary Pokémon school, surveyed the youthful figure standing below him and responded, "Proceed as normal." The teacher nodded and began to explain the rules of the interview to Unown. In this test, you will draw a question from this lottery box and express your own views regarding it. We will assess your suitability for a teaching position at our school based on your response. This section primarily evaluates the candidate's logical reasoning and on-the-spot reaction skills. Unown had no objections. He stepped forward, reached into the lottery box, and soon extracted a red spherical ball. Upon opening it, he revealed a slip of paper inscribed with a question. What is your perspective on the behavior of a wild warrior eagle allowing its young fledgling to train alone in the forest? Unown paused momentarily. He recalled a scene from the latest theatrical release, Pikachu and Coco's Adventure, which featured a similar scenario. The fledgling had sustained injuries in the forest, and Coco along with Salamence had come to its aid, only to be reprimanded by the arriving warrior eagle. This narrative in the film was primarily designed to juxtapose Salamence's paternal affection towards Coco. It illustrated two distinctly different expressions of parental love, one that shelters and gently protects the child from adversity, and another that is profound and reserved, yearning for the child to mature swiftly and soar to greater heights. Upon reflecting on this, Unown carefully organized his thoughts and spoke slowly. I believe this represents the warrior eagle's paternal affection for the fledgling eagle. The female teacher nodded thoughtfully and encouraged him to continue. From the film's narrative, Unown could surmise the specific ecology of the warrior eagle in this world. He explained, "For wild creatures, danger lurks in every moment of nature. If peril arises and the warrior eagle is not by the fledgling's side, the outcome is predictable. Thus, the warrior eagle employs this method to train the fledgling, allowing it to acclimate to pain and mature swiftly. In the natural world, survival of the fittest prevails. Therefore, the warrior eagle must act accordingly." At this point, the three examiners displayed varied expressions. The female teacher on the left furrowed her brow. The principal, Mr. Tongshan, exhibited a look of appreciation, while the male teacher on the right fell into contemplation. The female teacher was the first to voice her concern. "Do you not find this notion rather cruel?" Unown offered a shy smile and replied, "Yet they have no alternative. Only through this can the fledgling soar higher and farther in the future." The female teacher found it difficult to counter his reasoning. Unown then remarked, "Of course, this is merely the perspective of adults. Such words may indeed seem harsh to children. Thus, we should focus on the element of paternal love in our narrative." This sentiment required no further explanation, as all present understood. The female teacher regarded him with a peculiar expression and inquired, "You appear quite youthful." Unown responded, "I may look young, but I am already 12 years old. Is there a distinction?" The female teacher nearly posed the question, but refrained. At that moment, Principal Tongshan reiterated the phrase "survival of the fittest," lifted his gaze, and revealed a satisfied smile, saying, "A splendid answer. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment. If your previous 2 evaluations were satisfactory, you will be hired." The principal's female colleague looked at him in astonishment, wishing to express that this was against protocol and that his age was inappropriate. However, before she could voice her thoughts, she was interrupted. It seemed Principal Tongshan anticipated her concerns, stating, "Age is not an issue, nor is education. What matters is that he possesses the capability and goodwill towards children. Based solely on these 2 attributes, he is more suitable than many candidates from outside." He then turned to Unown and asked, "May I inquire why you chose our school?" Unown hesitated, uncertain, and replied, "To earn a living." The female and male teachers exchanged bewildered looks, while Principal Tongshan furrowed his brow, noticing the boy's poorly made clothing, which was clearly cheap merchandise from a street vendor. He asked, "Do you have no family?" Unown felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, "They have passed away." He recounted to Miss June Shaw the words he had spoken earlier, maintaining a composed demeanor, while also embellishing the narrative with additional details. For instance, he claimed that his non-existent parents were esteemed elven scholars, and that he had learned alongside them from a young age, which was the source of his extensive knowledge. The 3 listeners expressed their astonishment, with the female teacher exclaiming in anger, "What irresponsible parents!" Principal Tongshan sighed sympathetically. Chapter 8. It loves you more than it loves itself. Unown navigated the first 2 assessments with ease. With over 20 candidates vying for the position, the invigilator swiftly rendered a judgment. Unsurprisingly, Yang emerged as the unequivocal first in the written exam, practical evaluation, and interview. Having passed the assessment, the recruitment fair no longer held any relevance for him. Under the guidance of a school staff member, Yang arrived at the faculty dormitory. As he gazed upon his first humble abode in this world, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Your class schedule will be available tomorrow, so for now, you can rest here, the teacher kindly informed him. Yang nodded, observing the teacher as they produced a small booklet from their pocket. Here, this is for you. It contains the basic rules of our school. Familiarize yourself with it in advance, the teacher added. Yang readily accepted it, replying, all right. With that, the teacher departed. The room was modest in size, yet it seemed luxurious compared to the student dormitories of his previous life. Comprising a living area, kitchen, and bathroom, it was perfectly sufficient for a solitary individual. Yang couldn't help but reflect on how, by comparison, his college accommodations had been little more than a shabby hovel. After familiarizing himself with the room's layout, he went to the kitchen to boil a kettle of water. As he waited, he released the ancient moonbird from its master ball. Gently stroking its head, he inquired, though aware it could not comprehend, "Are you hungry? Would you like something to eat?" The ancient moonbird tilted its head. The deceased fish had already been discarded in the trash, leaving Yang with only a few tree fruits. After some contemplation, he offered all the tree fruits to the ancient moonbird. Upon witnessing the bird's instinctive act of eating, he finally picked up the booklet and began to peruse its contents. In this world, children who reached the age of 10 were eligible to receive their initial Pokémon from the local Pokémon professor. The league would provide 3 Pokémon to the local professor for selection. However, not everyone was granted this privilege. Families of considerable influence did not require such qualifications, as they could offer their offspring Pokémon even rarer than those from the traditional trio. Children fortunate enough to receive Pokémon from the professor typically hailed from affluent households, akin to the characters from anime, like Ash Ketchum. In contrast, those from lower socioeconomic backgrounds were deprived of this opportunity, perhaps due to the league's concern that they might not be able to afford the care required for such creatures. However, this does not imply that civilians cannot aspire to become trainers. The league does not provide them with initial Pokémon, but they can procure their own. Although this is a reality, it does not diminish the fervor people have for Pokémon and their desire to become trainers. Before embarking on their journeys, the league mandates a 3-year educational program for children aged between 7 and 10, imparting foundational knowledge about Pokémon and training, alongside standard academic subjects. After 3 years, those wishing to become trainers may graduate directly to travel. If they lack interest or decide against traveling midway, they may opt to attend a higher institution to study subjects such as physics, mathematics, and languages. The Chunghwa Pokémon Primary School is one such establishment. Having perused the brochure, Yang gained a general understanding of the situation in this world. Meanwhile, in the office of the teaching building, Principal Tongshan sat behind his desk, reviewing the examination papers of applicants. Out of more than 20 candidates, Yang was the only one to achieve a perfect score. Nodding in satisfaction, he was interrupted by a teacher responsible for registering new staff, who entered and handed him a form. Upon glancing at it, Principal Tongshan was taken aback. He is only 10 years old? Previously, Yang had claimed to be 12, so the principal was unaware of his true age, and seeing his identification was truly surprising. The teacher hesitated and said, "Principal, might his age be somewhat inappropriate?" Reflecting on Yang's earlier performance, Principal Tongshan replied, "That child is more astute than many adults. Some orphans indeed mature quickly and become sensitive and vigilant to the world around them. Moreover, he is a child who grew up in seclusion with his parents in the forest, untouched by the human world. Perhaps he claimed to be 12 out of fear that his age would lead others to deny him opportunities." Upon further contemplation, this reasoning seemed quite plausible. At that moment, Principal Tongshan was curious about what knowledge his reclusive scholarly parents had imparted to him during their secluded life. With a sigh, he decided against inquiring further into the specifics, stating, "Very well, let us first assess his teaching abilities. If all is well, he shall be the one. You may return to your duties." The teacher acknowledged and departed from the principal's office. Unbeknownst to Yang, such matters were unfolding. In the evening, a caring teacher came to invite him for a meal. Yang glanced at the slumbering, gloomy bird and, after a moment's contemplation, chose not to disturb it. "Will the school's cafeteria provide food for the teacher's Pokémon?" Yang inquired. "Indeed, but only basic sustenance sufficient to fill their bellies," the male teacher responded, casting a surprised glance at Gloomy Bird, which Yang had never seen before. "Are you its trainer?" Yang fabricated. "It hails from the Galar region and is a Pokémon left to me by my parents." The male teacher, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age, had heard of the events surrounding Hu Yang. Upon broaching the subject of Hu Yang's sorrow, he awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry." Hu Yang felt a numbness within, his expression blank as he replied, "I understand. The dead cannot be revived." The teacher, with an exuberant demeanor, embraced his shoulders warmly, exclaiming, "Exactly. It's good that you can come to terms with it. Come, brother will take you out for a meal. By the way, my name is Nitago. You can call me Go-ji." Hu Yang responded, "All right, little Go." This individual reminded him of a whimsical college roommate from a previous life. And coupled with his cheerful and extroverted personality, Hu Yang quickly became acquainted with numerous other teachers through their brief dinner together. Just as the dinner was about to transition into a welcome ceremony, Hu Yang hastily departed the cafeteria with his takeout of elfin delicacies. Upon returning to his dormitory, the sky had darkened. With a sudden click, the bright incandescent light illuminated the entire room. However, the usual resting spot of the ancient moon bird was conspicuously vacant. Hu Yang's heart sank momentarily, but he quickly recalled the bird's prior experience of fishing in the morning, which brought him a measure of relief. Yet, he remained cautious, concerned about the potential dangers the ancient moon bird might face outside. His worries were not solely for the bird, but also for himself. If the moonbird's retaliatory actions inadvertently harmed innocent humans or valuable items, he might find himself in dire straits, unable to compensate for the repercussions. Fortunately, the ancient moonbird did not keep him in suspense for long. Soon, it returned from the darkness, clutching a fish in its beak, landing gracefully on the desk. Witnessing this, Hu Yang's anxious heart finally settled. He took the packed food, sat on a chair, opened the bag, and pushed the meal container forward, saying, "Eat." The ancient moonbird tilted its head and, with a feeble effort, regurgitated the fish, nudging it toward Hu Yang. "Are you expecting me to feed you?" Hu Yang chuckled. The moonbird's gaze and expression remained adorably vacant, offering no response. Under the warm glow of the light, Hu Yang felt a surge of emotion. He recalled the appraisal from the golden finger regarding the ancient moonbird. "You are its most beloved trainer. It loves you more than it loves itself." Even if it could not comprehend human language, it had not forgotten to cherish its trainer. Chapter 9. Ecology class the following morning. Just after Hu Yang had finished his morning routine, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found the female teacher who had escorted him to the dormitory yesterday, named Rika, appearing youthful and vibrant, seemingly no older than 18. Hu Yang invited her into the living room, and Rika glanced at the sleeping ancient moon bird, inquiring, "Is that little creature your Pokémon?" Hu Yang smiled and nodded, "Indeed." Rika leaned in for a closer look, her curiosity piqued. "I've never seen such a Pokémon before, but since you have one, that makes things simpler." Today, Li Jia did not come merely for casual conversation. She placed several books on the table and elucidated the reason for her visit. Many of the teachers at our school were once trainers who traveled extensively and lacked prior teaching experience. Thus, before they commenced their classes, we provide them with an introduction to the essential points to consider. Trainers do not travel indefinitely. Upon retirement, they often pursue various professions based on their interests. Hu Yang was well aware of this. Li Jia pushed the books toward him, and Hu Yang noticed that one of the covers bore the title How to Become a Popular and Excellent Teacher. Li Jia remarked, "These books are a gift for you. Next, I will introduce the main courses we offer at our school. Thank you for your assistance." Hu Yang expressed his gratitude. With a twinkle in her eyes, Li Jia began to outline the curriculum. In addition to basic literacy and mathematics, we have 4 primary courses related to Pokémon. The first is the Pokémon Attributes course, which teaches students about the interactions and resistances among different Pokémon types. The second is the Pokémon Techniques course, where students learn about various techniques that Pokémon can master, including their effects. This class features demonstrations, with teachers showcasing techniques using their own Pokémon to achieve better results. Hu Yang understood that this meant he could have his Gyu bird demonstrate its techniques in front of the students. He could not help but envision the spectacle of Gyu bird using its signature move, Origin Pulse, before the class, a thought that both excited and overwhelmed him. However, he was reassured by the fact that his modification template for techniques remained intact, prompting him to consider adjusting those 4 moves upon his return. The third course is the Pokémon Ecology class. Li Jia explained, "In this course, we introduce students to the living habits of Pokémon and their main habitats in the wild." The fourth course is the Pokémon Traits class, which focuses on helping students understand the traits of Pokémon and the effects of different traits. "What course will I mainly be responsible for?" Hu Yang inquired, feeling that aside from the Ecology course, he would be well suited for any of the other 3. However, Li Jia surprised him by stating, "Currently, our school is in need of an ecology teacher." Hu Yang responded, "So, after deliberation by the school committee, we have decided to appoint you to teach this course for the 2nd grade. Li Jia then asked, are you up for it? Huyang hesitated. I may not have extensive knowledge about Pokémon ecology. The games I have played lack any ecological depth, and the ecology depicted in anime is rather simplistic. This is straightforward. Other ecology teachers are not omniscient either, Li Jia reassured him, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. After all, there remain many undiscovered aspects of the Pokémon world. We have prepared teaching materials for you. You can follow the guidelines provided in them. Upon hearing this, Huyang felt a wave of relief wash over him. That sounds good. After Li Jia finished her instructions, she rose to leave. Huyang accompanied her to the door, and as Li Jia turned back, she remarked, there is still a day left before the students begin their classes. During this time, you can familiarize yourself with the campus. Huyang nodded in acknowledgement. As Li Jia stepped outside and walked a few paces forward, she suddenly turned back and added, by the way, the Orangehua Forest is located just behind the school. There are many wild Pokémon there, and the ones on the outskirts are quite friendly towards humans. Just be cautious not to venture too deep. Having only recently emerged from the Orangehua Forest, Huyang had no desire to return to that sorrowful place immediately, yet he appreciated Li Jia's kindness. Thank you, I understand, he replied. With that, Li Jia departed. At last, Huyang found a moment to check the time. The ancient moonbird was still asleep. He glanced at it before returning to the living room, where he began to peruse the books Li Jia had brought. He combined the content of these books with his previous academic experiences to prepare for his classes, as he immersed himself in the textbooks compiled by the Fengyuan Alliance. The ancient moonbird opened its eyes and flapped its wings, flying out through the open window. Huyang was now wholly absorbed in the intricate knowledge of Pokémon ecology presented within the texts. For instance, he learned that the growth cycle of a caterpie spans a mere month, making it an ideal companion for novice trainers due to its ease of capture and rapid growth. He also discovered that the swallow would leave its nest on dark, stormy nights, soaring through the thunder and lightning. According to scholars, this might be a method for the swallow to hone its skills. The secrets of these Pokémon captivated Huyang until a lively Magikarp was tossed before him. The ancient moonbird pinched the struggling Magikarp with its beak, halting its frantic movements. Huyang looked at the unfortunate creature and helplessly rescued it from the moonbird's grasp. It's all bones, not edible, he remarked, poking the Magikarp gently. He recalled that the lore stated Magikarp consisted solely of scales and bones and was inedible. In the anime's original series, the Team Rocket trio had, out of sheer hunger while adrift at sea, contemplated consuming a Magikarp. However, Meowth could not bite through it, leading to an irate Jessie kicking the Magikarp back into the ocean, where it subsequently evolved into a Gyarados in a fit of rage and sought revenge on them. The ancient moonbird seemed perplexed by this tale. Forget it, Huyang sighed, resigned. He lifted the moonbird onto his shoulder and placed the Magikarp into a plastic bucket filled with water, preparing to release it outside. He recalled Li Jia's earlier mention of demonstrating Pokémon moves, and thus he activated the move modification feature on his device. However, as soon as he opened the list of selectable moves, a message appeared in his mind. Move locked, cannot be modified. It can't be changed? Huyang was momentarily taken aback. What about the other sprites? He cast his gaze towards the Kinglers swimming in the bucket. Species, Kingler. Type, Water ability, Timid base stats, 200 HP, 20 attack, 10 defense, 55 special attack, 15 special defense, 20 speed, 80 known moves, Water Splash Current Emotion, Slightly Angry, Minor, Highly Fearful, Major, Physical Condition, Mild Dehydration Friendship Level, 50. It despises you and your sprites, Huyang remarked. The modification section for the Kingler's moves indicates that changes can be made. So why is it that the ancient moonbird cannot? Chapter 10. Poverty. Huyang was perplexed. After releasing the Kingler into the river, he returned to the dormitory with the ancient moonbird. Before preparing for his lessons, he admonished, please refrain from bringing anything home in the future. Times had changed. He had successfully secured a job. Although he had yet to receive his first paycheck, he would not have to endure hunger as he had in the past. The ancient moonbird's reaction clearly indicated its inability to comprehend his words. Observing this, Huyang let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, it was still unfeasible. This world was not devoid of simple-minded sprites, such as Slowpoke or Psyduck. However, unlike the ancient moonbird, they could at least understand human speech, regardless of their apparent simplicity. Although the ancient moonbird had once been mere data within a game, it now possessed its own existence, with warm blood coursing through its veins. So why was it unable to comprehend human language? Huyang found himself bewildered. He recalled a few pivotal templates he had lost during his traversing. Could it be that the ancient moon bird experienced a similar mishap or lost something during its transition? With this thought, Huyang felt the remaining coins in his pocket, only 330 left, and wondered if it would suffice for a health check at the Pokémon Center. It was not that he doubted the information provided by the pivotal templates. He simply did not wish to overlook any potential solutions to the problem. As a companion who had journeyed alongside him, Huyang was unwilling to see it remain in this state. Thus, after finishing lunch, he took the ancient moon bird to the Pokémon Center in the city center. "Excuse me, how much does it cost for a health check for a sprite?" Huyang inquired. Miss Joy's voice was warm and gentle. 200 alliance coins. Huyang breathed a sigh of relief. Should that amount prove insufficient, he would have to sell the 2 valuable Pokeballs he carried. "Please conduct a full examination for it," Huyang said, handing the ancient moon bird over to Miss Joy. "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." The Chansey wheeled a card over, and Miss Joy placed the ancient moon bird upon it before turning to enter the treatment room. As the door to the treatment room gradually closed, Huyang prepared to sit outside and wait. However, before he could turn away, he heard Miss Joy's startled exclamation from within. Moments later, the door was forcefully flung open, and the ancient moon bird fluttered out, its wings beating rapidly. Despite wearing that same foolish expression, Huyang could discern a hint of panic in its movements. Taken aback, Huyang instinctively reached out to catch the moonbird. "My sincerest apologies," Miss Joy approached. Her cheeks flushed. She was quite accustomed to such occurrences and remarked, "You may need to accompany it for an examination." Huyang, naturally, had no objections. He cradled the moonbird and entered the infirmary, where he assisted in conducting a thorough examination. Before long, the results emerged. Miss Joy scrutinized the information displayed on the screen and declared, "This creature is in excellent health. It is not ill." The confirmation of its robust health left Huyang even more perplexed, yet his rationality remained intact. After expressing his gratitude to Miss Joy, he returned to school with the moonbird in tow. With no issues in its personal information or health assessment, Huyang could not fathom where the problem might lie. Thus, he resolved to prepare lessons alongside the moonbird. A week later, school officially commenced, marking the beginning of Huyang's teaching career. Due to his status as a newcomer, the institution assigned him only 2 classes. Initially, Huyang presumed that this Pokémon primary school resembled the elementary school of his previous life. However, upon experiencing it firsthand, he realized it was more akin to a kindergarten. Although he had never before held a teaching position, one could certainly learn by observation, having seen the proverbial pig run. During his first class, Huyang executed his duties flawlessly. After concluding the session, he gathered his belongings and proceeded to the next class. Upon reaching the podium, he noticed a girl below wearing a red scarf, deep blue shorts, and a red shirt. Was that not Xiaoyao? She was the heroine from the Pokémon anime series and games. Reflecting on it, it made sense to encounter her here, as she was also the daughter of Qianli, the leader of the Changhua Gym. Huyang was not overly surprised. He began with a self-introduction and then engaged the children in a discussion about their future aspirations. He intended to allocate this first class for mutual familiarity. If all went well, he would be here for quite some time. Consequently, by the end of the day, all the students were aware that a teacher of their age had joined the school. "You are quite popular." After some time, Li Jia and Nishida playfully teased him upon seeing his rapport with the students. They had observed Huyang's class and found his teachings on Pokémon ecology engaging and lively, compelling them to wish to continue listening. "Do you have any secrets?" Nishida inquired curiously. "Perhaps it is a gift," Huyang responded with a tone of nonchalance. As if to say, what can you do about it? Over the past half-month, he had encountered and befriended many individuals. He gradually became familiar with fellow teachers Nishida and Li Jia, both of whom possessed warm and cheerful dispositions, unencumbered by trivialities. Upon hearing those words, Nishida, jokingly clenching his fist, quipped, "I reckon you deserve a good thrashing. You're an adult, yet behave like a child." Huyang regarded him with a peculiar expression. Spending more time with the youth had inadvertently rejuvenated his own mindset. "You little rascal." Nishida lunged at him, and the two became entangled in playful scuffles. Rika watched with delight. The students and faculty at the school warmly welcomed the new young teacher. Initially, some teachers who had not participated in the assessments expressed skepticism regarding his abilities. However, after reviewing Huyang's teaching records, such doubts dissipated. Moreover, with his tragic backstory of being orphaned, the entire school community felt a blend of affection and sympathy towards him. Colleagues in the same office would leave milk and snacks on his desk. The cleaning staff would eagerly inquire if he had any trash to dispose of. And the cafeteria ladies seemed eager to heap every delectable dish into his bowl. Huyang had never experienced such treatment before. He had expressed from the outset that he did not require any special treatment, yet it seemed to elicit even more careful kindness. While he felt touched, he also experienced a twinge of embarrassment. However, he could not reveal his true origins and could only silently commit to repaying their kindness once he attained financial stability. At present, he was so impoverished that he dared not even capture a Pokémon. In his quest for financial opportunities, he had sought out Xiao Yao to inquire whether, in Pokémon battles, the defeated would compensate the victor with money, as depicted in the games. To his dismay, the cheerful and spirited Xiao Yao responded, "Of course not. Teacher, what peculiar thoughts are you harboring?" Huyang felt a wave of disappointment. He had hoped to earn some pocket money from the bug-catching boy. Speaking of the gloom, it had not ceased its efforts to present its trainer with various offerings from outside. Sometimes it brought fish, other times berries, and occasionally a few unfortunate Magikarp and Feeba. Upon encountering the Feeba, Huyang had initially considered keeping it in an aquarium, as its evolved form, Milotic, was exceedingly rare. Unfortunately, he lacked the funds to purchase an aquarium, thus abandoning the idea and deciding to reassess after receiving his first month's salary. Though Huyang had contemplated capturing a new companion, he realized that doing so would limit him to choosing between a grass-type Pokémon, Magikarp, or Feeba. Grass types could photosynthesize and required minimal resources in the early stages, while Magikarp and Feeba were resilient and easy to care for, with great potential for future development. Chapter 11. The role of a teacher. As an ecology teacher, Huyang did not have classes every day. On days without lessons, he would visit the library to borrow books related to Pokémon, bringing them back to his dormitory for study. While he read, Gloom would stand quietly beside him, occasionally preening its feathers with its beak or staring vacantly into the air. Huyang was unaware of the natural habits of the wild, ancient moonbirds. His own ancient moonbird kept vigil until the late hours of the night, only closing its eyes once he set aside his book. This evoked a nostalgic sense akin to having a cat. In a past life, he had a cat that would curl up on his exam papers, purring away as he wrote. Even after many years, when that cat grew older, it remained unchanged, often climbing onto his keyboard while he worked at the computer. Eventually, the cat passed away, and Huyang buried it beneath a tree along with its favorite treats, grieving for an extended period. He gently scratched the chin of his ancient moonbird, turned off the desk lamp, and took the silly creature to bed while he excused himself to the bathroom for his nightly routine. The ancient moonbird opened its eyes, displaying its characteristic dazed expression, and upon recognizing its trainer, promptly closed them once more. With the ancient moonbird as his study companion, Huyang swiftly immersed himself in the intricate knowledge of this world. The transformation from 30 to 10 years of age brought not only a change in appearance, but also a restoration of his cognitive abilities to their zenith. Initially, his sole ambition upon arriving in this realm had been to secure a job that would suffice to sustain him. Now, however, his aspirations had evolved into a desire to personally witness the grandiosity of the Pokémon world. Yet, before embarking on that journey, he realized he needed to save money first. The following morning, Huyang received notification that the school was organizing a field trip to the Changhua Forest for an ecological observation of wild Pokémon. As the designated ecology teacher, he was promptly assigned as one of the group leaders. He pondered whether there would be enough teachers for the numerous classes. His thoughts were interrupted by the sight of Shitian, who was bustling with enthusiasm. The Changhua Forest was teeming with wild Pokémon. Although each class only comprised 20 students, any potential danger would leave them ill-equipped to explain the situation to their parents. Shitian cheerfully reassured him, "Don't worry. Not everyone will be going out. Only a few second-grade classes." With that clarification, Huyang nodded, but reminded him, "I am not a trainer. My combat abilities are rather limited." Shitian confidently patted his chest, declaring, "Fear not. I have participated in the Hoenn League competition." This was the first time Huyang had heard such a claim, and he curiously inquired about his performance. Shitian's smile faltered, and he forced a grin, responding, "Of course, I did splendidly. Who do you think I am?" Just then, Li Jia, wearing a hiking backpack, approached with a smile and chimed in, "Don't listen to his nonsense. He was eliminated in the preliminary round." Shitian felt a wave of indignation wash over him. "You promised not to expose me." Li Jia replied cheerfully, "Come on, the students are ready." The three of them were responsible for the same class. As Huyang descended the stairs, he immediately spotted Xiao Yao in the crowd, her face alight with excitement and anticipation. If he did not know they were in the Pokémon world, he might have thought they were off on a field trip, as the essence of the outing was quite similar. "Is everyone prepared?" he called out. Leah stood before a gathering of more than 20 children and inquired aloud. The vibrant youths responded in unison, exclaiming, "We are ready." "Then let us embark," declared Nishida. Huyang walked along the left side of the line, imparting essential wilderness survival tips to the students as they progressed. He cautioned them, for instance, about the aggressive hornets that might attack humans. He advised that if they found themselves without a Pokémon companion, they should remember to flee towards the riverbank. Teacher, that sounds quite terrifying. Is it really that serious? Spoke a delicate-looking boy. Having spent some time with them, Huyang sensed that he was a kind-hearted child who approached the world with benevolence. Nodding gravely, Huyang replied, Indeed, it is quite serious. I hope everyone can remember that while the Pokémon world is undeniably enchanting, not all Pokémon are as friendly as Eevee or Espurr. Some possess a strong territorial instinct, and should humans encroach upon their domain, they may launch a frenzied attack. Even if you harbor no ill intent to them, you represent a threat. This is a primal instinct for survival. Therefore, I implore you all to keep this in mind once you turn 10 and venture out into the world. First and foremost, prioritize your own safety, and only then seek to encounter new Pokémon companions. The young boy pondered this deeply. It was the first time anyone had spoken such words to him. He etched these lessons into his memory, his small face radiating seriousness as he replied, Thank you, teacher. I will remember. Huyang affectionately ruffled his hair, feeling quite fond of this group of children. Teacher, you seem to be the same age as us. How is it that you know so much? Inquired another spirited boy, his brow furrowed in confusion. That is because I have experienced it firsthand. Huyang answered with a solemn expression. Once, I inadvertently wandered into the territory of a hornet's nest and, during my escape, was struck by their venomous stingers. Just as I could run no longer, a river appeared before me, allowing me to evade disaster. And then what happened? Several children clamored eagerly. Later, Huyang continued with a faint smile, I encountered a benevolent cacnea, which gifted me a fruit that cured the poison, thereby saving me from the hornet's sting. How wonderful! Exclaimed a young girl with delight. As they chatted, the group unknowingly arrived at the orange blossom forest, where the presence of wild Pokémon began to increase. Caterpillars, mushrooms, and more. At noon, they settled on a clearing for a picnic. Huyang approached a large tree, released his Noctowl from its Pokeball, and began to unpack the prepared food from his backpack, laying it out on a picnic cloth. Suddenly, he felt the sensation of being watched. His movements paused momentarily as he swiftly turned, but saw nothing. Noctowl gazed up at the sky, appearing dazed. Huyang assumed it was longing to fly off and catch fish again and promptly admonished, You cannot wander off today. As he spoke, he tore the food into small pieces. Opening his mouth, he exclaimed, Ah! Above, Lalu Laisai leaned against a branch of the tree, quietly exhaling in relief. That was close. It nearly got discovered. It steadied itself against the nearby twig, curiously gazing at the humans below and the food they carried. Chapter 12. Lalu Laisai at 4:30 in the afternoon. The ecological survey journey of the wild sprites officially concluded. After a day of travel, Huyang was physically and mentally exhausted. Following a meal in the cafeteria, he returned to his dormitory and fell into a deep slumber, entirely oblivious to the tiny white figure that peeked out from his backpack once he was fast asleep. Jie? The ancient moonbird slowly turned its head, its vacant gaze locking onto Lalu Laisai, who quickly retreated back into the backpack. The ancient moonbird tilted its head in curiosity. After a moment of silence outside, Lalu Laisai cautiously revealed half of its head, nervously observing the surroundings. Once the ancient moonbird confirmed that there was no threat, it flew to its familiar spot on the bed and closed its eyes. Lalu Laisai breathed a sigh of relief, gently floating out of the backpack using its psychic abilities, its eyes sparkling with excitement and curiosity at the various human belongings surrounding it. It drifted to the desk, extending its tiny hand to poke at the desk lamp. With a click, it pressed a button, and a bright light instantly illuminated the entire desk. Startled, Lalu Laisai froze, its form flickering out of sight. The person on the bed remained undisturbed. Lalu Laisai's anxious heart settled once again. It returned to the desk, perched atop a pile of books, leisurely swinging its legs while casting its gaze upon the human boy on the bed. In the middle of the night, Huyang was startled awake by a sudden noise. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a Shinado in his room. Not far from it, a Lalu Laisai hung its head in a manner reminiscent of a little girl who had sneaked out of the house and was now being scolded by her mother. Huyang was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. Was something happening that he was unaware of? The Shinado's eyes brimmed with a stern intensity. Instinctively, Huyang activated his abilities towards it. Species, Shinado, type, psychic, fairy ability, telepathy base stats, 518, HP, 68, attack, 65, defense, 65, special attack, 125, special defense, 115. Speed, 80, known moves, Psywave, teleport, shadow clone, moonblast, wish, meditate, psychic. Future sight, current emotion, anger, physical condition, perfect friendship level, 1, slight, Shinado and Lalalaisai. Could they be the two he had encountered before? Huyang turned his gaze back to Lalalaisai. Species, Relurus, type, psychic, fairy ability, copying base stats, 198, HP, 28, attack, 25, defense, 25, special attack, 45, special defense, 35, speed, 40, known moves, growl, shadow clone, telekinesis, teleport, current emotion, aggrieved physical condition, perfect friendship level, 40. You are regarded as a celestial hero in its eyes. Huyang was certain that this Relurus was the one he had encountered before. He dared not move, for the aura of that Shinado was overwhelmingly powerful, unmistakably above level 60. A father-daughter duo, or more accurately, a father and daughter. The male Shinado stood in confrontation with its offspring, seemingly communicating through telepathy. After a while, Relurus emitted a plaintive cry, dejectedly approaching Shinado, casting a forlorn glance at Huyang before both figures vanished from the room. Huyang was left in a state of confusion. Had he missed something while he merely took a nap? Given Shinado's furious demeanor, it seemed that Relurus had sneaked out once again. But how could it have appeared in his dormitory? Could it be that, having saved it by chance before, it wished to be captured by a human? Akin to what occurs in anime? Such occurrences are commonplace in animated series, yet experiencing it firsthand filled Huyang with an incredulous sensation. Gradually, he realized he had overlooked something significant. However, upon further reflection, even if Relurus were willing, Shinado would likely not acquiesce. Huyang sensed an aversion towards humans emanating from it. Capturing Relurus would undoubtedly encounter resistance from Shinado, unless he could simultaneously win over both. Yet, capturing a father and daughter duo seemed rather peculiar. At present, defeating Shinado was out of the question unless he were to sacrifice himself, triggering the protective mechanism of the ancient moonbird. Huyang lamented this, but the ancient moonbird offered him little time for regret. The following morning, witnessing Pikachu struggling in the beak of the ancient moonbird, Huyang felt a surge of frustration wash over him. Let it go? He exclaimed in alarm. Unfortunately, it was too late. The Pikachu had ceased its resistance, only to choose that moment to fight back. Pikachu, with a cry of utmost urgency, a powerful surge of electricity erupted from Pikachu. The room was instantly filled with blinding light, and Huyang truly felt the effects of paralysis this time. Gah! The ancient moonbird opened its mouth wide, and Pikachu seized the opportunity to wriggle free, cautiously eyeing the ancient moonbird. As the volt tackle concluded, the ancient moonbird remained unscathed, while Huyang found himself in disarray. Surprisingly, after enduring the volt tackle, he did not faint. Thus, humanity in this world indeed resembles a unique kind of Pokémon. Does it not? However, in truth, most of the power has been absorbed by the ancient moonbird, leaving only a trivial trickle of electricity affecting Huyang. Pikachu! At that moment, a gasp erupted from outside. Pika Pika! Pikachu's ears perked up, and it swiftly leaped through the open window. Huyang, charred from the electric shock, lay on the ground, feebly exclaiming, "Do not bring back strange things from outside." The ancient moonbird stood there, dazed. Huyang, on the verge of tears, lamented his misfortune. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a girl clutching Pikachu rushed in, anxiously glancing at the fallen figure on the ground. "Teacher Xiaoyang, are you all right?" Huyang exhaled a deep breath, looking at the newcomer and recognizing her as a student from another class he taught, replied, "I will be fine once I recover from this paralysis." 5 minutes later, having regained his normal state, Huyang listened as the girl recounted. "Pikachu and I were playing by the river when this Pokémon flew over and snatched Pikachu away." With a pained expression, Huyang apologized. "I sincerely apologize. It was my fault for not keeping a watchful eye on the Pokémon. I am relieved that everyone is safe." The girl, still holding Pikachu, sighed in relief. Then, "Teacher Xiaoyang, I shall return now." Huyang personally saw her off, then returned to his room, gazing at the ancient moonbird, which wore a foolish expression. The moonbird tilted its head. "Ga?" Huyang pondered. "Yesterday you snatched a Magikarp, today a Pikachu. What will you take tomorrow? I can scarcely imagine. If this indulgence continues, who knows when it might bring back a small Gyarados." Sighing, Huyang realized he must impose some limitations on the ancient moonbird's time outside its Pokeball. Chapter 13. Selecting an initial Pokémon. Although he intended to impose restrictions, Huyang did not confine the ancient moonbird forcibly within its Pokeball. He adjusted his schedule, accompanying the moonbird outdoors during his free periods. While he engaged in morning runs along the shore, the moonbird busied itself fishing in the pond. After 30 minutes of running, drenched in sweat, Huyang paused to rest, gazing at the distant sunset hues. He began to earnestly contemplate his future. Rather than remaining a teacher for life, he yearned to become a trainer like Ash, embarking on adventures across the globe. Yet, a trainer without familial or Pokédex support would undoubtedly find this path exceedingly arduous. As a traveler in this world, Huyang found himself devoid of both prerequisites. He existed as an undocumented entity without background or identity. The Alliance would never entrust a Pokédex to someone like him. Gazing at the ancient moon bird, Huyang inhaled deeply, resolving in his heart that he would simply save money for a few years before setting out. As Mr. Lu Sun once said, in this world, there were originally no roads. As more people walk, it becomes a path. Moreover, according to the information he has gathered, in this world, apart from the highest-tier Alliance tournaments, numerous smaller competitions also exist. To entice trainers to participate, these contests often offer substantial monetary rewards. He could easily battle his way from Changhua City to the venue of the Fengyuan Alliance Conference. Alternatively, he could pursue a different path, that of a breeder. By passing the Alliance's assessments, he could become a professional breeder, subsequently attracting trainers seeking his expertise in formulating nurturing plans for their Pokémon, from which he would earn a handsome remuneration. Of course, there exists a third avenue, participating in the grandeur of contests, transforming into a coordinator akin to a celebrity. And once he garners a certain level of fame, he would find himself in demand for advertisements. For the average individual, without a doubt, the most challenging of these paths is that of a breeder. This profession imposes stringent requirements on aspiring breeders. Alongside mastering extensive knowledge of various Pokémon, one must also possess specialized academic knowledge in fields such as pharmacology and botany. Only those with exceptional intellect can achieve this. Huyang reclined on the grass, leisurely observing the clouds painted by the setting sun. Before deciding which path to embark upon, he first needed to possess a battle-ready Pokémon. The Alliance has no rigid regulations regarding the capture of Pokémon before the age of 10. However, one must be at least 10 to register as a trainer within the Alliance, thereby qualifying for travel. This notion parallels the requirement of being 18 to visit an internet CAF in his previous life. Furthermore, the scenario involving Ash in the anime, as Huyang has come to understand over these past few days, likely represents a ceremonial rite, a ritual for receiving a Pokémon and embarking on a new journey. The first month swiftly passed, and as soon as his salary was received, Huyang began to scout for his first Pokémon. Magikarp, Phoeba, and those rapidly growing Pokémon in the Changhua Forest requiring minimal resources became his potential candidates. Every day after class, Huyang would take his Gloomy Bird and wander through the forest. Besides the Master Ball containing Gloomy Bird, he also possessed 2 ordinary Pokeballs. The retail price of a single Pokeball at the friendly shop was 200 Alliance coins. Upon learning this information, Huyang could not help but slap his thigh, exclaiming how foresight he was. The effortless acquisition of these savings saved him 400 coins. Grateful to the Pokémon hunters. The wild Pokémon species inhabiting the Changhua Forest are diverse, with the most common being Caterpie and Weedle. However, Huyang did not intend to capture them. Although the evolved forms, Butterfree and Beedrill, are undeniably charming, he was too apprehensive to approach them in their pre-evolved states. His fear of soft-bodied creatures without bones was profound, especially when considering a 30-centimeter-long green caterpillar like Caterpie. When he first traversed into this realm, the psychological shadow cast by the green caterpillar that slowly crawled across him has deeply rooted itself in his mind to this day. Consequently, whenever he encounters a green caterpillar, he cannot help but envision the soft texture he felt upon touching it, even pondering whether a firm squeeze would result in an explosion of its juicy innards. Huyang shuddered and hastily diverted his gaze from the caterpillar perched upon the tree. Aside from these two, the other more common creatures include acorns, stoutland, mushrooms, and the soil-dwelling ninjas. Approaching the riverbank, he could also catch glimpses of the elusive sugar balls and lurillai. However, they were highly vigilant. Before Huyang could draw near, they leapt into the water and fled. How embarrassing! Huyang stood foolishly by the riverbank alongside his companion, the ancient moonbird. As the ancient moonbird could not initiate combat, the path of capturing wild spirits through battle was not feasible for him. Thus, he was left with the only method of capturing spirits devoid of the ability to resist. Huyang briefly envisioned the forms of the Magikarp and the ugly fish. Although these two possessed significant potential, they had no combat capability prior to evolution. Moreover, the conditions for the ugly fish's evolution were exceedingly stringent. In the game, the ugly fish needed to achieve a beauty value of 170 or carry a beautiful scale to undergo communication evolution into Milotic. Yet, this was reality, and the game mechanics did not apply here. From what Hu Yang had gathered during this period, it seemed that this world was also unaware of the conditions for the ugly fish to evolve into Milotic. Furthermore, wild Milotic were exceedingly rare. Even documented sightings by humans were few and far between. Although he possessed a golden finger, Hu Yang was reluctant to utilize its other functions aside from identification, fearing the creation of a second ancient moonbird. Thus, his options were dwindling. Suddenly, a soft call emerged from behind him. Rallo. Hu Yang turned to see the Ralts he had previously encountered standing behind him. It appeared quite happy, its jewel-like eyes brimming with curiosity. Hu Yang glanced around but did not spot its father, the guard of war. He squatted down and amiably inquired, "Did you sneak out again?" Rallo. The Ralts understood and shyly stuck out its tongue. They could communicate. However, the Ralts then gazed at the Pokeball in Hu Yang's hand. Rallo. Hu Yang paused for a moment. Although he had speculated previously, encountering it in person was still somewhat astonishing. He asked, "Do you wish to come with me?" Rallo. The Ralts nodded eagerly. Yet, Hu Yang found himself in a quandary. Naturally, he was delighted to have a Pokemon willingly approach him. However, this Ralts had someone behind it. Last time, its father had pursued him. If he were to capture it now, he might wake up in the morning to find Gardevoir's figure beside his bed. Upon noticing Hu Yang's disapproval, the little face of Ralu Laysai displayed a palpable sense of disappointment. Ralu Hu Yang inquired, "Is it because I saved you previously that you wish to accompany me?" Ralu Laysai nodded affirmatively. Hu Yang felt it necessary to clarify this matter to prevent any misunderstanding. "It was not I who saved you that time. It was you who saved yourself. I was incapable of confronting those two villains and had no intention of rescuing you." After all, at that moment, Ralu Laysai was merely a stranger to him, and he was far from the spirited hero of an anime. Ralu Laysai appeared not to grasp the meaning of his words. After a brief hesitation, it extended its delicate white hand and gently touched the area of Hu Yang's heart. Ralu was not like that. It could evidently sense Hu Yang's emotions. Hu Yang paused, lowering his gaze to his chest. He recalled that Ralu Laysai was a timid creature, quick to retreat into the shadows upon sensing hostility. However, when Ralu Laysai detected the positive and optimistic sentiments of humans, it would draw near, its body gradually warming. Chapter 14. The drooling towel baby. At that moment, the figure of Shinedo suddenly materialized from the side. Ralu Laysai stiffened and swiftly hid behind Hu Yang, unwilling to meet Shinedo's gaze. Witnessing Ralu Laysai's actions, Hu Yang turned to the solemn Shinedo, feeling an inexplicable sensation akin to abducting someone's daughter. No, he had no intention of taking Ralu Laysai away. Shinedo remained silent, and Hu Yang surmised that it was likely communicating with Ralu Laysai through telepathy. He was uncertain of their exchange, yet it was evident that Ralu Laysai's mood was visibly declining. Observing this scene, Shinedo hesitated momentarily, its eyes revealing compassion and uncertainty. It opened its mouth, directing its gaze towards the human before it. Hu Yang immediately straightened his posture, tension coursing through his body. A voice, indistinguishable by gender, suddenly echoed in his mind. "Do you wish to take it away?" Hu Yang was momentarily taken aback, then realized it was Shinedo speaking. In the anime, Xiao Yao's Pokédex described Ralu Laysai as follows. Ralu Laysai, the emotion Pokémon, the pre-evolution of Cerulean, possesses the ability to sense human emotions through the horn atop its head. It rarely appears before humans, but will approach when it perceives positive feelings. Its final evolutionary form, Shinedo, is capable of creating small black holes with bare hands and can also undergo evolution. Such a Pokémon, endowed with immense potential and willing to sacrifice itself for its trainer, is a coveted treasure. Thus, Hu Yang candidly replied, "Yes, I do." Shinedo scrutinized him for a moment before stating, "You lack the ability to protect it." This was an undeniable truth, and Hu Yang found himself unable to refute it. He felt that if their roles were reversed, he too would hesitate to entrust the obedient and innocent daughter to another. He refrained from responding to that remark, and Shinedo turned its attention back to Ralu Laysai, directly asking before Hu Yang, "Do you truly wish to leave with this human?" Ralu Laysai hesitated, sensing Shinedo's emotions, reluctance, sorrow, and profound concern. With a sigh, Shinedo softly uttered, "Then go and do what you wish." Having said that, it turned and departed alone. Ralu Laysai released the grip on Hu Yang's clothing, standing there in a state of bewilderment. Hu Yang felt akin to a villain, though he had done nothing wrong. He sighed helplessly and crouched down to Ralu Laysai, saying, "Your father is worried about you, which is why he is reluctant to let you go." Upon reflection, Shinedo must have understood that if Ralu Laysai left, the chances of them meeting again would be exceedingly slim. In contrast to the paternal affection of the valiant eagle towards its fledgling, Shinedo's love for Ralu Laysai was of a distinctly different nature. It had safeguarded Lalu Laysai meticulously, unwilling to witness even the slightest harm befall it, desiring to keep it by its side for eternity. In that moment, Lalu Laysai was engulfed in sadness. Hu Yang reassured, "Go after it. Spend more time with your father. As for me, I shall remain here. Feel free to visit whenever you wish." Lalu Laysai pondered for a moment before dashing in the direction where Shinado had vanished. After running a few steps, it glanced back at Hu Yang, who stood still, then used teleportation, disappearing from sight. Hu Yang rubbed his nose and, with Gu Yuniao in his arms, left the riverbank. "Ga." Gu Yuniao chirped vacantly. Hu Yang felt an urge to weep. If only Gu Yuniao could comprehend commands, he would not be in such a dismal state, fretting over the initial Pokémon, perhaps sensing his unspoken thoughts that very night. Gu Yuniao returned with an easily capturable Pokémon in its beak. Species, Shy Bud. Type, Grass. Poison ability, Leaf Guard. Base stats, 280, HP, 40, attack, 30, defense, 35, special attack, 50, special defense, 70, speed, 55, currently known moves, Absorb, Stun Spore. Seed Bomb. Current emotion, anxious physical condition, tense, it is very frightened. Friendship level, 0, none are acquainted with each other. Gazing at the curled green creature on the table, Hu Yang could not resist prodding it with his finger. Shy Bud, the Bud Pokémon, evolves into the frequently encountered poison rose in the game, and its final evolution boasts a staggering special attack of 125 as Rose Rate. Shy Bud trembled in fear, staring at the menacing bird before it. Hu Yang longed to inquire what Gu Yuniao had done to it, to soothe and capture this Shy Bud, coaxing it to willingly become his companion. Hu Yang endeavored to display a warm smile, gently lifting Shy Bud. Before its evolution, Shy Bud was a diminutive creature, standing merely about 20 centimeters tall, appearing quite delicate and petite. It possesses 2 small yellow-green legs, its body connected to a yet-to-bloom bud atop its head, and its eyes appear to be squinting, resembling a baby wrapped in a drool bibga. The ancient moonbird stared blankly at this scene. Wait, Hu Yang suddenly realized something. This Shy Bud wouldn't be someone else's Pokémon like that Pikachu, would it? Before confirming that the Shy Bud lacked a trainer, he fetched a ceramic flower pot, filled it with clean soil and grass, and planted the Shy Bud within. He had learned from an ecological book borrowed from the library that an unevolved Shy Bud, still quite tender, required essential nutrients from the earth to grow. Furthermore, it needed warm sunlight and clean water. As Hu Yang watered the Shy Bud, he attempted to communicate. "Little one, can you understand what I am saying?" Gradually, the Shy Bud relaxed under the gentle watering, and the bud atop its head subtly swayed, indicating that it seemed quite comfortable now. Then, Hu Yang noticed its affinity level rise from 0 to 5. Is it possible to do this? Hu Yang raised an eyebrow. The Shy Bud finally confirmed that the human before it would not cause harm and emitted a rather adorable sound in response. It must be said that Hu Yang was genuinely charmed. However, he could not comprehend what the Shy Bud was saying and could only ask Li Jia if there were any reports of a lost Shy Bud at the school. By the time Li Jia replied, it was already the following morning. She sat on the sofa, sipping the hot tea Hu Yang had prepared, gazing at the Shy Bud nestled in the flower pot on the windowsill basking in sunlight, and smiled, saying, "Your place has changed a lot since my last visit. It feels much more vibrant." "Really?" Hu Yang glanced around. He had merely rearranged the furniture. "Well, it looks tidy," Li Jia said with a smile. "I've inquired about the matter you asked me to look into. No one at our school has reported a lost Pokémon. Do you wish to capture that Shy Bud?" This meant that the Shy Bud had no trainer? Excitement sparkled in Hu Yang's eyes. "Yes, I also want to become a trainer." Chapter 15, Capturing. The Shy Bud's affinity rose from 0 to 5. Yet this was still far from the level required for capture. According to Hu Yang's understanding, the Shy Bud is a Pokémon that is easily shy and possesses a gentle temperament, typically residing near clear waters such as ponds. Unlike the Beedrill, known for its strong territorial instincts, the Shy Bud does not have a significant sense of territory, thus exhibiting a very agreeable attitude towards other Pokémon and humans, provided that no aggression is shown. That affinity score of 5 merely reflects its basic fondness for friendly humans. After a night of diligent labor, which included watering, feeding, and basking in the sun, the personal fondness of the Budu towards Hu Yang experienced a notable transformation, ascending from 5 to 15. Upon inspecting its information, both its emotional state and physical condition reflected corresponding changes. Species, Budu. Type, Grass. Poison ability, Leaf Guard. Base stats, 280, HP, 40, attack, 30, defense, 35, special attack, 50, special defense, 70, speed, 55, Known moves: Absorb, Stun Spore, Seed Bomb. Current emotion: happy. Physical condition: relaxed. Friendship level: 15. It feels comfortable in your company. Little one. Do you wish to remain like this forever? Huyang inquired, presenting a Pokeball and crouching before the Budew in an attempt to entice it. Pokémon are remarkably intelligent beings, and in this world, the methods of capturing them are diverse. The first method entails defeating wild Pokémon through sheer strength, rendering them incapable of battle before employing a Pokeball to capture them, a decidedly coercive approach. Previously, having watched an anime, Huyang retained the impression that Pokeballs possessed a brainwashing ability, as unfamiliar Pokémon would, in one moment, be at odds with their trainers, and in the next, cozily adhere to them. This notion was further reinforced by a certain character from the new series who could capture Pokémon with a single throw. The second method involves the trainer proposing capture, prompting a response from the wild Pokémon. In such cases, the trainer must demonstrate their prowess. Upon defeating the Pokémon, it would acknowledge and follow them. The third scenario occurs when wild Pokémon, in their quest for strength, willingly choose to accompany appropriate trainers. Lastly, the fourth method represents the most amicable and harmonious approach to capturing, a process of mutual affection. For instance, when Ash first received Pikachu, he protected the disobedient creature in the forest, touching Pikachu's heart, leading to an unwavering companionship. This method is characterized by reciprocity. Meaning, upon hearing Huyang's words, the Budew displayed a perplexed expression, gazing curiously at the red and white sphere before it. What I mean is, allow me to become your trainer, and we shall live together from now on, Huyang clarified. At this moment, the Budew comprehended, turning its gaze towards the forest outside the window, reflecting on its experiences from the previous day until now. Nini, the Budew hesitated. As the alluring voice of the human continued to resonate in its ears, I can help you grow stronger and evolve into a Rosalia. The Budew paused, its uncertainty diminishing slightly. Every day, you shall bask in the sun at ease and have access to clean water. The prospect was indeed a dilemma for the Budew, which was beginning to feel drawn in. Moreover, I will prepare an abundance of delicious food for you, many delightful treats you've never tasted before. In that moment, the scales of the Budew's heart tipped decisively, its small eyes sparkling with excitement. Nini? Although Huyang could not communicate with it, he miraculously grasped the essence of the shy bud in that moment. With a smile, he remarked, indeed, it is far more delectable than what we had last night. Last evening, he had not let the shy bud go, instead bringing an extra portion of free fairy food from the cafeteria. This delicacy, crafted from honey, flour, and fruit from trees, while lacking the nutritional value of specialized energy cubes, surpassed the taste of wild, natural fruits, being truly delightful. Nini, the shy bud responded swiftly. Well then, I shall bring you in. Huyang pressed the button on the red and white ball, and in an instant, it returned to its original size. A beam of red light emanated from it, enveloping the shy bud's form and drawing it into the Pokeball. The ball in his palm stirred slightly, as if the creature within were acclimatizing to its new surroundings, but soon settled into stillness, signifying a successful capture. Huyang chuckled, somewhat surprised that this little creature turned out to be a foodie. However, his words were not deceitful. He truly intended to fulfill them. Satisfying the needs of Pokemon was an integral part of their training. Providing them with delicious food not only nourished their growth, but also elevated their spirits. Gazing at the Pokeball containing the shy bud, a fresh surge of information suddenly materialized in Huyang's mind. Name: Shy Bud. Type: Grass. Poison. Initial trainer: Huyang. Held item: None notes. Shy personality. Date of encounter: September 15th, 2008. Location: Orange Blossom Forest. Likes cleanliness. Medals acquired: None. Huyang paused for a moment. Wasn't this the interface one could only see after capturing a Pokemon in a game? The initial details were unremarkable, yet it was the notes on personality that piqued his interest. In games, Pokemon with different temperaments exhibit varying abilities, but in the anime, there is little information pertaining to this aspect. Moreover, in reality, a Pokemon's character cannot simply be distilled into a single word. It is noteworthy that a Pokemon's personality can change upon evolution. Perhaps this description of shyness merely characterizes the shy bud and does not affect its special attack or other capabilities. As for the medals section in the game, it chronicles a Pokemon's journey. If a trainer achieves victory in league competitions or beauty contests with this Pokemon, the corresponding ribbons would be displayed there. While these features seem trivial, they nonetheless assist trainers in better understanding their Pokemon. Huyang dismissed the information panel, fearing that throwing the Pokeball might cause it to break and waste 200 coins. Instead, he gently pressed the white button on the ball. A beam of white light shot forth, coalescing on his desk into the figure of the shy bud. Nini, He appeared to be quite content with his new home. Huyang was also delighted, for he had finally acquired a truly authentic initial sprite. The ancient moonbird seemed to be swept up in the joyful atmosphere, standing nearby and emitting silly cawing sounds. Chapter 16. A profession that consumes wealth. Huyang gazed at the information regarding the shy bud and began to devise a corresponding training regimen for it. The shy bud, with a base stat of 280, already knew the moves Sleep Powder, Absorb, and Seed Bomb. Reflecting on the knowledge stored in his mind, Huyang mused, "This is acceptable. It is at least far superior to a Magikarp." Speaking of base stats, in this world, different species of sprites possess varying base values. However, whether in games or reality, the disparity in base stats does not directly influence the outcome of battles. Base stats determine a sprite's upper limit of vitality and the differences among species. The true determinants of combat effectiveness lie in the trainer's cultivation and command skills. This principle is evidenced by numerous examples, both in games and in the world he currently inhabits. Generally speaking, a sprite's base stats remain unchanged. However, there are exceptions, such as evolution. Upon evolving, a sprite's base stats may alter as they transcend their previous limits, transforming into a higher life form. It is worth noting that this state is not permanent. Additionally, some sprites' base stats may fluctuate due to specific circumstances. Huyang recalled the colossal Dragonite from the anime that resided near the Jinghui Lighthouse, as well as the ancient Jengar, ancient Ho-Oh, and ancient Jigglypuff that had once appeared in the Kanto region. Could their situations be attributed to transcending their original base stat limitations? Yet, those three ancient sprites were far beyond his reach at present. After briefly reminiscing about the narratives surrounding those three ancient sprites, Huyang redirected his thoughts back to himself. In terms of initial circumstances, he found his situation to be rather standard for an ordinary trainer. However, for him, it could be deemed a flawless beginning. Moreover, even if he were to be granted a pseudo-legendary Garchomp now, he would not possess the means to nurture it. The resources required to raise a Garchomp far exceed those needed for a shy bud. While the shy bud could survive in nature without supplemental nutrition, a Garchomp must consume stones to grow. To evolve into a Salamence and achieve its optimal state, ordinary stones would be insufficient. It would require rocks imbued with rare minerals to thrive healthily. While it is true that the shy bud can grow through photosynthesis and water, Huyang had no intention of allowing it to do so. If he were to undertake this endeavor, he would strive to achieve excellence. He was determined to provide the shy bud with the finest resources to cultivate it into the most exceptional shy bud possible. The grass-type sprite relishes a particular diet. While Huyang sits diligently at his desk by the window, engrossed in perusing the nutrition-related tomes he borrowed from the library. Meanwhile, the bashful bud languidly basks in the sunlight streaming onto the windowsill, its floral bud gently swaying in the warm rays. The day's weather is exceptionally pleasant. Even the ancient moonbird refrains from causing a ruckus to venture outdoors, preferring instead to remain in the sunlit area, lost in thought, much like the bashful bud. The room is enveloped in a serene, timeless atmosphere. Eureka! Huyang flips the book to its center, his gaze fixed upon the highlighted information on the page. The nutritional recipes required for the growth of grass-type sprites. Note: the ingredients listed are as follows. For common quality, approximately within 200 alliance coins recipe, 2 pine cones and 3 large root tubers, or 1 small mushroom and 4 pine cones. For medium quality, approximately between 200 to 500 alliance coins recipe, 3 pine cones, 2 large root tubers, and 1 aromatic mushroom. For high quality, approximately around 1,000 alliance coins recipe, 1 shining fruit, 2 large root tubers, and 1 aromatic mushroom. For perfect quality, usually over 2,000 alliance coins recipe, 3 thornberries, 3 large root tubers, 1 bubble rock, and 1 shining fruit. Upon glancing at the prices, Huyang felt utterly disheartened. However, when he noticed that the general quality food required by Kira amounted to 3,000 alliance coins, he realized just how economical grass-type sprites could be. Indeed, being a trainer is an expensive endeavor. How could an ordinary trainer afford such nourishment for their sprites? The disparity between common trainers and noble ones became glaringly apparent. In that moment, Huyang shed tears of regret, lamenting why he had not included a currency modification feature in the emulator. Fortunately, the aforementioned nutritional recipes pertain to the monthly dietary needs of a single sprite. Rare ingredients like shining fruits are rich in energy, often necessitating a month for a sprite to fully digest their nutrients. Unless one possesses an inexhaustible wealth, daily consumption is ill-advised, as excess energy would go to waste. This implies that one only needs to purchase these items once a month. Yet it remains costly. The minimum monthly expenditure for a single sprite is 2,000 coins. For 6 sprites, that amounts to 12,000, an unfathomable sum for Huyang. Gazing at his freshly received salary, he realized he must once again embrace a frugal lifestyle. Observing the carefree demeanor of the bashful bud on the balcony, Huyang silently prayed, "Oh, dear one, you must strive hard to justify my investment." Resolute in his decision, he allocated 3,000 coins as the growth fund for the bashful bud, reserving 1,000 for his daily expenses, while the remainder was set aside for future needs. Seizing the opportunity of a day free from classes, Huyang set out on an expedition with Gu Yuniao and Han Xiaobao. Arriving at the bustling heart of Changhua City's department store, this emporium offered a veritable cornucopia of goods, ranging from evolution stones utilized by Pokémon to the most mundane items like clothing and toilet seats. It was a realm where the only limits were one's imagination. With ample time at his disposal, and this being his inaugural visit to the department store, Huyang opted for the escalator instead of the elevator, leisurely ascending floor by floor. Perhaps due to the abundance of trainers venturing into the world beyond, the store's best-selling item was surprisingly the portable tent. Huyang, feeling the material of the tent, noted its lightweight and compact nature. No wonder one often saw trainers in anime casually pulling tents from their bags in the wild. He had previously thought those bags were akin to Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket. As he ventured to the 6th floor, the ordinary items he sought vanished without a trace, giving way to goods specifically tailored for trainers. Here, he encountered the most fundamental of items, standard Pokeballs, spray-type healing potions, and an array of bizarre Pokémon-related tools. Among them were the compulsory exercise devices developed by the Duan Company, soothing bells designed to calm Pokémon, special sprays effective in repelling wild Pokémon, and electric orbs that could amplify electric-type moves. However, these items bore a hefty price tag, and since Huyang had no immediate need for them, he continued his exploration upward. Chapter 17. The mysterious orb. Ascending further, he arrived at the section dedicated to evolution stones. Unlike the mass-produced tools for trainers, these rare stones commanded a premium price, with a standard quality firestone fetching a staggering 3,000 credits. After perusing the aisles, Huyang successfully procured the items he required: citrus berries, bubble rocks, root stems, and glimmering fruits. Just as he was about to descend, he noticed a throng of people in a nearby area. "What is that?" he inquired. A nearby staff member explained, "That is our marketplace for free trade, where trainers can sell or exchange items they've collected during their journeys." With no pressing engagements back at school, Huyang decided to wander over, bag in hand. From a distance, he heard a boisterous call, "Magikarp! Magikarp! A Magikarp of great potential, now only 100 Alliance coins instead of 998. Take it home today?" Huyang was taken aback. Why is there a vendor selling Magikarp here? Dozens of lethargic Magikarp swam in a tank filled with water, and at first glance, they appeared utterly unimpressive. "Young man, care for one?" The vendor, noticing Huyang's approach, grinned widely and proclaimed, "These have been meticulously selected. Once you take one home, it requires no nurturing and will swiftly evolve into a formidable Gyarados." Huyang scoffed inwardly. Does he think I am an unsuspecting child? Huyang was utterly speechless. If he wished to capture a Kingler, there was no need to spend money. His foolish bird could effortlessly bring him several at no cost, without a single coin spent. The elderly gentleman selling the Kingler observed Huyang's lack of interest in purchasing with palpable disappointment. Skirting past the Kingler vendor, Huyang continued to survey the stalls of others. The marketplace was a tapestry of all ages, featuring novice trainers embarking on their journeys, teenagers of 15 or 16, and older gentlemen. The array of wares was astonishingly diverse. As he strolled, Huyang encountered an assortment of rare berries, evolution stones unearthed from the wild, large pearls, and various items shed by Pokémon. Among them was the Fury Scale of a Gyarados, rumored to hasten the evolution of a Kingler into a Gyarados when held. In addition to these, several stalls displayed what appeared to be antiquated pottery. As he meandered, Huyang utilized his identification tool to glean information about the items on display. He paused before a stall cluttered with a hodgepodge of objects, fixating on a gem as large as an adult's fist. The orb glimmered in a dark purple hue, radiating an extraordinary light under the bright incandescent bulbs of the marketplace. "Excuse me, sir, what is this?" Huyang inquired. The stall owner, clad in a drab jacket with a scruffy beard adorning his lips, bore a weathered visage reminiscent of a laborer from a construction site. "Who are you calling, sir?" The stall owner's face contorted with displeasure upon hearing the term. He was only 18. "Oh." Huyang blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback by the man's rugged appearance. He had intended to address him as brother, but upon reflection, It seemed inappropriate for a 10-year-old to refer to someone in their 30s as such. Never mind, the young man sighed. I found that treasure at a relic site. Would you care to purchase it? A sincere price of 2,000 alliance coins. That is quite steep. Huyang frowned. Are you trying to deceive a child just because of your age? The vendor hesitated, then replied, I am merely 18. My aged appearance is due to my frequent ventures into the wilderness. As you can see, I am a professional adventurer, tasked with uncovering ancient relics hidden in the wild. As he spoke, he retrieved a credential from his pocket. Huyang glanced at it. Okay, but your price is far too high. I shall pass. Wait. Seeing Huyang turn to leave, the vendor quickly interjected, extending a hand. A sincere price of 1,100 alliance coins. Are you in such a hurry to sell? Huyang queried, surprised. The vendor's expression momentarily stiffened before he smiled. Of course not. I simply noticed your interest in this. Huyang narrowed his eyes, stating, 200 alliance coins. Too little. The vendor shook his head, at least 500. Then I shall not buy it. Huyang turned and walked away, his desires stemming from the identification that read, Cursed Gem, an ancient jewel concealing a mysterious power. It possesses a formidable allure for ghostly spirits. If a ghostly spirit were to be in its constant presence, there exists a considerable probability of mastering powerful techniques. This was an item not found within the game, and although he currently lacked a ghost-type spirit, he could not dismiss the possibility of acquiring one in the future. At that time, this gem would undoubtedly prove invaluable. The stall owner appeared oblivious to the true nature of the item. So Huyang resolved to purchase it if the price remained under 1,000. After all, such treasures were rare and hard to come by. Yet, the vendor's anxious demeanor suggested he was concealing something, prompting Huyang to suspect the price had been deliberately lowered to deceive him. Sure enough, he had barely taken a few steps when the stall owner exclaimed, All right, 200 it is. Just take it. Huyang was taken aback, examining the gem in his hand, questioning, This isn't some glass imitation, is it? The vendor was momentarily taken aback, casting a wary glance at the jewel before forcing a smile. Of course not. I simply thought you were handsome. Huyang replied, Flattery will not earn you extra money. Haha, let us just consider ourselves friends. The stall owner laughed. Huyang smirked, paid the 200, and turned to leave. Once he had departed, the vendor displayed an expression of relief, quickly packing up and preparing to flee for the night. Meanwhile, Huyang returned to school, placing the gem on his desk. Following the steps outlined in a book, he began preparing a nutritious meal for his mimicry bud. Having lived alone in his previous life, he had honed his culinary skills. The delighted expression on the mimicry bud's face indicated its satisfaction with the meal. Tomorrow, he could commence its cultivation. Huyang meticulously documented the cultivation plan on paper. The nutrients consumed must undergo proper training and exercise for optimal absorption, ensuring the mimicry bud's health would improve. With the cultivation schedule established, the clock struck 9 in the evening. With classes awaiting him the following day, Huyang washed up briefly before resting in bed. As he drifted into a deep slumber, a dark purple mist began to rise from the gem, coalescing into a rotund, deep purple figure. With its emergence, the temperature in the room plummeted several degrees. The sleeping mimicry bud could not help but shiver, curling its small form closer to Huyang. In contrast, the ancient moonbird remained largely unfazed, sprawled across the bed, snoring as usual. Chapter 18. A Haunting. Huyang experienced a terrifying nightmare wherein he found himself ensnared in a dark, damp place, pursued by a horde of decaying headless corpses and a ghostly woman with long, flowing hair reminiscent of Sadako. He did not sleep well throughout the night. Upon awakening in the morning, he felt dizzy and was drenched in a cold sweat. It struck him as peculiar that the temperature seemed to have dropped significantly as soon as he left his warm bed. Glancing out the window, he recalled that he had just traversed into this world during autumn, and now, a month had passed. A careful calculation revealed that winter was imminent. Such a sudden drop in temperature was not unusual for this season, and Huyang did not dwell on it. He dressed promptly and, accompanied by 2 sprites, made his way to the dining hall. As he passed the playground, he noticed Nishida-kun conducting a class with his students. Unlike Huyang, Nishida-kun was a teacher of elemental attributes, often alternating between lecturing in the classroom and providing practical demonstrations on the playground. Nishida-kun stated, The notion that attribute advantage guarantees victory in battles is not absolute. With a trainer's guidance and nurturing, it is indeed possible to overcome opponents even when one is at a disadvantage. As he spoke, his gaze drifted to Huyang, who was passing by. Teacher Xiaoyang, could you come over for a moment? Uncertain of Nishida's intentions but compliant, Huyang approached, exclaiming in exasperation, Did we not agree that you wouldn't call me by that name? In the Pokémon world, It was customary for individuals to address one another with a diminutive suffix, such as Xiaoji, Xiaogang, or Xiaoxia. After becoming acquainted, the school faculty had affectionately adopted the moniker Xiaoyang for him. Nishida-kun chuckled. It feels friendlier this way. Huyang inquired, what is it that you need? Nishida-kun nodded. I am currently explaining attribute advantages in battles. I heard from Rika that you just captured a grass-type sprite. Would you be willing to engage in a battle with me? He produced a red and white Pokeball, and with a flash of white light, a Krabby materialized beside him. Huyang, maintaining a stoic expression, reminded him, you have been a trainer for 7 or 8 years. I am still a novice. Isn't this a bit unfair? Nishida-kun scratched his head sheepishly. Ah, I almost forgot. But fret not. This Krabby is one I just captured and has not yet fought in many battles. Intrigued, Huyang saw this as an opportunity to test the power of his newly acquired Mewtwo's moves. The two took their positions at opposite ends of the practice area, while the students eagerly surrounded the arena. Xiao Yao, with an eager expression, shouted, Go, teacher Xiaoyang. Led by her enthusiasm, the other students joined in, cheering for Huyang. Witnessing this, Nishida-kun's expression darkened, and he lamented, why is no one cheering for me? Teacher, you have years of battle experience. While teacher Xiaoyang has just recently become a trainer, this is not fair, Xiao Yao pointed out. Nishida-kun found himself at a loss for rebuttal. Huyang nearly burst into laughter, suppressing his mirth as he asked, shall we begin? Ready. The blushing bud wore a determined expression, its little face radiating vitality from the sumptuous feast of the previous day. The rules of the battle stipulated a score of 11, with each combatant limited to a single Pokémon, and the contest would only conclude when one side's Pokémon could no longer continue fighting. Xiao Yao confidently assumed the role of referee. As the battle commenced, Nishida decisively opted for an aggressive strategy, loudly commanding, Lobster Soldier, use Bubble. In response, the Lobster Soldier raised its formidable pincers, unleashing a swarm of transparent bubbles that soared into the air. Blushing Bud, evade to the left. Despite this being the first formal Pokémon battle for Huyang, he felt a surge of unprecedented excitement rather than anxiety, calmly issuing his commands. The bubble attack was a simplified version of Bubble Beam, lacking both the density and velocity of its more potent counterpart. Blushing Bud had ample time to evade the incoming bubbles with its swift movements. Nishida discerned Huyang's intentions and pressed the attack. Lobster Soldier, charge forward and use Clamp. Forward with Stun Spore. Huyang countered. The Lobster Soldier dashed toward its target. But Blushing Bud released a powerful sound as a cloud of pale yellow powder enveloped the Lobster Soldier, ensnaring it within. The Lobster Soldier froze, unable to move. Seed Bomb. Huyang swiftly pursued, and a large green seed coalesced atop Blushing Bud's flower bud, propelled directly toward the paralyzed Lobster Soldier. Unsurprisingly, it struck true. True to the name of the move, an explosion ensued upon impact. Critical hit. The Lobster Soldier cried out in pain, perhaps unable to recover from its paralysis due to insufficient resistance. Nishida felt a wave of breathlessness wash over him at this sight. Huyang seized the moment to continue the assault, another Seed Bomb. As expected, the double effectiveness of Seed Bomb against Water type ensured that the Lobster Soldier was rendered incapable of further combat. Blushing Bud joyfully leaped into Huyang's embrace. It had triumphed over its foe. Until now, it had always been the one to suffer defeat in the wild, and this marked its very first victory alongside Huyang. The elation of success was indeed a source of joy. Well done. Let us keep up the good work together. Huyang praised enthusiastically. Teacher, isn't it impossible to win a battle based on type advantages? A student inquired. Nishida recalled the Lobster Soldier, acknowledging its efforts with a sheepish smile. Your little teacher is indeed formidable. However, as I mentioned earlier, there is still a possibility of victory even in mismatched type battles. Huyang concurred. Your teacher is correct. Type advantages are not absolute. You will undoubtedly encounter such battles on your future journeys. However, as long as you possess sufficient understanding and trust in your companions, carefully observing the movements of your adversaries and making accurate predictions, there remains a chance for victory. Huyang has just discerned the distinction between the Bubble and Bubble Beam of the Lobster Minion. Had the Lobster Minion indeed employed Bubble Beam, the shy Bud would have been unable to evade it. Once struck, Nishida would undoubtedly initiate immediate pursuit, allowing the Lobster Minion to close in, potentially altering the outcome. Is that so? Xiao Yao murmured thoughtfully, and after a moment, her eyes sparkled with admiration. We shall remember this. Nishida gently nudged Huyang with his arm and whispered, I can't help but feel you are more suited than I to be their battle class instructor. Perhaps I should suggest this to the principal later? Huyang replied, I believe I am more fitting as an ecology instructor. Fewer classes mean ample personal time. Very well, Nishida conceded. Huyang remarked, I must take my leave. I have another class shortly, so I leave this in your capable hands. With that, he hurried off, intending to lead the shy bud in morning exercises. After a day of classes, Huyang returned to the dormitory with the ancient moon bird and shy bud. Upon entering, he couldn't suppress a shiver and remarked to shy bud, Do you not feel that our home is significantly colder than outside? Before leaving in the morning, he had not noticed, but now, in comparison, something felt amiss. Shy bud furrowed her brow and nodded. What is going on? Huyang stood in the living room, surveying his surroundings. Was there anything different in the house? If there were a single distinction, it would be the presence of an additional item. As he pondered, his gaze locked onto the dark purple orb resting on his desk. Approaching, he grasped it in his hand. Upon contact, he immediately sensed a distinct chill. It appeared the issue indeed lay with this object. This orb was known as the Cursed Orb, and he couldn't help but recall the nightmare he had experienced the previous night, along with the peculiar adventurer. Was this related to that as well? Huyang squinted. If there were an issue, that adventurer had surely fled by now, making it impossible to locate him. To ascertain whether this orb was the source of his nightmares, he took it outside before bedtime, found an isolated spot, and buried it in a hole. He had anticipated a peaceful night's rest, yet upon awakening the next day, he found that very orb, brimming with peculiarity, once more on his desk. It was indeed a curse, reflecting on the restless night filled with nightmares. Huyang finally comprehended why this object bore such a name. Goodness, it's haunted. Chapter 19. The grievous spirit. Huyang was uncertain if ghosts existed in the Pokémon world, but he was well aware that Pokémon with ghostly attributes indeed inhabited this realm. These Pokémon typically appeared and vanished without a trace, residing in the shadows of cities and in various abandoned mansions and villas. Due to the temperature drop surrounding their presence, coupled with the unsettling ability to transform into the visage of the deceased, their emergence often incites a profound terror among humans. Furthermore, within the realms of anime and gaming, there exists the concept of the spirit world, said to be the realm of the departed and the habitat of ghostly Pokémon. The guardian of this ethereal domain, known as the night spirit, traverses between the living and the afterlife, guiding wandering souls into its embrace. Might the source of the nightmares plaguing him these past few days be a Pokémon? While he remained in slumber, the ancient bird had ventured out, leaving only Huyang and the shy bud in the room. They gazed solemnly at the reappearing gemstone. Could this spirit, capable of inducing nightmares and possessing chilling powers, possibly be the nightmare deity Darkrai? Or perhaps it is the Will-O-the-Wisp, known for siphoning human life energy? If it were the latter, would he truly awaken from slumber again? This is reality. The Will-O-the-Wisp may not be as innocuous as depicted in the anime, Huyang pondered calmly. With this thought, he swiftly rolled out of bed. With only one class scheduled for the day, he set off to the library after breakfast to consult relevant texts. The books revealed that most ghost-type Pokémon are treacherous and cunning, with some malevolent enough to attack humans, leading to injuries and even fatalities. After leaving the library, Huyang borrowed a camera from Li Jia, who enjoyed photographing wild Pokémon, and placed it on his bedside. Due to the gemstone's influence, both Huyang and the shy bud felt an unsettling anxiety. They strolled outside until nightfall, and before retiring for the night, they cast the gemstone into the river behind the school. After bathing, Huyang fell into a deep slumber. The night remained restless, and the following morning, the gemstone reappeared as he had anticipated. Huyang was not particularly surprised. He took the camera to the living room and nervously began reviewing the footage from the previous night with the shy bud. Jie? The ancient bird stared blankly at the scene, then leaned in curiously alongside the two. As the recording commenced, a faint crackling of electricity echoed, and the camera trembled momentarily before stabilizing, the image becoming clearer. It displayed Huyang adjusting the camera. In his quest to uncover the instigator, he accelerated the playback. Outside the window, the full moon ascended to its zenith, casting a pale, silvery light that streamed through the window and illuminated the desk. The soft glow delineated a distinct twilight boundary upon the bedside and wooden floor. 1 hour passed, then 2, then 3. Suddenly, a round, shadowy figure appeared on the screen. Jie? Inquired the ancient bird. And I? Exclaimed the shy bud. The gentle moonlight cast its glow upon the shadow, allowing Huyang to discern its visage. It was a creature of circular form, cloaked in a deep violet hue, adorned with spiky protrusions upon its back, and its blood-red eyes brimmed with an unsettling eeriness. Perhaps sensing the presence of an additional entity in the room, it turned, casting its gaze towards the lens. An even more horrifying scene unfolded. The corners of the creature's mouth curled upward, revealing a sinister and terrifying smile. And I? The bashful bud dared not look any longer, hastily shutting her eyes tight. Jie? The expression on the ancient moonbird's face remained one of foolish bewilderment. Huyang. Very well. He comprehended who was responsible for his nightmares. The final evolution of Gung-Gui, characterized by a cunning and treacherous disposition, relished in mischief and tormenting others. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt a chilling breath sweep across his neck. Huyang's body froze, and upon turning his head, he was met with a pallid visage. More alarmingly, that face was none other than his own. Though he had already deduced that Gung-Gui was the culprit, he was still taken aback by this sudden revelation. Collapsing onto the floor, his heart racing furiously, Gung-Gui emitted a triumphant laugh. After the initial shock wore off, Huyang's expression became blank. Gung-Gui, upon observing that he did not react in the same manner as previous victims, paused momentarily before unexpectedly uttering a human voice. You are not afraid of me? Can you speak? Huyang was somewhat astonished. No, that could not be right. It must be telepathy. With a resounding pop, Gung-Gui reverted to its original form, its rotund body levitating in the air. For a moment, Huyang found himself at a loss for words. In his memory, Gung-Gui had been a figure of terror. Yet he was surprised to find that the Gung-Gui in reality was far from frightening. Its plump physique instead exuded a hint of endearment and clumsiness. After some contemplation, he resolved to play along with this Gung-Gui. I am so afraid, please do not harm me. Gung-Gui finally displayed a satisfied expression. That is the right sentiment. However, as long as you assist me with 3 tasks, I shall not devour you, and will also divulge a location where treasure is concealed. Simultaneously, information about Gung-Gui materialized in Huyang's mind. Species, vengeful Gung-Gui, attribute, ghost, poison, ability, cursed body, base stats, 520, HP, 60, attack, 65, defense, 60, special attack, 150, special defense, 75, speed, 110, known moves, hypnosis, curse, nightshade, shadow ball, strange light, ambush, dream eater, dark pulse, misfortune, nightmare. Current emotion? Physical state, ectoplasmic, a special state following death with lingering attachments, distinct from ordinary ghost types, unable to interact with the physical realm or be interacted with. Friendship level, 5, it appreciates your treatment of Pokémon. Huyang suddenly realized something was amiss. This Gung-Gui's special attack stat was exceedingly high. The ordinary Gung-Gui typically possesses a mere 130, yet this particular one boasts an impressive 150. Huyang recalled his earlier speculation. Could it be that this Gung-Gui, akin to the colossal fast dragon at the Jinghui Lighthouse, the ancient relics Jigglypuff, and Xiaoji's Greninja, had transcended its own life tier due to some extraordinary circumstances? Noticing the human before him lost in thought, Gung-Gui wore a displeased expression, glaring and demanding. Are you even listening to me? Huyang responded. I am listening. Please continue. What are the 3 matters? He couldn't shake the feeling that this situation resembled Aladdin's lamp. As this thought crossed his mind, he glanced at the orb, only to discover that with Gung-Gui's departure, the information inscribed upon the orb had also changed. Sealed orb, a mystical artifact passed down from ancient times, capable of sealing spiritual entities. Chapter 20. The tale of Gung-Gui. Gung-Gui pondered seriously for a moment before stating, You are currently too weak. When you grow stronger, I shall share it with you. Huyang retorted. Doesn't that mean you've said nothing at all? Seeing his expression, Gung-Gui assumed he was worried about the treasure and reassured him, Do not fret. I have no intention of deceiving you humans. However, as he spoke, Gung-Gui's smile momentarily faded, revealing a flicker of resentment and coldness. Huyang was indifferent to the matter of treasure and replied, May I decline? This Gung-Gui's origins seemed extraordinary, yet opportunity often accompanies risk. He possessed a profound understanding of his own capabilities and wished not to entangle himself in this affair. Gung-Gui revealed a sinister smile. If you refuse, I shall consume you. Furthermore, do not think you can discard me. That orb has already bound itself to you the moment you accepted it from that individual. Huyang cautioned, I can give the orb to someone else. Gung-Gui coldly stated, I will devour you before that happens. Huyang was perplexed. Then why not kill that person instead of me? Gung-Gui replied, Because you are unfortunate. When the orb came into your possession, I had only just regained consciousness. Huyang considered this a reasonable answer and suggested, Then let us discuss what I can do for you. Gung-Gui's demeanor turned serious, exuding a formidable dark purple aura as it spoke. Huyang could sense the terrifying power emanating from it. Reflecting upon Gung-Gui's information in his mind, he said, However, before that, I believe we ought to get to know one another. Gung-Gui narrowed its eyes, remaining silent. Huyang inquired, You are sealed within that orb. May I ask why? A glint of cold light flashed in Gingue's eyes as it coldly uttered a few words. Because of a group of despicable fiends. It added, there is no need for you to know this. You merely need to focus on your own affairs. Hu Yang discerned its implication. You do not mean for me to seek revenge, do you? Or do you wish for me to free you from that orb? How would one do that? By shattering it. At the mention of this, Gingue's expression stiffened. Hu Yang keenly sensed something amiss. Generally speaking, to unleash a sealed creature, one merely needs to break the seal from the outside. This Gingue appeared to possess formidable strength, capable of vanquishing 1,000 current hummingbuds. Under such circumstances, it could easily exact its own revenge. Gingue offered no response, but evaded the inquiry with a rather surly demeanor. Hu Yang chose not to press further. As class time was drawing near, he stepped outside with Hummingbud and Guyu Bird, leaving Gingue alone at home. Upon returning from school in the afternoon, he found no trace of Gingue in the bedroom, yet the precious orb remained steadfast on the desk. Soon enough, Gingue returned from outside and presented Hu Yang with its first demand. If you can procure for me that food which bears a sweet and tangy aroma, cool to the touch, I shall reveal to you the location of the treasure. Hu Yang paused, observing Gingue's gesticulations, and ventured a guess. Ice cream? Gingue coughed slightly and affirmed, yes, that's the name. Hu Yang inquired, are you eager to eat it? Gingue appeared somewhat awkward, replying, not particularly. Hu Yang smirked slightly and set off with Hummingbud. Although winter was approaching, some ice cream vendors still lingered outside. He glanced at Gingue floating beside him and queried, can others not see you? Gingue proclaimed proudly, only those I wish to see me can. At the ice cream stand, Hu Yang purchased 3 cones, one for Hummingbud, one for Guyu Bird, and one for Gingue. Here, Hu Yang extended the cone. Gingue reached out excitedly, but as Hu Yang released it, the ice cream passed straight through Gingue's palm and fell to the ground with a thud. The pristine white dairy was instantly dusted with grime, trickling through the cracks of the stone pavement. Gingue stared blankly at its hands, a look of disappointment crossing its face. Hu Yang, taken aback, extended his hand toward Gingue, only for it to pass through its form seamlessly. A chilling thought arose in his mind, recalling Gingue's ethereal state as documented. I believe we ought to have a conversation, he stated. Upon returning home with Hummingbud, Gingue remained silent throughout the journey. Sitting on the sofa, Hu Yang asked, you are already deceased, are you not? The appearance of this Gingue suggested it was unaware of its own condition. Ghost-type spirits can indeed traverse certain objects, yet they are capable of touching them if they so desire. Had this Gingue possessed such knowledge, it likely would not have requested ice cream. What becomes of a ghost-type spirit after death? Does it transform into a specter among specters? Did the sealed orb contain Gingue's soul? If the orb were to shatter, would it signify the dissolution of Gingue's very essence? Thus, when Gingue uttered the word shatter, a reflexive expression of dismay crossed its countenance. Were its prior threats mere bluster? If these assertions hold truth, the circumstances of both parties would undergo an instantaneous reversal. A profound bewilderment adorned Gingue's visage. I know not. I only remember they entrapped me within this orb. My subconscious warns that should the orb shatter, I too shall vanish. Who are they? Humans. Did you harm them? No. They proclaimed that I would bring disease to humanity, branding me as a harbinger of misfortune. The ignorant ancients exterminated me, sealing my essence within this orb, buried deep within the earth. A potent malice allowed Gingue to survive through the orb's power, preventing its dissolution from this realm. At the cost of losing its corporeal form, it fused with the orb's essence, resulting in a metamorphosis of its spirit. However, this transformation bore both advantages and disadvantages. The surviving entity became one with the orb. In other words, it is now an orb endowed with self-awareness, eternally ensnared, unable to escape or even utilize its abilities. Furthermore, Gingue's resentment towards humanity birthed a curse, causing those who come into contact with this orb to endure nightmares throughout the night. After absorbing Gingue's tale, Hu Yang found himself in a state of profound complexity. The alliance was established merely 2 centuries prior. Before that, the world's governance predominantly existed in the forms of tribes and kingdoms. It was an era of ignorance intertwined with feudalism. Long before, humans referred to Pokémon as monstrous beasts, opposing them, hunting and waging war at every turn. Hu Yang had previously encountered this history in the library, and now, with Gingue's experiences merged into his consciousness, he could scarcely fathom the extent of such occurrences among Pokémon in that era, nor the countless lives lost by humans due to such circumstances. Chapter 21. If we were to swap roles, I can allow you to remain, but we must establish 3 rules, Huyang declared to Gengui. Upon realizing that Gengui's earlier remarks were merely intended to intimidate him, their roles had effectively reversed. Now, he was not beholden to Gengui's whims. Rather, Gengui was compelled to regard his demeanor. Gengui appeared somewhat apprehensive. What do you wish for me to do? Huyang replied. First, no pranks or tormenting others. Second, ensure that I do not suffer nightmares. Can you manage that? Given its current predicament, Gengui responded honestly. I can comply. Though it was a curse, Gengui was the principal entity and could exert control over it. Huyang nodded. Thirdly, if you can adhere to these 2 stipulations, I might be inclined to assist you in fulfilling your wish. Truly? Gengui seemed taken aback. Huyang inquired, what is it that you desire my assistance with? Gengui's excitement was palpable. Take me back to that relic. Did you not just emerge from there? Huyang paused, momentarily taken aback. Gengui felt somewhat perplexed. I am uncertain, yet I can sense something drawing me in. If you guide me there, I can reveal the location of the treasures hidden within that ancient ruin. Upon hearing this, Huyang raised an eyebrow. So, you are not deceiving me? Gengui had no intention of being dishonest from the moment it regained consciousness. It had already been acquired by Huyang. Before being sealed away, it had suffered at the hands of humans, leading to an instinctive reluctance to trust them. Thus, it devised a plan to coerce Huyang into leading it to the location. However, it had not anticipated that its ruse would be uncovered so swiftly. But your current strength is insufficient, Gengui remarked, glancing at the shy bud. That ruin poses great danger for you. Huyang nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Once Gengui had finished imparting its knowledge, he stood up to attend to the fish that Gyue bird had brought back. He heated a pot, poured in oil, and sauteed garlic, ginger, and scallions until fragrant, before carefully placing the prepared fish balls into the pan. Soon, a delectable aroma wafted through the room. Gyue bird had already taken its position nearby, eagerly awaiting its share, while the shy bud, being a grass-type spirit, had no appetite for meat and was thus not offered any. Although Gengui could not physically partake, it could certainly smell the enticing scent. As Huyang turned around, he caught sight of a purple figure floating in the air, which startled him. Gengui's eyes fixated on the fish balls in the bowl, nearly performing a spectacular dive akin to a waterfall cascading from the heavens. You cannot eat that, Huyang admonished. Hearing this, Gengui, who had not consumed anything in millennia, felt on the verge of tears. Observing its longing, Huyang pondered deeply. Currently, Gengui existed in a spectral state, unable to solidify. Essentially, it was a ghost. How could a ghost eat? Huyang recalled the vampire films he had watched in a past life, as well as the paper money and offerings burned during ancestral worship. Could it be? With this thought in mind, Huyang retrieved a piece of paper from a drawer and ignited it with a lighter. As the paper turned to ash and fell to the floor, he said to Gengui, give it a try. See if you can touch it. Gengui, though puzzled, extended its hand toward the ash, only to have it pass through the ground. Well, that settles it, Huyang remarked, turning to feed Gyue bird. Gengui, deeply disheartened, retreated into its jewel, disappearing from sight. That evening, Huyang indeed did not experience any nightmares. Gengui fulfilled its promise, and Huyang honored his own, commencing special training for the shy bud to assist Gengui in returning to the ruin and acquiring the ancient treasures for sale. After class, Huyang once more led it to the mountainside behind the school, where Gyue bird frolicked with the fish in the river while he and the shy bud practiced their techniques on the shore. Combat in the game could not fully translate to reality. Moves that were guaranteed to hit in the game could easily miss in real life. Hence, directing a battle in reality proved far more challenging than in the virtual realm. The fairy employed its moves with the precision akin to that of a marksman in training, facing an opponent that was not only mobile but also adept at evasion, akin to a moving target. In such circumstances, successfully landing certain moves on the adversary becomes exceedingly challenging. The trainers in this world are acutely aware of this reality, and through Huyang's observations, he noted that they often subject their Pokémon to specialized training. This includes not only moves training, but also speed and strength training, conducted through methods such as running and weightlifting. In Huyang's mind, the 3 move details known to the shy bud emerged: Absorb, Paralyzing Powder, and Seed Bomb. In this world, the concept of move TMs does not exist, and a Pokémon can only learn new moves through one of 3 methods. First, by the teachings of other Pokémon. Second, by gaining insights during growth or evolution. And third, through the trainer's judicious development. Given the current situation of the shy bud, Huyang resolved against overwhelming it with new moves. Instead, he preferred to elevate the proficiency of these 3 moves to their utmost potential. Paralyzing Powder is a control-type move. If the opponent lacks sufficient resistance, inhaling the powder will instantly render them paralyzed. Huyang pondered this in silence. He directed the shy bud to unleash its paralyzing powder with full force. With a resonant call from the shy bud, a vast cloud of pale yellow powder spread forth from the flower bud atop its head, covering the area directly in front of it and extending approximately 3 meters away. The move's drawback was apparent. Should an enemy remain outside this zone and employ ranged attacks from 3 meters away, the paralyzing powder would lose its efficacy. Huyang then instructed the shy bud to execute Seed Bomb. Similarly, a seed, as large as an adult's fist, was launched from the flower bud atop its head. The seed, brown in hue, emanated a faint green glow, appearing robust enough to shatter a skull upon impact. However, this description pertains only to the first part of the move's name, bomb. As the name implies, it is an explosive object, and the combination of the two terms results in the seed bomb. The true mechanism of attack lies not in the large seed striking the head, but rather in the explosion that follows upon impact. Notably, Seed Bomb does not function like a continuous move, such as Seed Machine Gun, which in the game's animation fires numerous small seeds at the opponent. In reality, Seed Bomb involves the Pokémon hurling a large seed from its body or an unusual location to strike the foe. Perhaps the design was influenced by technical limitations, or perhaps it was simply a matter of convenience. The flight speed of the Seed Bomb through the air is not particularly swift, rendering it similarly challenging to strike a fast-moving opponent. Thus, Huyang contemplated, how could one ensure that it would strike the enemy with absolute certainty? His gaze once again turned to the paralyzing powder, recognizing that both moves bore conspicuous flaws. However, what if we were to combine seed bombs with paralysis powder? In such a scenario, even if the seed bomb fails to hit its target, the resulting shockwave from its explosion would disperse the paralysis powder concealed within, causing any enemy who inhales it to immediately succumb to paralysis. Chapter 22, The Paralysis Bomb. The concept is rich in imagination, yet reality proves to be rather stark. At this juncture, the synergy between the trainer and the Pokémon is put to the test. If the Pokémon fails to comprehend the trainer's intentions, it becomes exceedingly difficult to elicit the appropriate response. Moreover, this endeavor demands a significant amount of energy from the Pokémon itself. Perhaps other combinations of techniques may pose challenges, but merging the fundamental moves of paralysis powder and seed bombs should be relatively more straightforward. If the current Mimosa cannot incorporate the paralysis powder internally, then it must be applied externally for the time being. Huyang articulated his thoughts. Yet Mimosa displayed a look of confusion. Huyang remarked, "All right, let me elaborate further." Thus, for the next 5 minutes, Huyang meticulously detailed the advantages and disadvantages of these two techniques, as well as the potential benefits of their integration, dissecting and analyzing every aspect for Mimosa to understand. After an initial moment of bewilderment, Mimosa, not wishing to disappoint Huyang, finally grasped his meaning. A brilliant light shone in Mimosa's eyes. In that instant, it felt as though it had unlocked a pathway within itself, as if someone had opened a window in its mind. Could it truly be possible to approach it this way? A previously unimagined path emerged before it. Excited, Mimosa could hardly contain its eagerness to try. Observing this, Huyang let out a quiet sigh of relief and suggested, "Shall we give it a shot?" Mimosa nodded vigorously. Huyang stepped aside as Mimosa confidently positioned itself in front of a large rock, its eyes brimming with determination. Huyang encouraged, "Attempt to merge." Mimosa began to gather energy. In its inaugural attempt, it was evident that it lacked experience, as it prepared to infuse the paralysis powder into the nascent seed bomb. An unfortunate miscalculation led to an explosion. The pale yellow powder swiftly dispersed in the wake of the shockwave, prompting Huyang to furrow his brow. He opened his mouth to speak, only to inadvertently inhale a small amount of paralysis powder. Instantly, he felt his body lose control, as if under a full-body anesthetic, with his muscles twitching involuntarily, causing him to collapse to the ground. Mimosa, standing nearby, wore an expression of shame. Just then, a river-dwelling ancient moon bird raised its head, alert, clutching a wildly thrashing kingler in its beak. Meanwhile, the ever-curious Jing host, who had been watching the entire episode unfold, pondered to itself, "Why does this human seem rather unreliable?" 5 minutes later, the paralysis state gradually subsided, leaving Mimosa feeling quite embarrassed. Huyang comforted, "It's all right, with a little more effort. You can achieve it. At the very least, the recent incident has demonstrated the feasibility of your concept." During the second attempt, the shy bud evidently learned from its first experience, successfully creating a seed imbued with paralyzing powder under its careful control. This newly crafted seed bomb was launched, resulting in an explosion upon striking the stone. In that fleeting moment of detonation, a significant quantity of paralyzing powder dispersed rapidly in all directions, covering an astonishing area of 8 meters. Fortunately, Huyang had prepared this time, standing at a safe distance, thereby avoiding any adverse effects. Yay! The shy bud exclaimed with excitement. Huyang stepped forward to praise it. You've done wonderfully. Your efforts are commendable. Huyang was pleasantly surprised by the remarkable talent displayed by his shy bud. Achieving success on the second attempt could earn such a feat a terrifying reputation in online novels. However, it was evident that the incantation time for this technique was nearly equal to that required for the seed bomb and paralyzing powder. Yet, any discerning observer could recognize that this was merely due to the shy bud's inexperience. With practice, this duration would undoubtedly shorten significantly. There remained substantial room for improvement. Throughout the afternoon, Huyang devoted his time to aiding the shy bud in practice. Although not every attempt resulted in a successful fusion, as the number of trials increased, the failures diminished markedly. The shy bud became increasingly adept at executing this combination technique. To enhance their combat coordination, after discussing with the shy bud, they collectively named this technique Paralyzing Bomb. When Huyang later examined the shy bud's information, the technique section had understandably been updated. Species, shy bud type, grass. Poison ability, leaf guard base stats, 280, HP, 40, attack, 30, defense, 35, special attack, 50, special defense, 70, speed, 55, learn techniques, absorb, paralyzing powder, seed bomb. Paralyzing bomb, paralyzing powder seed bomb. Current mood, excited physical condition, moderately fatigued, mentally tired, friendship level, 55, your bond is deepening, unbeknownst to them. Their friendship level had gradually risen to 55, primarily through their daily interactions, although Huyang did not pay it much mind. In the evening, Huyang placed the drowsy shy bud into its Pokeball for rest, while with his other hand, he carried the fish caught by the ancient moonbird, making his way home step by step. Just before reaching his doorstep, Nishida rushed over, grabbing his arm. What is it? Huyang inquired. Nishida, brimming with excitement, replied. Come with me to a place. It's about to get dark, Huyang reminded him. Exactly. That shop only opens at night. Nishida exclaimed. What shop? Huyang asked. A place for sheer enjoyment. Huyang's heart skipped a beat as he opened the door in the evening. He couldn't help but wonder if it was a place of ill repute. He was somewhat taken aback, for this person, despite appearing quite amiable with prominent brows and bright eyes, turned out to be of such a nature. Nishida, somewhat exasperated, remarked, What kind of expression is that? It's not what you think. You'll see when you come with me. Seeing Nishida's persistence, Huyang reluctantly followed him. The two exited the school gates and hailed a taxi, soon arriving at a quaint establishment adorned with the sign Sweet Coffee House. The interior of the CAF was warm and inviting, with a pink hue that radiated a youthful charm. The proprietress, clad in her work attire, was diligently polishing utensils at the bar. A row of EV and Esper were seated languidly on the sofa, appearing quite bored. Upon spotting the new guests, their eyes sparkled with delight, and they scampered over, emitting soft, cheerful sounds. 2 cups of moo milk, please. Nishida, seemingly familiar with the place, called out towards the bar. He then bent down to scoop up an EV adorned with a bow around its neck, burying his face in its fur and affectionately murmuring, Oh, my little darling. Did you miss me? Huyang gasped in shock. EW, that's so creepy. At that moment, an Esper had approached him, rubbing its fluffy body against his pant leg. He restrained himself, gently picking it up, only to find that Nishida had already begun to embrace the other Pokémon. Huyang thought, What on earth is this underground Pokémon CAF? The proprietress chuckled at the scene, assuring him, No need to worry, this is quite normal. For some guests, interacting with these adorable creatures is an incredibly effective way to unwind. This is their job. Are they all your Pokémon? Huyang inquired, stroking the Esper's head. The proprietress shook her head with a smile, explaining, Not quite. Some are abandoned, while others are wild Pokémon. They work here, and I merely provide them with shelter and food. One EV sat obediently on the floor, gazing up at Huyang with innocent eyes. Huyang cradled the Esper in one arm and leaned down to pick up the EV with the other. At that moment, Nishida emerged from the plush embrace of the Pokémon, turning to the proprietress with a serious tone. Oh right, I didn't bring you here just to cuddle EVs, boss. Why the rush? The match doesn't start for another half hour, does it? Despite his words, she switched on the television mounted on the wall. Nishida, now adorned with a plethora of EVs, leaned closer, excitedly exclaiming, Today is the final of the Hoenn Grand Festival. Soon we will witness the crowning of the new champion of the Hoenn region. Huyang paused, realizing he had been immersed in the library and the wilderness lately. neglecting the news from the outside world. However, upon reflection, it indeed was the season for the league competition. Nishida, brimming with enthusiasm, asked, in the finals, "Who do you think will win, Daigo or Ilima?" Huyang, must I even say it? It is undoubtedly Daewoo. What is Iroto but an inconsequential supporting character, one whose name I scarcely recall. So, has he arrived at the very moment Daewoo ascended to the championship? According to his understanding, once one becomes a champion, they earn the right to challenge the Elite Four, and should they prevail, they will truly be recognized as the regional champion. Chapter 23. How Adorable Zivik Daewoo. The son of the president of Daewoo Manufacturing Company, is the champion of the Hoenn League and a master of Steel-type Pokémon, with a penchant for collecting rare stones. This hobby has propelled him to the pinnacle of the Pokémon hierarchy, where his companions, Dinsey and Yuxian, also reside. Originally, the term referred to those who neither pursued education, employment, further studies, nor participated in career counseling, leading a life of idleness. Here, it is employed to describe Daewoo, who spends his days holed up in a cave mining stones, Dinsey, who plays with circuits to plunge the entire city into darkness, and Yuxian, who remains on Steel Island, enjoying the company of his canine friend. To this day, Huyang vividly recalls Daewoo's line, which was misinterpreted by pirated translations, "I am first, strong and formidable," as he gazed at the screen showcasing the entrance of the trainers. His eyes fixated on the boy with silver blue hair and matching silver blue eyes. Daewoo, now around 16 years of age, bore a youthful visage brimming with confidence. "It's begun," Nishida exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Having already learned the outcome of the match, Huyang maintained a composed demeanor. As the referee's whistle pierced the air amidst the cheers of the audience surrounding the arena, both competitors summoned their Pokémon. Daewoo's first Pokémon was a meticulously bred armored bird, while his opponent, a character Huyang could barely recall, sent forth a Pidgeot. The league championship is universally acknowledged as a premier competition, and any trainer reaching this stage has undoubtedly triumphed through countless trials and adventures. Under Daewoo's calm directives, the armored bird unleashed rapid and powerful moves, decisively overwhelming its opponent. The Pidgeot succumbed, while Daewoo's armored bird remained nearly unscathed before him. "Impressive," Nishida exclaimed, visibly astonished. Subsequently, Daewoo revealed an even more formidable side, as the armored bird achieved a remarkable 1-versus-3 victory. What was even more astonishing was that throughout this process, he maintained an expression of calm assurance, as if everything had unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Even until the conclusion, Huyang did not witness the appearance of Daewoo's trump card, the Metagross. With merely 2 Pokémon, he vanquished his opponent and secured victory in this match. A display of dominance that left spectators gasping in awe. Can I become a trainer of such caliber? Huyang pondered, reflecting on each of Daewoo's composed decisions and predictions during the battle, questioning himself within. The climactic battle of the Alliance Tournament Finals, when compared to the previous clash between the bashful Bud and the Lobster Minion, resembled a contest between a graduate student and a kindergarten child. The two were simply not on the same scale. How could one ascertain their limitations without attempting? At that moment, Huyang resolved within himself to strive alongside his sprite for the pinnacle of trainers. However, the most pressing concern at present was to accumulate funds. The following morning, Huyang, while attending to his morning routine in the bathroom, prepared to accompany the bashful Bud in further familiarizing themselves with their moves. As he gazed into the mirror, a mischievous Gung-Gue unexpectedly emerged from the glass, making a comical face. Huyang, unfazed, continued to dry his face with a towel. Gung-Gue, for the first time, questioned the efficacy of his playful antics, feeling somewhat disheartened. "Are you truly not afraid?" Huyang cast a sidelong glance at him and candidly replied, "I simply find you adorable." Having been subjected to the whims of ancient humanity, the curse that arose from their grievances merely induced nightmares, while the chilly aura it exuded could even serve as a makeshift air conditioner during the summer. Compared to other ghostly Pokémon, this particular Gung-Gue could be considered rather benevolent and innocent. Moreover, he harbored a desire for whimsically delightful ice cream and small cakes, which, coupled with his somewhat cunning expression, created a charming contrast that was endearing. Upon being described as cute for the first time, Gung-Gue blushed, whispering softly, "Then I won't divulge the locations of the other treasures." With that, he vanished into the mirror, disappearing from view. After washing his face, Huyang proceeded as usual, accompanied by the bashful Bud and the ancient Moonbird. The season had progressed into late autumn, with winter fast approaching next month. The weather turned chilly, and as the biting autumn wind blew, the bashful Bud instinctively nestled closer into Huyang's embrace. "It's so cold." Huyang noticed this, and, after a moment of thought, took both Pokémon outside, purchasing scarves for them at the store. He first secured a scarf around the bashful bud's neck before proceeding to do the same for the ancient moonbird. Gently patting the ancient moonbird's head, he advised, "With this on, you mustn't go into the water. It will get wet, and besides, we have ample food at home. No need for you to bring anything from outside." Initially, he had not realized, but later understood that the ancient moonbird's habit of bringing food seemed to stem from a concern for his well-being. The ancient moonbird tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend. Huyang sighed in resignation. Nonetheless, he had already resolved to care for this ancient moonbird for a lifetime. On this outing, besides the scarves, he also acquired various daily necessities, such as basic healing potions and snacks favored by grass-type Pokémon. Most of these items were intended for the bashful bud and the ancient moonbird. He had little need for luxuries himself, as long as he had enough to eat and stay warm. Observing the jumble of items in his bag, Huyang suddenly felt as though he were raising a child. Shaking his head to dispel such superfluous thoughts, he decided to return home with these goods before taking the bashful bud for training. Gung Gui gazed enviously at the scarf around the neck of Guyu Niao and Han Xiaobao. A thought emerged in its heart, lamenting how wonderful it would have been had it met this human earlier. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. Dejected, Gung Gui retreated back into the sealed orb. Huyang naturally noticed Gung Gui's demeanor and retrieved another pink scarf adorned with an EV pattern from the packaging. At this moment, Gung Gui had become a pitiable spirit temporarily lodging here. While in the shop, recalling the morning's conversation with Gung Gui, Huyang felt that this scarf would suit it well and purchased it on a whim. Only after completing the transaction did he remember that Gung Gui could not physically touch it, but he considered it a winter gift for a forlorn soul. He rolled the scarf into a ball, encasing the orb within, and left the room with Han Xiaobao. Soon, tranquility returned to the chamber. Gung Gui emerged from the orb, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the scarf. It floated before the desk, and though it could not touch it, it gently brushed its claws against the fabric. The outside wind was bitterly cold, seeping through the window into the room. The pages of the books on the desk rustled, producing a soft sound that resonated within Gung Gui. In that moment, an overwhelming urge to weep surged within it. Chapter 24. Practical training that will conclude today's practice. You have worked hard. Huyang placed a cup of orange juice before Han Xiaobao, saying, "Let us take a short break." He glanced down at the timer, which read 16 seconds. This was the fastest speed at which Han Xiaobao was currently capable of performing. For a frail Han Xiaobao, this was indeed a commendable achievement. This move, the paralyzing bomb, would become the crucial trump card for Han Xiaobao in battle. Next, they would focus on training for the third move, Absorb. In the game, Absorb is described as follows. Absorb, a grass-type move, attacks by siphoning nutrients from the opponent, allowing the user to restore half of the health points equivalent to the damage dealt. As a move that can be learned by the vast majority of grass-type Pokémon, Absorb holds significant strategic value for those adept at enduring battles. Reality diverges from the game, as trainers can utilize healing items to restore the health of battling Pokémon. In prolonged contests where victory is hard to determine, the competition ultimately hinges on which side can endure longer and who will falter first. In such scenarios, if one side possesses the move Absorb, they can gain a considerable advantage in battle. Absorb consists of 3 stages. The first stage is the basic Absorb, with limited power and health recovery capabilities. The second stage, dubbed Super Absorb by the Alliance, represents a qualitative leap in both power and health recovery compared to the first stage. The third stage, known as Ultimate Absorb, lives up to its name, achieving peak levels in both power and health recovery capabilities. However, unlike in the game where a sprite can automatically learn upon leveling up, in reality, the aspiration to transform into a super sprite requires relentless practice and mastery. Much like a person learning to play basketball, who may initially struggle with dribbling after extensive practice, they will eventually master all the techniques, even being able to shoot 3-pointers with their eyes closed. Huyang pondered when the shy bud would evolve. Upon evolution, the shy bud transforms into a poison rose, at which point it truly begins to possess a certain level of combat capability. The method of evolution for the shy bud in the game seems to require a closeness with its trainer of at least 220, followed by leveling up during the day to evolve into a poison rose. But what about the real world? Here, even the concept of leveling up does not exist. The journey ahead is long and arduous. Huyang sighed, rising to store the shy bud in its Pokeball, preparing to teach his students. Merely training without practical experience is insufficient. On the way, Huyang contemplated his current situation. Should he seek to spar with the school's teachers or students? No. That would not be feasible. Aside from him, the ecology teacher who shares a similar role with the physical education teacher, everyone else is quite busy. Given this, he would have to venture outside the school to find someone to battle. If one were to inquire where wild trainers are most abundant, that would undoubtedly be at the Pokémon Center. It is not uncommon for two unfamiliar trainers to lock eyes and engage in a battle, hand in hand, as they dive into the grass. For this reason, the Pokémon Center has even designated a temporary battleground in its backyard for trainers who linger there to compete. Thus, once class was over, Huyang made his way to the Pokémon Center to engage in a battle match. Soon, he was matched with his first opponent, a novice trainer from Mobi Town. "All right, here we go. Fire Chick," exclaimed a boy named Xiaoming. "Fire Chick, use Ember." With a flash of white light, a sprite with orange feathers appeared in Huyang's view. Slow, far too slow, both in the speed of commands given and the throwing of the Pokeball. If this had been a battle in the wild, the opponent could have easily subdued it before he had a chance to throw the ball. Huyang did not forget that this was a battle. He tossed out the Pokeball containing the Shy Bud. Shy Bud, a grass-type sprite, is at a disadvantage against my Fire Chick. "Fire Chick, use Ember," Xiaoming declared. Huyang succinctly instructed, "Shy Bud, evade to the left front." Both the Shy Bud and Fire Chick sprang into action simultaneously. As Huyang had anticipated, the untrained Fire Chick aimed its Ember attack directly at where the Shy Bud had just stood. However, the Shy Bud was well prepared and had already vacated its original position before the Ember could reach it. "Paralysis Powder," Huyang called out. "Fire Chick, use Ember again," Xiaoming responded. This time, the Shy Bud moved ahead of the Fire Chick. A pale yellow powder emanated from the flower bud atop it, dispersing in all directions. Initially, the Fire Chick was not within the range of the Paralysis Powder. However, the current position of the Mimosa Bud allowed the edges of the Paralysis Powder to affect the Fire Chick. The spark was interrupted, and the Fire Chick nearly succumbed to an explosion. Its small body suddenly stiffened and subsequently fell into a state of paralysis. Huyang exclaimed, "Seed Bomb." The novice trainer's Pokémon, lacking experience from only a few battles, was woefully unprepared to endure the paralysis. Thus, the Mimosa Bud's Paralysis Powder, combined with successive Seed Bombs, rendered it incapable of continuing the fight. Everything transpired so swiftly that the boy seemed momentarily bewildered, standing still and staring blankly at the scene. Huyang reminded him, "You should take your Pokémon to the Pokémon Center for treatment." It was only then that the boy snapped back to reality, scooping up his Fire Chick and rushing into the Pokémon Center. Following his first victory, Huyang began seeking new matches. Before long, an older-looking trainer approached him with a challenge. 3 minutes later, watching his fainted Pokémon on the ground, the trainer was left in shock. What an impressive Mimosa Bud. Many trainers had gathered to witness these two battles, and their gazes towards the Mimosa Bud had undoubtedly shifted. In their minds, the Mimosa Bud was a feeble creature before it evolved. Yet, this seemingly weak entity had consecutively defeated two opponents stronger than itself, one of whom was even at a disadvantage due to type matchups. What did this signify? It indicated that the trainer capable of nurturing this Mimosa Bud was indeed remarkable. The way others looked at Huyang also began to change. Engaging in Pokémon battles with formidable trainers was a truly enjoyable experience. Consequently, Huyang soon received several more battle requests, all of which he won without exception, not a single opponent able to force out the Mimosa Bud's trump card, the Paralysis Bomb. The majority were merely novice trainers beginning their journeys, and their battle strategies and command abilities were vastly inferior to his own. After recalling the panting Mimosa Bud into its Pokeball, Huyang silently mused that he needed to seek battles against stronger trainers. The skill level of the trainers in the Pokémon Center was evidently not on par with his own. Their current abilities could no longer meet his aspirations. Chapter 25. Landmine Bomb in Pursuit of Stronger Opponents. Huyang set his sights on the Orange Blossom Gym. However, his target was not the gym leader, Chinli, but rather the cadre of apprentices within the gym. The rules here resembled those of a game, where challengers must first prove their strength by overcoming several apprentices before earning the right to challenge the gym leader. Perhaps this was due to the gym leader's inability to manage numerous challengers, or perhaps simply a matter of time constraints. Certainly, each dojo presents its own unique circumstances, and the criteria for obtaining a dojo badge do not invariably entail defeating the gym leader. Rather, it is paramount to earn their approval. Such occurrences were evident when Ash embarked on his journey. Upon expressing his intention to challenge the dojo, he was promptly escorted to a room reminiscent of a training ground. Soon, he found himself facing his inaugural opponent, a youth clad in dojo attire, adorned with a red headband. He declared, "I shall not allow you to acquire the dojo badge so easily." Huyang retorted, "Foolish child, my aim is not the dojo badge, but but you. Other aspiring trainers gathered around to observe, with one girl assuming the role of a makeshift referee. The rules of the match are set to 11. Each participant is permitted to use only one Pokémon. As the whistle blew, the boy with the red headband hurled his Pokeball, summoning a sleek, glossy Ursaring onto the battlefield. Ursaring used Sand Attack. Huyang began to assess the evolving dynamics of the arena. Sand Attack, a ground-type move in the game, is depicted as throwing sand in the opponent's face to reduce accuracy. However, in reality, this move raised a cloud of obscuring dust, obstructing the vision of the opposing Pokémon, allowing Ursaring to launch a surprise assault. Is that so? Huyang commanded, Shaman, deploy Stun Spore. A pale yellow powder emanated from Shaman's flower bud, dispersing forward, with some merging into the swirling dust, rendering it indistinguishable. Just as the boy with the red headband intended to instruct Ursaring to initiate its surprise attack, he abruptly swallowed his words. Using Stun Spore as a protective barrier? This would thwart Ursaring's ambush. This novice trainer displays a modicum of cleverness. Nearby, the other dojo apprentices watched with keen interest as the battle unfolded. At that moment, a young man clad in a red jacket emerged from the inner chamber. The apprentices recognized him, Mr. Qianli. Before they could finish, Qianli silenced them with a shush, taking his place at the back to witness the duel. Sand Attack, being a non-continuous move, soon dissipated, revealing Ursaring's position, previously concealed within the dust. Seed Bomb. Huyang commanded. Ursaring, cover your nose and use Hammer Arm. The boy with the red headband, noticing the Stun Spore had yet to disperse, swiftly altered his strategy. A large seed, radiating a green luminescence, soared from Shaman's head, while Ursaring charged straight ahead, true to its name. The Seed Bomb and Hammer Arm collided midair. The Seed Bomb had not even detonated before it was sent flying, disintegrating in the air. Yet, Ursaring's Hammer Arm continued unabated. No, Shaman cried out in pain, its petite frame staggering backward several steps. The Stun Spore was neutralized, and the Seed Bomb's efficacy had been nullified. The apprentices in the dojo conspired loudly. I recall that before its evolution, the Budu had a rather limited repertoire of moves, did it not? Indeed, it was true. This novice trainer was bound to face defeat. Comparatively, the apprentices within the dojo exhibited a significantly higher level of skill than those burgeoning trainers outside. The recent spectacle of the Seed Bomb being sent soaring ignited a new idea in Huyang's mind. What if the explosion's timing could be controlled? While a timed detonation might prove challenging, was it possible to make it explode upon impact, akin to a firecracker? However, it was evident that now was not the moment for such musings, as the battle was far from over. Budu, utilize that move. Huyang commanded. The Budu manifested a seed the size of a fist atop its head. A Seed Bomb, red bandana interjected, charge forward, Ursa, and deliver another headbutt to conclude this battle. A familiar scene unfolded once more. Ursa smashed through the Seed Bomb with its headbutt, sending it hurtling into the air where it detonated. Up until this point, everything remained unchanged, as it had been before. Yet, in the next instant, an almost imperceptible pale yellow powder, affected by the explosion's force, rapidly spread in all directions. Is that paralysis powder? How could this be? How did he manage to infuse paralysis powder into the Seed Bomb? Expressions of astonishment adorned the faces of the onlookers. Even the master of the Thousand Li Dojo looked unexpectedly at the young boy on the battlefield. It is worth noting that the ability to merge moves is a rare skill that even elite trainers might not execute flawlessly in one attempt. Otherwise, it would be rampant in competitive battles. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. Ursa fell into a state of paralysis, awaiting the impending assault of two fully charged Seed Bombs. With the sound of explosions, Ursa rolled its eyes back and succumbed to unconsciousness. With Ursa incapacitated, the challenger emerged victorious. The referee raised the flag in his right hand and inquired, "Will you continue your challenge?" Huyang waved his hand dismissively. His objective had been accomplished. Moreover, without that particular move, Budu's current raw strength was still somewhat lacking. As Huyang pondered while departing, Thousand Li observed his retreating figure with keen interest, thinking, what an intriguing little fellow. Upon returning to school, Huyang chose to enter a period of seclusion for training. He discovered that Pokémon battles were indeed captivating, a dance of strategy between trainers and a clash of techniques among Pokémon. Yet, Budu's current arsenal of moves was still rather scant. Huyang then began to earnestly contemplate the feasibility of timed and landmine bombs. He shared this idea with Budu, who, in a state of confusion, attempted a few rounds but to no avail. If direct application proved ineffective, what about controlling the input of grass-type energy into the Seed Bomb? After a moment of contemplation, Huyang promptly took Budu to the riverbank for experimentation. He proposed theories and methodologies while Budu engaged in practical application based on its own capabilities. Thus, the attempts continued until the eve of Christmas, when the bashful bud finally unleashed a novel type of landmine bomb. By enhancing the energy within the bomb's core and reducing the thickness of the seed shell, a violent explosion would occur the moment an enemy made contact. This technique exhibited a significant increase in power compared to the conventional seed bomb. However, there has been no progress regarding the timed bomb. Huyang had his own speculations as to why it was unfeasible. Perhaps it was due to the fact that once the energy was detached from the entity, it could no longer be controlled by the spirit, thus rendering it incapable of detonating. Huyang felt as though he had transformed into an engrossed scholar, hastily attending classes each day before rushing to the riverside to experiment with the bashful bud. Chapter 26. Christmas, Evolution. Before one knew it, the date had arrived, December 24th. In anticipation of the Christmas festivities the following day, the school began distributing various decorations for students and teachers to adorn the campus and classrooms. By the time Huyang returned from his training by the river, the campus had undergone a remarkable transformation. Snowmen donned festive hats. Christmas trees were embellished with ribbons and lights, and teachers and students alike sported rosy cheeks from the cold. As school hours concluded, students gradually made their way home, ready to embrace a 2-day Christmas holiday. "Is the school all decorated?" asked Li Jia, clad in winter attire, as she and Nishida approached, arms laden with supplies. Nishida nodded. "Only the staff dormitory remains." Huyang exclaimed in surprise, "You haven't gone home?" Unlike him, many teachers at the school had families. "I would like to go back," Nishida replied with a hint of resignation, "but alas, the tickets to Kana City are sold out." Li Jia chimed in cheerfully, "I am in the same predicament." Huyang couldn't help but chuckle. Li Jia showcased the ribbons and Christmas hats she was carrying, suggesting, "Perfect. Shall we decorate the dormitory together?" Huyang readily agreed. Once the three had busied themselves with their task, the clock struck 8 in the evening. After bidding his friends farewell, Huyang returned home, gazing at the Christmas-themed room. He was enveloped by a peculiar sense of wonder. He retrieved several Christmas hats left by Li Jia and placed one upon the bashful bud and another on the ancient moon bird, while Gung Gue observed enviously from the side. "You can't reach it," Huyang teased, causing Gung Gue to look dejected. With a smile, Huyang hung the Christmas hats on the wall and instructed Gung Gue to step back, allowing it to align perfectly with the festive adornment. Regrettably, without a camera, he could not capture a photograph of Gung Gue. Gung Gue felt somewhat better, cherishing the ordinary Christmas hat with its claws. "Do you wish to keep this as well?" Huyang inquired. During this time, while preparing gifts for the bashful bud and the ancient moon bird, he had also taken the courtesy to prepare a little something for Gung Gue. Gung Gue treasured each item, prompting Huyang to place them all in a cardboard box for safekeeping. Huyang expressed his confusion, yet he acquiesced to Gung Gue's wishes. Gung Gue nodded, supervising as he placed the Christmas hat into a small cardboard box. Once the hat was stored away, Huyang proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Inspired by the festive atmosphere, he had purchased an abundance of ingredients earlier, intending to craft a sumptuous Christmas feast. When he finally set the last dish, a chocolate-frosted strawberry cake, on the table, fireworks began to illuminate the sky outside. It was the people of Changhua City celebrating this joyous occasion. "Merry Christmas." Huyang gently placed a small piece of cake before Han Xiaobao, chuckling softly, "I hope for your continued support." This marked his first holiday in this world. Although he had arrived alone, the company of others made him feel far from lonely. To his surprise, Gu Yuniao, typically expressionless, displayed a hint of joy, emitting silly sounds directed towards the food on the table. Han Xiaobao was utterly delighted. This winter was unlike any it had experienced before. It was the happiest winter of its life. It had grown fond of this human, and in that moment, the desire to remain by his side forever blossomed in its heart. The instant that thought emerged, a brilliant white light suddenly enveloped its form. The gazes of Gung Gue and Huyang were instantly drawn to it. The light signified evolution. An indescribable wave of excitement surged within Huyang. Witnessing the transformation of the spirit he had nurtured with such care was an experience far removed from merely observing it evolve on a game screen. Surprise, exhilaration, joy, and anticipation flooded him. Amidst the vibrant light of evolution, Han Xiaobao's form rapidly transformed. A delightful fragrance wafted from the radiance. Its body elongated from a tiny bundle of grass into a humanoid figure reminiscent of a forest fairy. 2 roses of differing hues sprouted from its delicate wrists, one red and one blue. Moments later, as the light dissipated, a brand new spirit appeared before Huyang. "Lolili," the poison rose exclaimed joyfully. Simultaneously, the information within Hu Yang's mind shifted. Species, poison rose, type, grass, poison ability, leaf guard base stats, 400, HP, 50, attack, 60, defense, 45, special attack, 100, special defense, 80, speed, 65, learn moves, Mega Drain, Stun Spore, Seed Bomb, Stun Bomb, Stun Spore Seed Bomb, Landmine Bomb, Seed Bomb. Poison Sting, Magical Leaf Current Emotion, Happy, Joyful Physical State, Relaxed. Content Friendship Level, 100, it cherishes you and wishes to be with you forever. Hu Yang's eyes glistened with emotion, touched by the moment. Compared to humans, elves are truly creatures of remarkable simplicity. Once they choose a human, they dedicate their entire essence, even their very lives, to that individual. Such an act is not easily accomplished, even by humans. Thank you, Hu Yang said softly, reaching out to caress the cheek of the poison rose. Lowlyly, the poison rose responded joyfully. The peaceful night ultimately departed in a warm atmosphere. As Hu Yang lay in bed that evening, memories of his journey in this world flooded his mind. The evolution of the bashful bud held profound significance for him. From this day forth, he would possess a certain degree of combat capability. Moreover, the evolved poison rose had comprehended 2 brand new techniques. Hu Yang could hardly contain his eagerness to test the potency of these skills in battle. However, at that moment, an unexpected noise emanated from the kitchen. Hu Yang's thoughts were interrupted as he focused intently on the sounds outside. Could it be another haunting? Yet, the noise soon vanished, restoring tranquility to the room. Perhaps it was merely a mouse. Hu Yang breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to close his eyes and drift into slumber, only for another rustling sound to erupt outside. Shortly thereafter, the doorknob of the bedroom turned, and with a soft click, the door swung open. Hu Yang, alert, immediately switched on the light, only to find a stealthy candy ball, clutching a gift, sneaking in through the crack of the door. The sudden illumination startled the candy ball, causing the gift box it held to plummet to the ground with a thud. Hu Yang and several other elves fixed their gaze upon the candy ball. He recognized this particular candy ball as belonging to Principal Tongshan. The frightened candy ball appeared utterly flustered, its face flushed with embarrassment. Hu Yang couldn't help but smirk as he got out of bed to assess the situation, inquiring, "Did Principal Tongshan send you here?" The discovered candy ball nodded shyly. Hu Yang approached the window and, sure enough, spotted Principal Tongshan, who was dressed as Santa Claus. No wonder he reminded the teachers who couldn't return home during yesterday's meeting to hang their stockings by the bed before sleeping. He had this planned all along. Chapter 27. A precious gift on Christmas Eve. The crescent moon hung like a silver boat in the lake-like night sky. The moonlight bathed the snowy landscape outside, cloaking the entire world in a soft, silvery glow. Dressed in a Santa hat, Principal Tongshan stood in the snow, continually rubbing his hands together. A sack reminiscent of Santa's slung across his back. Upon noticing the light in Hu Yang's room, he looked up, locking eyes with Hu Yang, and they exchanged knowing smiles without uttering a word. Hu Yang turned, retrieving the gingerbread figurines he had purchased the previous day from the table, and handed them to the candy ball for it to take back. "A gift for you all," he stated. "Lu," the candy ball exclaimed. Its curiosity piqued as it accepted the offering. The lively candy ball emitted a joyful sound, glanced at Hu Yang, and turned to embrace the gingerbread figure before departing the room. Through the window, Hu Yang observed Principal Tongshan's face light up with a delighted smile upon receiving a gift. He carefully stowed away the present and continued on to deliver gifts to other teachers with the candy ball in tow. A warm sensation enveloped Hu Yang's heart as he and his sprites began to unwrap their gift. As they untied the ribbon, removed the wrapping paper, and lifted the lid, a round stone resembling a marble with a dual-colored pattern appeared before him. Upon directing his gaze towards it, an intriguing piece of information emerged in his mind. Shiny Stone, a wondrous superstone that enables Shiny to undergo mega evolution during battle when held. It was once carried as a talisman by an elderly man who was unaware of its true purpose for 20 years. Hu Yang was momentarily taken aback, his first thought being that this gift was far too precious. Research concerning evolution had yet to be discovered in this world. At this juncture, Dr. Platano from the Kalos region should only have just embarked on his studies of mega evolution. This implied that it would be a considerable time before evolution came into the trainer's awareness. Hu Yang suddenly felt that the stone was somewhat too hot to handle. Principal Tongshan, unaware of its significance, sensed that simply accepting it would feel as though he were taking advantage of someone. Furthermore, having received numerous special favors, this sentiment stirred a pang of guilt within him. After much contemplation, Hu Yang resolved to return the invaluable evolution stone. However, upon expressing his intent, Principal Tongshan merely blinked and replied, "We have already exchanged gifts, have we not?" Huyang was left speechless. He refrained from elaborating on the stone's specific function, simply stating, "This stone appears quite rare and far too valuable for me to accept." With a smile, Principal Tongshan inquired, "I heard from Rika that you seem to be preparing to become a trainer, am I correct?" Huyang affirmed and honestly replied, "I wish to venture out and explore this world." Principal Tongshan regarded him with admiration, remarking, "That is a commendable aspiration." He then turned his gaze towards the stone, explaining, "I discovered that stone during my youth while traveling in a cave. It has accompanied me for many years, but alas, I did not reach the journey's end. Now, by passing it on to you, I hope you will carry it with you as you continue this adventure. Consider it a fulfillment of my own regrets." A nostalgic and regretful expression flickered in Principal Tongshan's eyes. Huyang comprehended the sentiment. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered numerous benevolent individuals, teachers who cared for him, and students who were both mentors and friends in the classroom. Everyone cherished Pokémon, eagerly anticipating the day they would embark on a journey to encounter the unknown. Such pure aspirations and ideals could easily move one's heart. Gripping the evolution stone tightly, he solemnly declared, "I understand, and I will strive to do my best." Principal Tongshan nodded with a smile, encouraging him, "Then give it your all." Meanwhile, deep within the orange blossom forest, a Shinedo stood face to face with a young Larulius. The Larulius, breathless and kneeling on the ground, bore numerous scars upon its body. The Shinedo, with a tranquil expression, calmly observed the scene and inquired, "Is it truly worth it?" The Larulius, clenching its tiny fists, rose resolutely and replied, "I yearn to explore the world of humans. I wish to travel alongside that human." Perceiving its daughter's unwavering determination, Shinedo inhaled deeply and closed its eyes. Upon reopening them, a rich flow of psychic energy shimmered within its gaze as it urged, "Proceed." The Larulius, taken aback, opened its mouth in confusion, questioning the meaning behind Shinedo's words. For some time, Shinedo had engaged in battles with it, though these skirmishes felt more like lessons. Shinedo endeavored to impart all its knowledge to its daughter. However, the Larulius misconstrued these encounters, believing its father was merely scolding it for sneaking out, which left it despondent for quite a while. With a hint of reluctance, Shinedo said, "If that human cannot safeguard you, I hope you will learn to protect yourself. Therefore, before you embark on your journey, you must diligently master my skills." The Larulius paused momentarily, then a radiant joy illuminated its face. "Father, does this mean you permit me to travel?" With a resigned sigh, Shinedo replied, "I cannot keep you tethered to my side forever." The last time it had allowed its guard to slip, the Larulius had nearly been captured by humans. A close call that was not an isolated incident. Had Shinedo not arrived in time, the consequences could have been dire. Rather than continue to allow the Larulius to sneak away unnoticed, it seemed more prudent to fulfill its wish. Moreover, as a creature of its kind, Shinedo possessed an innate ability to sense the hearts of humans, and thus it sensed that the individual chosen by the Larulius was indeed a good person. "Thank you, father. You are the best," the Larulius exclaimed, rushing into Shinedo's embrace with exuberance. Unbeknownst to them, Huyang remained unaware of the events unfolding in the forest. Following the Christmas holiday, the students would soon enjoy their final break of the year, winter vacation. On this day, Huyang pondered his destination for the upcoming holiday. The entire school would close, the cafeteria would shutter, and each teacher would return to their respective homes. When winter arrived, temperatures plummeted below freezing, prompting many trainers who had been traveling to pause their journeys and return home to rest until spring. During this season, finding opportunities for outdoor Pokémon battles became increasingly challenging. He faced two choices. 1. To remain at school and hibernate in his dormitory, or 2. To vacation in Fuyin Town at the foot of Chimney Mountain. Due to its proximity to the mountain, Fuyin Town enjoyed a mild and humid climate even in winter, making it an ideal location for soaking in hot springs. Huyang did not wish to languish in bed for an entire winter, merely gazing at the steadily accumulating balance in his bank account. Ultimately, he resolved to embark on a journey to Fuyin Town for a much-needed respite. "Consider it a vacation for myself," he reassured himself. Besides Fuyin Town, there lay a quaint settlement at the foot of Chimney Mountain, known as Choya Town. Due to its proximity to the mountain, it was often graced with a gentle fall of volcanic ash, fostering the lush growth of local flora. However, Huyang's primary interest lay not in the verdant landscape, but rather in the splendid competition venue of Choya Town. Where there is competition, there are trainers. And where there are trainers, Pokémon battles abound. There, he would not have to endure the lengthy waits on the streets of Changhua City to encounter wild trainers. Chapter 28. The haunted mansion. While Hu Yang was torn between visiting Chuya Town or Fuyin Town, a grave incident unfolded at school. 3 students had gone missing in Changhua Forest. What transpired? Asked Li Jia, her face etched with concern as she hurried over. Xiaoye recounted. There is a haunted mansion in the forest. He led us there for an adventure, and everything seemed fine until we turned back, only to find that he, along with Xiaoyang and Xiaocheng, had vanished. The boy spoke, his face a mask of terror. Overwhelmed by fear, he struggled to articulate the details, prompting Nishida to interject. 6 boys entered the forest after school to prove their bravery. Only 3 emerged, while the other 3 disappeared without a trace. Li Jia found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Did you hear any strange noises when they went missing? She inquired. The boy shook his head, fear evident in his expression. They just vanished. The 3 of them were behind us, and when we turned around, they were gone. What should we do? Nishida asked. The disappearance of students was no trivial matter. The forest at night posed significant dangers. Taking a deep breath, Li Jia replied. We must inform Miss Junsha and organize a search party of capable teachers to venture into the forest. By the time Hu Yang learned of the situation, the teachers had already commenced their search efforts. Upon hearing terms like mansion and haunted, a peculiar expression crossed his face. The Changhua Forest and the haunted mansion. Was this not a plot from the Pokémon fan game, Dark Shadows? This concept was not part of the original narrative. Rather, it was an addition by the creators of the fan adaptation. The haunting was attributed to the presence of numerous ghost-type Pokémon inhabiting the mansion. With this thought in mind, Hu Yang approached Miss Junsha, who was in charge of the matter, and said, this incident may not merely be a case of disappearance. There could be ghost-type Pokémon at play in the forest. Miss Junsha paused, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. What are you doing here? She asked. I work here. Hu Yang explained. It was evidently not a moment for idle chatter. He promptly reported this possibility to Miss Junsha, whose expression grew markedly more serious. She stated, Thank you for your information. We will remain vigilant. However, this information did not aid their endeavors. Instead, it led to the unfortunate loss of several individuals, including Miss Junsha and a teacher, accompanied by their cat-eye dogs. What should we do? Miss Junsha paced anxiously nearby. Each police station had a limited number of cat-eye dogs, and those who ventured into the forest had lost contact with their companions. Now, the Junsha outside, devoid of their cat-eye dogs, could no longer utilize scent tracking to ascertain their specific locations. If the mansion truly existed, it could not have been there for merely a day or 2. Hu Yang pondered for a moment and inquired, Have you ever encountered similar cases of disappearance before? Miss Junsha replied, Indeed, we have encountered such cases. Every year, some individuals go missing in the forest, some are attacked by wild sprites, while others simply lose their way, among other reasons. Are you suggesting these are related to the current situation? Hu Yang clarified, I did not assert that, and these are 2 distinct matters. However, upon reflection, missing persons cases are not uncommon in this world. Trainers lacking sufficient strength may provoke powerful sprites in the wild, leading to their demise. Alternatively, they might encounter nefarious organizations, potentially being abducted to work in corrupt coal mines. Much like the characters in the special episode who were kidnapped by the masked figure for sinister training purposes. He sighed and added, I might be able to assist you. What? Miss Junsha was momentarily taken aback. The anxious teachers and the parents of the missing children turned their attention toward him. An elegantly dressed man rushed over. The disappearance of a son is a profound blow for any parent. Ignoring his status, he grasped Hu Yang's hand and implored, Please, save Xiaocheng. I will give you anything you desire if you can accomplish this. Hu Yang gently extricated his hand and replied, Please, calm yourself. I will do my utmost to help. He recalled Xiaocheng, a lively boy from another class whose favorite sprite was a robust creature akin to Onyx. Upon hearing this, the father managed to regain a semblance of composure. Hu Yang contemplated for a moment before addressing the expectant Miss Junsha. Yet I cannot ascertain whether this method will be effective. Miss Junsha frowned and responded, It matters not. We must try. Hu Yang nodded and returned to his dormitory to retrieve the orb containing the spirit of Gung Gue. Miss Junsha was momentarily stunned as Gung Gue suddenly floated forth. Hu Yang introduced, This is my companion, Gung Gue. Gung Gue surveyed the surroundings with a cold gaze and murmured, I can assist. But you must add one more task to what I require. Hu Yang inquired, What do you desire? Gung Gue replied, I will inform you once I have decided. Hu Yang stated, I will not engage in any malevolent actions, but I can procure a gift for you. Gung Gue murmured softly, Why assume the worst when I haven't done anything? Hu Yang replied, Because, aside from you, other ghostly spirits engage in various acts of scaring and abducting humans. Some even drain their life energy. Gung-Gui retorted, they are they, and I am I. Huyang continued, all right, my dear Gung-Gui, can you assist us in this matter? Upon hearing this endearment, Gung-Gui blushed, I can help, if things are as you say. Just take me there, and I will help you find the true path. At this, everyone present let out a collective sigh of relief. As Gung-Gui's current master, Huyang naturally accompanied him. However, he was never one to undertake perilous endeavors alone. Thus, at his insistence, Miss Junsha organized a team, bringing along well-trained spirits into the forest. Protected by a dozen of Miss Junsha's guardians, Huyang felt an unprecedented sense of security. This is where they went missing, remarked a teacher who had accompanied them. Gung-Gui glanced around and pointed to a large tree, saying there. Miss Junsha paused, responding, but there is no path there. Huyang explained. Some ghost-type spirits possess the ability to mislead human sight. What you see may not be the truth. As horror films would say, this is akin to the Pokémon version of a ghost wall. One of the Junsha ladies approached, extending her hand, and indeed, her arm passed through the tree. A look of delight spread across her face. It really works. The leader of the Junsha team waved her hand, commanding, continue forward. Chapter 29. The path of extradition darkness indeed instills fear in humanity. Under Gung-Gui's guidance, the group swiftly navigated through the jungle. As they ventured deeper, the number of wild Pokémon around them began to dwindle. A teacher familiar with the forest furrowed his brow, warning, be cautious. We must be entering the territory of a powerful Pokémon. The decline in wild spirits was not merely a reduction in quantity, but rather, a decrease in the presence of formidable wild Pokémon. In a territory, only one king is permitted to exist. Intruders of considerable strength are perceived as threats and will engage in territorial disputes. At this revelation, the group fell silent. Huyang inquired, are we there yet? Gung-Gui surveyed the surroundings with a serious expression, replying, something is amiss. There exists a presence stronger than me that is interfering with my judgment. Before Gung-Gui finished speaking, one of the Junsha ladies ahead exclaimed, that tree just moved. Everyone immediately shifted their gaze. At that moment, another teacher behind them cried out in fear, this is bad. 2 teachers are missing. Cackles echoed in the air. In the dimly lit forest, a cacophony of sharp laughter suddenly echoed, causing the Miss Junshas to become instantly alert. The flashlights held by the group extinguished all at once, and the last remnants of light vanished, plunging everyone into complete darkness. Huyang tightened his grip on the Pokeball in his hand. Everyone, hold the hand of the person next to you. Do not get separated. Miss Junsha's voice rang out. It was suddenly close, then distanced again. In the midst of the chaos, Huyang grasped a hand, unsure to whom it belonged, but in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. The temperature of that hand was not that of a living person. Though he understood it was the work of ghost-type Pokémon, the unexpected encounter startled him, causing him to stumble backward. However, the anticipated sensation of falling did not occur. Instead, it felt as though he had plunged into an unfathomable pit. A sudden feeling of descent enveloping him entirely. In the darkness, ethereal blue candlelight flickered to life. By its glow, Huyang beheld ghostly Pokémon floating beside him. Litwick, Drifloon, and Jengar. Oh no! A torrent of panic surged through Huyang, and just then, his body settled onto solid ground. Yet the anticipated pain did not follow. This realization dawned upon him. Everything he had just experienced was an illusion. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Jengar? Huyang attempted to call out for Jengar, but received no reply. Suddenly, amidst the familiar sobbing and laughter, Litwicks appeared out of thin air, floating in the darkness, forming a peculiar path of ghostly blue light. Admittedly, the Litwicks appeared harmless at first glance. They hovered on either side of the eerie path, their innocent, pale yellow eyes fixed upon the lone human present. Their behavior seemed to guide the lost soul, as if suggesting that traversing this path would lead to safety. However, Huyang did not find this scene endearing. Instead, a cold sweat broke out along his back. He was unaware of how the world depicted Litwick, but as a traveler from another realm, he was acutely aware that Litwick was an exceedingly dangerous Pokémon. Descriptions of it indicated that wild Litwicks devised various tricks to siphon life energy. In pitch-black surroundings, they would appear before lost individuals and feign lighting their candles, pretending to guide them along the way. Yet in truth, Litwicks silently drained the life energy of those they led. It was a veritable path of perdition. For the living, the journey's end was death. More alarmingly, Litwick's flames were typically extinguished, but once they absorbed the life force of a person or Pokémon, the flames would blaze with fervor. As the flames danced upon the bodies of the candlelight spirits, Huyang, without a moment's hesitation, retrieved the Pokeballs containing the ancient moon bird and the poisonous rose. Jie, the familiar, vacant expression remained, yet it instilled within Huyang a profound sense of security. Roly, the poisonous rose, sensing impending danger, immediately assumed a serious combat stance. We mean no harm. I merely wish to rescue the children you have captured. Before launching an attack, Huyang endeavored to negotiate one final time with them. However, the only response he received was a chorus of sinister, mocking laughter. An icy breath brushed against the nape of his neck. In that instant, all hesitation vanished. Poisonous rose, magical leaf. Victory might be elusive, but if he chose not to fight, death was the only alternative awaiting him. Roly, the poisonous rose emitted a resolute cry, lightly raising its wrist as a vibrant green radiance erupted from the red and blue flower buds. Amidst the light, dense and sharp leaf blades shot forth, automatically tracking the nearby candlelight spirits. The magical leaf struck true, causing one of the spirits to wobble, yet it remained capable of battle. A sinister and terrifying grin spread across the faces of the other candlelight spirits. Soon after, shadowy spheres surged from the surrounding darkness. Several impacted the poisonous rose, rendering it unable to continue fighting. The remaining spheres, reflected in Huyang's pupils, continued to swell ominously. From their aura, Huyang sensed that these phantoms had existed for an eternity. He and the newly evolved poisonous rose were no match for them. Damn it all. Huyang couldn't help but curse. He recalled the scene in the forest. Was it only when he faced danger that the ancient moon bird would activate its protective mechanisms? With no alternative, he resolved to make one last attempt. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his strength for a thunderous roar. Ancient moon bird, unleash your power. Ga. Perhaps sensing her trainer's fervent heart and expectations, or perhaps aware of the imminent peril, the ancient moon bird's gaze sharpened in an instant, activating its guardian mode. A terrifying aura surged from it, golden patterns of searing energy materializing across its form, reminiscent of the primal markings on Groudon from animated tales. Soon after, that energy plunged into the earth. At that moment, the ground trembled. Amidst a deafening roar, the energy coalesced into massive, searing blades that erupted from the ground, their reach extending to a terrifying span of over 100 meters. Thud, thud, thud. Countless fiery blades surged upward like a tempest, piercing toward the candlelight spirits. Molten lava and crimson energy cascading down in a torrential flow. First, a dazzling crimson light, akin to a particle, flickered by, and in the next moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from the struck spirit. The surrounding ghost-type Pokémon gasped in shock and panic. The blade not only severed their ethereal forms, but also cleaved through the illusions they had conjured. Simultaneously, a dormant entity within the mansion sensed this formidable aura, abruptly awakening and fixing its gaze upon the forest. Chapter 30. The Overlord Giratina, those ghost-type Pokémon that were untouched by the cliff's word, recoiled a few steps upon witnessing the scene. Huyang was equally astonished. The power displayed was utterly terrifying. The consequences of employing such a force in the city were beyond his imagination. Staring at the vast fissures left in the wake of the explosion, a peculiar feeling surged within him. Was it only by sacrificing himself in battle that he could compel the ancient moon bird to take action? Are you all right? A voice laced with urgency broke through his thoughts. It was Gungue. Huyang, relieved to see it still present, inquired, "Where did you go just now?" Gungue glared at the nearby ghost-type Pokémon, seething with anger. "I have been by your side all along. It was their interference that concealed my presence from you." Huyang recalled the poison rose into its Pokeball, expressing gratitude. "I appreciate your efforts." After securing the Pokeball, he turned his attention to the surrounding spirits. Clearly, the situation had not yet reached its conclusion. Despite the earlier upheaval, the ghost-type Pokémon remained reluctant to depart, hovering in the air, gazing intently in this direction. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. The temperature around them plummeted sharply, and a chilling, ominous aura began to permeate the air. The candlelight spirits, sensing this presence, grew increasingly restless. They attempted to flee, yet before they could act, a powerful force immobilized them in place. Then, a massive silhouette emerged from the darkness, its icy gaze fixed upon the group of ensnared candlelight spirits, who stood unharmed in their positions. Witnessing this scene, Huyang was left speechless. The spirit before him was. He could not resist using his identification skill on it. Species: Jengar, dominant form. Type: Ghost, poison ability. Cursed body base stats: 500 HP, 60 attack, 65 defense, 60 special attack, 130 special defense, 75 speed, 110 learned moves. Hypnosis, curse, grudge, mean look, nightshade, strange light, ambush, shadow ball, dream eater, dark pulse, misfortune, Nightmare. Trick Room's special ability, Dominant Aura. Within its aura, it exerts a certain suppressive effect on Pokémon of the same type. Current emotion, anger, physical condition, perfect friendship level. 0. Isn't the dominant Pokémon a unique phenomenon exclusive to the Alola region? The dominant Pokémon are formidable creatures that appear at the end of the island trial challenges. These Pokémon are notably larger than their counterparts and are enveloped in a distinctive aura. When engaged in battle, they summon allies for support. For instance, the dominant Lurantis calls upon floating bubbles to create sunny weather, enhancing its move Solar Blade, or utilizing its Leaf Guard ability. However, within the game, this type of Pokémon does not significantly differ from the standard variants aside from its size. It does not experience an increase in base stats, nor does it alter its type or ability like Mega Evolution does. Yet, observing this Gengar, it appears that the dominant aura indeed has a suppressive effect on similar types. The dominant Gengar's actions remain an enigma. Huyang did not witness any overt actions. With merely a gaze and an aura of intimidation, the Will-O-the-Wisp and Litwick dissipated into the air. The dominant Gengar turned, its gaze sweeping over Huyang and the Cresselia. It paused momentarily upon noticing the Gengar. Just as Huyang anticipated an impending attack, the dominant Gengar spoke. "I apologize, those captured humans are unharmed," it stated. Huyang and Gengar stood in astonishment. Cresselia, unfazed, pecked at its feathers, returning to its usual dazed demeanor after executing the move Swords Dance. "I believe we require an explanation," Huyang remarked calmly. The dominant Gengar sighed, closing its eyes. When it reopened them, Huyang and Cresselia found themselves before a mansion shrouded in an aura of danger. The doors of the mansion swung wide open, revealing a host of sinister ghost-type Pokémon floating within, their eyes filled with malice as they glared at Huyang from the shadows. The dominant Gengar glanced in that direction, and in an instant, the doors slammed shut, trapping those spirits inside. "As you can see, they are subdued here," it elucidated. "Yesterday, they conspired to put me to sleep and then stealthily escaped." After finishing his statement, the sovereign Gung-Gue lifted his gaze to the sky and solemnly declared, "This place is perilous. It is not meant for you humans. You must depart." Huyang remained silent, and Gung-Gue cast a glance at him before guiding him out of the ominous location. When Huyang opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the place where he had previously vanished. Miss Junsha, the school teacher, along with the 3 missing children, were all present. "Is everyone all right?" Miss Junsha inquired, rising from the ground while examining the situation with diligence. "What transpired?" Someone murmured as they gradually regained consciousness, appearing somewhat pale, but otherwise unchanged. "I think I saw a blue candlelight," another recalled, reflecting on the recent events. After accounting for everyone, Miss Junsha let out a slight sigh of relief but furrowed her brow as she gazed into the depths of the forest. Everyone should return now. There were no objections from the group. However, during their journey back, someone stumbled upon a massive fissure in the ground stretching over 100 meters, exclaiming in shock. What could have caused this? It was still emitting steam, as if it had only just formed. Miss Junsha cautiously approached to investigate, discovering remnants of uncoagulated energy magma within. So what just happened? The crowd was momentarily baffled. To them, it had merely been a case of losing their way and encountering a frightening group of ghostly spirits. But soon they found themselves back here, with those spirits vanishing before their eyes. Upon hearing this, Huyang stood among the crowd, rubbing his nose. He had already returned the ancient moonbird to its Pokeball, leaving only Gung-Gue outside. Gung-Gue had overheard the conversation and had witnessed the ancient moonbird executing the cliff sword move. With a hint of fear, it asked, "What was that foolish bird doing?" It had always believed that creature to be a simpleton obsessed with catching fish. Huyang, unsure of how to respond, noted that only Gung-Gue had witnessed that moment. "I raised it, isn't it impressive?" he boasted to Gung-Gue. The ghostly creature felt an immense sense of relief at having lost the ability to use moves. Otherwise, it might have been the one lying on the ground. Pondering this, Gung-Gue felt a tinge of apprehension but, driven by its innate desire for power, couldn't help but gaze at Huyang. Is this the capability of a human trainer that empowers Pokémon? How terrifying. It was hard for Gung-Gue not to draw a sharp breath in amazement. Thus, the incident of the disappearances came to an end, although they were uncertain about who had rescued them. It was clear that the fissure marked the remnants of the battle left by their savior. Upon returning to the police station, Miss Junsha promptly documented the event in an urgent report to the Alliance. Meanwhile, Huyang received expressions of gratitude from Miss Junsha and the parents of the students. After returning to school, he immediately dove into the library to research the history of the Orange Blossom Forest. Although the matter has been resolved, several profound doubts remain. For instance, who established the mansion, and what motivated the formidable Gung-Gue to subdue those spirits there. There is no relevant record of these events in the game. More importantly, this time, those ghost-type spirits breached Gung-Gue's defenses, nearly causing significant harm to humanity. What about the next time? Had it not been for the presence of the ancient moon bird, how many people might have gone missing? It is truly difficult for him to fathom. Contemplating this, Huyang cast his gaze toward the ancient moon bird, which was napping nearby. After these two incidents, he had likely discerned a method to utilize the ancient moon bird to navigate perilous situations. Huyang's emotions were somewhat complex. Previously, he had urged Gung-Gue to attempt telepathic communication with the ancient moonbird. However, according to Gung-Gue, apart from a chaotic jumble in the ancient moonbird's mind, it only sensed a desire to bring food to Huyang and to protect him. Frankly, he had never been particularly fond of the obscure ancient moonbird. He had chosen it initially merely because its coloration resembled that of the majestic Ho-Oh. As a grown man, Huyang had never imagined that someone could protect him. Yet now, he found himself compelled to admit that he was genuinely moved. Even having become somewhat foolish and forgotten everything, the ancient moonbird still remembered to safeguard its trainer. Is this what it means to be a spirit? You protect me so well. Huyang embraced the ancient moonbird, gently scratching its chin. The slumbering ancient moonbird was stirred awake, looking around in a daze. The Hoenn League places great importance on the major incidents caused by wild spirits in various regions. Therefore, upon receiving the report from the Changhua City Police Department, they promptly dispatched personnel to investigate this mysterious event. Ghost-type spirits suddenly appearing in the forest? Aboard the passenger ship heading to Changhua City, the ghost-type master, Furong, squinted at the report detailing the disappearances, the enigmatic fissures in the earth, and the potential for fierce battles to occur once more. Chapter 31. The missing master. The Changhua forest was urgently sealed off. When Huyang learned of this news, he was preparing to take the toxic rose into the forest for combat training. However, upon reaching the entrance, he found warning signs and barricades already in place. Several Miss Junsha were stationed there, negotiating with a brown-skinned girl with black hair and blue eyes. The situation unfolded as follows. The ghost-type Pokémon could potentially reappear at any moment, as Miss Junsha reported. The girl furrowed her brow and inquired, "Who has experienced this incident?" Miss Junsha replied, "Many. Besides us, there are also the teachers and students from the nearby Pokémon primary school." The girl stated, "I need to gather more information." Huyang, recognizing the identity of the girl, slipped away before hearing more. She is one of the Elite Four of the Hoenn League. The Ghost-type Master, Phoebe. It is said that she possesses the ability to communicate with Ghost-type Pokémon. In the game, her grandparents reside on Mt. Pyre, guardians of the Crimson and Indigo Orbs. It seems the Hoenn League places great importance on this matter, Huyang mused. Typically, for ordinary incidents, the League would first dispatch investigators to assess the situation and resolve the issues. However, the direct involvement of one of the Elite Four, Phoebe, indicates the gravity they attach to the occurrences in Orange Forest. Huyang had initially thought this matter did not concern him. Yet, less than 10 minutes after returning to school, he encountered the Ghost Master once more. Phoebe had come to the school to inquire about the survivors of the incident that transpired that night. Despite questioning numerous individuals, her efforts yielded no fruitful results. Their responses were nearly uniform, expressing fear at the sight of the glowing blue ghost-type Pokémon, followed by fainting, leaving them oblivious to what transpired. Claiming the entities vanished before their eyes, Phoebe inquired further, "Did anyone hear any peculiar sounds?" Yet the reply was still negative. Furrowing her brow in confusion, Phoebe recalled the extensive fissures in the forest, spanning over 100 meters. It seemed implausible that a Pokémon capable of such devastation could do so without a sound during the battle. The evidence suggested those fissures were formed in a singular event, implying that the Pokémon had employed only one move. Just how formidable must a Pokémon be to wield such destructive power? Even the Pokémon they had cultivated over the years could not rend the earth with a single attack. If there were a trainer behind it, then, no? What level of strength must that trainer possess? Phoebe shuddered at the thought. According to Miss Junsha's report, the fissure was evidently linked to the disappearance of those ghost-type Pokémon. It was highly probable that the creator of the fissure had repelled the ghost types. Miss Phoebe. This is the teacher who deciphered the illusions cast by the ghost Pokémon at that time. Miss Junsha interrupted Phoebe's contemplation as she entered the room. Phoebe turned to see a very young child, seemingly just 10 years old. She paused for a moment, but as a member of the Elite Four, not only was her strength formidable, but her emotional intelligence was also high. A teacher's child must possess exceptional talent in that regard. Thus, Phoebe swiftly composed herself and greeted, "Hello, Huyang. interpreting her expression, initially thought she might question his age like some others had before. However, she did not, which instilled a sense of appreciation in him for her. Clearly, this ghost master possesses a high degree of emotional intelligence. Hu Yang silently pondered, while maintaining a polite demeanor. Greeted, "Hello." Furong inquired, "Could you elaborate on the circumstances at that time?" "Certainly." Hu Yang organized his thoughts and slowly recounted his experiences. Omitting the matter of the ancient moonbird, I encountered a group of candlelight spirits and ghostly flames, and just as they launched their attack, a rather large Jing host suddenly appeared and repelled them. He mentioned the dominant Jing host, as he wished to eliminate the lurking dangers in the forest. Otherwise, he could not train there with peace of mind. Upon hearing the name Jing host, Furong's eyes sparkled with renewed interest, as she had finally found a piece of new intelligence. That Jing host led me to a rather antiquated mansion, stating it had suppressed those ghost-type Pokémon there. Hu Yang continued, "However, not long ago, that group of ghost-type Pokémon hypnotized it and sneaked out. After uttering this, the Jing host sent me away." The mention of the mansion and Jing host caused Furong to furrow her brows, recalling a secret rumor she had heard in the Alliance. It was said that during the early establishment of the Alliance, a large-scale human disappearance incident had occurred. Subsequently, the first Ghost King was dispatched to resolve the matter. Although the issue was addressed, that Ghost-type King lost contact with the Alliance and never reappeared before humanity. She remembered this incident was documented in the Alliance's archives as the Missing King incident, and that esteemed predecessor had, conveniently, possessed a Jing host. A shiver ran down Furong's spine. This matter needed to be reported to the Hoenn Alliance without delay. Yet before that, she had more questions. Aside from the Jing host, did you hear any peculiar sounds? What? Hu Yang was taken aback. Furong clarified, "The sounds of battle, which you must have witnessed, right? The rift in the forest?" Hu Yang replied, "That was caused by his foolish bird. He didn't anticipate that the power of the cliff sword would be so immense. It seems he cannot use it carelessly in the city henceforth." However, he could not disclose this and feigned ignorance, saying, "I didn't hear anything." Furong frowned, feeling a tinge of regret. "Thank you very much for your information, Junsha. I will leave this matter in your hands." She needed to promptly report this intelligence to the Hoenn Alliance. "Yes, Miss Furong." Junsha saluted and watched as Furong departed. Hu Yang also took his leave. With winter break approaching, he needed to book his ticket to Aoki Town in advance. Otherwise, amidst the influx of trainers returning home, he might be unable to secure a ticket. The Hoenn region, surrounded by the sea, did not have a port in Orange City, so he would need to transfer to Kanas City, where he could board a passenger ship heading northwest to Aoki Town. Hu Yang has meticulously planned his journey, first to spend a few days engaging in battle life at Autumn Leaf Town, and then to embark on a spa vacation in Furnace Flame Town. Accompanied by his beloved Pokémon, Gung-Gue, the Poison Rose, and Guyu-Niao, via the charming cable car atop Chimney Mountain. He hopes that by the time he returns next spring, the Hoenn League will have resolved the Haunted Mansion incident. Chapter 32. Exchange of Pokémon on the first day of his holiday, taking advantage of the splendid weather. Hu Yang shouldered his backpack and set off on an impromptu trip with Gung-Gue, the Poison Rose, and Guyu-Niao. His destination was Kanas City, but the most direct route, through the Orange Blossom Forest, was currently closed, necessitating a longer detour. A bus adorned with the image of a fiery chick glided smoothly along the well-paved asphalt road. The gentle strains of a refreshing piano melody floated through the air, enveloping the interior of the bus in a harmonious atmosphere, where unfamiliar passengers exchanged cheerful whispers about Pokémon, the recently concluded league competition, and their aspirations for the journey ahead. However, Hu Yang remained untouched by the jubilant ambience, languidly slumped in his seat, staring blankly out the window. Alas, this youthful body seemed to be afflicted with motion sickness. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged absence from travel? Hu Yang pondered helplessly. The only one unfettered by the confines of a Pokeball, Gung-Gue floated out from its ceiling orb, curiosity evident in its demeanor. "Are you feeling unwell?" Slowly shifting his gaze to meet Gung-Gue's, Hu Yang replied flatly, "I feel nauseous." Gung-Gue exclaimed, "You're not ill, are you?" It was astonished. Having witnessed Hu Yang's lively demeanor just moments before, how could he have become so feeble in such a brief span? Is humanity inherently this fragile? Gung-Gue inquired. Before Hu Yang could respond, a melodious voice chimed in from beside him. "A tangerine might make you feel a bit better." Glancing down, Hu Yang noticed a tangerine being offered to him. "No thanks, I'll be fine after a short rest," he instinctively declined. The girl, unperturbed by the rejection, curiously scanned her surroundings and asked, "Who were you just talking to?" Hu Yang, suddenly recalling that others could not see Gung-Gue, replied, "Oh, I was speaking to a troublesome ghost." Gung-Gue, displeased by this remark, Humph. Just yesterday, you called me a cute ghost, and now I'm a troublesome one. You're the real nuisance. In an effort to demonstrate he was not merely conversing with himself, Huyang allowed Gung-Gue to materialize before the girl. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, Gung-Gue, are you a trainer? Sort of, Huyang replied. You can chat with it for a while. I'm not feeling up to much conversation. The girl, picking up on his discomfort, offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, please rest. I'll call you when we reach Canaz City. Huyang murmured, closing his eyes to recuperate. In his drowsy state, he could hear the girl engaging in a soft conversation with Gung-Gue, seemingly enjoying their exchange. Half an hour later, Huyang arrived in Canaz City. Stepping out of the vehicle and inhaling the fresh air, instantly feeling rejuvenated. In comparison to Changhua City, Canaz City was evidently much larger in scale. The streets were bustling with traffic, with vehicles traversing various roads in different directions. Interestingly, Canaz City's geographical location was quite captivating. To the east lay the Karu Tunnel, to the south the Changhua Forest, and to the north it connected to the Meteor Falls, renowned for its rich mineral deposits. Additionally, the presence of significant establishments such as the Duan Company and the Rock Gym further elevated Canaz City to be one of the most popular cities in the Hoenn region. Had it not been for the impending departure of the passenger ship, Huyang would have relished the opportunity to explore Canaz City more thoroughly. Once aboard, Huyang leaned over the ship's railing with Gung-Gue, watching the coastline gradually fade from view until it was replaced by the vast, endless blue sea. Through the shimmering surface of the water, fleeting glimpses of aquatic Pokémon could be discerned beneath. The Rosalia, which had never encountered the ocean, was released from its Pokeball by Huyang to share in the experience. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Your Rosalia has been cultivated exceptionally well. Naturally, Huyang mused to himself, having diligently nurtured it with the finest nutrients daily. He turned to see a man approaching, clad in a tailcoat, exuding an air of nobility. The man produced a Pokeball from his pocket, but unlike the ordinary red and white variety, this one was a dazzling golden luxury ball. With a crisp click, an elegant Meowth emerged from the radiant light. What do you say? Would you like to trade Pokémon with me? I will exchange my Meowth for your Rosalia. The nobleman inquired with a smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Huyang firmly declined. No, thank you. He recalled a similar scenario from the anime, where Ash had traded a Butterfree for a Rattata aboard the Saint and, only to later regret the decision and retrieve his Butterfree. The nobleman's expression turned to one of disappointment. Oh well, I have always wanted to capture a Rosalia, but alas, I have not had the opportunity. Huyang felt a sense of exasperation. I believe Rosalia are quite common. You could easily capture one from the roadside. I have tried, but despite my efforts, they have not evolved into Rosalia, the man lamented. Huyang glanced at the Meowth, which attempted to charm its trainer. Yet it was evident that the nobleman's demeanor was indifferent, bordering on dismissive. Their relationship appeared less like that of travel companions and more akin to that of a lofty master and a dispensable pet. From this, it was not difficult to surmise why his Budew had failed to evolve. Not everyone regarded their Pokémon as comrades, Huyang pondered thoughtfully. Upon observing the nobleman's expression, he chuckled and reassured, do not be anxious. Such occurrences are quite commonplace for trainers. Moreover, exchanges are conducted solely with the mutual consent of both trainers. If you are unwilling, I shall not impose. Huyang thought to himself that if he dared to force him, the ancient bird of the moon could easily reduce him to ashes in a mere second. With a slight twitch of his lips, he retorted, but have you inquired whether the exchanged Pokémon consent to such arrangements? The man appeared taken aback, seemingly perplexed. Why should we concern ourselves with their thoughts? As trainers, our willingness suffices, does it not? Huyang, unable to comprehend the man's line of reasoning, could only respond, we are not of the same path. I take my leave. With that, he cradled the ancient bird, and the poisonous rose and departed. The Gung-Gue, an ancient relic from a millennium ago, was filled with curiosity about modern affairs. Why do you not exchange with him? Huyang glanced at it, and replied, if you fancy him, I could facilitate an exchange between you two. Gung-Gue choked momentarily, hastily shaking its head, absolutely not. Huyang found himself at a loss for words. Why ask when you already know? Gung-Gue displayed an embarrassed smile. Indeed, which Pokémon would not cherish a human who regards them as companions? Chapter 33. The Phoenix King. The journey from Canaz City to Chihuahua Town requires a full 2 days of sailing. Although this passenger ship does not compare to the illustrious Saint and from the anime, its internal amenities are quite comprehensive. There are cabins for passengers to rest, a commercial area selling a variety of local specialties and souvenirs, as well as a bar for relaxation. Interestingly, the ship strictly prohibits trainers from engaging in Pokémon battles on board. Perhaps they fear that the moves unleashed during battles could sink the vessel? Deprived of the opportunity to battle, Huyang found himself languidly standing on the deck, lost in thought alongside Gung-Gue. The shy bud had evolved into a poisonous rose, and its final evolution, Roserade, awaited the acquisition of a sunstone. Compared to ordinary firestones or thunderstones, the sunstone was significantly rarer and more challenging to obtain, which accounted for its exorbitant market price, several times that of standard evolution stones. With his current savings, even selling himself would not afford him a single sunstone. The sky was a brilliant blue, the clouds pure white. The surface of the sea shimmered with ripples as the ship glided through the water. So impoverished, Huyang sighed deeply. As night fell, the sea stirred with turbulent waves. A lightning strike disabled the ship's power, plunging it into darkness. To soothe the passengers' apprehensions, the ship's crew distributed temporary candles to each cabin, informing them that the staff was conducting emergency repairs on the equipment. Within the small cabin, the warm glow of the candles flickered, but against the backdrop of the stormy night outside, their light seemed utterly feeble and insignificant. Through the porthole, the vast ocean, darkened by the night, becomes vividly discernible. As waves crash relentlessly against the hull of the vessel, the passenger ship sways, and the flickering candlelight within the cabin begins to dance in unison. A sense of unease washes over Huyang as he cradles the Guyu bird and the poisonous rose, gazing into the abyssal world beyond. The wavering candlelight seems on the brink of being engulfed by the ominous waters. Just then, perhaps sensing the trainer's trepidation, the Guyu bird unexpectedly extends its wings, gently shielding Huyang's body. The poisonous rose, though filled with apprehension, musters the courage to grasp Huyang's arm. For a moment, he is taken aback, feeling akin to a sorrowful widow from a medieval narrative, left to fend for her children after losing her husband. With this thought, his fear dissipates somewhat. Outside, rain begins to fall. He holds the Guyu bird and the poisonous rose, observing as the Gung-Gue cautiously protects the candle with its ethereal form, as if fearing the flame might extinguish before its very eyes. Gung-Gue, Huyang calls. The Gung-Gue looks up and asks, "What is it?" Huyang smiles and replies, "Nothing. I just felt like calling you." The Gung-Gue, at a loss for words, leaves Huyang with a tinge of regret as he remarks, "I wish I could touch you." The Gung-Gue pauses, glancing down at its intangible body, a myriad of emotions fleeting across its face. The calamity Huyang had envisioned, of the ship's sinking and lives lost, fails to materialize. When he awakens the following day, the rain has ceased and the sea has calmed. The clear sky reveals yet another beautiful day. The ship's power has been restored, and the chefs commence preparations for breakfast, while the weary crew members yawn as they transition from the deck to the cabin, ready to rest. Suddenly, a chorus of exclamations erupts from outside. "Look, what is that? Goodness, what a magnificent rainbow!" Huyang turns to see a creature reminiscent of both a phoenix and a peacock soaring across the distant horizon. Its wings shimmer with iridescent hues, leaving a breathtaking rainbow in its wake. That is the Phoenix King. Huyang's heart swells with excitement, especially after the preceding night's tribulations. The Phoenix King emanates an unparalleled aura of divinity. Merely beholding it instills a sense of clarity within, dispelling even the darkest of moods. Surely, this is a harbinger of good fortune, much like Ash embarking on his journey in an anime. Huyang muses silently. At that moment, the Guyu bird beside him lifts its head, its gaze fixed on the direction of the extending rainbow. Then, it flaps its wings and takes flight toward that radiant spectacle. Huyang was taken aback. Despite his attempt to intervene and stop the ancient moonbird, he was a moment too late, helplessly watching as it pursued the direction in which the Phoenix King had vanished. He wished to chase after it, but like Groudon, he lacked the ability to fly, leaving him awkwardly shouting from the ground, "Ancient moonbird, for heaven's sake, don't mistake the photographer for your next meal." However, the ancient moonbird did not respond. Its speed was astonishing. Within 3 minutes, it had transformed into a mere black speck, ultimately disappearing from sight. Gung-Gue was left in a daze. What was it doing? Really, the toxic rose, shared the concern. Nearby passengers stared in shock. Huyang sighed and covered his face. "Don't look at me. I have no idea." By noon, the ancient moonbird had still not returned. Worried it might have lost its way, Huyang remained on the deck, fixated on the horizon, waiting for its return. Yet, after a long wait, there was still no sign of it. Transforming into a stone of vigilance, he stood in place all day, and as night fell, he still had not seen the ancient moonbird reappear. Gung-Gue hesitated. Glancing in that direction, it should come back, right? Huyang, on the verge of tears, replied, "I wish I knew. If only he had kept the ancient moonbird confined within the Master Ball." as night enveloped the sea in tranquility, unlike the stormy chaos of the previous day. Huyang found himself alone on the deck. Gung Gui and the toxic rose stayed by his side, waiting. Surely it hadn't truly lost its way. Huyang's expression darkened. Just then, he heard a familiar call from behind. Turning around, he saw a damp figure descending from the sky. The ancient moon bird appeared, clutching a rainbow-colored feather in its beak, tilting its head and staring vacantly at the three of them. A wave of elation surged through Huyang, akin to the joy of recovering something precious. But this was swiftly followed by frustration at the bird's antics. Yet, upon witnessing the ancient moon bird's vacant gaze and expression, all his anger dissipated. Sighing, he admonished, "You're not allowed to wander off like that again." As he picked up the feather that had been dropped by the ancient moon bird. Rainbow feather, a magical feather radiating a rainbow glow. It is said that those guided by the rainbow feather and who pass the trials of the Phoenix King shall become the champions of the rainbow. Effect: place this feather atop the rainbow rock on the summit of Tianqing Mountain to summon the Phoenix King. Chapter 34, Phoenix King, what the? Upon recognizing the feather, Huyang felt a sudden constriction in his chest. Could it be that the ancient moon bird had forcibly plucked this from the Phoenix King? Gah! The ancient moon bird yawned, appearing weary. Huyang returned it to the master ball, a complex expression on his face, as he made his way back to the cabin. The rainbow feather in tow. It is merely a feather. Surely the legendary Ho-Oh would not harbor any resentment towards him. He meticulously recalled the tales surrounding Ho-Oh. According to legend, Ho-Oh possesses the ability to resurrect the deceased, leaving a radiant rainbow in its wake. And those fortunate enough to behold it are said to attain eternal happiness. In the lore of the Johto region, it is said that Ho-Oh once resided atop the bell tower in a Krutik city. However, after the neighboring Tower of Time was engulfed in flames, Ho-Oh departed, embarking on a journey across the world in search of pure-hearted Pokémon trainers. In the animated series, the narratives surrounding Ho-Oh are rather scarce. The sole film that centers on Ho-Oh is Pokémon, the movie 2000. In that film, Ho-Oh leaves a feather for Ash, leading him and Pikachu on a whimsical adventure, ultimately earning the title of the Rainbow Hero. Yet, within the storyline, this title seems rather inconsequential, unless one were to disclose it. Others would remain oblivious to their status as the Rainbow Hero. Upon reflection, the utility of the rainbow feather appears limited, seemingly serving no purpose beyond the chance of encountering Ho-Oh once more. Currently, Huyang harbors no intention of seeking out Ho-Oh again, lacking funds. He might perish from hunger along the way. Rather than wielding this feather to partake in the hero's trial, he would prefer something more practical, such as selling it for money. If it proves to be valuable, he plans to sell it, allowing him to capture several new Pokémon. Besides its potential to summon Ho-Oh, perhaps the rainbow feather also symbolizes Ho-Oh's favor and good fortune. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Ho-Oh does not bestow feathers upon merely one individual. Aside from Ash, it also gifted a feather to a resident of a Krutik city named Kazuki, yet it remained elusive until that individual neared the end of their life. Although aware that these two might exist in parallel worlds, Huyang still feels that Ho-Oh resembles a Pokémon version of a cat. What do you think? After much contemplation, he inquired of Jengar and Rosalia. Rosalia looked exasperated. It had never heard of Ho-Oh. Huyang then turned his gaze to Jengar. Jengar shrugged. "Don't look at me. I'm unfamiliar with it as well." Huyang continued. "I was wondering if this feather might have been forcibly plucked from Ho-Oh by the foolish bird." Rosalia and Jengar exchanged glances, recalling the antics of that silly bird, and nodded in agreement. Jengar remarked, "I think that's a possibility." Pausing for a moment, a mischievous smile spread across its face. "You could have that silly bird pluck a few more, and they would make splendid duster feathers." Huyang exclaimed, "How dare you? Amir Jengar shows such disrespect towards the first-tier divine Ho-Oh. Are you not afraid that Ho-Oh might unleash its sacred fire upon you?" Huyang truly wished to voice this inquiry. However, Pokémon, unlike humans, lack a semblance of civilization. For instance, the poisonous rose, if not tamed by him, might never lay eyes upon the vast ocean, nor would it ever come to know of the existence of the mythical beasts that inhabit this world. However, to be candid, the feathers of the Phoenix King are indeed quite exquisite. They remain unaffected by moisture and shimmer with a radiant spectrum of colors under the glow of light. At that moment, Huyang's keen eyes caught a flicker of movement in the shadow of the poisonous rose. Could it be that the shadow guide, Marcia Dao, who leads the brave souls of the rainbow, has come forth? Yet, it was merely a moth drawn to the light, flitting past the lamp. Huyang let out a sigh of relief. It is worth noting that the emissaries of the Phoenix King are not limited to the three in the city. If one were to count, Marcia Dao, who guides trainers to obtain feathers, also qualifies. In his previous life, some netizens even humorously referred to them as the Phoenix King's hounds. Huyang worried that Marshadao might take offense at any disparaging remarks about the Phoenix King and launch an attack against them. Reflecting on it, in the animated feature, Ash only encountered the NTI before Marshadao shifted into his shadow. Presently, he had yet to meet even the Suicune, which could be ensnared by humans. Thus, it was improbable for Marshadao to appear here. With that thought, Huyang felt a sense of relief, but then suddenly realized he was still unaware of whether this world was based on the anime, the special episodes, or the Game S universe. I must ascertain the name of Professor Oak's grandson, he thought. After languishing for so long, Huyang felt it was time to take action. If he were to find that the name was green instead of blue, it would suggest he had not landed in the most perilous special episode universe. Nonetheless, from his experiences over the past few months, this world did not seem excessively dangerous. Before Huyang's thoughts could drift into the realm of fantasy, the passenger ship finally reached its destination. Standing on the deck, gazing at the towering volcano that pierced the clouds amidst the dense jungle, the name Chimney Hill sprang to his mind. Chimney Hill, isn't Groudon said to reside within that very volcano? Huyang mused silently. Yet, he could not be certain. For according to lore, Groudon typically inhabits volcanoes scattered across the globe. The Hoenn region boasts more than just Chimney Hill in terms of volcanoes. As for Kyogre and Rayquaza, one should currently be slumbering in an underwater cavern while the other patrols its territory in the ozone layer. After disembarking, Huyang, with a backpack slung over his shoulder and a Jengar floating behind him, made his way directly to the station. This port was quite a distance from the town of Akihabara, and aside from walking, the only option left was to take a vehicle. In the midst of winter, the biting cold made him reluctant to linger outdoors for even a moment. The vehicle's air conditioning offered a stark contrast to the frigid world outside. As Huyang settled into his seat, he let out a contented sigh. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he found his Jengar burrowing into his embrace. Jengar exclaimed, "There are so many humans. I'm suffocating." Huyang, quite exasperated, replied, "You could return to your Pokeball. Besides, they can't even touch you, can they?" Gung-Gue, without a moment's hesitation, firmly declined. Not a chance. Huyang. 50 minutes later, the two alighted at the platform of Chiuya Town. Snow was falling in Chiuya Town, blanketing the entire town in a pristine layer of white. Such weather was hardly conducive to venturing outdoors. Thus, upon disembarking, Huyang made a beeline for a nearby inn, spending 60 alliance coins to secure a private room. The inn, with a distinctly Japanese aesthetic, featured a cozy little hearth. And seated upon tatami mats, one could gaze through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows at the enchanting snow scene outside. The attentive innkeeper graciously provided complimentary tea and snacks. Huyang expressed his gratitude, releasing his Pokémon to frolic freely. He then removed his outerwear and wrapped himself snugly in a small blanket. In this weather, there was no better indulgence than a languorous slumber beneath the covers. Gung-Gue, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. "Did you come here just to sleep? Can't you sleep at home?" Huyang, choosing to ignore Gung-Gue, turned away, presenting his back. Gung-Gue, Chapter 35, Chiuya Town, and the grand contest the following day, the snow continued to fall heavily. The streets were completely enveloped in a thick layer of snow. Unable to step outside, Huyang was left to cozy up with his Pokémon in the room, sipping tea and admiring the snowfall around the warm hearth. With a grand contest set to take place in Chiuya Town in 3 days, many coordinators began arriving over the course of the 2 days. Coordinators carrying a Pokédex could stay at the Pokémon Center, while those without one had to find lodging at the town's inns. As evening fell, after 2 days of lounging, Huyang felt the urge to venture outdoors for some activity. Seizing the opportunity as the snowfall lightened, he took his Venusaur and Noctowl to the inn's backyard to build a snowman. Gung-Gue floated amidst the snow, wanting to join in the fun, yet found itself unable to reach the snowman. Huyang crafted a plump snowman resembling Gung-Gue and said, "Look, doesn't it look like you?" Gung-Gue looked down and then approached for a closer comparison, defensively asserting, "I'm not that chubby." Huyang beckoned, "Come stand here." Gung-Gue, puzzled, drifted over. What for? Its position perfectly aligned with the snowman, yet its limbs clearly extended beyond the snowman's form. Huyang struggled to suppress his laughter. Initially bewildered, Gung-Gue looked down only to realize, its head nearly steaming in indignation, "I won't talk to you anymore." "Huyang, who won't you talk to?" "You." Gung-Gue blurted out. "Huyang, then who are you speaking to now?" Gung-Gue turned away, crossing its arms in defiance. "You're not allowed to speak." Huyang, stifling his laughter, nodded earnestly. All right, I want to say a word." Gung-Gue huffed, drifting away from the snow. Gung-Gue, sulking as it began to draw circles in the snow. True to his word, Hu Yang refrained from speaking. After a while, noticing the silence, Gung couldn't help but glance back. Yet, a tall and striking snowy spirit rose from the ground. Hu Yang waved at it. Come here quickly. That plump spirit you just saw belongs to the mansion. This one is truly you. The spirit murmured softly. I am not foolish. This is not me either. It still possessed a sense of self-awareness. Hu Yang continued. Then come over and stand still. I shall sculpt a form for you based on your outline. Only then did the spirit drift back, standing on the ground and lowering its gaze to watch the snow filling its body. This scene captivated other trainers residing at the inn. Soon, some approached with their Pokémon to frolic in the snow. On the third day, the heavy snowfall that had persisted for 2 days finally ceased. Taking advantage of the slightly warmer temperature, Hu Yang ventured outdoors with his Pokémon to attend to important matters. Autumn Leaf Town, located in the northwest of the Hoenn region, is renowned as an agricultural haven. Thus, its architectural style starkly contrasts with the towering skyscrapers of Kanas City, instead embodying a charming pastoral aesthetic. The town is modest in size, standing on the streets. One can easily gaze upon the neatly arranged terraced fields stretching across the distant landscape. Within the game, several significant locations are found here, such as the home of the fossil enthusiast, much like Daigo, and the residence of Professor Solon, who has a penchant for studying meteorites, as well as the grand competition venue. Brief flashes of plot associated with these locations flickered in Hu Yang's mind, yet they bore little relevance to his current self. Today, his purpose for venturing out was primarily to visit an internet CAF to ascertain the name of Professor Oak's grandson. As for the feather of the legendary Ho-Oh, given the indigenous mythical creatures in the Hoenn region, they might not fully appreciate its worth. Thus, Hu Yang had no intention of selling it here. However, after searching for a considerable time, he found no internet CAF in Autumn Leaf Town. Recalling that Orange Flower City had won, Hu Yang reluctantly decided to visit a bookstore in hopes of finding some biographies. The bookstore owner, a mature woman clad in an apron, observed Hu Yang as he aimlessly wandered about and could not help but inquire. Hello, may I ask what type of book you are looking for? Hu Yang replied. Do you have any books related to Professor Oak? The woman paused momentarily. Professor Oak from the Kanto region? Hu Yang nodded affirmatively. Let me check, she said, moving to the bookshelf. After a brief search, she retrieved 2 volumes and stated, I apologize, but there are no books on Professor Oak. However, we do have some on Professor Okito. The image of being pursued by a Snivy in the game surfaced in Hu Yang's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he nodded. That will suffice. 5 minutes later, he exhaled in relief. The information gleaned from the book revealed that Professor Okito did not have a daughter named Sophia, nor a son named Ruby. Furthermore, the character inspired by Sophia, Xiao Yao, was now, just as in the anime, the daughter of Qianli, the leader of the Orange Flower Gym. This indicated that the worldview of this realm leaned more towards the anime rather than the perilous game and its special episodes. Hu Yang had completely set his mind at ease, casually shoving the biography of Dr. Tian Wan into his backpack, intending to use it as a makeshift table leg upon returning to school. After all, his current financial situation was quite dire, and nothing could be wasted. If this were a world within an anime, it would imply that he stood a significant chance of encountering Ash, Jessie, James, Misty, and perhaps even a certain Pokeball superhero. However, at this juncture, Ash was likely still at home, not yet embarking on his journey. Hu Yang recalled the plot of the original series. Due to the passage of time, some of the memories had grown hazy. Yet, he still retained the essence of pivotal events, such as Ash's abandoned Charmander, the imposing Dragonite at the Lighthouse of Radiance, and the 3 ancient Pokémon. After departing from the bookstore, Hu Yang arrived at the venue for the Grand Festival. A large electronic screen outside displayed captivating highlights from the competition. He spotted Macaulay alongside his signature Milotic. The atmosphere at the venue was bustling, filled with coordinators arriving to register. Unlike him, these individuals were accompanied by 1 or 2 fellow trainers or breeders on their journey. The purpose of his visit to Akihabara Town was to challenge these trainers to battle, to test the results of his recent training with Rosalia. Thus, he made a beeline for those who appeared to be trainers. Are you suggesting a Pokémon battle with me? Inquired a girl named Saori, pointing at herself. Hu Yang nodded. Is that all right? Saori smiled. Of course. Such occurrences are commonplace among traveling trainers. However, she added, by the way, I have already collected 3 gym badges, judging by your appearance. You must have just begun your journey, right? Hu Yang did not deny it. Well, you could say that. This is my first venture away from home since arriving in this world. Saori declared. In that case, it's settled. With a swift motion, she threw a Pokeball, and a brilliant flash revealed a robust Combuskin, standing nearly a meter tall, before Hu Yang. Chapter 36. Rosalia versus Combuskin. The battle rules were simple, a one-on-one match. With each participant permitted only a single Pokémon, victory would be claimed if either Pokémon fell. Saori's companion, Xiao Yi, stood nearby to officiate the match. So, which Pokémon will you send into battle? Huyang. Huyang produced Rosalia's Pokeball, and with a burst of light, the beautiful figure of Rosalia materialized across from Combusken. Seeing Rosalia's vibrant demeanor, Saori raised an eyebrow. Your Rosalia has been excellently trained. However, its type is at a disadvantage against Combusken. You may attack first. Huyang did not hesitate, commanding Toxic Spikes. With an elegant flourish, Rosalia raised its hands, and a radiant light blossomed from its rosebud. Immediately, sharp, purple poisonous needles coalesced and took form, resembling a torrential downpour of pear blossoms, hurtling towards the mighty chicken. Typically, when a Pokémon evolves, the parts of its body used for its moves also undergo transformation. For instance, when Squirtle evolves into Blastoise, its water gun is emitted from the cannons on its back rather than its mouth. The same applies to the Rosalia. During its bud stage, both Stun Spore and Seed Bomb are released from the flower bud atop its head. However, upon reaching the Rosalia stage, these moves are unleashed from the rose buds on its hands. Faced with the poisonous needles, Shotzi, a trainer who had already amassed 3 gym badges, reacted swiftly. Mighty Chicken. Evade. Here it comes. The ultimate technique of the Pokémon world. With a sudden burst of strength, the Mighty Chicken leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the poisonous needles that grazed past it. Pursue from above, Flame Wheel. Shotzi commanded loudly. Cha! The Mighty Chicken cried out, enveloped in searing flames, resembling a crimson meteor descending from the heavens. The Rosalia had nowhere to flee. Both the Seed Bomb and Stun Spore would be incinerated by the approaching flames. Is this the essence of type advantage? Huyang remained unfazed, issuing commands with remarkable composure. Rosalia, use Magical Leaf. Roly Roly. The Rosalia instantly understood its trainer's intent. Directing its hands downward, a multitude of leaf blades, imbued with a seemingly sentient energy, erupted from the rose buds. An unseen gust of wind surged forth, propelling the petite Rosalia into the air. Utilizing the whirlwind generated by Magical Leaf to ascend? Quite an astute command, Shotzi remarked, her eyes lighting up in admiration. But it's not over yet, Huyang replied with a smile. Using Stun Spore directly would be negated by the opponent's flames. In that case, Rosalia, execute that move from above. Huyang ordered. What move could that be? Shotzi pondered momentarily, intently observing the unfolding battle. In midair, the Rosalia brought its hands together, a vibrant green light coalescing into a substantial, hardened seed. Its Seed Bomb. Shotzi recognized the move and swiftly commanded, Mighty Chicken. Remember our special training and use double kick against the airborne target. Cha! Determination filled the Mighty Chicken's eyes. With a sudden surge of power in its legs, it leapt and accurately struck the Seed Bomb hurtling towards it. However, the anticipated scene of the Seed Bomb being sent flying did not occur. Instead, upon impact, it exploded. A faint powder was dispersed rapidly in all directions due to the shockwave. Shotzi was taken aback. How did it combine Seed Bomb and Stun Spore? No, it was not merely a combination of Seed Bomb and Stun Spore. Huyang's gaze fell upon the elegantly descending Toxic Rose, a testament to their rigorous training over recent times. It was the culmination of combining explosive landmines with paralysis powder, resulting in a device that far surpassed the capabilities of ordinary paralysis bombs in both power and effect. The robust chicken succumbed to paralysis, plummeting from the sky and convulsing uncontrollably on the ground. Huyang immediately pursued, unleashing his full might with the magical leaves. The Toxic Rose, elated by the success of their training in vanquishing the enemy, brimmed with fighting spirit. Its eyes sparkled with determination, and under the influence of heightened emotions, an extraordinary number of magical leaves surged forth from its rosebud. A torrent of air was set in motion, producing a swift whistling sound. The mass production led to a qualitative transformation. The sheer quantity of magical leaves began to coalesce, hinting at a swirling tornado-like vortex. A thought flickered through Huyang's mind, reminiscent of another technique, the leaf storm. In the game, this move was described as summoning sharp leaves to whip up a storm against the opponent, albeit at the cost of significantly reducing one's special attack due to recoil. He pondered whether, through specialized training, he could adapt the magical leaves into a lower-tier version of the leaf storm, one that wouldn't drastically diminish his special attack upon use. At that moment, a multitude of magical leaves struck the robust chicken. Perhaps due to its high resistance to paralysis, the chicken swiftly regained its composure upon impact. Flames erupted uncontrollably from its body, fueled by its blaze ability, An attribute that amplifies the power of fire-type moves when its health is diminished. Has Blaze been triggered? Saori remarked. In that case, Robust Chicken, unleash the Flare Blitz and conclude this battle. The flames surrounding the Robust Chicken intensified, and with Blaze's enhancement, a fiery shape resembling the character coalesced, leaving the Toxic Rose no chance to evade, striking it instantaneously. The Toxic Rose lost its fighting capability, and Miss Saori emerged victorious in this encounter. Hu Yang reflected on the disparity, while his efforts against opponents yielded meager results. A single move from them produced a significant and critical effect. He felt a sense of numbness. Achieving victory under attribute disadvantage was indeed a daunting challenge. Thank you for your hard work, he said as he returned the incapacitated Toxic Rose to its Pokeball. Saori approached, her enthusiasm palpable. Fighting against you is truly enjoyable. If not for my Robust Chicken's 2 years of training experience, I might have been the one to lose this battle. Hu Yang humbly replied, not at all. Saori smiled. Do you have any Pokemon left? Shall we engage in another battle? Hu Yang shook his head. I have none remaining. The ancient Moonbird cannot make an appearance at this moment. Its formidable techniques could potentially level a significant portion of Autumn Leaf Town. Should it act upon this, it would undoubtedly find itself on the wanted list of the entire Hoenn League the following day. Regrettably, Xiaozi turned to Hu Yang with a smile and inquired, are you traveling alone to Autumn Leaf Town? Hu Yang nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Xiaozi extended an invitation. Would you care to join us in witnessing this year's dazzling contest? Chapter 37, The Legend of the Meteor People. Beside them, a girl named Xiao Yi cradled a Meowth and exclaimed, I will be participating in the dazzling contest. Sister Xiaozi is here to accompany me. The notion of the dazzling contest conjured the image of the esteemed coordinator Macaulay in Hu Yang's mind. Having yet to witness a dazzling contest in reality, he pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. Thus, Hu Yang serendipitously became a member of this petite entourage of 2 girls. With 3 days remaining until the dazzling contest, Hu Yang initially intended to continue seeking battles. However, Xiaozi mentioned that they too needed to undergo specialized training for the upcoming event, and it would be fortuitous to train together. Prior to that, they needed to pay a visit to Professor Solens, who resided in the town. Consequently, Hu Yang accompanied the 2 girls to a residence. Before long, the door opened, revealing a middle-aged man of unremarkable appearance, adorned with spectacles. This was undoubtedly Professor Solens, known for his collaboration with Team Magma and Team Aqua in excavating meteorites at Meteor Falls within the game. Ah, it's you, little Xiaozi. Professor Solens adjusted his glasses and reminisced. It has been a year since our last meeting, hasn't it? Xiaozi nodded and retrieved a gift from her backpack, stating, yes. Uncle Solens, this is a gift prepared by my mother for you. Professor Solens chuckled. Really? You didn't have to bring anything. Just come on in. He ushered the 3 into the spacious yet cluttered living room, strewn with various tools and stones. Professor Solens went to the kitchen to brew tea, while Xiaozi quietly explained to the others, do not mind the mess. Uncle Solens' work involves researching meteorites. Hu Yang, of course, was not perturbed. Rather, he was intrigued and began examining the meteorites scattered on the floor. Fragments of extraterrestrial meteorites, seemingly of little use. Fossilized skull of an ancient human, possessing certain research value. Fossilized excrement of ancient Pokémon, taking on a peculiar form after desiccation. At that moment, Professor Solens emerged from the kitchen with 3 cups of tea and settled on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation with Xiaozi. Meanwhile, Hu Yang continued his investigation. Fragments of firestone veins, composed of natural energy, commonly found in areas of volcanic activity, capable of inducing evolution in certain Pokémon. Fossilized parts of the ancient Pokémon Onyx, capable of revival at Devon Corporation. The evolution stone for Ailerado allows it to evolve into Super Ailerado during battle when held. An extraterrestrial unknown meteorite, rich in energy, possesses the remarkable ability to enable Dialga to change its form. At that moment, Hu Yang inadvertently choked on his tea. What happened? The 2 individuals engaged in conversation turned their attention toward him. Hu Yang, feeling a bit embarrassed, waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a little cough. Dr. Solens, known for his amiable nature, chuckled heartily. No need to rush. It's perfectly fine to drink slowly. Hu Yang was not in a hurry. He was simply taken aback by the abundance of treasures in the man's home. Doctor, did you excavate all these stones from Meteor Falls? Before Hu Yang could finish his thought, Xiao Yi pointed at a uniquely shaped stone and inquired. Dr. Solens nodded with a smile. Indeed, there was a meteorite fall incident at Meteor Falls, which resulted in the appearance of many meteorites. Hu Yang listened intently, his interest piqued. No wonder the beautiful country in that world had once sparked such a massive gold rush. Such occurrences are undeniably captivating. He resolved to visit Meteor Falls, hoping to encounter rare stones to sell, thus affording him the means to care for a second Pokémon. Mining stones, earning money, and capturing new Pokémon. Huyang felt a surge of excitement, finally grasping the fervor that Daowu held for stones. However, while Daowu was driven purely by passion, Huyang was motivated by financial gain. Dr. Solons commenced recounting the legends surrounding Meteor Falls. Long ago, meteor showers streaked across the night sky, and Groudon and Kyogre engaged in relentless battles, shaking the earth and overturning the seas. The Hoenn continent nearly faced destruction, but fortunately, the ancient Pokémon Rayquaza intervened to stop them. A millennium later, a meteor fell to present-day Liushi, awakening Groudon and Kyogre with its energy. The inheritor of that time stood upon the Rainbow Stone, praying for Rayquaza's return. According to legend, Rayquaza underwent a transformation due to the power of the wishes. Rayquaza's emergence once again halted the conflict between the god of the land and the god of the sea. After their fierce battle, Groudon and Kyogre retreated to the depths of the earth and ocean, while Rayquaza ascended back to the sky. The meteor people erected the sky pillar in honor of their deity, prophesying that a meteor would strike the world 1,000 years hence. When that moment arrives, the meteor people shall once again summon Rayquaza to protect the planet. Wow, that's incredible! Xiao Yi exclaimed, her face glowing with excitement. Are these legendary stories true? Do Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre really exist in this world? Shazi also inquired, noting that the legend had transpired 1,000 years ago, and no one had seen Groudon or Kyogre during that time. Of course they exist. Dr. Solon's eyes glinted with fervor as he proclaimed, "My research on meteorites is dedicated to unraveling the truth behind the beings of the meteor showers. When Groudon and Kyogre awaken, I shall summon Rayquaza to save this world." Saori twitched her lips and remarked, "Uncle, you are already in your 40s. Such grand endeavors should be entrusted to the youth." Dr. Solons chuckled sheepishly. Huyang, however, was intrigued by another matter. "Doctor, you mentioned that the power of wishes altered Rayquaza's form?" Upon hearing this, a mysterious smile spread across Dr. Solon's face. "Indeed. We refer to that form as Mega Evolution, an evolution beyond evolution. Furthermore, I must inform you that this phenomenon is highly likely to occur in other Pokémon as well." He turned to Saori, saying, "For instance, your Blaziken." "What?" Saori exclaimed in surprise. "How is that possible?" Dr. Solons continued, "I have a friend in the Kalos region who is researching this. I believe that within a decade, the truth behind Rayquaza's new form will be unveiled." Huyang interjected, "That friend from the Kalos region, could it be Bretano? And a decade is far too long. Does that mean the Mega Stone on my shiny Gardevoir will gather dust for 10 years? Chapter 38. The Grand Festival. Yet, there was little choice in the matter. For a Pokémon to evolve, it requires not only its own Mega Stone, but also a corresponding keystone worn by its trainer, alongside a profound bond between them. After departing from Dr. Solon's residence, Huyang began to contemplate the possibility of visiting Meteor Falls for a stroke of luck. Meteor Falls, a vast cavern formed by a meteorite impact, is adorned with a magnificent waterfall created by the intricate network of underground water veins. Much like the Orange Forest, it is home to a plethora of wild Pokémon. However, due to the differing ecosystems, the species inhabiting Meteor Falls are markedly distinct from those in the Orange Forest. Notably absent are the terrifying Caterpie and Weedle, replaced instead by Zubat, Geodude, Solrock, and Lunatone. Nevertheless, the danger level has significantly increased compared to the Orange Forest. For instance, the Lunatone that could single-handedly control all the residents of a small town, as depicted in the anime, Pokémon, Advanced Generation Episode 87. "What are you pondering?" Saori inquired. "I'm contemplating Meteor Falls," Huyang replied. Saori chuckled lightly, stating, "It has been a millennium since anyone has witnessed those 3 legendary Pokémon." Do not place too much weight on Uncle Solon's words. He once claimed to have found evidence of formidable extraterrestrial Pokémon invading Earth. Huyang responded, "Can we truly dismiss what Dr. Solon says? The meteorite capable of altering Deoxys' form is still sitting in his home." Xiaoyi expressed with hopeful eyes, "How wonderful it would be to see the legendary Rayquaza in person." Huyang replied, "If Rayquaza were to appear, it would signify the resurgence of Groudon and Kyogre. But enough of that, it is time to train." Saori optimistically added. The trio made their way back to the venue of the Grand Festival, where Huyang sought out other trainers to refine the battle techniques of his Roserade. Meanwhile, Saori and Xiaoyi engaged in performance training with a Meowth. Huyang planned to explore Meteor Falls once the Grand Festival concluded, feeling assured that he would encounter no issues. However, before that, He needed to see if Roserade could elevate Magical Leaf into a lower-tier Leaf Storm. Concentrate on controlling the Magical Leaf and try to gather them together, Huyang instructed. Roly. Roserade nodded resolutely, and soon, an innumerable array of green leaves erupted from its flower bud. The magical leaves seemed to possess a life of their own, converging into a towering green vortex that stood about 2 meters tall before Huyang. How long can you maintain this? He inquired. Roserade furrowed its brow, uncertain of the answer. 1 second, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Time slipped away quietly. Finally, at the 23rd second, the green vortex dissipated. The snow on the ground was whisked high into the air, revealing the frozen earth beneath. As the magical leaves dispersed, a cascade of snowflakes rained back down, landing with a soft thud. Roserade emitted an apologetic sound, having exhausted its energy. You did wonderfully, Huyang consoled, gazing in surprise at the now barren ground. Previously, when it had successfully executed the paralyzing bomb on its second attempt, he had thought it merely a stroke of luck. However, now Roserade had unleashed such a grand display of magical leaves in one go, successfully forming them into a tornado shape. This clearly attested to Roserade's extraordinary talent in energy control. Nonetheless, it was evident that such a feat drained Roserade's stamina significantly. Can you still perform Magical Leaf? Huyang asked. Roserade attempted to summon the energy, but shook its head, indicating its inability. Huyang pondered deeply. In the game, there is a limitation on the number of moves a Pokémon can use in battle. For instance, Magical Leaf can only be employed a maximum of 10 times in a single encounter. By game terminology, this could be referred to as a value of 10. Yet, this lower-tier Leaf Storm seemed to consume the energy equivalent to 10 uses in one go. Conversely, the power of this move, compared to regular Magical Leaf, had significantly increased. Undoubtedly, with diligent practice, this technique could become another formidable weapon in Roserade's arsenal. As anticipated, when Huyang once again gazed at the information regarding the Poison Rose, the moves section underwent a transformation. Species, Poison Rose. Type, Grass. Poison ability, Leaf Guard base stats, 400, health, 50, attack, 60, defense, 45, special attack, 100, special defense, 80, speed, 65, known moves, Mega Drain, Stun Spore, Seed Bomb, Stun Bomb, Stun Spore, Seed Bomb, Mind Bomb, Seed Bomb, Poison Sting, Magical Leaf, Magical Leaf. Current mood, tired. Desiring rest, physical condition, fatigued, friendship level, 100. It adores you and wishes to remain by your side forever. Huyang retrieved a bottle of berry juice from his backpack and offered it to the Poison Rose. Watching as the bottle emptied, he said, "Let us take a break. You've worked hard today?" The Poison Rose, utterly exhausted, emitted a soft sound and transformed into a beam of light, returning to its Pokeball. 3 days later, the grand competition officially commenced. After Huyang and Xiao Zi cheered for Xiao Yi, they ascended to the stands. The air was filled with lively discussions, yet the arena soon fell silent. The event host, Vivian, took the microphone and began introducing the judges of this splendid contest. Mr. Kankan-Suten, the director of the Event Affairs Bureau, Mr. Samuza, the president of the Hoenn Pokemon Enthusiast Club, and Miss Joy from Autumn Leaf Town. Huyang glanced at the short, amiable-looking middle-aged man with squinting eyes. He recalled Samuza, the man who expressed his appreciation for the contestants' performances with just a simple, "I like this." Before long, the grand contest commenced in earnest. Observing the audience cradling their Pokémon, Huyang contemplated and embraced both the ancient Moonbird and the Poison Rose. Meanwhile, Jengar floated nearby, casually watching the performances on stage. The actual grand contest bore little difference from its depiction in anime. For instance, a trainer had the hunting Butterfree envelop itself in a silver whirlwind, creating the illusion of donning a layer of shimmering silver gauze. Another trainer commanded their EV to unleash Shadow Ball into the sky, where it exploded, transforming the energy into a vibrant array of colors, reminiscent of blooming fireworks. For Huyang, a traveler from another realm, such displays held no novelty and could even be deemed rather ordinary. Is this it? I could do that. The Poison Rose watched the Pokémon on stage showcasing their charms, its eyes glimmering with admiration. Chapter 39. Yaya. The grand contest concluded beautifully. The ultimate victor was not Xiao Yi, but a man accompanied by a Milotic, having scored a mere 167 points alongside the performance of the tail Meow. The dejected Xiao Yi left Chiyue town that very day, vowing never to return to this sorrowful place. Huyang, momentarily at a loss for words, stood silent. Before departing, Shaji inquired, "Do you have any destination in mind?" Huyang replied, "I might head to Fuyin town for a while." "Very well. Xiaoji said as she turned, leading Xiaoyi forward for several meters before glancing back and waving at Huyang, exclaiming, "I hope to see you again." Huyang responded with a smile, "There will be opportunities. Such is the nature of the Pokémon world, where encounters and farewells abound, as each individual pursues their dreams." Continually moving forward, the beautiful girl with pastel pink hair turned away, accompanied by her disheartened companion. "Where shall we go now?" Gung Gue floated nearby, observing the scene with amusement. Huyang replied with a mysterious smile, "I shall take you to mine, Gung Gue." 2 hours later, clad in a miner's outfit, armed with a pickaxe and burdened with a backpack, Huyang stood at the entrance of the Meteor Waterfall. Much like the Orange Blossom Forest, a warning sign loomed beside the entrance, inscribed with the words, "Cave dangerous, ordinary people keep out." "Are you frightened?" Gung Gue curiously asked. Noticing Huyang's hesitation at the threshold, Huyang responded, "I was merely contemplating how we would transport any substantial or we might unearth." With that, he stepped inside. The cave was not as dark as he had envisioned. Due to the impact of meteorites, it lacked a ceiling. Over time, the meteorite crater had weathered, sculpted by the relentless flow of water into an uneven terrain. As he traversed the cavern, the distant sound of underground water coursing was distinctly audible. While walking, Huyang activated his appraisal function, and the information regarding the items and Pokémon within his view began to materialize in his mind. Yet, aside from ordinary stones, he found nothing of note. After advancing further, Huyang spotted a massive red-faced dragon drinking from the riverbank. The sudden appearance of a human immediately captured the creature's attention. It turned its head, fixing Huyang with a fierce gaze. Species, red-faced dragon. Type, dragon ability, rough skin base stats, 485, HP, 77, attack, 120, defense, 90. Special attack, 60, special defense, 90, speed, 48. Known moves, scratch, glare, bite, dragon rage, dragon claw current emotion, alert physical condition, thirsty. Hungry friendliness, 20, it perceives you as prey. Huyang commanded, poison ivy, use sleep powder. He swiftly released poison ivy just before the red-faced dragon lunged at him. Upon receiving the command, the poison rose directed itself towards the crimson-faced dragon, and a copious amount of paralysis powder erupted from its flower buds. With a furious roar, the crimson-faced dragon opened its mouth wide, allowing the powder to enter its body. Time to make my escape, Huyang thought, having no intention of capturing such a disgrace to dragonkind. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly scooped up the poison rose and fled. Gung Gue floated behind, perplexed, and remarked, "It's taunting you. Why not let that foolish bird show it who's boss?" Huyang replied, exasperated, "Because I prefer to stay alive." Any of the 4 moves that the ancient moonbird possesses could cause this cave to collapse entirely. Speaking of the ancient moonbird, Huyang found a vacant spot devoid of wild spirits and released it. He then retrieved the Mega Evolution Stone for Shinado from his backpack. Gesturing to the ancient moonbird, "I'm hungry and wish to eat this. Could you help me retrieve it?" The ancient moonbird, upon seeing the evolution stone, emitted a silly sound before flapping its wings and soaring into the air. Did it understand me? Huyang rejoiced, hurriedly chasing after it. However, the ancient moonbird's speed was too swift for them to keep up. "We might as well wait for it to return," Gung Gue suggested. Huyang, somewhat anxious, pondered aloud, "Do you think it truly understood my words?" This question was soon answered, for within 5 minutes, the ancient moonbird returned, clutching a large stone in its beak. Mysterious meteorite, a fragment of a colossal meteorite that fell into the meteor falls, containing terrifying cosmic energy. A certain mysterious organization seems intent on using it to reactivate the Chimney Mountain. Goodness. Is this not the energy meteorite that the Magma Gang seeks to reactivate Chimney Mountain in the Game's storyline? Huyang recalled that it was indeed the Magma Gang that had stolen it from Dr. Solens. This meant that had he not come today, this meteorite would have been discovered by Dr. Solens 2 years hence, subsequently stolen by the Magma Gang, thereby initiating the resurrection of Groudon's narrative. The ancient moonbird tilted its head, seemingly puzzled as to why Huyang did not consume the meteorite. Gung Gue chuckled softly, "If you don't eat it, that foolish bird will be quite heartbroken." Suddenly, the ancient moonbird emitted a sound and turned to fly away again. Huyang settled down to wait, meanwhile stowing the meteorite in his climbing backpack. Before long, the ancient moonbird returned once more, this time bringing back a stone resembling an agate. Moonstone, premium quality, a wondrous stone that allows certain specific Pokémon to evolve, as dark as the night sky. Huyang's smile broadened, his lips stretching into a grin. He had never realized how beneficial the ancient moonbird's habit of retrieving items could be. What a bountiful harvest. From this day forth, he, Huyang, would reside in the meteor falls until his backpack was filled to capacity before emerging from the mountain. Beside him, Gung-Gue urged, "Can't you disregard physical objects in reality? Why not delve underground to see if there are any buried stones?" Gung-Gue exclaimed, "How utterly insane. You wouldn't, like those humans, be blinded by monetary allure, would you?" A hint of concern flickered in Gung-Gue's demeanor. Huyang retorted, "Who told you that?" Gung-Gue replied, "That human named Li Jia mentioned it, and when she spoke to Nishida, his expression mirrored yours at this very moment." As the two engaged in casual banter, Gu Yuniao returned, soaring with fresh provisions. From a distance, Huyang could hear the distinctive cries of Yiya. Yiya? His heart skipped a beat. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a Yiya tossed before him, rolling on the ground twice. The taut, vigilant Yiya, having just risen, was met with the piercing gaze of a human. Sensing imminent danger, it prepared to retaliate, but in the next instant, a firm beak clamped around its body. Lifting it aloft, Yiya struggled vehemently, yet Gu Yuniao remained unmoved, standing steadfast. Eventually, exhaustion overcame Yiya, and it lay sprawled like a salted fish. Tears of humiliation welled in its large eyes as it turned its head, only to find the human still observing intently. Instantly, Yiya averted its gaze, refusing to be seen. Huyang remarked, "Poor creature." Gung-Gue shook his head in sympathy. "Thank goodness it lacks a physical form." Contemplating this, Gung-Gue's regard for Gu Yuniao intensified, recognizing its formidable nature. What a terrifying bird. Chapter 40. Yiya, a dragon-type Pokémon, possesses a gentle temperament, yet harbors a profound territorial instinct. Thus, they etch markings on trees with their fangs to signify their domain. Researchers often utilize these markings to ascertain the primary habitats of Yiya and their migratory patterns. Typically, this species nests deep within forests, and Huyang had not anticipated their presence in caves. Species: Yiya. Type: Dragon. Ability: Inner Focus. Base Stats: 320, HP, 46, Attack, 87, Defense, 60, Special Attack, 30, Special Defense, 40, Speed, 57, Known Moves: Scratch, Leer, Bite, Dragon Rage, Dual Chop. Current Emotion: Humiliated, Helpless. Physical Condition: Exhausted. Slight, bruising friendliness. Yiya ground its teeth in irritation, and Huyang, wary of being bitten, hesitated to approach recklessly. He summoned Gu Yuniao closer and addressed Yiya. "You can understand my words, can't you?" Yiya ignored him. Observing this, Huyang produced a Pokeball, declaring, "If you choose silence, I shall capture you." Coincidentally, selling the minerals would grant him funds to care for a second Pokemon. Yiya, this small sprite, boasts an impressive base stat total of 540 after its third evolution, surpassing even the esteemed starter Pokemon distributed by the league. Its physical attack value is an astonishing 147. Furthermore, wild Yiya are exceedingly rare, often existing as elusive entities that trainers eagerly seek to capture whenever they appear. Upon hearing this, Yiya finally turned its head in anger. Huyang, unable to comprehend, turned to Gung-Gue and asked for a translation. Gung-Gue, floating with arms crossed, replied, "It states that even if it were to perish, it would refuse to be captured by humans." Huyang found himself at a loss for words. Truly, a sovereign of the Pokemon world. Yiya's eyes were fixated on the red and white Pokeball in Huyang's hand, as if poised to leap forth and shatter it. In response, Huyang concealed the Pokeball behind his back, crouching down and enticingly said, "Follow me, and I can help you grow stronger." "Yiya," Gung-Gue interjected. "It claims that it can grow strong without your assistance." Huyang then offered a snack he had prepared for the toxic rose, an ancient moonbird from his pocket. Yiya, however, dismissed it entirely, displaying an intense refusal. "Very well then," Huyang sighed in resignation, retracting the Pokeball and standing up. "You may leave." At this, Yiya turned its head, revealing a look of disbelief. Huyang spread his hands and said, "If you are unwilling, I shall not compel you." "Yiya?" It seemed incredulous. Huyang insisted, "Truly, I am not one to force others against their will." Yiya then glanced at the ancient moonbird. Huyang cradled the bird in his arms and reassured, "It will no longer pursue you." Yiya regained some strength, rising from the ground, and without a hint of nostalgia, it darted away. Gung-Gue, standing nearby, expressed astonishment. "Weren't you eager to capture it?" Huyang smirked slightly, gazing at Yiya's retreating form, and retorted, "Do you truly believe that with its draconic might, it could escape this place?" Gung-Gue paused, realizing that the direction Yiya fled towards was the territory of the fearsome red-faced dragon. Dragon-type Pokémon are acutely sensitive to each other's presence, and that creature would not permit Yiya to leave its domain. Huyang elaborated, The red-faced dragon, viewing Yaya as potential prey, would certainly be preferred over a mere human seeking to capture it, provided Yaya is not a fool. During this interval of mining at Meteor Falls, is it truly challenging to strategize the capture of a stubborn little dragon? Not in the slightest. Moreover, Yaya is currently irked by its previous capture by the ancient moonbird, harboring significant grievances against him. Of course, should it ultimately refuse to be captured, Huyang would not force the issue. It simply appears that he and Yaya are not destined to be. Gung-Gue remarked, "You are indeed rather wicked." Huyang replied, "You should refrain from making baseless accusations against one's character." Huyang retorted, "If it ultimately refuses to submit to me, I would have to compensate it with several days' worth of meals. Even as an apology for being captured by the ancient moonbird, I would still be at a loss." Gung-Gue was left speechless. Just then, a furious roar echoed from the distance. Soon, a small figure appeared, sprinting into Huyang's line of sight, followed closely by the menacing silhouette of the red-faced dragon. However, due to its massive size, its speed paled in comparison to that of Yaya. This was precisely why Huyang felt secure allowing Yaya to venture alone. The red-faced dragon, having lived in caves for eons, had developed atrophied wings that could not support flight. Coupled with the cave's unique environment, it was incapable of utilizing the speed advantage like dragons on land to hunt. Thus, they would silently await the passage of prey in the tunnels, launching sudden attacks from the shadows. This was the hunting method of the red-faced dragon. Poisonous Rose, Paralysis Powder. With the command issued, the poisonous rose brushed past Yaya, releasing a torrent of paralysis powder, causing the red-faced dragon to clumsily collapse to the ground. Its fierce gaze fixated on the poisonous rose and the human behind it. "Unleash Seed Bomb with all your might," Huyang commanded. Roar. Instantly, a rich green glow radiated from the poisonous rose's hands. The light coalesced into a massive seed, which, under its control, was hurled forcefully towards the red-faced dragon's head. With a resounding thud, a flurry of stars erupted in the dragon's eyes. "This is now my territory," Huyang boldly asserted his claim. The red-faced dragon, regaining its senses, emitted a defiant roar. It gathered purple energy in its mouth, forming the dragon's fury in an instant. The dragon's movements were too conspicuous, and Huyang easily discerned the trajectory of the dragon's fury attack. It was aimed precisely at his position. "Poisonous Rose, unleash magical leaves with all your power." As he swiftly commanded, Huyang dashed towards the vacant space on the left. In the next moment, the dragon's fury arrived, narrowly missing his shadow. Meanwhile, the poisonous rose's magical leaves coalesced into a terrifying green vortex, striking the red-faced dragon, which was still channeling its dragon's fury. The sharp blades of leaves grazed the dragon's body. Although its scales were thick, they appeared somewhat fragile against such a concentrated assault of magical leaves. In an instant, numerous clear wounds emerged on its hide. The red-faced dragon, in agony, let out an unwilling roar and halted its advance. There were formidable spirits in this area beyond just itself. If its injured state were detected by those spirits, it would certainly face even more ferocious assaults. At that point, not only would it lose this territory, but it might also become prey to those creatures. Enough of this, it thought. It is merely a small piece of territory. I shall concede. The crimson-faced dragon cast an exasperated glance in that direction, swiftly abandoning its assault and turning to flee, its tail tucked beneath it. Seeing that terrifying creature retreat, Yaya finally exhaled in relief. Huyang feigned confusion, remarking, "Oh, didn't you leave? Why have you returned?" Beside him, Gung-Gue expressed a series of awkward sounds. Yaya displayed an embarrassed expression in response. Huyang glanced at its affection level, which had plummeted from 10 to 0. Indeed, had it regained its composure now? He looked towards the direction of the crimson-faced dragon and inquired, "Is it because of that creature?" Yaya, trembling with fear, nodded vigorously. It had barely escaped being devoured. "You wish to leave this place, correct?" Huyang asked. "Ah, I see," he pondered aloud. "I will stay here for a few days, then return to the mainland. If you don't mind, you could accompany us when the time comes. Would you be willing?" Yaya, touched, nodded its head eagerly. What a kind-hearted person, it thought. Huyang flashed a peace sign at Gung-Gue from behind. Gung-Gue sighed. "Oh, the poor child." Chapter 41, brimming with confidence. On the first day at Meteor Falls, a third of the provisions Huyang had brought were already consumed. He stared in horror at Yaya, who was voraciously devouring the food. After all, that was the amount intended for him, Poison Rose, and Guyu Bird over 5 days. Goodness, could it be that this Yaya was a gluttonous Snorlax in disguise? How could he possibly afford to sustain such an insatiable creature? Unlike the herbivorous Poison Rose, Yaya's diet primarily comprised various protein-rich meats, while it also indulged in berries. Those were merely a supplementary treat after a hearty meal. Once finished, Yaya proceeded to sharpen its teeth against a nearby stone. Huyang winced at the sight, retreating to his backpack to check the minerals Guyu bird had brought back. Not enough, still insufficient. My heavens, caring for a Pokémon is exceedingly costly. He felt he had been frugal enough, with the new year approaching. He hadn't even splurged on a new outfit for himself. Just then, Guyu bird, which had been preening its feathers, suddenly lifted its head and glanced toward Huyang. Then, with a flap of its wings, it soared into the air. Shortly after, it returned, clutching an irregularly shaped, sturdy stone in its beak, landing gracefully before its trainer. Sturdy stone, a rock that will never crack when held by a Pokémon. It enhances the power of rock-type moves. Thank you, you silly bird. Huyang expressed his gratitude. He deeply appreciated Guyu bird's presence. Without it, he might have been in dire straits. Memories of past events flooded his mind. Upon arriving in this world, he needed sustenance, and Guyu bird had gone fishing to provide for him. Later, when he sought to capture a starter Pokémon, Guyu bird had returned with a shy bud. Later on, he contemplated mining stones for profit and capturing a second spirit. The ancient moonbird wait, observing the stones in his backpack and the nearby Yaya gnawing away. Huyang suddenly realized something. The actions of the ancient moonbird seemed to be entirely predicated upon his own desires. When he sought food, the bird would fetch fish. When he yearned for a spirit, it would bring back a shy bud. And now, as he wished to mine for money, the bird went to retrieve stones. This must, perhaps, not be mere coincidence, right? Surely not. Huyang gazed at the ancient moon bird in astonishment. Its eyes remained blank, devoid of any other emotion. You can understand me, can't you? Huyang gently caressed its cheek and inquired. The ancient moon bird, seemingly oblivious, merely responded with a meaningless gah. Huyang felt a jolt of realization wash over him. He turned to survey his surroundings, his gaze settling on a stone. I want that one. Can you bring it back for me? The ancient moonbird showed no reaction. Was it all in his imagination? No, it could not be. His mind raced, quickly discerning the distinct nature of this request compared to the previous ones. It was the intensity of his desire. It was not a mere want, but a fervent, desperate yearning. In the forest, when he was hungry, he longed for meat, prompting the ancient moonbird to fetch fish. At school, he was eager to embark on his journey as a trainer and capture his first companion, which led the bird to bring back the shy bud. Now, it had sensed his intense desire to earn money. Thus, the ancient moonbird seemed capable of perceiving his thoughts. To validate this hypothesis, Huyang envisioned his strong desire for more stones to sell, to provide the best nurturing plants. He anxiously yet eagerly looked at the ancient moonbird. The bird blinked its vacant eyes, and the next moment, it moved. Its orange body appeared slightly clumsy as it flapped its wings and took flight. It sensed it. Huyang felt a rush of excitement as he stood up, watching the silhouette of the ancient moon bird vanish into the cave. 20 minutes later, that orange figure returned, placing a green stone adorned with lightning patterns into Huyang's hand. Thunderstone, common quality, a wondrous stone that enables certain specific Pokémon to evolve, featuring a pattern reminiscent of lightning. Huyang stood frozen, gazing at the stone in his hand, as the data of the ancient moonbird flashed through his mind. Species, ancient moonbird, shiny. Type, flying, water ability, one-shot missile base stats, 1530, HP, 255, attack, 255, defense, 255, special attack, 255, special defense, 255. Speed, 255, known moves, Sword of the Cliff, Origin Wave, Subspace Slash, Time Roar, Current Emotion. Physical condition, perfect friendliness, 100, you are its most beloved trainer. It loves you more than itself. No pickup ability, no telepathy ability. How then does it perceive its own thoughts and accurately locate these items from the outside world to bring back? After releasing stones, the ancient moonbird returned to mining. The ghostly figure, unable to consume real food, would retreat back into its orb during mealtimes, only to emerge once the meal was finished. Upon its exit, it noticed Huyang standing in a daze and floated over, perplexed, asking, "What is the matter with you?" Huyang felt overwhelmed by a surge of surprise. He leaned against the rock wall, took a deep breath, and replied, "It's nothing, just that I've come to understand something." "Ghost, what is it?" Huyang glanced at it and said, "I believe I may soon become invincible." It turned out that he was not holding onto the mundane scripts written by amateur trainers at the starting point. Instead, he possessed a script of pure invincibility. "Ghost, let us together strike down Groudon and kick Rayquaza, ascending to the pinnacle of this world." Ghost, it must be dreaming. It turned away and floated back into the orb. preparing to wait for its awakening. Huyang. After a considerable time, Huyang finally regained his composure. Although he had successfully discovered the potential of the ancient moonbird, perhaps, he had no intention of using it immediately. Each of the 4 moves possessed the capability to annihilate worlds. If he were to challenge a gym with the ancient moonbird, it might obliterate both the gym leader and the gym itself with a single move. He had no desire to become an enemy of the world. As a man with the mental age of 30, Huyang felt he should adopt a more laid-back approach. Ruling the world and establishing a dictatorial empire? That was not his intention. With the ancient moonbird at his side, he could at least stroll through this world without worry for his livelihood, provided no one provoked him. With this thought, Huyang felt a surge of confidence. Well then, becoming the world's #1 trainer shall begin with mining. Chapter 42. Until next time, stock up high-quality ingredients often require the simplest of cooking methods. After a long day, Master Hu ultimately decided to prepare roasted meat. The thawed meat was skewered on specially made iron sticks and, under the roasting flames, emitted an enticing aroma, with golden, crispy fat continually dripping down, accompanied by the drool of a certain glutton. Splash. Huyang, please refrain from drooling. Yeah, feeling somewhat embarrassed, wiped its mouth with its tiny paw. It cast a glance at Huyang, its large eyes filled with anticipation as they rested upon the roasted meat over the fire. After spending the past couple of days together, Yiya had come to understand that Huyang had not intentionally captured it. Recalling their first encounter, when it had bared its teeth in fright, Yiya felt a twinge of shame. However, what embarrassed it even more was the realization that despite the potential harm it could have caused, Huyang bore no ill will. Not only did he show no resentment, but he had also prepared an abundance of delicious food and even offered to escort it back to the forest. How could there exist such a kind-hearted human in this world? Yiya shifted its gaze from the meat and looked at Huyang apologetically. Gungue, maintaining a stoic expression, acted as the translator. It is apologizing to you. It misunderstood you earlier. Huyang noticed a shift in Yiya's affection towards him. Rising from 0 to 15, he smiled gently and said, "It's all right. Oh, by the way, this stone is a gift for you to sharpen your teeth." With that, Huyang produced a rare, high-quality thunderstone from his bag. Yiya shook its head, feeling too shy to accept it. What a polite little dragon. Huyang held this opinion in his heart and continued, "You can sharpen it without worry. If you tire of it, you can simply discard it." Deeply touched, Yiya's affection grew once more as it accepted the thunderstone and placed it carefully beside itself. Gungue, unable to bear the scene any longer, turned and floated back into the precious orb. Huyang offered the meat to Yiya and then prepared some nutritious candy blocks, favored by grass-type sprites. For the poison rose, these blocks were rich in sugars and organic materials, making them perfect for the poison rose's needs. Just then, the ancient moonbird emerged, having pulled its head from the water, clutching a wriggling fish in its beak. Tilting its head back, the fish slid down its throat with a smooth gulp. The aroma of the food attracted numerous wild sprites, such as supersonic bats, arm strengtheners, and mighty ones, even drawing in the red-faced dragon. However, Huyang had sprinkled a golden spray bought from the friendly shop around the perimeter. This spray emitted a scent repugnant to sprites. Consequently, they merely lingered at the edge, gazing longingly without daring to approach. It was not that they lacked desire. Rather, they weighed the risks involved. The wild environment was no joke for wild sprites. Injury meant death. The scent of blood would attract predators, and serious injuries would make hunting exceedingly difficult. The consequences that awaited them were all too clear. Once Yiya finished the meat and the aroma began to fade, the wild sprites gradually departed from the area. Huyang began to tally the rewards of this journey. They had spent 3 days at Meteor Falls, during which Guyunyao had successively brought back numerous treasures. Among these were 3 substantial fossils of ancient Pokémon, 2 meteorites infused with cosmic energy, and a plethora of evolution stones of varying quality. The large mountaineering backpack was brimming with these items. The only regret was the absence of a single sunstone within. It was time to depart from this place. Huyang gazed at the empty food pouch, which had been completely devoured by the gluttonous Yiya. Thus, that afternoon, Huyang set off for Meteor Falls, his backpack filled to the brim with stones. He thought to himself as he walked away, promising to return for more treasures next time. Before reaching the ground, Huyang glanced back at Meteor Falls, contemplating in silence. The sky was a brilliant blue, and the sun radiated warmth. Leaving the cave signified the impending farewell. Yiya, clutching the thunderstone, hesitated and looked up at Huyang. "Would you like to leave with me?" Huyang inquired. He had done all he could, tempting it with delectable food and even gifting the thunderstone as a chew toy. If Yiya chose to remain, it would undeniably indicate a lack of fate between them. After a moment's hesitation, Yiya resolutely raised its head, as if making a significant decision, exclaiming, Yiya, Yiya. Gung Gue floated out to translate. It says it wishes to leave with you, but before departing, it wants to inform the others in its territory. Upon hearing this, Huyang relaxed and smiled. Let us go together, then. Indeed, if this Yiya had family, it was only right to share such news before embarking on an adventure. Basking in the warm winter sun, Huyang followed closely behind Yiya, contemplating his current situation. According to the information he gathered from the department store, a standard quality Firestone could fetch 3,000 Alliance coins, while a top-tier quality could soar to 20,000. The stones in his backpack could easily sell for over 1,000,000 Alliance coins, a substantial fortune. With such wealth, he could entirely forego returning to his classes. Huyang began to ponder the feasibility of resigning from his teaching position to pursue a career as an adventurer. The smiling faces of teachers and students from school flashed in his mind. They had all been kind to him and offered him support. Reflecting on this, Huyang ultimately decided to return and guide his student Xiao Yao to graduation. After all, it was merely a 2-year commitment. He was only 10 years old in this world, with ample time to squander. Moreover, he could utilize these 2 years to obtain the Changhua badge. However, a pressing question arose. Where could he sell these treasures? Engrossed in thought, Huyang failed to notice the path beneath him and, with a misstep, tripped over a stone concealed beneath the snow, landing face down in the powdery white surface. The stones in his mountaineering backpack tumbled out in a chaotic cascade. Gung Gue pinched his forehead in exasperation, while Yiya turned back in a state of mild panic upon witnessing the scene. Huyang, having rolled over in an attempt to rise, was struck by a sharp pain in his lower limbs. He inhaled sharply, addressing the 2 sprites. I believe I may have twisted my ankle. Gung Gue, and Yiya flanked him on either side, with Gung Gue extending a claw to poke at his foot, only for it to pass through without resistance. Huyang felt tears of frustration welling up. After all, he aspired to be a Pokémon master. How could he have fallen in such a clumsy manner? At that moment, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Are you all right? Turning his head, Huyang beheld a young man clad in casual attire approaching him. The man was strikingly handsome, with silver blue hair that matched his calm, silver blue eyes. This rare hair color, combined with having recently seen his match on television, allowed Huyang to instantly recognize the individual as Dawu. Dawu's gaze shifted from Huyang to the scattered stones on the ground. Focus. Huyang swore this was the first time he had witnessed a human's eyes gleam with such intensity. Chapter 43. The Fossil Enthusiast Zawuchi Dawu. Heir to the One Manufacturing Company, the new champion of the Grand Tournament, and an aficionado of rare stones. It was the 3rd day following his triumphant challenge against the Elite Four, where he had claimed the regional championship. Having achieved a Grand Slam, Dawu intended to take a detour to Meteor Falls on his way home, hoping to discover some rare stones. However, before he could reach his destination, he encountered this unforeseen situation, as if caught in a dream. Dawu stared at the stones, while their owner gazed back at him. Clearing his throat softly, Huyang coughed lightly. Dawu snapped back to reality, his expression returning to its usual seriousness and composure. My apologies, he said, appearing somewhat sheepish. Devoid of the airs typically associated with a young master and champion. Perhaps due to his youth, he exuded an aura of politeness and approachability. It's quite all right, Huyang replied, pressing his lips together as he struggled to rise from the snow. Observing this, Dawu retrieved a spray bottle from his backpack and offered, use this. Trainers often encounter such situations in the wild. I recommend keeping some medicine in your backpack for convenience. Thank you, Huyang expressed his gratitude. Settling back down beside Yiya, he took the spray, glancing at it to discover it was for treating bruises and injuries. How much is this? He inquired while applying the spray. Dawu pursed his lips and shook his head. No charge. Huyang responded, no charge? What then do you seek in exchange? Dawu seemed to have heard his innermost thoughts, as his gaze shifted from the stones on the ground to Huyang, inquiring, do you also have an affinity for these items? Dawu desired them. Huyang pondered briefly, realizing he had no one to sell them to. Thus, if the price were agreeable, he could reluctantly part with them. I have a fondness for money, he stated candidly. Dawu was momentarily taken aback by this response. Observing Huyang's attire and the presence of his companion, Yiya, he discerned that Huyang might be a financially strapped trainer. He quickly grasped the implication of the statement and asked, how much? What do you deem appropriate? 3 million? Dawu tentatively proposed a figure. Now it was Huyang's turn to be taken aback, as he surveyed the stones on the ground. In his mind, the evolutionary stones, such as those associated with fire, could fetch at most 500 to 600,000. The ancient Pokémon fossils he possessed were not of the rare variety like those of the Ammonite or Aerodactyl, but rather more common specimens like Geodude and Onyx. The only truly valuable items were the 2 large pieces of alien meteorites, which he estimated to be worth around 500,000 each. Altogether, the total value barely approached 160,000, certainly not 2 million. He had not anticipated Dawu would offer such a considerable amount. Indeed, the scions of wealthy families seemed to have no shortage of funds. Deal. Huyang promptly concluded the transaction. Engaging with an astute individual was refreshingly straightforward. Dawu, equally decisive, extracted a diamond card from his bag, stating, "This contains 3,200,000. The password is 32154. Consider the surplus as a gesture of friendship. Here is my contact information. Should you have more stones to sell in the future, feel free to reach out." Being a champion, Dawu lacked financial constraints and would not deceive him. Even if he did, Huyang could easily find him. Huyang then remarked, "These 2 are not ordinary stones. They are fragments of meteorites imbued with vast cosmic energy. While this energy could potentially revive Chimney Mountain, it serves no purpose in my hands. It is better to sell them to you for your collection." "I will take heed." Dawu nodded, glancing at the multitude of stones on the ground, hesitating slightly. Observing this, Huyang generously offered him the climbing backpack as well. A joyful expression of abundance illuminated Dawu's face as he packed the stones, then turned to Huyang, asking, "Do you need assistance? I can take you to the nearest town." Huyang waved his hand, shaking his head. "No, I can manage on my own." He had other matters to attend to. "Very well." Dawu acquiesced without further comment, nodding before exuberantly departing from the scene. Once Dawu's figure had vanished from sight, Huyang gazed at the diamond card in his hand, exclaiming with excitement, "Gungue, did you see that? We are wealthy now." He would no longer have to scrimp and save even for a bottle of shampoo. Gungue observed this scene with a complex mix of emotions. At that moment, a disheveled man wearing glasses suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes. Huyang immediately became wary and tucked away his card. The man, gazing intently at his face, exclaimed with excitement, "I saw it." Huyang responded with confusion, "What do you mean?" The man continued, "I saw you bring back numerous fossils from that place. How did you manage it?" Huyang thought to himself, "What business is it of yours?" He pondered if the man might be a lunatic. The man, still talking to himself, mused, "You're not a professional explorer, yet you've managed to bring back so many fossils. Could it be?" He suddenly looked up. Astonished, "Are you a magician?" Huyang replied, "In a certain sense, one could indeed consider him a magician." He turned and stumbled slightly, allowing Yiya to continue leading the way. Yiya glanced at his feet, a hint of concern in her eyes. Gungue, nearby, attempted to assist, but his hand merely passed through Huyang's body. Huyang reassured, "It's just a minor injury, no need to worry. Don't go." At that moment, the man swiftly approached him. Huyang brandished the Pokeball containing the poison rose and warned, "Do you wish to be struck?" The man quickly shook his head. "I merely wish for you to assist me with a task. Upon its completion, I shall present you with a grand gift." Intrigued, Huyang inquired, "What kind of gift?" "You are a traveling trainer, aren't you?" The man assessed Huyang from head to toe and continued, "If you help me with this task, I will grant you a Pokédex, a treasure reserved solely for the elite of the league." Huyang asked, "What task?" The man wore a mysterious expression. "Have you heard of the Tower of Phantoms? It is a mysterious edifice standing deep in the desert, rumored to house 2 extraordinarily rare ancient fossils. If you can help me retrieve them, I shall bestow upon you the Pokédex." Huyang regarded the scruffy man with a peculiar expression. Could he be a fossil enthusiast, akin to a character from a game? Upon reflection, he realized that a fossil fanatic indeed resided nearby. This man, like Dawu, was infatuated with stones. In the game, Duwon had once approached him for a stone, but he had refused, causing her to flee in tears. "I refuse," Huyang stated firmly. He was short on funds, but could always return to Meteor Falls for supplies. The Pokédex was not a necessity for him. Moreover, there were only 2 fossils in the Tower of Phantoms. Although the revived ancient feather insect and tentacle lily were rare, the current techniques for resurrecting fossils from one company had yet to be unveiled, making the journey not worth his while. The fossil enthusiast grew agitated. "Why? What would it take for you to agree?" Huyang pondered carefully before responding, "I am willing to assist, but the price must be increased." The fossil fanatic hesitated. "I don't have that much money. All my funds have been invested in fossil extraction." "Then allow me to tour your fossil collection and select a few items," Huyang proposed. After years of excavating fossils, one could only imagine what rare specimens he might possess. For instance, the Ultra Evolution Stone of a particular Pokémon. Such items were exceedingly rare, nearly impossible to mass produce. and thus each piece held an invaluable existence. Upon the revelation of super evolution, it is evident that the status of these super evolution stones will undergo a significant transformation. Chapter 44. The Yaya tribe. The fossil enthusiast grimaced in agony, struggling for a considerable time before finally managing to utter, "All right, as long as you can retrieve those 2 fossils, I shall permit you to select 1 item for yourself." 3 items, Huyang interjected, along with a Pokédex. Impossible. The fossil enthusiast's face turned pale. My heavens, 3 items? These treasures took me years of toil to unearth. Do not even dream of it. At most, I can part with 1. Huyang remarked. I fail to comprehend those of you who treat stones as cherished possessions. Suit yourself. Huyang raised an eyebrow nonchalantly and turned to leave. He was well aware of the daunting nature of this commission. The Tower of Phantoms, as its name suggests, is a tower devoid of a fixed location. Phantom implies that it appears and vanishes like an illusion. With ill fortune, one might never locate it throughout their lifetime. Setting aside this aspect, the perilous wild Pokémon inhabiting the desert alone would suffice to challenge any ordinary trainer. Reality is not akin to a game. Besides the wild Pokémon, one must also contend with the menacing sandstorms and the treacherous quicksand that plague the desert. Without the guidance of professionals, even a champion could easily become lost in the desert's depths, buried beneath the golden sands. Considering this, Huyang suddenly realized that his pursuit of 3 fossils may be futile. Had it been another, 5 would be the minimum requirement. Although super evolution stones are indeed precious, they pale in comparison to the value of life itself. Furthermore, he currently remains within the confines of an inexperienced trainer. That place is far too perilous for a novice. Don't leave. The fossil enthusiast weighed the value in his mind. Old treasures must give way to new ones. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Fine. 3 it is. Deal. Huyang accepted the commission. The fossil enthusiast inquired, Shall I take you to my home now? Huyang shook his head. I have matters to attend to. How far is your home from here? The fossil enthusiast gestured towards a direction. Just over there, through that thicket. It's approximately 500 meters away. All right. I shall come to find you once I finish my tasks. The fossil enthusiast nodded affirmatively, indicating he would await Huyang's return at home. Huyang continued to follow Yaya towards their nest. Due to his sprained ankle, his pace had significantly slowed. He needed to seize the opportunity to capture a rideable Pokémon. Images of various creatures danced through his mind. Speaking of rideable Pokémon, he could not help but recall Macamp from Pokémon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. While one typically rides upon the backs of other Pokémon, only Macamp employs a princess carry, cradling the trainer as it advances. Terrifying. Huyang hurriedly banished that dreadful image from his mind and instead conjured thoughts of other Pokémon. For instance, the dashing Frostless is referred to as the corpulent Dragonite, while Charizard and Pidgeot also grace the ranks. However, among these creatures, apart from Pidgeot, the others present a considerable challenge for him to acquire. The Houndoom family is under the dominion of the Junsha lineage. Dragonite is governed by the esteemed Dragon Clan of the Johto region, and Charizard, as a member of the prestigious trio, is distributed by the Kanto Alliance to novice trainers embarking on their journeys. Although wild specimens do exist, the likelihood of encountering them is as dismally low as hitting the jackpot in a lottery. Suddenly, Yaya emitted a joyful cry, swiftly burrowing into the underbrush, only to re-emerge shortly, peeking its little head out and beckoning Huyang with its paw. Have we arrived? Huyang surveyed his surroundings and noted that the trees bore the marks of teeth, just as described in the tome. These were the territorial markings made by Yaya. Yaya. The creature nodded cheerfully. They had indeed reached the innermost depths of the forest. Due to the rarity of visitors in this area, the grass beneath was allowed to grow wildly without restraint, and the trees appeared taller and denser compared to those on the outskirts. Guided by Yaya, Huyang bent low to traverse a thicket of towering shrubs. Upon raising his head, he beheld a wide clearing. Yaya. The nearby Yaya called out to its companions. And soon, a chorus of similar cries echoed back from the treetops. Following this, numerous little heads emerged from the trees, the grass, and the slopes. So many Yayas. There must be at least 20. Huyang stood in astonishment. His Yaya dashed forward, tumbling joyfully with the other Yayas on the ground, engaging in playful antics. At that moment, distinct calls, unlike those of Yaya, resonated from deeper within the woods. Shortly thereafter, several Axu and Fracture appeared from behind the trees. Just as in the realm of real animals, Pokémon also fall into categories of social and solitary creatures. The Fracture clan belongs to the former. Naturally, the two Fracture became aware of the solitary human present. Their expressions shifted to one of caution. Yaya. Observing this, Yaya immediately ceased its frolicking and leapt in front of the two Fracture, emitting a series of yaya sounds. It appeared to be offering an explanation. It was conveying the intention of journeying together with them. Jengar, having appeared from who knows where, observed the scene from a distance and murmured, "What do they say?" Huyang lowered his voice in response. Jengar gestured upward. "Look." Huyang glanced up to see his yaya greeting the other yayas, and the fracture by gently bumping cheeks and teeth. This was a customary display of friendship among yayas, symbolizing their farewell. Yaya. After a series of encounters, Yaya sprinted a few steps towards Huyang, then turned back to wave at the other yayas and the double-axe dragon. "Farewell. I shall embark on a journey with this human." The forest was once again filled with the resonant calls of Yaya. Yaya ran to Huyang's side and gazed up at him. At that moment, Huyang felt compelled to say something. So he picked up Yaya and assured the other yayas and the double-axe dragons, "Rest assured, I will take excellent care of her." Yaya waved her paws at her companions. "Now, I shall bring you into my collection," Huyang declared, producing an empty red and white Pokeball. Yaya. Yaya nodded her little head. With a gentle smile, Huyang activated the Pokeball, which emitted a crimson light and enveloped Yaya, drawing her inside. After a slight shake, the Pokeball settled into silence. Simultaneously, Yaya's details appeared in Huyang's mind. Name, Yaya. Type, Dragon Initial Trainer. Huyang held item, Thunderstone Notes. Eager and ambitious disposition. Date of encounter, January 18th. 208 Location, Meteor Falls. Characteristics, inquisitive, fond of adventure and honing her teeth. Metals obtained, none. Chapter 45, Shards of Keystones. After departing from the Yaya's nest, Huyang headed directly to the home of the fossil maniac. He planned to leave Autumn Leaf Town today, taking the cable car from Chimney Mountain to Flaria Town. The sun was nearing its descent. If he hurried, he might catch the last bus to the cable car station at Chimney Mountain. The fossil maniac's residence was a standalone house situated before a cavern. Standing outside, one could hear the sound of chiseling echoing from within the cave. Huyang knocked on the door, but after a long wait with no response, he circumvented the house and ventured into the cave. As expected, he discovered the well-equipped fossil maniac laboring fervently inside. The once pristine cavern was now being excavated deeper by the fossil maniac, with small mining lamps illuminating the rock walls on either side. This scene gave Huyang a vivid impression reminiscent of mining iron in a survival mode akin to a game. "Finally, you've arrived," the fossil maniac exclaimed, taking a break to drink water and noticing Huyang behind him. He removed his hard hat, climbed to the surface, and led Huyang through the front door into a dim underground storage room. With a click, the fossil maniac turned on the light, and the bright incandescent glow instantly illuminated everything around them. A collection of large fossilized skeletons and stones displayed in glass cabinets surrounded them, enveloping Huyang in a profound atmosphere akin to stepping into a museum. "Is this the skeleton of a pterosaur?" Huyang inquired, gazing at the large skeleton before him. As he initiated the identification process, the information about this specimen immediately surfaced in his mind. The fossilized pterosaur skeleton. Fortunately, it remains remarkably intact, buried deep underground. Fossil enthusiast. "Ah, I see you possess a discerning eye." He stepped closer, gazing at the skeleton with an intensity akin to that of a deity, and proclaimed, "This skeleton was purchased at a high price during my ventures in the Kanto region. Is it not splendid? Through fossils, we witness the imprints of ancient life. Such is the allure of paleontology." However, Huyang was intrigued by a different aspect. "How much did you pay for it?" According to the game's lore, it appears that the fossil enthusiast has certain affiliations with the Devon Corporation and the Hoenn League, suggesting that his identity is far more complex than it seems. Can an ordinary person afford fossils? Certainly not. Indeed, the following words of the fossil enthusiast affirmed Huyang's suspicion. "Not too expensive, merely 50 million. Can you believe that?" Yet, this individual is genuinely innocent. His passion for fossils is purely that, a love for fossils. He is also aware that the Devon Corporation possesses the technology to revive fossils, though he has no intention of doing so. For this reason alone, he is truly deserving of the title enthusiast. Huyang found himself disinterested in the pterosaur skeleton and began to leisurely explore the collection room. He recalled that in Pokémon Emerald, upon entering the Hall of Fame, the fossil enthusiast's excavation site would collapse, revealing an underground path in the desert. Within lay the second fossil that had vanished due to the collapse of the Mirage Tower. Would the excavation site in this reality still connect to the underground path of the desert? Huyang was uncertain, as that underground path only appeared in Emerald. It was not a feature in other versions of the game. There lay the fossilized body of ancient Lyron, a Pokémon species whose size always surpassed that of modern counterparts. There was also a fossil of an unhatched Pokémon egg from a millennium ago. These were items I unearthed from underground, The fossil enthusiast continued to introduce. What about that one? Huyang paused, pointing to a stone roughly the size of 2 adult fists. The stone was colorful, yet its hues appeared rather dull, possibly due to being unpolished. The fossil enthusiast glanced at it, scratching his head. I can't quite recall. I believe I found it in some nameless underground cavern. I even asked a friend to help me study it for a while, but, having discovered nothing, I decided to keep it as a decorative piece here. I want that one, Huyang declared. The fossil enthusiast was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in wild joy. Are you certain? You don't want the complete pterosaur skeleton? Huyang replied. Well, I differ from you. I have no interest in fossils, but I am quite intrigued by stones such as the Fire Stone and Awakening Stone, which are beneficial for Pokémon. After all, that is a fragment of primordial keystone or keystone fragments, stones imbued with unknown powers, which, after being polished and forged, can be worn by trainers, possessing the miraculous ability to allow Pokémon that carry a Mega Stone to evolve. However, this particular stone does not facilitate evolution. The fossil enthusiast was pleased that the other party did not want his fossil Aerodactyl, yet this stone held little value for the trainer. Huyang remarked. This individual is quite sincere. I feel almost reluctant to take advantage of the information gap. He feigned. Well then, I shall take the fossil Aerodactyl. The fossil enthusiast's expression shifted, his mouth agape, at a loss for words. Witnessing this, Huyang stifled a laugh and said, I was just teasing you. I merely find the color of this stone quite appealing and wish to craft a ring for my girlfriend. The fossil enthusiast finally breathed a sigh of relief, though he felt a twinge of despair. Are children these days so mature? So young yet with a girlfriend, while he, nearing 30, remained single. Nevertheless, in his heart, he knew a girlfriend could not compare to the importance of fossils. With this thought, he felt considerably more at ease. Huyang surveyed the surroundings. Most of the other fossils were ordinary, and he found nothing else of interest. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Do you have a sunstone? His poison ivy required a sunstone to evolve into roserade. Indeed, I previously unearthed a vein of sunstones. The fossil enthusiast replied as he retrieved a stone emanating a soft glow from the corner. There's also one more thing, he added. Huyang pondered. I haven't fully decided yet. Once I retrieve the fossils, I will let you know. The fossil enthusiast readily agreed. Very well, consider this stone as a deposit. As he spoke, he handed over the keystone fragment. Take it and craft the ring for your girlfriend. The remainder will be settled upon your return. Huyang thought. What girlfriend? That was merely an excuse I fabricated. None could compare to this keystone. Could a girlfriend truly rival the grandeur of a mega evolution? Certainly not. Huyang accepted the keystone, stating, a pleasure to collaborate. The fossil enthusiast echoed, a pleasure indeed. Keystone Mega Evolution Stone. Everything is in place. Only the favorable wind is lacking. If a shiny Gardevoir were to arrive, it would truly be a perfect beginning. Chapter 46, Starry Night. After exchanging names, addresses, identities, and contact information with the fossil enthusiast, Huyang departed from Chiyue town. Of course, the contact information was one-sided. He had yet to purchase a mobile phone. And to make a call, he could only use the visual phone at the Pokémon Center, much like Ash from the anime. After all, at this point in time, the Poké Dex carried by trainers had not yet integrated instant messaging capabilities. The fossil enthusiast seemed to trust him implicitly, providing the deposit, referring to the keystone, without fear of him absconding with it. Huyang could not help but silently scoff at the absurdity. It is also possible that the fossil enthusiast deems the keystone to be of little value. However, Huyang did not intend to flee with the money. For the sake of this grand keystone, the journey to Phantom Tower was still worthwhile. Besides the commission from the fossil enthusiast, he also had matters concerning Gungue that required his attention. Sitting on the bus heading to the cable car station at Chimney Mountain, Huyang glanced at the chaotic assortment of items in his backpack. The orb that seals Gungue, the feather of Ho-Oh, the evolution stone for Shinado, and the unrefined keystone ore. He had no intention of attending to the fossil enthusiast's request immediately. At the very least, he would wait for a year, as by then, Du Zhuang and Yaya would possess a certain level of combat capability. After all, the location of the ancient moonbird was far too unstable. Moreover, the extreme environment of the desert surrounding Phantom Tower posed additional challenges. The ancient moonbird was formidable, yet it could not communicate directly. The inability to communicate implied a lack of adaptability. If he were to be captured by wild spirits, would the ancient moonbird attack or refrain? An attack would lead to their mutual demise, while inaction would similarly result in peril. Contemplating this, Huyang turned to Gungue, who sat beside him, and inquired, You have yet to disclose what dangers lie within that ruin. After spending months together, They had become quite familiar, and Gung Gue had no need to continue withholding information. Gung Gue pondered for a moment, then shook his head, responding, "I do not know, but my instincts tell me it is perilous." Huyang replied, "Then I shall pose another question. Do you know what it is that draws you to that place?" Gung Gue concentrated, only to reveal a look of bewilderment. Huyang sighed in resignation, saying, "You need not elaborate. I understand. One final question. Do you know of any means to revive yourself? Surely, you cannot remain in this state indefinitely." Gung Gue paused, asking, "Do you wish to revive me? Others would wish for me to vanish entirely." Huyang nodded earnestly, affirming, "Yes, I do." Gung Gue queried, "Why? Do you wish to capture me?" Huyang shook his head, clarifying, "It is not solely for that reason. I cannot speak for the sentiments of other ghost-type spirits towards humans, but I can sense that you harbor a considerable goodwill towards humanity. Such a being as you should not fade away as you are now." Gung Gue's demeanor grew somber, expressing, "I may not have the means to be revived." This suggested that Gung Gue was unaware of any method for revival. Huyang contemplated this for a moment, encouraging, "Do not be so pessimistic. We shall find a way." First, he needed to understand the nature of Gung Gue's current state. In his mind, the image of the ghost-type champion, Ferong, and the dominant Gung Gue from the Orange Forest flashed before him. Perhaps they could provide some insights. As he pondered, the bus arrived at the cable car service station at Chimney Mountain. Huyang adjusted his backpack and took a deep breath before disembarking. As the door of the bus swung open, a biting cold wind rushed in. Goodness, it's freezing. At that moment, Huyang longed for a small fire-type Pokémon that he could embrace to warm his hands. This was the last bus from Chiuya Town to Chimney Mountain. Before the door had fully closed, Huyang seized the opportunity to glance at the digital clock above, noting that it was already 7:30. The sky had turned dark, and the bus behind him buzzed to life, embarking on its return journey. Suddenly, he found himself alone in the desolate surroundings. In the distance, the cable car service station emitted a warm orange glow amidst the darkness. Surely, they won't close for the night? Huyang pondered anxiously. Upon his arrival, he discovered the staff member responsible for operating the cable car, idly cradling a cup of hot tea to warm her hands. It was nearly deserted at this hour, with hardly anyone coming to ride the cable car. Relieved at the sight, Huyang rummaged through his backpack for some bills and said, "1 ticket, please." The woman in the blue uniform set her tea aside, accepted the money, and proceeded to start the cable car while inquiring, "Are you a traveling trainer?" Huyang nodded, responding, "I suppose so." "There you go, hop on." The staff member opened the cable car door with a smile, adding, "Good luck, trainer. I hope to see you at the Keidu conference in the future." The profession of a trainer was highly revered in this world. Huyang reciprocated the smile, saying, "I will." The cable car door slowly closed, gliding along the ridge of Chimney Mountain toward the base on the other side. His Pokémon, Yaya Toxic Rose, and Ancient Moonbird, were peacefully slumbering within their Pokeballs, so Huyang decided not to release them. Instead, he sat with the unaffected Gung Gue in the cable car, gazing out at the magnificent Chimney Mountain. Today was a rare occasion of splendid weather. The night sky was devoid of clouds, revealing a tapestry of stars that glimmered faintly. Under the moonlit sky, Chimney Mountain appeared even more enigmatic and towering. "It's beautiful," Huyang remarked. "Indeed," Gung Gue replied, as he beheld Chimney Mountain. Huyang couldn't help but think of Groudon, wondering if the story of Hoopa would unfold in this world. If it did, he could stealthily follow Groudon to see how long it would take to return to the Hoenn region. Before long, the cable car came to a stop at the base of Chimney Mountain. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Fu Yin Hot Springs. "Ah, this feels delightful." Warm steam rose steadily into the air, and Huyang squinted his eyes in bliss. Ancient Moonbird and Toxic Rose, unperturbed by the water, quickly acclimatized to the hot spring environment. However, Yaya, the land-dwelling dragon, was a different story. Upon contact with the water, it reacted as if it had seen a ghost, its expression shifting dramatically as it flailed and struggled. Huyang mused, "Isn't the dragon type supposed to be resistant to water? And this temperature isn't even that hot." Once back on dry land, Yaya visibly relaxed, exhaling in relief. "Are you very frightened?" Huyang inquired curiously. Yaya nodded its small head. Gazing at the surface of the water, a profound fear etched across its face. Huyang discerned that its fear was genuine, stemming not from a mere attribute restraint, but rather a deep-seated psychological terror. He glanced once more at Yaya's information. Species: Yaya. Type: Dragon. Ability: Inner Focus. Base Stats: 320, HP, 46, Attack, 87, Defense, 60, Special Attack, 30, Special Defense, 40. Speed: 57. Known moves: Scratch, Leer, Bite, dragon rage, /current emotion, fear. Yaya had once nearly drowned in its youth, leaving an indelible mark of terror in its heart. Physical condition, perfect friendliness. 30. This young dragon is gradually learning to accept you. Chapter 47. Yaya. Strive to overcome your fear. Yaya's small form was continuously dripping water, trembling incessantly from fright. Huyang frowned, departing from the hot spring to fetch a towel, gently drying Yaya and cradling it in his arms. I apologize, I did not know you were afraid of water. Yaya clutched the towel with its tiny paws, responding softly. The attentive Rosalia approached, casting a worried glance at Yaya. Roriri, do you need assistance? Although their languages differed, Huyang suddenly comprehended Rosalia's intent. He almost shook his head, intending for Rosalia to return to the hot spring, but then realized that, as a competent trainer, he must also nurture the relationships among his Pokémon. Much like raising children, if two kids clash in personality and cannot tolerate one another, it would severely impact the atmosphere of the team. Thus, Huyang said, please bring Yaya a box of Moo Moo milk. During their stay at the Hot Spring Inn, he had purchased numerous snacks, including Moo Moo milk and fiery flavored rice crackers. The image of Rosalia's eyes sparkling with admiration while watching a grand contest flooded Huyang's mind. His initial Pokémon, having evolved from Beauty to Rosalia, had undergone a transformation not only in appearance, but also in personality. When it was still Beauty, it relished basking in the sun and had a slight fondness for food. Now, as Rosalia, it seemed less concerned with sustenance. As noted in its diary, it preferred clean and beautiful things. Even its demeanor had shifted to that of a caring elder sister. Roriri. Rosalia nodded and turned to leave. Huyang, mimicking the gentle manner of a mother soothing her infant, lightly patted Yaya's back, reassuringly saying, do not fear, I am here, everything will be all right. After consuming a box of Moo Moo milk, Yaya regained some composure, realizing its earlier behavior and shyly wriggling out of the towel. Yaya was indeed terrified of water, which might render it unsuitable for battle in the eyes of a trainer. Should you release it? Witnessing the entire sequence and having previously acquired knowledge about human trainers at the Pokémon school, Gung Ghost floated beside Huyang, observing Yaya and inquired. Its form did not manifest to the other Pokémon, thus only Huyang could hear this exchange. Huyang glanced at Yaya, somewhat at a loss for words. Why would one think that? Gung Ghost replied, during my time at that school, I encountered a trainer who abandoned a Pokémon in the forest, deceiving it into believing it should wait there for its return. Huyang responded, isn't that what happened to Charmander? It seems such occurrences are commonplace in this world. In his past life, while playing games, he too had committed similar acts. If a captured Pokémon exhibited unfavorable traits or poor individual values, he would release it. Although releasing a Pokémon right after capturing it in a game posed no significant concern, the reality he faced now was far removed from mere gameplay. A Pokémon deemed too weak, and a trainer who, instead of nurturing it or helping it conquer its fears, contemplated abandonment. Why then did they capture it in the first place? This brought to Huyang's mind the character Shinji from the anime. For Shinji, the sole focus regarding Pokémon was their combat prowess. He harbored disdain for weaker Pokémon, releasing those that failed to meet his expectations, believing that forging a close bond with Pokémon would only render them complacent. One of the Pokémon he abandoned was Infernape during Ash's journey in the Sinnoh region. But was that truly the right course of action? In this regard, Huyang held a deeper admiration for Ash's philosophy of cultivation and his treatment of Pokémon. Wasn't it precisely for this reason that people cherished the Pokémon world? Having watched the anime, he could not perceive emotionally rich Pokémon merely as tools for battle. If given a choice, he would prefer to emulate a trainer like Ash rather than Shinji. More importantly, without forging bonds and establishing intimate relationships with Pokémon, evolution would remain unattainable. Gung Ghost remained silent, waiting for a response. Huyang took a deep breath and solemnly stated, perhaps many in this world would act that way. But regardless, I will never abandon a single companion. While he could not alter others' perceptions or beliefs, he would strive to uphold his own principles. Gung Ghost felt a sense of relief. If it were to be revived, it would willingly follow this human. The following day, Huyang awoke to find no sign of Gyueb bird in his room. Ever since the incident with the feather of the Phoenix King, he had opted to keep it within the Master Ball, concerned that its presence might incite panic outside. They had soaked in the hot springs late into the night, and he had forgotten to recall it. Where is Gyueb bird? He inquired. Gung Ghost pointed outside. It flew out. Huyang realized that the notion of Gyueb bird sensing his intentions and acting accordingly seemed somewhat inaccurate. To be precise, it is sometimes effective and sometimes not. For instance, at this moment, he had been mulling over the idea of the ancient moonbird not venturing outside for several days now. as there was no need for it to bring back food from the outside world. However, such thoughts proved to be futile. Nevertheless, Huyang was not overly concerned about the ancient moonbird's safety, unless it provoked a few electric-type divine beasts. After all, its attributes were flying and water, making it 4 times weaker against electric attacks, which it could hardly withstand. As for whether the ancient moonbird would get lost, that was not within Huyang's sphere of concern. It seemed that there existed a certain radar system between this ancient moonbird and himself, for no matter where he was, the bird could return to his side with remarkable precision, much like during that incident with the Phoenix King. "Do we have any plans for today?" Gung Gue inquired lazily, floating nearby with its arms crossed. Poisonous Rose also glanced over, her gaze seemingly asking, "Shall we train together?" Huyang mused. Why does it feel like his Pokémon is working harder than he is? No, let's take a break for now. We'll resume training when spring arrives. As he spoke, he directed his gaze toward Yiya. After the events of last night, their relationship had drawn closer. Thus, he said first, "We need to help Yiya overcome her fear of water." Upon hearing this, Poisonous Rose and Gung Gue immediately turned their attention to Yiya, whose expression began to darken. Huyang crouched down and embraced her, saying, "There's no need to be afraid. I will always be by your side." Yiya began to calm down somewhat. "Can you trust me?" Huyang asked. Rollily, Poisonous Rose cheered, encouraging her. Witnessing this scene, Yiya displayed a look of hesitation. After a moment, under the encouraging gazes of her companions, she ultimately decided to give it a try. Just then, the ancient moonbird returned from outside, clutching a wildly struggling Pikachu in its beak. Huyang looked up at the scene. As the trainer of the ancient moonbird, he naturally had to bear the corresponding responsibilities while enjoying the benefits and conveniences it brought. 3 minutes later, faced with an irate Pikachu and an approaching woman, Huyang helplessly lifted the ancient moonbird and said to them, "I'm sorry, truly my apologies." The woman appeared quite amiable. In fact, to be precise, people in this world were generally very kind to 10-year-old children traveling alone. "It's all right, as long as everyone is fine. It was merely a misunderstanding." After the woman departed, Huyang exchanged glances with the ancient moonbird. "Ancient moonbird, Jie?" Huyang. Sigh. Yet another troublesome day. Chapter 48. New Year and the Return Journey. In order to assist Yiya in overcoming her fear of water, Huyang brought her to a lake near the Hot Flame Path. Due to its proximity to the Chimney Mountain, the temperature here was not as low as it was outside. The lake was not frozen, but rather emanated wisps of mist. The grass-type Poisonous Rose was not particularly fond of such an environment. "It is a bit warm." Huyang surveyed his surroundings and, to his surprise, spotted several lava worms behind a pile of scattered rocks. These creatures resembled shell-less snails, their soft bodies adorned in a vibrant red hue, with a pair of yellow eyes, flame-like antennae atop their heads, and teardrop-shaped appendages hanging from the sides of their mouths. Truth be told, the lava worms, in their unevolved state, bore a striking resemblance to red slugs. "Shall I return you to your Pokeball?" Huyang inquired, shifting his gaze. The Poison Rose hesitated for a moment, glancing at the timid Yiya before shaking its head. Huyang smiled gently and said, "Then let us hold on a little longer." Rollily, the Poison Rose displayed a joyful expression. Yiya, however, gazed apprehensively at the seemingly bottomless lake before them, displaying signs of retreat. Huyang removed his shoes, rolled up his trousers, and sat at the water's edge, where the lake quickly submerged his calves, reaching his knees. "Can you tell me why you are so afraid of the water?" Huyang asked, cradling Yiya in his arms and placing it on his thigh. Yaya's companion, the Jengar, translated in unison. It says that it once fell into the water while trying to retrieve an acorn, and its partner accidentally let go, causing it to be swept away by the river. Huyang lowered his gaze to Yaya's small, short arms and mused, "Who could you possibly hold on to? Shall we try again? The river is not as frightening as you think." He endeavored to soften his tone. Having lured Yiya away, he felt a sense of responsibility towards it. Yiya hesitated but eventually nodded. Seeing this, Huyang grasped its arm and slowly lowered its tiny legs into the water. Initially, Yiya appeared calm, but as the water engulfed its chest, anxiety took hold. The fear buried deep within its mind surged forth, causing Yiya to tighten its claws and struggle violently, splashing water everywhere. Huyang, while restraining it, gently reassured, "Stay calm. It's all right. I want to let go." Perhaps Yiya did not experience the sensation of water invading its nostrils, or perhaps it was Huyang's soothing words that calmed it. Gradually, Yiya settled down. "Do you feel it?" "I've got you," Huyang whispered, tightening his grip on its tiny claws. Yaya's eyes brimmed with tears, and it responded with equal fervor. At that moment, Huyang noticed Yaya's affection for him had surged to 90. Pokémon are truly simple beings, with merely a hint of kindness. They grant you their unwavering trust, offering everything they have. Huyang felt a subtle stir within his heart as he looked at Yaya and smiled. Is it not as terrifying as you imagined? Yaya lowered its gaze to the surface of the water, its face rendered a blur in the rippling reflections. Yaya? It tentatively tapped the water's surface with its other claw, realizing that perhaps it was not so terrifying after all. Huyang inquired, may I attempt it myself? Yaya hesitated before nodding slightly. Observing this, Huyang gradually released his grip, causing Yaya to lose its support, and, in a moment of panic, it inhaled a considerable amount of water. Huyang swiftly pulled Yaya out, intending to subsequently teach it how to swim and surf, not as a technique, but to help it gradually acclimate to the sensation of water during playful interactions. As Yaya coughed up water, it displayed an expression of embarrassment. Upon witnessing this scene, the gentle Rosalia felt genuine joy for Yaya. Rosalia, a sprite of tranquil disposition who shunned conflict, shared a temperament strikingly similar to that of Yaya. Memories of the previous night's kindness, where Rosalia procured milk for it, flooded Yaya's mind as it leaned closer, emitting a friendly call. Yaya? Huyang beamed at this interaction. As a trainer, he naturally wished for harmonious relations among his Pokémon. Yet, he couldn't shake the peculiar sensation of raising children. Contemplating Yaya, he pondered, why overthink? Upon returning to Changhua City, he would embark on rigorous training for Yaya. As for Rosalia, it seemed to relish the notion of participating in grand showcase competitions. Huyang began to contemplate the feasibility of taking it to such events. Recalling his earlier considerations of pursuing a career as a coordinator, which, if successful, could lead to a celebrity-like existence and substantial earnings. However, with his current financial constraints, he could procure supplies from Meteor Falls, diminishing his previous monetary concerns. Yet, the image of Rosalia's rapt expression while watching grand showcases lingered in his mind. Since it enjoys them, I shall accompany it to such competitions in the future. With his plan solidified, Huyang returned to Fuyin Town with his Pokémon. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, it transitioned from the year 208 of the Alliance to 209. On New Year's Day, to celebrate the arrival of the new year, Fuyin Town organized a grand fireworks festival. Huyang and several Pokémon stood by the window on the second floor of the Hot Spring Inn, gazing skyward. Fireworks blossomed in the night sky, ephemeral yet resplendent. Aside from Huyang, everyone present was witnessing such a spectacle for the first time, including the ancient moon bird, which quietly lifted its gaze to the outside. This marked the Pokémon's first new year and Huyang's inaugural celebration in this world. After the fireworks display, Huyang returned with a feast. Seated around a table laden with delectable dishes, everyone was filled with joy, except for a certain Jengar, whose heart was brimming with resentment. Jengar longed to partake, tightly closing its mouth to prevent drool from escaping. Huyang mused, recalling some memories from his past life, and asked, "You are currently in a spirit state, correct?" Gung-Gue nodded in a perplexed manner, as if contemplating the matter. "So, can you seize another's soul and inhabit their body?" Huyang continued. Gung-Gue paused for a moment, then shook its head. Huyang expressed a hint of disappointment. "Well, if that's the case, then let it be." Gung-Gue, confused, inquired. "What do you mean?" Huyang replied, "What I mean is, you can use my body to eat, and once you are satisfied, you can return." Gung-Gue seemed astonished at the boldness of Huyang's proposition. "Aren't you afraid I might harm you?" Huyang retorted, "Would you?" With a mere thought, Gung-Gue's information appeared in his mind. Species, Vengeful Gung-Gue. Attributes, Ghost, Poison Ability, Cursed Body Base Stats, 520, HP, 60, Attack, 65, Defense, 60, Special Attack, 150, Special Defense, 75, Speed, 110, Known Moves, Hypnosis, Grudge, Ominous Wind, Dark Pulse, Strange Light, Ambush, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater, Dark Pulse, Misfortune, Nightmare. Current emotion. Physical state, Ethereal, a unique condition following death with unresolved attachments, differing from ordinary ghost types. Unable to interact with the physical realm and impervious to touch. Friendliness, 100, it enjoys following you, regardless of where you take it. Indeed, Gung-Gue was not inclined to harm, yet it was reluctant to admit this, choosing instead to retreat into the orb without a backward glance. Huyang furrowed his brow slightly. Gung-Gue's condition did not resemble that of an ordinary death. He pulled out the feather of the Ho-Oh from his bag. Thus, the question arose, could the power of Ho-Oh resurrect Gung-Gue? Finding Ho-Oh now seemed exceedingly difficult. Moreover, Tianqing Mountain lay far within the Kanto region, and Ho-Oh was known to flit about unpredictably. Even if he reached there and successfully summoned it, there was no guarantee it would arrive instantly. After a period of contemplation, Huyang resolved to return to Changhua City first. He recalled that the previous dominant Gungue had cast a glance at this Gungue. Perhaps it could provide some valuable insights. After the new year, Huyang took the cable car back to Chiyue town, retracing his steps to board a passenger ship bound for Kanas City. This return journey lacked the thrill of his initial passage. There were no storms encountered, nor any sighting of Ho-Oh. Huyang observed the deck for 2 entire days with the ancient moon bird, yet he saw no sign of the photographer, which left him feeling quite disheartened. Finally, on a brilliantly sunny day, the passenger ship successfully docked at Kanas City. Gazing at the multitude of photographs of Dawu plastered across the streets, Huyang realized that Dawu had seemingly triumphed over the Elite Four, emerging as the champion of the Hoenn region. The swiftness of this achievement was rather astonishing, though it was quite normal for Dawu. Dawu's rise to champion brought the greatest excitement to the owner of the Daowen Company, President Zivki. It is evident that the photographs and promotions were his handiwork. Huyang, however, paid little heed to this. Although he had fortuitously encountered Dawu previously, they remained strangers to one another, having exchanged merely a contact number without even sharing their names. Huyang did not intend to linger in Kanas City any longer. He had journeyed for nearly a month and was anxious to know the situation in Changhua City. Surely, the Hoenn League must have resolved the matter concerning the haunted mansion by now. Yet, when he approached the bus station for his return to Changhua City, he discovered that the orange forest remained sealed off. Huyang mused, indeed, the Hoenn League has yet to resolve the haunted mansion incident. It was understandable. Given the multitude of ghost-type Pokémon harboring animosity towards humans, such a situation would be quite challenging to manage. Half an hour later, the bus arrived in Changhua City. Upon disembarking, Huyang made his way directly to the Pokémon school. From a distance, he spotted Li Jia's figure, and opposite her stood a handsome young man with silver-blue hair. "Hi, Li Jia," Huyang called out, carrying an array of bags. "You've returned," Li Jia exclaimed. "Happy New Year." The man beside her turned his head at her words, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Huyang. Dawu instinctively glanced at the package Huyang held. Huyang couldn't help but feel somewhat exasperated. Surely Dawu did not think he was carrying another bag full of stones? Dawu took the initiative to greet him. "Are you a student at this school?" Huyang responded, "No, I am a teacher." Li Jia quickly clarified, "Mr. Dawu is here to investigate the ghost Pokémon incident in the forest." She then turned to Dawu, saying, "Mr. Dawu, this is our school's teacher." Huyang echoed her words, "Hello, Mr. Dawu." Dawu, feeling the strain in his hands from carrying too many items, intended to return to his dormitory to drop off his belongings. He gestured toward the package in his hand and said to Li Jia, "New Year gifts. Come by my place later to collect them." These were local specialties from Fuyin town, Fuyin rice crackers, that he had prepared for everyone since he had a bit of money. Li Jia smiled, "All right." With that, Huyang departed. As Dawu watched his retreating figure, he recalled what Fu Rong had said and suddenly inquired, "Is that the teacher who previously encountered the haunted mansion?" Li Jia nodded. Indeed, it was teacher Xiao Yang who dispelled the illusions of those ghost Pokémon. Dawu earnestly nodded, "I understand." In the absence of stones, Dawu had always been a serious and earnest individual. Having just become champion, he had received the task of investigating the haunted mansion incident in Orange Forest. After asking his questions, Dawu returned to the police station. Fu Rong asked, "How did it go? Did you find anything of interest?" Dawu furrowed his brow and shook his head, suddenly inquiring, "Is your spirit unable to unravel the illusions of that forest?" Fu Rong's expression also turned grave as she shook her head. During this period, she had nearly resided in the Orange Blossom Forest, seeking traces of the mansion's existence. But each attempt had been in vain. That area was shrouded in a formidable power, the master of which was far beyond the strength of my spirit. Fu Rong spoke heavily. "It is evident that it does not wish for us to discover that mansion." Dawu sighed, "I understand. Alas, since becoming champion, I have had no time to study the stones brought back from the meteor waterfall. Having been uninhabited for a long time, the dormitory had accumulated a layer of dust." Huyang donned his gloves and commenced cleaning alongside his spirits. Yet, in truth, he was the sole one laboring in this task. "You two, go play elsewhere." Upon seeing Yi stepping around on the still, unclean floor, Huyang immediately felt a headache coming on. "Poisonous Rose, take it to wash its little feet," he commanded while busying himself. Yi, observing the trail of tiny footprints behind, revealed a bashful smile. It was perfectly normal for a wild spirit to become muddy while frolicking outside, and Huyang did not harbor any resentment towards it. The Poisonous Rose, having lived here for some time, obediently stood by, awaiting instructions. It took Yi outside to rinse its feet with a hose. As the entrance had yet to be cleaned, The two spirits dared not enter directly, instead calling out to Hu Yang from outside. Hearing their voices, Hu Yang approached to carry them into the room, placing them on the freshly cleaned desk before resuming his sweeping. Ye and the poisonous rose perched on the edge of the desk, leisurely swinging their little feet, their faces adorned with silly grins, exuding joy. Gungue, two little fools. Guyu Niao Jie. Gungue, you are a fool too. Guyu Niao Jie. Gungue, not a single one of you is normal. Chapter 49. Yiya at 3 in the afternoon. Hu Yang thoroughly cleaned the dormitory inside and out, gazing at the tidy and bright room. A sense of satisfaction welled up within him. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed Yiya and the poisonous rose tentatively testing the freshly mopped floor with their feet, while Guyu Niao stood by the window, peering outside, and Gungue floated in the air, lost in thought. While the cleanliness was commendable, the space appeared somewhat barren. Aside from the furniture, tables, chairs, and beds, there were no additional decorative items. Having been financially constrained for some time, Hu Yang had refrained from purchasing anything superfluous. Reflecting on this, he resolved to visit the department store later. Besides acquiring nurturing resources for the dragon-type spirit Yiya, he intended to procure carpets, toys, ornaments, and lighting to embellish the room. After all, this would be his dwelling for the next 2 years. At that moment, the voice of Li Jiao wafted in from outside. Hu Yang opened the door to welcome her in, offering her the meticulously prepared gift of Quine Senbei. Suddenly, a stranger appeared, and Yaya and Poison Rose huddled together, peeking curiously in that direction. Yaya, Rolili, is this Quine Senbei? Li Jiao inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity at the beautifully wrapped present. Hu Yang nodded, indeed. I just happened to spend some time in Quine Town and thought to purchase a few. A smile of delight spread across Li Jiao's face as she exclaimed, thank you. I truly appreciate this gift. Hu Yang smiled in return and engaged her in casual conversation. Have the matters in Orange Blossom Forest been resolved yet? Not yet, Li Jia replied, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. It is said that those ghost-type fairies seem to have vanished into thin air. Even Ghost King Furong has searched for them extensively, without success. As she spoke of this troubling situation, Li Jia's expression grew somber. Knowing that Hu Yang often trained his Pokémon in the forest during his breaks, she cautioned him, you should refrain from going there to train for the time being. If those ghost-type Pokémon were to appear unexpectedly, it could spell trouble. I will keep that in mind, Hu Yang assured her, pondering the implications. The fact that even Furong could not locate the mansion suggested that the strength of that dominant Gungue had far surpassed that of an ordinary king-level Pokémon. It was no wonder the Alliance had dispatched the newly appointed Dawu to handle the situation. Li Jia did not linger for long. After her departure, Hu Yang took several Pokémon and made his way to the department store. The perfect breeding resources for dragon-type Pokémon were priced several times higher than those for grass types. Gazing at the nearly 10,000 unit price, Hu Yang felt a pang of anxiety. Fortunately, he had struck it rich from mining. Otherwise, with his teacher's salary, he feared Yaya would suffer from malnutrition. Sir, we also have grinding stones suitable for Yaya. Would you be interested? The sales assistant inquired politely. Yaya, being a Pokémon that could regrow its teeth if they broke before evolving into Axu, required special care. Once it evolved, however, any broken teeth would never regrow, rendering it akin to a human losing an arm, a disabled dragon. Thus, most trainers provided their Yayas with mineral-rich grinding stones for dental maintenance and exercise before evolution. This practice was inspired by the wild Bifong Zhanlong, which licked the earth to supplement its minerals for tooth strength. Hence, a quality grinding stone held paramount importance for Yaya. Hu Yang did not decline. Under the guidance of the sales assistant, he encountered an item that had not appeared in the game before. Steel grinding stone, a rare grinding stone rich in various metallic elements, produced by Duan Company, specifically designed for tooth-type Pokémon. The Fire Tooth Grinding Stone, a unique grinding stone crafted from fire stone, infused with abundant fire energy. When used in conjunction with the Steel Tooth Grinding Stone, it possesses a certain probability of enabling a Pokémon to master the move Fire Form. The Lightning Tooth Grinding Stone, the Ice Tooth Grinding Stone, Hu Yang exclaimed in astonishment, what? Such a thing actually exists? He glanced at the price tag, which read 20,000. He was hardly surprised, given that the raw materials were right there on display. Taking a deep breath, Hu Yang waved his hand decisively. I'll take them all. The sales assistant blinked in surprise. Sir, are you certain? Of course, Hu Yang replied with a smirk. I can afford it. The sales assistant struggled to suppress her laughter at his boldness. Thank you for your purchase, sir. Please provide your address, and we will have the items packaged and delivered to you, the sales assistant said. Please refrain from grinning like a dog. Thank you, Hu Yang retorted. It's just 100,000 Alliance coins, after all. Well then, "Sir, is there anything else you wish to purchase?" The sales assistant inquired after he filled out his address. Huyang asked, "On which floor can I find household items?" "The 5th floor," she replied. Huyang proceeded to the elevator, with the sales assistant trailing behind. Ignoring her, he made his way to the section selling carpets and cozy sleeping nooks for Pokémon. He released his Pokémon, the Poison Rose and the Tooth Fairy, from their Pokeballs. "I'll use these items to decorate our home. Do you have any preferences?" he asked. The Poison Rose surveyed the surroundings and ultimately chose a green carpet adorned with sun and grass patterns. The Tooth Fairy opted for a striking black chandelier shaped like a Charizard. Huyang, taking the liberty, selected a Pikachu plush for the ancient moonbird. Jengar floated nearby, arms crossed, remaining silent. Huyang turned to him and asked, "What about you?" Jengar paused for a moment. "Do I get something too? But I can't even touch it." Huyang shrugged. "When have I ever bought something without including you?" "All right." Jengar's face broke into a shy smile, then pointed to a plush of his own. "I like this one. Wrap them all up," Huyang instructed the sales assistant who had come along. "Certainly," she replied. In addition to these, Huyang purchased a new set of bedding, a pair of cotton slippers, and a sleeping nook for each of his Pokémon. "Is there anything else you require?" the sales assistant asked. Huyang shook his head. "That will be all." "Very well. We will have these items delivered to your residence promptly," she assured him. Huyang acknowledged her, and then ascended in the elevator to the floor designated for the open trading market. Compared to his last visit, the atmosphere here felt markedly subdued. The stalls selling Magikarp still stood firm, though the vendor from before had vanished without a trace. Nearby, a hushed conversation floated from another stall. "Have you heard? The elderly gentleman selling Magikarp was assaulted because the fish he sold failed to evolve within a week." "My goodness, when did this occur?" "Just yesterday." The assailant nearly drew a knife, but the old man was quite shrewd, abandoning the Magikarp and fleeing. It is rumored that he has already made preparations to sell Magikarp in another city. In Chapter 50 of Spirit Realm, Huyang arrived with the intention of utilizing his appraisal skills to unearth treasures among the stalls. However, after wandering for half a day, he encountered nothing of value. Reluctantly, he decided to return to school, planning to revisit when he had the time. Upon his return, he found the department store staff unloading items from a truck with considerable effort. "Everything you purchased is here," remarked a hat-clad employee. After a cursory glance to ensure all was in order, Huyang carried the items back to his room. First, he replaced the bedroom light with a Charizard pendant lamp favored by Yaya, and then laid down a carpet beloved by the Poison Rose beside his desk, allowing a few Pokémon to frolic while he read. He then arranged a cozy sleeping nook on an empty patch of floor in the following order: the ancient moonbird, Poison Rose, the Ghost King's gem, and Yaya. Finally, he placed their chosen plush toys inside, allowing them to cuddle while they slept. Huyang could not sleep alongside the Poison Rose and Yaya, for if he dozed off, contact with the Poison Rose's thorns would result in a toxic state. He might succumb to poisoning like Wu Dalong. Moreover, Yaya's sharp teeth posed a risk. A careless encounter could lead to severe bleeding. Such was the predicament he faced. Therefore, Huyang could only embrace and caress them while awake, which he considered quite fortunate. The trainer who captured the lava worm could not even touch them, as any contact would lead to burns. In the anime, both the lava worm and Registeel are among the few Pokémon that humans cannot touch. However, he could sleep with the ancient moonbird, and if the Ghost King were to revive, he could also embrace it, especially in summer. The ghost-type Pokémon naturally provided a cooling effect, making it quite pleasant to sleep next to them. Huyang scrutinized the Ghost King, who sensed the peculiar gaze and turned to inquire, "What do you want?" Huyang replied, "I am contemplating how to facilitate your revival." Just hours after Lia Jia advised him to avoid the forest, he cast her words aside. Under the cover of darkness, accompanied by the formidable ancient moonbird and several Pokémon, Huyang stealthily entered the Changhua forest. Guided by the Ghost King, they soon arrived at the site where they had battled the group of candlelight spirits previously. "Can you dispel that Ghost King's illusion?" Huyang asked. The Ghost King shook its head, revealing an unusual gravity on its face. "It is quite powerful," it stated. Huyang furrowed his brows in contemplation. "In my mind, I reflected on the moment I first encountered the formidable Jengar. Although the extent of its power remained an enigma, it was evident that it possessed an acute awareness of the forest's surroundings, along with a unique ability reminiscent of the teleportation powers seen in certain psychic Pokémon. The prospect of locating the mansion through sheer will seemed nearly impossible. Furthermore, based on Furong's experiences, it was clear that this Jengar would not permit humans to access the mansion. Thus, only one solution remained. "Mr. Jengar, I have a means to completely resolve the issues concerning the ghostly Pokémon within the mansion. May we meet?" I called out, my voice echoing through the forest. Jengar, Lord Jengar, can you hear my words? I began to shout, straining my voice. Jengar, Goo Bird. Huh? Not working? In the fleeting second that this thought crossed my mind, I felt as though my very soul was being torn from me, and the world before me became a blur. However, that sensation quickly dissipated. As I turned around, I was met with the sight of a dilapidated and ominous mansion, alongside the imposing figure of Jengar, now several sizes larger than before. Its eyes glowed a menacing red. Despite its unchanged appearance since our last encounter, I sensed a subtle weakening of its aura. What is your plan? Its piercing gaze fixed on me, communicating through telepathy. To send them to the spirit realm, I replied. The spirit realm serves as the ultimate sanctuary for human souls and ghost-type Pokémon. According to lore, the night spirits act as guardians of this realm, drawing lost souls into their elastic bodies to guide them to this final resting place. Fearing that Jengar might not comprehend, I elaborated. The night spirits possess the ability to open the gateway to the spirit realm. Yet, I was acutely aware that not every night spirit possessed this capability. Jengar seemed to understand this nuance as well, promptly raising the concern. I can enlist someone's assistance in this matter. You may have encountered her before, I continued. This her referred to the ghost queen, Furong. She sought to resolve the mansion's predicament, but was rebuffed due to her lack of clarity regarding her intentions. Jengar wished to deliver the ghostly Pokémon to the spirit realm, but was unable to depart from this place. Its sole purpose was to ascertain the state of its own Jengar. Thus it did not mind acting as an intermediary to introduce Jengar and Furong to one another. Upon hearing my words, Jengar's mind conjured the image of a certain girl who had been wandering the forest not long ago. It responded quietly, "What do you desire?" I shook my head, directing my gaze toward Jengar, and inquired, "I merely wish to understand its current condition. Has it perished?" Upon hearing this, Jengar glanced at its counterpart and replied, "It is not dead. What resides here is merely its spirit." I paused in surprise. Spirit? The sovereign Gungue. This species of Gungue lacks the tangible body that one typically associates with ordinary spirits. Their form is comprised of two distinct components, the spirit and the body. In human terminology, one might refer to them as the soul and the corporeal form. The spirit, when separated from the body, cannot interact with the material world, while the body, devoid of the spirit, cannot traverse through ordinary matter. As long as the spirit is brought back in proximity to its body, normalcy can be restored. However, unlike humans, Gungue can seamlessly merge and shift between these two states at will. Thus, if they desire to pass through walls, they can do so. If they wish to be perceived and touched by others, they have the capacity to manifest accordingly. Huyang and Gungue exchanged glances. So, what draws you to that ruin is your body. The three statements from Sovereign Gungue plunged Huyang into an unexpected euphoria. He was at a loss. Gungue seemed to have forgotten something important. Huyang's excitement surged. He had been troubled by this matter for some time, even contemplating how to find the Phoenix King and pluck its feathers on his journey back from Fuyin Town. The next task at hand was to retrieve Gungue's body. However, before that, he needed to inform Furong of the developments here. Chapter 51, A 200-Year Promise. Well then, Mr. Gungue, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Huyang stated. His objectives had been met. Now, he simply needed to strengthen himself and assist Gungue in locating its body. Yet, to his surprise, Sovereign Gungue did not immediately bid him farewell. Instead, it abruptly turned its gaze toward a certain direction. From the shadows, a figure gradually emerged from the dense forest. Dai Wu held a feather that shimmered with the luminous glow of moonlight. This feather was borrowed from a family elder with a penchant for collecting rare items. It was said to belong to the legendary Pokémon, Cresselia, possessing the extraordinary ability to dispel evil spirits and nightmares for its bearer. After exchanging information with Furong in the afternoon, Dai Wu had hastily returned to Kanaz City to procure this feather. As anticipated, it proved effective against the peculiar energy of the forest. However, how could the boy who sold him stones be here? Dai Wu regarded the human standing beside Gungue with an odd expression. Had he wandered in by accident, or had he utilized his own abilities to locate this mansion? Huyang felt equally awkward, sensing that he seemed to encounter Dai Wu everywhere. As their eyes met, Dai Wu spoke first. What brings you here? Huyang glanced at the sovereign Gungue beside him and decided to speak candidly. I have a favor to ask of Mr. Gungue. In his response, he summoned his own Gungue to manifest before Dai Wu. Understanding dawned upon Dai Wu, yet this was not the moment to discuss such matters. He shifted his focus back to the sovereign Gungue and inquired, Did Yi send you to guard this place? Upon receiving the commission from the League, Dai Wu took the initiative to peruse the archives for pertinent information. Yi, the inaugural Ghost King of the Hoenn League, had once tackled a massive case of human disappearances 2 centuries prior, shortly after the league's establishment. Yi resolutely accepted this daunting task and ventured forth with his Pokémon to the site of the incident, a luxurious resort mansion that served as the epicenter of the mysterious vanishing acts. Although the matter was ultimately resolved, Yi mysteriously vanished without a trace. The league dispatched agents to investigate, yet all efforts proved futile. Even the mansion itself inexplicably disappeared. This incident was subsequently dubbed the Vanished King, and the records containing relevant details were sealed away in the depths of the archives, until today, when they re-emerged. The curtain of history was drawn back, revealing the past after 2 centuries, akin to an ancient parchment unfurling before contemporary eyes. The formidable Gengar paused at the mention of this name, nodding thoughtfully. Huyang listened silently from the side, while Dawu maintained a composed demeanor as he continued to speculate. During the investigation, he encountered perilous circumstances, and in a final act of desperation, he sealed these ghostly Pokémon within this mansion, entrusting you to guard them, correct? Gengar offered no response, as these words conjured memories of its trainer's last moments. In those days, they had arrived to investigate together, only to find the mansion eerily deserted upon entering. Yi instructed Gengar and several other Pokémon to survey the surroundings. It was during this crucial moment that they were ambushed by a formidable ghost-type Pokémon. Gengar and its companions returned just in time to engage in a fierce battle against this foe and its minions. The confrontation was brutal, depleting their strength to the brink. Yet they ultimately triumphed. However, by the end of the ordeal, Yi was left with but a fleeting breath. Gazing upon his gravely injured Pokémon, he bestowed his final vestiges of life upon them, transforming into a mere skeleton, destined to rest eternally in this place. His last words were a command to ensure that these ghostly beings would never again wreak havoc upon the world. Yet, how could Gengar alone contain the remaining ghostly spirits? To fulfill their trainer's dying wish, the other 5 Pokémon willingly offered their strength. Over the course of 2 centuries, Gengar gradually ascended beyond the level of a king. It upheld its promise, vigilantly guarding the mansion. Alas, that person would never return. Dawu sighed softly, his expression shifting to one of solemnity. Mr. Yi was a trainer deserving of our utmost respect. His legacy will forever be etched in the annals of the league. Now, let us undertake the fulfillment of Mr. Yi's final wish. Dawu declared, I am the current champion of the Hoenn League, Zafuki Dawu, entrusted to succeed Mr. Yi in overseeing the affairs of this mansion. The sovereign Gung paused momentarily before turning to face Huyang. Dawu, observing the scene, instinctively glanced in their direction. Huyang remarked, very well, let him speak. Mr. Dawu, are you seeking to resolve the matter of the ghost-type spirits within this mansion? Dawu nodded in affirmation. Huyang continued, do you possess a solution? In truth, aside from banishing them to the spirit realm, there exists another alternative, to eliminate them entirely. Dawu appeared to have contemplated this possibility as well. He fell into silence, uncertain of how to proceed. Over the years, under the advocacy of various regional alliances, humanity's acceptance of spirits had significantly increased, treating them as friends, even as family. Consequently, the majority would hesitate at the thought of executing so many spirits. This hesitation was not born from naivety, but rather due to the events of 2 centuries past feeling somewhat distant to contemporary individuals. As an outsider, Huyang refrained from passing judgment on these matters, thus relinquishing the decision-making power to Dawu. Apart from that method, there is another approach to resolve this, he stated. Dawu instinctively inquired, what is it? Huyang replied, are you familiar with the spirit realm? Spirit realm? Dawu echoed. Huyang nodded and reiterated the information he had previously shared with Gung. Dawu fell into contemplation. He had heard the term before, yet he wondered, does the realm that accommodates souls truly exist? The night demon Ling Fu Rong indeed possessed one. With this thought, Dawu looked at Huyang, perplexed. Where did you acquire this knowledge? Huyang explained. He had anticipated encountering such a situation, thus he conjured his non-existent parents from this world. This time, he assigned them an interest in researching myths and legends, from which he gleaned this information. Dawu did not question his words. He retrieved an item resembling an old-fashioned mobile phone from his pocket and promptly called Fu Rong. Before long, Fu Rong arrived. As Gung had nullified the atmospheric influence, Fu Rong did not lose her way this time. The night demon, you say? After hearing Dawu's account, Fu Rong produced a Pokeball from her pocket. With a click, a night demon materialized before them. Hey, do you know about the spirit realm? Fu Rong inquired. The night demon emitted an ancient cry, indicating that it possessed some knowledge. Fu Rong continued. Do you know how to unlock the gates of the spirit realm? As the ghost-type champion, Fu Rong had a deeper understanding of the spirit realm than De Wu. Therefore, even without Hu Yang's prompting, she recognized the night demon as the gatekeeper of the spirit realm, endowed with the ability to receive signals from it. Yet, she had always regarded this as mere legend, never delving deeply into its implications. The night demon shook its head and uttered a few guttural sounds. Upon hearing this, Fu Rong rose to her feet and addressed De Wu, stating, "This method is indeed feasible. However, my night demon spirit lacks sufficient power. To open a portal to the spirit realm necessitates an ample supply of ghostly energy." A dilemma arose. Where could one acquire such an abundance of spectral energy? Fu Rong and De Wu fell into contemplation. Meanwhile, the dominating Gung Gue, who had been silently listening, glanced at the night demon spirit before turning his gaze towards the Western-style mansion behind him. Suddenly, without warning, a violet flame ignited around him. Fu Rong's attention was instantly captivated. The formidable ghostly energy radiating from Gung Gue surged forth like a roaring blaze, piercing the heavens. The intense violet light dispelled the darkness, shimmering under the moonlight like a fleeting firework. This was Gung Gue transferring its ghostly energy to the night demon spirit. "You will perish," Fu Rong exclaimed in haste. Gung Gue regarded her silently, recalling a time long past when his fellow spirits had similarly sacrificed themselves to ensure the survival of the smallest among them. Now, he had grown stronger than all 5 of them combined. A look of astonishment crossed Fu Rong's face as she murmured, "With your trainer gone, do you no longer wish to continue living?" As it absorbed the immense energy, a violet glow erupted from the night demon spirit. It was sacrificing a Gung Gue of unparalleled strength to open the portal to the spirit realm. The radiance cast upon a nearby clearing, forming a swirling vortex. Gung Gue turned away, directing his gaze towards the mansion. Subsequently, a powerful suction emanated from the vortex. With a cacophony of noise, the windows and doors of the mansion flew open, and ghostly spirits struggled and clamored as they surged forth, soaring toward the portal. Chapter 52. Afraid of ghosts. This exodus continued for 20 minutes. By the end, Gung Gue had transformed into a nearly transparent entity. He was weary. Gazing at the vacant mansion, Gung Gue gently closed his eyes. At last, he had fulfilled his master's wish. Just then, a hazy figure emerged from the still open portal to the spirit realm. It was a young man, clad in garments that seemed steeped in nostalgia. Fu Rong gasped in astonishment. "Yaoqiu," De Wu declared solemnly. Hu Yang stood beside, cradling the ancient moon bird, his heart racing with disbelief. "Oh my God, this world truly harbors souls." The young man approached Gung Gue, tenderly stroking its head, lips moving as if to express gratitude for its efforts. Gung Gue opened its eyes in disbelief. The young man rose and extended his hand toward it. Gung Gue offered its claw in return. Hand in hand, a person and a ghost vanished into the entrance of the spirit realm. As they pushed open the door of the dilapidated mansion, a wave of decay assaulted their senses. In the center of the grand hall lay a desiccated skeleton, surrounded by wooden furniture and carpets that had long since succumbed to rot. Da Wu stepped forward to retrieve a metallic nameplate that had fallen beside the skeletal remains. Through the mottled rust, he could faintly discern the words Union Investigator etched upon it. "Is it over?" Fu Rong inquired. Da Wu nodded gravely. "It is finished." After 2 centuries, the mansion had once again emerged into the light. Hu Yang, trailing behind the two, picked up a dark purple shard from the ground. The shard, roughly the size of an egg and resembling a shattered crystal, emanated a faint, ethereal glow. Hu Yang employed an appraisal on it. Phantom Gem Shard, naturally formed in areas rich in ghostly energy, it contains pure ghostly energy. When used by spirits, it enhances their control over ghostly energy. Hu Yang exclaimed, "Isn't this an item attribute gem from the game?" He recalled that in the game, it served to amplify the power of a single move of the same attribute, proving quite useful. Just then, his ancient moon bird suddenly flapped its wings and flew out of his arms, disappearing into the corridor, seemingly ascending to the 2nd floor. Dao Wu and Fu Rong turned at the sound, and Hu Yang awkwardly remarked, "I apologize, my spirit has a penchant for snatching things. I'll just go take a look." With the mansion currently devoid of danger, Da Wu nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Hu Yang hurried after it. Fu Rong, observing his retreating figure, suddenly posed a question. "Are you implying that it was already here when you arrived?" Da Wu affirmed, "Indeed." Confused, Fu Rong asked, "How did it find the location of this mansion?" "I have searched for days without success." This was a query Da Wu pondered as well. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Hu Yang navigated the dim corridor with a flashlight, accompanied by the ghost. For some reason, an unsettling sensation gnawed at him. Daowu had mentioned that many people had gone missing in this mansion. Where had those lost souls vanished to? The thought sent a shiver of fear through Huyang. Are you frightened? The ghost inquired, casting a glance his way. Huyang shook his head, not at all. Then why are you trembling? The ghost pressed. Hey, it's not fun if you expose me like that. Huyang retorted. The ghost muttered softly, really, feeling scared yet blaming others for pointing it out. It turned and drifted through the wall into a nearby room, emerging moments later to announce, there is a human bone inside. Upon hearing this, Huyang halted in his tracks and hurriedly turned back. What are you doing? The ghost asked, catching up to him. I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. Huyang replied. At that moment, the silhouette of the ancient moonbird soared back from the end of the corridor, clutching a round object in its beak. Swiftly, it approached Huyang and dropped the item into his hand. Stone of Light, a wondrous gem capable of facilitating the evolution of certain specific Pokémon. Radiating with brilliance akin to sunlight. The ancient moonbird emitted a cry. Huyang remarked, time to skedaddle. As he descended the stairs, he was relieved to find Dao and Furong still present. Furong, witnessing this scene, felt an urge to laugh and inquired, are you frightened? Huyang replied, if I were that scared, would I dare to venture into the forest alone at night? Furong added, isn't he just anxious to inquire about the condition of his own Gingue? In his haste, he had forgotten his fear. Dao approached, his demeanor serious. You are called Xiaoyang, correct? This was what he had heard the female teacher at school call him. Huyang responded, I am Huyang. Huyang from the Hu, and Huyang from the Yang. Dao acknowledged. Very well, Xiaoyang. Furong took over the conversation. Could you share how you discovered this mansion? Huyang explained. If you call out the name of that Gingue and state your purpose, it will guide you here. Furong paused, astonished. Is that really possible? Huyang teased. But if you do not express your intentions, how would it know you are coming to assist it? Furong pondered this carefully and realized the truth in his words. Oh, why had she not thought of that sooner? What a waste of time. She felt a pang of frustration. Dao stepped forward, stating, regardless, we must express our gratitude for your guidance. Huyang was eager to ask how they intended to thank him, but considering that this individual was a significant client, he maintained decorum. No need for thanks, Mr. Dao, it is my obligation. In his previous life, he had run an online store on Taobao, and had he not feared that Dao might find him peculiar, he would have added a term of endearment. Dao remarked, here we go again, that feeling returns. At merely 15 years of age, being addressed as Mr. by a child 5 years his junior left him with an indescribable sensation. After a brief hesitation, Dao earnestly requested, if possible, please refrain from calling me Mr. Just call me Dao. How charmingly unpretentious Dao was. Huyang casually replied, very well, Mr. Dao. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave to rest. Dao froze momentarily, opened his mouth as if to speak, but gazing at the youth's retreating figure, he ultimately settled on a simple, all right. Furong remarked, why do I feel as though he does not hold you in awe? It was well known that since Dao achieved championship status, his formidable strength, striking appearance, and privileged background had captivated a multitude of admirers, young and old alike, in just a day or two. Those trainers who have yet to embark on their journeys, as well as those who have already set forth, regard Daigo as the ultimate goal of their adventures and the trainer they admire the most. Daigo has always been indifferent to such matters, and this occasion is no different. He possesses his own life ambitions, and he steadfastly strives towards them. Stones. He battles for the beauty of stones. Chapter 53. The Masked Rose. Hey, have you heard? The orange forest was unsealed this morning. Is that true? Wonderful. At last, I can go into the forest to catch Pokémon. The next morning, while dining in the cafeteria, Huyang overheard two teachers engaged in conversation nearby. Hey, you're back quite early. Nishida suddenly appeared with a tray in hand. Huyang glanced at him and remarked, you've gained weight. It's the new year. Nishida chuckled, settling down across from him. I heard from Rika that you brought back gifts for everyone. Huyang replied, come with me to collect them later. After finishing their meal, he and Nishida strolled around the office. Due to the impending start of the school year, a teacher's meeting was scheduled, so Huyang had brought all the gifts to facilitate distribution. He handed over the gifts, prompting Nishida to exclaim dramatically, wow, my favorite Kamiyaki-senbei. At that moment, Rika entered with several books in her arms. From her, Huyang learned about the developments regarding the mansion incident. The Hoenn League had announced the reasons for the recent lockdown of the Orange Forest and had reported the events from 200 years ago in the newspaper. Mr. Yachi's bond with that Jengar was truly touching. With Mr. Yachi gone, the Jengar must be heartbroken. Rika struggled to accept the conclusion of this matter. It seemed the League had not disclosed the details of last night's events. Huyang glanced at the newspaper and casually remarked, perhaps they have already reunited in another world. Rika sighed. If only that were the case. Nishida leaned over to read the newspaper, articulating each word. The research team, led by Dr. Masakari from the Kanto region, has successfully developed Pokémon teleportation technology. From now on, trainers will no longer have to worry about their Pokeballs running out of space. Upon hearing this, Huyang turned to look. Indeed, he spotted a black and white photo of Masakari and his research team alongside the Pokémon teleportation device in another section of the newspaper. The real-life teleportation device resembled a machine, consisting of an electronic screen, a keyboard, and 2 slots for placing Pokeballs. Rika gasped in amazement. To teleport Pokémon along with their Pokeballs. How is that possible? The power of science is truly astounding. Nishida also expressed his sentiments. I remember when there were no Pokédexes. Trainers used to record wild Pokémon and journey information in notebooks with pencils. Huyang, however, was not as astonished as they were, for he had long been aware of the existence of this technology. He simply had not anticipated its emergence in this world until now. By the way, Xiaojing, Huyang inquired, during your time as a trainer, did you travel with several Pokémon? In both the games and the anime, it seems that one can carry up to 6. Indeed, 6, Nishida explained, as our carrying capacity is limited if we bring too many Pokémon. Our bags cannot accommodate the food and items they require. However, not everyone carries 6. Nishida continued, some affluent trainers travel by car, bringing as many Pokémon as they desire. This reminded Huyang of Shigeru from the first anime, who drove a convertible while accompanied by a group of cheerleaders in short skirts, chanting his praises. With the mansion incident resolved and ample funds for nurturing Pokémon, the mystery surrounding Gingawe was also clarified. Huyang set his next goal, to become stronger and retrieve Gingawe's body from the ruins it had mentioned. He produced the light stone he had discovered in the mansion and placed it before the poison rose, asking, do you wish to evolve? Evolving will make you stronger and more formidable than you are now. Though he was a trainer, Huyang typically spent no more than 5 hours a day returning his Pokémon to their Pokeballs. Therefore, most of the time, Yaya and the poison rose remained at his side. Consequently, the poison rose was well aware of Huyang's current desire. It was willing to adopt his wish as its own and strive towards it. Turning to the forlorn Gingawe floating in midair, its gaze intensified with determination. Roly, the poison rose nodded, extending its hand to touch the light stone with its rosebud. In an instant, the light of evolution enveloped it. The energy from the light stone surged into its body. Yaya, witnessing this spectacle, was left astounded. Yaya, it exclaimed, eyes wide, reaching out as if it too desired a stone for evolution. Huyang responded. The light stone cannot facilitate your evolution. You must train diligently to grow stronger. Disheartened, Yaya listened to his words. Meanwhile, the radiance surrounding the poison rose fully merged, and compared to its second evolution, the final stage of Roserade appeared more humanoid. Its face and back were adorned with a mask and a green cloak-like structure, reminiscent of attire worn at a masquerade ball. According to the Pokédex, Roserade's bouquets contained various lethal toxins and could extend whips as weapons. In battle, it could swiftly unfurl the whips from its bouquets to strike or ensnare foes, possessing a strength that belied its petite form. Goal. The poison rose. No, it should now be referred to as Roserade, filled Huyang's mind with its information. Species, Roserade. Type, grass. Poison ability, technician base stats, 515, HP, 60, attack, 70, defense, 65, special attack, 125, special defense, 105, speed, 90, known moves, Mega Drain, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder. Seed Bomb, Poison Sting, Magical Leaf, Grass Knot, Vine Whip, Toxic, Synthesis, Solar Beam Custom Moves, Paralysis Bomb, Stun Spore Seed Bomb. Landmine Bomb, Seed Bomb. Current mood, calm. Its demeanor seems to have slightly changed post-evolution. Physical condition, perfect friendship, 100. It adores you and wishes to be by your side eternally. Has it learned a new move? Huyang is exhilarated. The foundational trio of powders is finally complete. Grass Knot trips opponents, dealing greater damage the heavier they are. Vine Whip, while merely inflicting fixed damage in the game, can be creatively developed in reality, enhancing agility to evade attacks. For instance, in rocky terrains, it can entwine protruding stones and swing between locations. Toxic, needless to say, can follow up after inducing paralysis or sleep, and when paired with Synthesis, it can be quite bothersome. Solar Beam, although requiring charge time, can be executed flawlessly under the control of Stun Spore and Sleep Powder, achieving a 100 hit rate against adversaries. The more Huyang contemplates, the more delighted he becomes. After all this time, he finally possesses a capable Pokémon. Chapter 54. Our shared wish to have grasped so many moves in a single evolution is surprising even to Hu Yang. However, it is quite understandable. During its time as a Rosalia, it lacked the Vine feature, which only emerged upon evolving into Roserade. Thus, it learned Grass Knot and Vine Whip. Stun Spore and Poison Powder are fundamental moves for most Grass-type Pokémon, and post-evolution, Roserade's mastery over Poison has intensified, leading to the acquisition of Toxic. Synthesis and Solar Beam may be attributed to the influence of the Sunstone. With such a repertoire of moves, he is finally liberated from the embarrassment of relying solely on Seed Bomb. The current Roserade offers a multitude of combat styles to explore, from the irritating combination of the three powders alongside Toxic and Synthesis, to a strategy that leverages its impressive special attack of 125 to obliterate foes with Solar Beam within 2 turns. Indeed, battles do not impose restrictions on the number of moves, allowing Hu Yang to adapt his strategies as circumstances dictate. Nonetheless, for now, he must focus on training the combination of Sleep Powder and Seed Bomb, alongside Poison Powder and Seed Bomb, to ensure reliable control against Flying-type Pokémon. Additionally, he can coat Vine Whip with Toxic, inflicting damage while simultaneously poisoning enemies through the wounds inflicted. However, merely possessing a single Grass-type Pokémon renders one's offensive capabilities rather limited. With this thought in mind, Hu Yang turned his gaze towards Yiya. In response to the command, Roserade moved aside to familiarize itself with its new moves. Energized by Roserade's newfound strength, Yiya stood tall, puffing its chest with its tiny paws, as if to challenge. Come on, unleash your tricks upon me. Hu Yang then glanced at the lake. Although the year had turned, winter had not yet relinquished its grip, leaving a thin layer of ice upon the surface. Dragon-type Pokémon are vulnerable to ice. That frigid water could very well impose a disadvantage on Yiya. Concerned for its health, Hu Yang dismissed the idea of allowing it to continue acclimatizing to the water. Unlike Roserade, whose special attack is renowned among grass types, Yiya is primarily oriented towards physical attacks. Its final evolution, the bipedal dragon, boasts an impressive physical attack stat of 147. Therefore, Hu Yang resolved to guide it towards a strategy centered on extreme speed and physical assault. By pairing it with moves like Swords Dance or Dragon Dance, in battles devoid of type disadvantages, should it manage to close the distance and strike, the enemy would face a swift and explosive demise. Overall, the bipedal dragon resembles a high-burst, high-output assassin within the realm of gaming. In the context of a 66 battle, finding a suitable opponent and deploying the bipedal dragon could yield unexpectedly advantageous results. As for the methods to enhance speed and strength, Hu Yang planned to employ running and having Yiya bite stones. As for weighted running, he intended to postpone that until Yiya had mastered the basics. Brimming with determination, Yiya embarked on its specialized training. Hu Yang turned his head, intending to check if the ancient moon bird was still fishing in the water, only to lock eyes with Jengar. Jengar, observing Yiya and Roserade, gestured wildly. Hu Yang inquired, "What is it?" Jengar, dissatisfied, retorted, "I am also your Pokémon." However, Hu Yang had no specific training regimen for the spirit. Thus, Jengar sulkily settled onto a large rock, propping its arms and spectating the specialized training of Roserade and Yiya. The effects of the specialized training were evident. The vigorous exercise consumed a great deal of stamina and energy, which subsequently transformed into a ravenous appetite. During dinner that evening, Yiya transitioned from its usual slow and deliberate eating to devouring its food with the ferocity of one who hadn't eaten in a month. Both Hu Yang and Jengar were left in astonishment. Roserade, in contrast, maintained a more composed manner while eating, still capable of replenishing energy through photosynthesis. Moreover, the evolved Roserade seemed to have developed an omnivorous appetite akin to that of a carnivorous Pokémon. "Can you eat meat now?" Hu Yang inquired. Roserade gently nodded, gulp. Yeah, its cheeks stuffed like a hamster, glanced over at Roserade, gulp. The two Pokémon commenced a lively exchange regarding their newfound culinary experiences with meat. Hu Yang had satiated his hunger and rested his chin on his hand, observing the others as they dined. He felt a profound sense of contentment with their current lifestyle, fulfilling and warm. "Do you wish to train hard again tomorrow?" Hu Yang inquired of Yiya. Yiya nodded enthusiastically. Yiya, it too aspired to grow stronger, to become formidable like the powerful dual-axe dragon in their territory, capable of safeguarding its young kin. That is agreeable. Hu Yang harbored concerns regarding the elves' possible resistance to rigorous training. Rose Rayquaza primarily focused on mastering energy control and refining its techniques. As for physical endurance training, Hu Yang had no intentions of pursuing that for now. In an unusual turn of events, Jengar did not return to its Pokeball during mealtime. It understood well that these two elves were training diligently to help restore its body. Jengar felt a surge of warmth. They all hailed from different backgrounds and experiences, yet were united in their pursuit of a common goal. However, this sentiment of gratitude was short-lived, as the ancient moon bird returned. Clutching a flailing Magikarp in its beak, it soared above Jengar and, with a snap, released it. The Magikarp plummeted from Jengar's head, landing at its feet. Jengar looked down at the pitiful Magikarp in bewilderment and exclaimed, "Why does this fish look different from the others? The previous ones were red, but this one is golden. It is a fish, not a head." Huyang attempted to correct Jengar's misnomer. This is a variant, commonly referred to as a shiny among humans. Most Pokémon can be shiny. You, too, possess this trait. The ordinary Jengar is purple, while the shiny version is black. As they conversed, the details of the shiny Magikarp surfaced in Huyang's mind. Species: Magikarp, shiny. Type: water. Ability: swift swim. Base stats: 200, HP, 20, attack, 10. Defense: 55, special attack, 15, special defense, 20, speed, 80. Known moves: splash, tackle. Current emotion: infuriated, beware. It is about to attack. Physical condition: perfect friendliness, 20, a friendly level that may leap to strike. Rose Rayquaza and Yi sat upon specially designed chairs, clutching half-eaten morsels in their talons. Under the watchful eyes of several Pokémon, the shiny Magikarp executed Splash, aiming directly at Huyang, followed by Tackle. Fortunately, Huyang had already discerned its intentions and adeptly evaded the strike. Gah! The ancient moon bird, witnessing this scene, erupted in fury, golden patterns illuminating its form. Huyang instantly felt a constriction in his chest and rushed forward. That is excessive. This Magikarp is not deserving of such punishment. Goodness! Using the cliff sword in the dormitory, does one even wish to live anymore? The ancient moon bird, compelled to abandon its technique, gazed over with bewildered, innocent eyes, exclaiming, "Ga?" Chapter 55. The Golden Magikarp. The anomalously colored wild Pokémon, due to their extreme rarity, possess considerable research value in this world. Observing the Golden Magikarp on the ground, Huyang entertained a fleeting thought of capturing it. The initial nurturing of a Magikarp does not require excessive resources. Although feeble at first, it can, upon evolution, rise to prominence like the protagonists in mediocre online novels. However, he had exhausted the 2 red and white Pokeballs he had pilfered from a Pokémon hunter and would need to procure more. A standard red and white Pokeball cost 200 Alliance coins, an amount that seemed exceedingly affordable for Huyang at this moment. He placed the Magikarp into a water bucket, entrusting its guardianship to Roserade and Yaya, before venturing out to purchase 20 more Pokeballs. Knock, knock. Huyang tapped the freshly acquired Pokeball against the head of the Magikarp, and with a satisfying click, the ball opened, enveloping the creature within. Yet, almost immediately, the recently closed Pokeball sprang open again, and the Magikarp leaped out. Its favorability rating plummeted from 20 to 30. Huyang thought, undoubtedly, this Magikarp possesses a remarkable spirit. Learning to capture a wild Pokémon is a fundamental course every student at this school must undertake. If persuasion fails, then one must resort to overwhelming strength to conquer it. Go, Roserade. Roserade, currently enjoying a meal, cast a questioning glance in his direction. Huyang instructed, "Just use a bit of hypnosis to put it to sleep." Got it. Roserade extended its right hand, releasing a soft powder that enveloped the Magikarp. The creature succumbed to slumber, unable to resist as it was drawn into the Pokeball. Capture successful. The information about the Magikarp materialized in Huyang's mind. Name: Magikarp, shiny. Type: water. Initial trainer. Huyang held item: none notes. Stubborn personality. Date: January 18th, 209. It seems I encountered it in the Orange Blossom Forest. As if by fate, dreams of swimming freely in a predator-free environment and enjoying an endless supply of food. Medals obtained: none. Goodness. Upon reading the notes, Huyang felt he had gleaned insight into how to handle this Magikarp. He glanced at the favorability rating, which had reverted from 30 back to 20. Perhaps it was too comfortable within the Pokeball. He recalled that in the anime, Meowth had described the sensation Pokémon experience inside their Pokeballs. It was said to be an incredibly pleasant feeling, akin to returning to an unhatched egg. The more expensive the Pokeball, the more comfortable the experience for the Pokémon within. The Kingler has now succumbed to slumber, and Huyang has no intention of rousing it. After finishing his dinner, he too retires early to the realm of dreams. The following morning, seizing the opportunity before school resumes, Huyang ventures outdoors accompanied by a few sprites. His purpose for this excursion is to seek a suitable forge where he can transform the large keystone in his possession into exquisite accessories akin to those depicted in anime, such as a keystone bracelet or brooch. However, after an extensive search, he finds no sign of a blacksmith's workshop. Ultimately, out of desperation, he decides to inquire at a nearby jewelry store about potential forging services. Upon hearing his request, the shop assistant ponders seriously and replies, "A shop that can embed stones into bracelets? I believe there is one in Canaz City." Canaz City? Huyang muses for a moment, expresses his gratitude to the young woman, and then departs. Canaz City, located in the southern part of the Hoenn region and built by the sea, boasts a favorable geographical position that has fostered rapid commercial development, making it an excellent shopping destination. It is also referred to as a haven for the interaction between humans, Pokémon, and nature. In the game, players must travel by boat from Old Man Hatchie and transfer at Battletown to reach it. Calculating the time in his mind, Huyang realizes that school is about to commence, and there is insufficient time to journey there now. Moreover, he is not particularly urgent about it. Even if the keystone bracelet were to be crafted immediately, it would not facilitate the evolution of his Shinedo, as he does not even possess that Pokémon. This thought brings to mind the Ralts he encountered upon arriving in this world. He wonders how it is faring now and whether it continues to sneak away. However, dwelling on such matters is futile. Shaking his head, Huyang turns back towards the department store. This time, he intends to commission a large glass aquarium for Kingler. After browsing the aquarium section for a while, he finally selects a suspended, rectangular, large aquarium. Upon completing the payment, staff from the department store, accompanied by a Macamp, come to install the aquarium above the small nest of Yaya and the others. Observing the completed setup, Huyang is immensely pleased. Their family must be harmonious and orderly. After connecting the oxygen supply, adding aquatic plants, specialized substrate, and small shrimp, Huyang releases Kingler from its Pokeball. Kingler, dazed. Huyang, I must say, Kingler's gaze resembles that of a Pidgey. It appears as if it were a simpleton. With a drowsy and a caterpie, they could form a charming ensemble of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. After a night of calm, or perhaps due to the more comfortable environment within the Pokeball compared to the biting cold outside, Kingler's affection level has plummeted from 20 to 0. Now, upon seeing Huyang, it does not launch a splash attack as it did the previous day. "Greetings, Kingler. From this day forth, I shall serve as your trainer. My name is Huyang," he introduced himself. Kingler, in a daze, released a few bubbles. Huyang, filled with doubt, questioned, "You can understand my words, can't you?" Kingler responded with a splash leap. Huyang pondered, "I hope you're not as dull as Pidgey." "Well, it is what it is. I shall care for you until a certain threshold is reached. And then we shall see if the power of evolution can transform you into Gyarados." As a traveler from another realm, who does not harbor a penchant for collecting shiny Pokémon? Kingler dreams of being pampered, finding the golden Kingler rare and inexpensive to maintain. A win-win situation. Huyang stroked his chin, turning to gaze at the lineup of 4 behind him: Pidgey, Gengar, Roserade, and Yaya. With the addition of this shiny Kingler, he had unknowingly captured so many Pokémon. Compared to when he first arrived in this world, he could barely be considered a novice trainer now. In this realm, there exists a classification of trainer professions. Those who have just embarked on their journey are classified as rookie trainers, while those who have gained some travel experience ascend to novice trainers. Following that are elite trainers, gym leaders, quasi-champions, champions, and master trainers. However, the stark reality is that among his Pokémon, only 2 could engage in battle effectively. Capturing Pokémon is a normal endeavor for trainers. Yet capturing too many without sufficient energy to care for them can overwhelm one. In such cases, trainers often entrust some Pokémon to breeding facilities, paying the staff to assist in their care. "What are you thinking?" Gengar inquired, observing his expression. "I was contemplating what we shall do if we cannot fit your provisions in my backpack during our travels," Huyang replied. He recalled that Gengar has the ability to store a substantial amount of items within its body. In the anime of Sun and Moon, Ash and his companions encountered a Gengar known as Gluttonous Lapras, which had amassed a considerable collection of items within itself, enough to tower over a person when extracted. Moreover, it is said that Gengar, when super evolved, can conceal its lower half in another dimension. Their bodies resemble black holes, causing items stored within to vanish. Yet they can retrieve them at will. Huyang envisioned this scenario. Such an ability mirrors Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket, does it not? Do you truly possess such capability? Huyang directly inquired. Gengar responded, "What do you wish to do?" Understanding its demeanor, Huyang asked, "Can you contain a person? If so, could he perhaps directly enter Gengar's body to sleep at night?" Chapter 56. The journey of youth Gung Gue expressed his frustration. Such things cannot possibly exist. Huyang lamented, well, at least it's good for storage. When the time comes to leave the school, I can pack everything in the room and save on moving costs. However, he pondered where he would reside after departing from the school. As a 30-year-old man without a permanent home, he felt a lingering unease in his heart. Never mind, I'll deal with that when the time comes, he sighed, comforted by the fact that there was still a year and a half ahead. In the following days, Huyang refrained from wandering aimlessly and remained diligently at school, attending classes and training alongside the elves. His days were fulfilling and enjoyable. Time passed unknowingly, and soon it was April 8th, 2009 of the Alliance calendar. More than 2 months had passed since Huyang captured the Magikarp. With the arrival of spring, the temperature began to warm gradually. The white snow that had enveloped Changhua City throughout the winter vanished in just a few days. Fresh grass and flowers began to sprout from the ground, and the wild elves in the forest slowly became more active. In Changhua Forest, an exhilarating Pokémon battle unfolded in an orderly fashion. One side featured a meticulously bred Roserade, while the other boasted a petite Vivillon. Duo, entwine the nearby tree with your vine whip and ascend into the air. The voice of the youth resonated from behind the Roserade. Responding to the command, Roserade gracefully lifted its arm, and 2 thorned green vines swiftly extended from the flower's tip, wrapping around the towering trees on either side of the clearing. Roserade's body leaned slightly back as the green vines formed an exaggerated arc, yet they remained unbroken. Huyang's gaze fixated on the battleground, and he quickly issued a new command, Leaf Tornado. Harnessing the power of the vine whip, Roserade nimbly leapt from the ground, propelled like a slingshot into the air. As the vines retracted, a multitude of green leaves converged into a whirlwind, charging directly toward the opposing Vivillon. A successful hit. Ugh! Vivillon emitted a cry of pain as it plummeted to the ground, rendered unable to continue the battle. Meanwhile, Roserade landed gracefully, resembling a rose dancer completing a performance. Well done, Duo. Huyang approached, gently stroking Roserade's cheek and offering a piece of sweet candy from his pocket as a reward. Cluck! Roserade reveled in the affection, displaying a joyful expression. Huyang then turned to the wild Vivillon, retrieving a high-quality healing spray from his pocket and applying it to its wounds. Your efforts are commendable, Hunting Butterfree. As Hunting Butterfree opened its eyes, regaining some vigor, it fluttered its wings and gazed expectantly at Huyang's pocket. Huyang chuckled softly, retrieving the reward he had prepared for Hunting Butterfree, and said, Here you go. Thank you for your hard work today. Until we meet again. Hunting Butterfree flew closer, skillfully spun a thread to ensnare the morsel, emitting a melodious sound before turning and soaring into the forest. Huyang rose, watching its retreating silhouette. This wild Hunting Butterfree had been summoned by him with food to accompany Roserade in battle. It is indeed amusing to recall that 2 months prior, after an intensive training session with Roserade in the forest, he encountered 2 wild Pokémon before him, a positive and a negative Electrike. They had been lured by the aroma of food, seemingly having failed to find sustenance during the winter and consequently enduring a period of hunger. With the intention of performing a good deed, Huyang offered them food, but they insisted on battling Roserade in return. The 2 small bunnies had no objections and happily accepted the challenge, darting away once the battle concluded. Huyang initially believed that was the end of the matter. However, the following day, while training in the forest, he was approached by several unfamiliar wild Pokémon requesting food, offering to accompany Roserade and Yamask in battle. Since then, the situation spiraled out of control. The prowess of Roserade and Yamask steadily strengthened with each encounter. It seemed that among wild Pokémon, there existed a form of amicable coexistence and information exchange, even among those that were not natural enemies. Reflecting on the events of this period, Huyang picked up a pen and inscribed the following thoughts in his notebook. He genuinely cherished the Pokémon ecosystem in this world, often venturing into the forest to observe their habits and document relevant details. Yamask. At that moment, Yamask darted out from the grass, holding a wildflower, its expression radiating joy. Is this for me? Huyang asked, lifting Yamask and placing it on his lap. Yamask nodded enthusiastically. Accepting the flower, Huyang affectionately ruffled its head and smiled. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. Your bond is growing stronger. Jengar, crossing its arms nearby, remarked with a tinge of envy. Huyang pondered for a moment and inquired. With Roserade and Yamask's current strength, can we venture to the ruins you mentioned? If that foolish bird can comprehend your commands, perhaps, Jengar replied, glancing at Roserade and Yamask. However, their combined strength is still insufficient. With a sigh, Huyang conceded, very well. What else can we do? We shall strive harder. He then turned his gaze toward Roserade, who had successfully mastered the fusion technique of sleep powder, poison powder, and seed bomb over the past 2 months. Its reflexes, the proficiency of each move, and speed have all seen a remarkable enhancement compared to 2 months ago. The time has come. Huyang rose to his feet, his gaze filled with determination as he looked towards the city center. Before embarking on his journey to the ruins of Gonggue, it was time for him to officially take his first step as a trainer and secure the badge from the Changhua Gym. Just then, Gu Yuniao seemed to sense his fervent thoughts, lifting its head and gazing in his direction. Huyang's spirited resolve was abruptly interrupted. Observing Gu Yuniao about to take flight, he swiftly dashed over to intercept it. There was no need for that. Securing the gym badge was something he should do himself. After a day of intensive training, Huyang returned home with his weary Pokémon. Under the warm glow emitted by his black Charizard, the Kingler floated in its tank, absent-mindedly blowing bubbles. "Hello, Kingler." Huyang tapped on the tank, startling the little shrimp within to scatter in all directions. Kingler remained motionless, floating leisurely in the water. Following a night of rest at home, the next day after class, Huyang, accompanied by Roseraid and Yaya, arrived at the entrance of the Changhua Gym. Chapter 57. If you can't win, cheat, right? The gym battles in this world differ significantly from those in the games. Besides seasoned trainers traveling from all corners of the globe, a considerable number of challengers are novice trainers who have just embarked on their journeys. For these inexperienced trainers, overcoming the gym leader to win a badge is a formidable challenge. Consequently, various leagues have established a rule to allow trainers to experience the growth process. Gym leaders must adjust the Pokémon they send out based on the challenger's specific circumstances, refraining from exerting their full strength against novice trainers. However, it is not mandatory to defeat them to obtain a badge. What matters more is earning their recognition. In the Changhua Gym, the challenge rules stipulate that one must defeat 3 gym apprentices to qualify for a battle against the leader. As soon as Huyang entered, the red headband man who had fought him previously recognized him. "It's you. Are you here to challenge the gym?" Huyang nodded in affirmation. With a challenger present, the gym apprentices immediately approached him. The battle arena still resembled a training ground, and the opponents had not changed. The red headband man clenched his fists, brimming with determination. "This time, I won't let you win so easily. Go, my partner, Ursa Ring." Huyang responded. "Yaya, it's your turn." The referee beside the arena raised a flag. In this battle, each participant may only use 1 Pokémon. The match ends when any Pokémon is unable to continue fighting. With a sharp whistle, the red-haired trainer immediately issued his command. "Ursa Ring, use Headbutt." The onslaught of the Headbutt follows a straight trajectory, leaving no room for diversion mid-course. Observing this, Huyang swiftly instructed, "Yaya, evade to the left." During his previous visit, he had discerned that the strength of the gym apprentices ranged from novice trainers to those at the preliminary level, well shy of the elite trainer echelon. Utilizing Yaya to contend with them proved sufficient. After over 2 months of rigorous training, Yaya had acquired a commendable array of combat skills. Its speed and strength had notably improved, and the few moves it had mastered were now executed with remarkable proficiency. Witnessing Yaya successfully dodge the headbutt from the charging bear, Huyang promptly commanded a counterattack, Dragon Rage. A violet shockwave instantaneously coalesced, engulfing the bear before it could pivot. Propelled by the force of the impact, the bear tumbled to the ground, rolling over twice. "Excellent command," exclaimed the red headband. Momentarily astonished, "Hang in there, charging bear." Huyang remained composed, instructing, "Yaya, deliver the final blow with a double chop." "Yaya," it responded, flames of determination igniting in its eyes. Both speed and strength had been slightly enhanced during this battle, especially since the charging bear was male, triggering Yaya's competitive spirit to its fullest. This elevation in speed and strength directly amplified the potency of its moves. Yaya's body surged forward in a sudden acceleration. Leaping high into the air, its finely honed teeth radiating a brilliant glow. In a swift motion, as the charging bear regained its footing, Yaya descended with a fierce chop. A pained cry escaped the bear, which collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Impressive. The onlookers, other gym apprentices, stood in awe of the spectacle. Winter brought few challengers to the gym, so they remembered Huyang well. A young boy furrowed his brow, remarking, "Their synergy is flawless. Their prowess likely reaches the level of a preliminary trainer." "Well done, charging bear," the red headband said, recalling the bear into its Pokeball. "You performed admirably." Huyang squatted down to high-five Yaya. It appeared that the competitive spirit trait was not as ineffective as it seemed in the game. However, the charging bear's ability to pick up items had little bearing on the battle. As he pondered, a second gym apprentice stepped onto the opposite side of the arena. Huyang had no intention of switching Pokémon, Yaya would remain in the fray. This time, the opponent was a girl clad in a white karate gi, accompanied by a small, adorable EV. Huyang glanced over and noticed that the EV possessed the ability to flee. EV, use quick attack, the girl commanded. Huyang mused. Shouldn't she first utilize charm to lower Yaya's attack? Do these children truly understand Pokémon battles? However, these gym apprentices differ significantly from those depicted in the game. Most of the gym apprentices are novice trainers who pay fees to train at the gym, where the gym leader provides them with guidance. Once they grow stronger, they embark on their journey to compete in the league tournament. Faced with the inexperienced young girl, Huyang mercilessly dispatched her with a 3-hit combo of Dragon Rage, showcasing its formidable power. The third gym apprentice was a boy wearing round-framed glasses. His Pokémon was a well-proportioned Buniri. As the battle commenced, the boy commanded, Buniri, use hypnosis. Excellent, far more skilled than that girl. A faint glow emanated from Buniri's eyes, and Yaya suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over its body. Its attack had been diminished. Huyang glanced at the opposing Pokémon's ability, Cute Charm. Yaya, avoid contact with it. Use Dragon Rage. Dragon Rage inflicts fixed damage, unaffected by reduced attack power. Yaya rallied its spirits. Having witnessed the previous 2 battles, the boy recognized Yaya's use of Dragon Rage and immediately instructed, Buniri, dodge the hit and use Bounce. Buniri, with a waist that resembled that of a human female, sprang into action, leaping high into the air. Dragon Rage missed entirely, passing harmlessly beneath it. Subsequently, as Buniri soared, it extended its legs in a flying kick, diving towards Yaya. This was the second phase of Bounce, attacking from above. Yaya, quickly evade. Despite Huyang's foresight, it was too swift. The opponent's speed was overwhelming. Yaya had no time to dodge. The rabbit's flying kick struck true, sending Yaya hurtling backward. Though this maneuver did not incapacitate Yaya, contact with Buniri's body meant it had fallen under the influence of Cute Charm. Those affected by Cute Charm would enter a state of infatuation, making it difficult to execute moves. Misfortune compounded, as Buniri was female, and in the presence of a female opponent, Yaya's ability, Rivalry, could not activate. Yaya snapped out of it, observing the hearts beginning to appear in Yaya's eyes. Huyang could only attempt to rouse it with the bond of a trainer, emulating Ash's methods. The effectiveness of Rivalry proved to be woefully inadequate. At that moment, Huyang desperately wished for Yaya's ability to be changed to Intimidate. As this thought crossed his mind, accompanied by a crackle, the Pokeball in his pocket automatically opened. The silhouette of the gloom floated forth from the white light. Gah! Its gaze fell upon Yaya on the battlefield, appearing just as oblivious as ever, yet at that moment, it radiated an inexplicable brilliance. Buniri, conclude this battle. The bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, poised to deliver a decisive blow. However, at that moment, a radiant white light illuminated the figure of Yaya in the arena. Was it evolution? The bespectacled boy hastily exclaimed, Long-eared rabbit, stop. Huyang was momentarily taken aback. He had yet to comprehend how the ancient moon bird had suddenly emerged when he beheld the white light emanating from Yaya. Evolution. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, Yaya regained its clarity, though aside from its gaze, it exhibited no other alterations. No, it wasn't evolution. Huyang's mind conjured the information regarding Yaya. Species, Yaya, attribute, dragon ability, breakthrough, and further details omitted. The ability had changed, from fighting spirit to breakthrough. Huyang. What is happening? This was not his doing. If it wasn't his modification, then it could only mean suddenly. A spark of insight flickered in Huyang's mind, and he cast a bewildered glance at the ancient moon bird beside him, its head lowered as it nonchalantly preened its feathers. Could it be that the 3 modification templates he had lost were now manifested in the ancient moon bird? Yet, it was clearly not the time for such inquiries. Huyang anxiously turned his attention back to Yaya in the arena and asked, Yaya, can you understand me? Yaya? Yaya snapped out of its confusion and turned its head in his direction. Huyang immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, the bespectacled boy glanced at Yaya, then back at Huyang, inquiring, has it failed to evolve? Huyang. In his peripheral vision, he noticed that other apprentices from the dojo were watching intently, and an indescribable feeling welled up within him. To exhibit such prowess in front of so many onlookers was quite extraordinary. Chapter 58, 8,000 Miles. Breakthrough allows one to execute moves without being hindered by the opponent's abilities. For instance, the alluring form of the long-eared rabbit could induce a state of infatuation in its adversary. Now that Yaya's ability had been altered to breakthrough, the effect of the long-eared rabbit's ability was rendered moot. In essence, Yaya could engage with the long-eared rabbit as it pleased, entirely immune to any enchantment. The battle continued. Huyang, Yaya, are you ready? Yaya brimmed with fighting spirit, having gained confidence from its consecutive victories over 2 opponents. Yaya? A glimmer flashed across the lenses of the bespectacled boy as he commanded. Your Yaya is nearly out of stamina. Long-eared rabbit, execute another jump. In the battle, the long-eared rabbit powered its legs, its lithe form soaring once more into the air. Huyang raised his gaze, and Yaya followed suit, both fixated on the movements of the long-eared rabbit. In that instant, their eyes synchronized perfectly. The long-eared rabbit gracefully arched its body midair, its fluffy little feet propelling it toward Yaya's position. The distance between them steadily diminished. Huyang refrained from issuing a command, and Yaya remained still. The onlooking apprentices were utterly perplexed by the scene unfolding before them. What was he attempting? If he were to execute that move, Yaya would surely lose its ability to fight. As the long-eared rabbit descended to a certain height, Huyang finally issued the command, jump back. Yaya. Upon receiving the instruction, Yaya sprang into action, its small feet exerting force as it performed a backward leap. This seemingly trivial movement allowed it to deftly evade the rabbit's flying kick, which barely missed its face by a mere 3 centimeters. The other apprentices in the dojo were taken aback. It dodged. The timing was impeccable. Yaya, bite down. Huyang swiftly initiated a counterattack. Their turn had begun. Yaya, seizing the opportunity while the long-eared rabbit had yet to retract its legs, Yaya clamped down on the creature's foot. The gathered spectators exclaimed, it has secured the bite. The bespectacled youth frowned. Use a slap to break free. A flash of white light emanated from the rabbit's large ears, striking Yaya with the swiftness of a tempest. Yaya yelped in pain but refused to release its grip. Just like that, unleash Dragon's Fury. Huyang commanded. Yaya, squinting with one eye from the pain, summoned the dragon-type energy within, transforming its fury into a purple shockwave that erupted from its mouth. Slap. Dragon's Fury. In the next moment, both Yaya and the long-eared rabbit were sent flying backwards. The referee approached to assess the situation and raised a flag, declaring, both Yaya and the long-eared rabbit have simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities. The challenger has successfully defeated 3 dojo apprentices, earning the right to challenge the gym leader. Huyang cradled Yaya in his arms, saying, you did great. Yaya weakly opened its eyes. Despite losing its ability to battle, the excitement in its gaze remained undiminished. Did you see that? It defeated 3 opponents in one go. Huyang chuckled. Yes, I saw it. Yaya is amazing. Now, take a rest. The next part is up to me and Duo. Content. Yaya closed its eyes and was returned to its Pokeball. After confirming that Yaya was unharmed, Huyang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the modifier would not inflict damage on the Pokemon's brain. But what was the story with that ancient moonbird? Could it have been influenced by the other 3 templates on the modifier? Lost in thought, the bespectacled boy approached, witnessing the interaction between Yaya and Huyang, and exclaimed excitedly, the bond you share with Yaya is truly enviable. Huyang responded amicably, your long-eared rabbit is also quite well trained. Just like how one needs to achieve a certain level of intimacy for Wanyuan to evolve into a long-eared rabbit, the same goes for EV to evolve into a solar Pokemon. The bespectacled youth inquired, does your Yaya possess the ability called Guts? Moments ago, he observed that when Yaya was first struck by the long-eared rabbit, she fell into a state of fascination. Huyang hesitated for a second before nodding in acknowledgement. However, why did Yaya subsequently disregard the long-eared rabbit's characteristics after being hit again? The bespectacled youth recalled the heartwarming scene he had just witnessed, and his gaze grew more fervent. Indeed, as the teacher had stated, Pokemon are creatures imbued with boundless potential. Huyang, the bespectacled youth exclaimed with excitement. I never imagined that the bond between a Pokemon and its trainer could transcend the limitations of its traits. Huyang, as he spoke, the youth turned his attention to the Pokeball containing Yaya in Huyang's hand, stating, it must be that Yaya sensed your intentions, which allowed her to valiantly overcome the influence of my long-eared rabbit's traits. Truly extraordinary, simply remarkable. Huyang. He opened his mouth, intending to articulate a thought, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only lower his gaze towards the ancient moon bird beside him. The ancient moon bird appeared fatigued, yawning and narrowing its eyes in drowsiness, standing still, its head gradually drooping. Go forth, the gym leader awaits you. Wishing you success in your challenge. The bespectacled youth offered his most sincere blessings. Huyang expressed his gratitude and returned the ancient moon bird to its Pokeball. He then pushed open the wooden door to the final dojo. The leader of the Changhua gym, Qianli, had long awaited his arrival. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qianli displayed a hint of surprise. He had witnessed Huyang's battle the previous year and remembered this trainer who had prompted his Pokemon to execute fusion techniques. Although fusion techniques may sound straightforward, they are exceedingly challenging for Pokémon to perform. Even elite trainers may struggle to master them, and such endeavors demand a high level of energy control from the Pokémon themselves. Even he had only managed to have his vacant king learn a combination of the True Chi Fist and Hammer technique. The challenger, hailing from the Chunghwa City Pokémon School, was Huiyang. The rules of this gym battle dictated a format of 3 versus 3, with each participant permitted to use only 3 Pokémon. The match would conclude once all Pokémon on either side were rendered incapable of fighting. The referees stood at the edge of the arena, outlining the battle rules. Huiyang noted that he had only one Pokémon capable of battle, Roserade. Facing Qianli in a 1-against-3 scenario was an insurmountable challenge for a novice trainer. Nonetheless, he had now confirmed that modifying a Pokémon would not render it inept. With that realization, he decided to test its efficacy in the upcoming battle. 13. A war of attrition. The image of Roserade's stats surfaced in Huiyang's mind. He activated the modification feature. A list of moves available for modification appeared before him. The first page displayed a roster of fire-type moves, yet most were shaded in black, indicating incompatibility with the Pokémon's elemental attributes. Due to time constraints, Huiyang directly navigated to the interface for grass-type moves. He added the moves, Grassy Terrain, Leech Seed, Ingrain, and Aromatherapy. The Grassy Terrain allows Roserade to regain health each turn, while simultaneously enhancing the power of grass-type moves on that terrain. Leech Seed siphons the enemy's vitality to restore his own. Ingrain serves as another healing ability. Aromatherapy can alleviate abnormal statuses. Coupled with Roserade's inherent moves, Giga Drain, Synthesis, and Toxic, what could be more suited for a prolonged battle? I could simply stand there and let you attack. The damage you inflict might not even surpass the health I regain. With these, 13 is more than sufficient. Of course, this is contingent upon Qianli not losing his temper and unleashing his true gym leader strength to bully a fledgling trainer. However, once the modifications were complete, Huiyang immediately felt a wave of darkness wash over him, as if his very essence had been drained. He felt exhausted, akin to having spent 2 continuous days and nights in an internet CAF, returning to his dormitory in the morning with that same sense of fatigue. Just before succumbing to unconsciousness, the image of Ancient Moon Bird appeared in his mind, utterly fatigued. How come no one warned him that modifying Pokémon would deplete his energy? Chapter 59. Testing the modifier. Huiyang experienced an exceedingly long nightmare. Pursued by a horde of spirits, he ran and ran, yet could not escape, ultimately finding himself cornered in a dead end. Just as he faced being devoured by the 100 ghosts, he jolted awake, sitting up in bed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In an unfamiliar room, surrounded by strange furniture, a voice echoed in his mind. "Are you all right?" It was the voice of Gung-Gue. Huiyang hastily wiped his face and took a deep breath, turning to find Gung-Gue gazing at him with concern. Nearby, Roserade and Yaya lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted from slumber. Witnessing this scene, Huiyang inexplicably felt a sense of relief. Terrified, he had thought he had traversed into another world. "I'm perfectly fine. Why do you look at me like that?" he questioned. "Wasn't it just a brief slumber?" Gung-Gue appeared skeptical. "Are you truly untroubled?" Huiyang was taken aback, noting the expression on Gung-Gue's face and belatedly realizing something was amiss. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired, "What's wrong?" Gung-Gue cautiously replied, "You have been asleep for 2 days and 2 nights. No matter how I called you, you wouldn't awaken." In exasperation, he had even resorted to the curse of nightmares, yet still failed to rouse him. Huiyang dismissed Gung-Gue's claim about the nightmares and, after a moment of shock, said, "Wait, are you saying I've been asleep for 2 days and 2 nights?" Indeed, Gung-Gue confirmed. His voice stirred Roserade and Yaya, who, upon seeing him awake, displayed expressions of joy. "Yay, Yaya!" they exclaimed, rushing towards him in excitement. Huiyang instinctively reached out to catch Yaya. Rose Rayquaza stood at the bedside, radiating joy. A few sprites, having confirmed their trainer was unharmed, finally relaxed. Huiyang surveyed his surroundings, patting his pockets, but found no trace of the Ancient Moon Bird. He inquired, "Where's the Ancient Moon Bird?" Gung-Gue glanced towards the window and replied, "It has gone out." As he spoke, a familiar call echoed from outside. And soon after, the Ancient Moon Bird flew in through the window, clutching a fish in its beak. Huiyang exclaimed up. The Ancient Moon Bird set the fish down and stood idly to the side. Gazing at it, Huiyang's mind wandered back to the events of that day. On that occasion, driven by a strong desire to alter Yaya's abilities, the Ancient Moon Bird had emerged from its Pokeball on its own to modify Yaya. After the adjustment, the Ancient Moon Bird exhibited signs of significant fatigue. Meanwhile, After modifying Rose Rayquaza's 4 moves, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Pondering this, Huyang gently lifted the ancient moon bird and placed it on his lap. The interface of the golden finger appeared in his mind. Pokémon Modifier, Trial Version 102, Functions, Identification, Move Teaching, Shiny Modification, Ability Modification, Corresponding Template Missing, Cannot be used. Base Stats Modification, Corresponding Template Missing, Cannot be used. Individual Values Modification, Corresponding Template Missing, Cannot be used. Repair. This product is currently in a trial phase. If you encounter any issues during use, please take a screenshot and send it to the author's email. It seemed that the 3 missing templates were somehow linked to the ancient moon bird. With this thought, Huyang glanced once more at the information for Yiya and Rose Rayquaza. Yiya's ability had not reverted to Intimidate, and the moves added to Rose Rayquaza had not disappeared. Do you feel anything unusual? Huyang asked, laying Yiya across his lap and examining it from every angle. Yiya lay still, resembling a dragon pancake, allowing him to inspect it without resistance. No issues appeared with Yiya. Huyang then turned his attention to Rose Rayquaza. A hesitant expression crossed its face, as if it were trying to articulate something, appearing somewhat perplexed. Gallo, it murmured. Gung Gui interjected. It says it seems to have suddenly learned some new move techniques. Is there any discomfort in its body? Huyang asked. Rose Rayquaza gently shook its head. That's good. Huyang sighed in relief. It appeared that none of the modifications inflicted harm upon the sprites. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shortly after, the door swung open, revealing Qian Li at the threshold. You are awake. Upon seeing her, Huyang realized that Qian Li had been instrumental in aiding him during his unconsciousness. Thank you, he said. Qian Li appeared unfazed by the matter. How are you feeling? You have been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. The doctor found you had slightly low blood sugar and had overexerted your mind. Huyang could not help but internally criticize himself, pondering whether he had overexerted his mind. Perhaps he should consume more walnut milk. He remarked, it's all fine now. I sincerely apologize for the trouble I've caused you these past few days. Qian Li appeared cheerful and unconcerned with trifles. He laughed heartily and replied, there is no trouble at all. I heard from Xiaoyao about you. She truly enjoys your classes and often shares what you teach with me. Despite Qian Li's reassuring words, Huyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having regained his health, he saw no reason to overstay his welcome. After bidding farewell to Qian Li, he prepared to return to the academy to face the challenges ahead. Before leaving, he discreetly placed 500 league coins under his pillow as a token of gratitude for the care extended to him and his Pokémon by Qian Li's family. Upon returning to the academy, Huyang promptly reported to the administration office. Before he could even step through the door, he encountered Li Jia, who was exiting. Are you feeling better now? Li Jia inquired. Huyang was momentarily taken aback. How did you know? Li Jia expressed concern. Xiaoyao mentioned this to us 2 days ago. You collapsed from mental exhaustion. Don't worry about school matters. Your health is the priority. Huyang learned that Li Jia had rearranged his classes with other teachers to allow him time to recuperate, promptly sending him back to his dormitory for rest. However, Huyang felt invigorated, even more so than during his 2.5 years as an idle trainee. He was capable of singing, dancing, and playing basketball with vigor. Upon entering his dormitory, he found his Magikarp floating listlessly in its tank. As soon as it saw him, it angrily rammed its head against the side of the tank, seemingly scolding him for neglecting to feed it for 2 days. My apologies, Huyang said sheepishly as he retrieved food from the refrigerator and placed it into the tank. Only then did the Magikarp cease its agitated behavior and begin to eat. After feeding the Magikarp, Huyang took his Roserade to their usual training spot. Let's see if you can utilize the grassy terrain, he instructed. Roserade nodded, and a green glow enveloped its body. The grassy terrain draws upon the energy of nature's grass-type forces. When within this domain, one can restore stamina and enhance the potency of grass-type moves. In the context of a fantasy narrative, this technique is akin to entering a unique realm. However, the verdant light around Roserade quickly faded, indicating a failure in execution. Roserade appeared somewhat remorseful. It seemed that mastering the technique was not an instantaneous affair. Huyang contemplated for a moment before asking, it's all right. You understand how to use it now, correct? Roserade nodded in affirmation. Huyang reassured, with a few more attempts, you will surely succeed. Subsequently, Roserade continued to practice. And on the 5th attempt, it finally managed to conjure the grassy terrain successfully. However, due to a lack of proficiency, the duration of the grassy arena was fleeting, lasting merely a few seconds before vanishing. It was already quite remarkable. With further practice, we shall undoubtedly master it. Huyang generously praised his companions as he gazed upon the 4 modified moves. For moves, spanning 2 days and 2 nights, with each move taking 12 hours to perfect. Does this not imply that the greater the modifications, the more energy it demands from the user? To validate this hypothesis, Huyang seized the opportunity during his vacation to conduct an experiment. That evening, he summoned his Pokémon to the bedside, informing them, "I may sleep for a while. Much like that day, but fret not. I am perfectly fine and will not perish. The food is over there. If you grow hungry, help yourselves. And do remember to feed the Magikarp for me." "What are you going to do?" Gung-Gue inquired, puzzled. Yaya and Roserade shared a similar confusion. Huyang replied, "I am going to grant you an enhancement." After imparting his instructions, he reclined on the bed, this time opening Yaya's move modifications. Move modification is not an all-powerful solution. If a Pokémon's energy control or physical strength is insufficient, high-powered moves cannot be added. Moreover, a Pokémon's repertoire of moves is limited. For instance, given Roserade's current strength, it can master at most 15 moves, excluding fusion moves. However, this quantity is not fixed. It will increase as Roserade grows stronger. For example, an elite-level Pokémon can learn up to 20 moves, while a champion-level Pokémon can master 50. Unlike the ancient moonbirds, real-world Pokémon require training to endure modifications. In summary, the more robust the training, the broader the scope of modifications. With this in mind, Huyang granted Yaya a Dragon Dance move. Shortly thereafter, an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him, and he demonstrated an instantaneous slumber under the watchful eyes of his Pokémon. "Yaya?" Gung-Gue questioned, bewildered. Yaya sensed a sudden influx of new move information in her mind, feeling somewhat perplexed. What is this method of using Dragon Dance? She wondered aloud. Roserade indicated that it had experienced a similar sensation before. Is everything really all right? Yaya clutched the bedspread and crawled onto the bed, prodding Huyang's arm with her small paw. "What is this?" she mused, uncertain. Roserade furrowed its brow in concern. Gung-Gue sighed, glancing at the wall clock, and directed Roserade to retrieve food from the refrigerator to feed the Magikarp in the aquarium. Roserade nodded and turned to attend to the task. The purple creature struggled to reach the food. Yaya was too short to access the refrigerator. This was a task only Roserade could accomplish. Yaya settled beside Huyang's head, keeping watch over him. Before long, 12 hours passed. As several sprites drifted into slumber, Huyang opened his eyes. He glanced at the clock on the wall. Exactly 12 hours had elapsed since he altered the time. Indeed, a single technique required 12 hours. What about the shiny modification? Huyang directed his gaze towards Yaya. A typical Yaya was a deep green, whereas a shiny Yaya resembled the color of sand. Although not particularly appealing, it would transform into a strikingly cool black upon evolving into a dual-axe dragon. Yaya? Yaya rubbed its eyes, having been roused from sleep. Huyang was uncertain how long the shiny modification would prolong his slumber, so he seized the moment to prepare a bowl of instant noodles. By this time, darkness had enveloped the sky. The ancient moonbird, Magikarp, and Roserade were already nestled in their cozy den, fast asleep. Although Gengar didn't require sleep, it would still retreat into its orb during such times to simulate slumber. The midnight noodles were irresistibly tempting, and the awakened Yaya, still drowsy, was involuntarily drawn towards the enticing aroma. Huyang lifted Yaya into his arms and divided the noodles, offering half to it. After finishing, Yaya licked its lips. Not quite satisfied, Huyang carried it back to the room, transforming into a captivating sorceress, and said, "Yaya, do you wish to become even more handsome than you are now?" Yaya, now fully awake, Yaya emitted a confused sound upon hearing this. Huyang pondered for a moment before rummaging through his desk for a book detailing the information on the alternate-colored Charizard. Holding Yaya, he pointed to the black Charizard under the lamp and asked, "Do you want to be as cool as it?" Having previously lived in the wild, Yaya didn't fully comprehend the concepts of coolness or handsomeness. However, listening to Huyang, these descriptors seemed rather splendid. Yaya gazed at the black Charizard in the book and nodded. If this color was indeed cooler, it wished to transform into such a hue. "All right, but after I finish altering your color, I might need to sleep for a while. You must keep watch over me," Huyang teased. Yaya, filled with a sense of responsibility, patted its chest with its tiny paw. It was indeed quite strong. Huyang set Yaya aside and promptly opened the shiny modification panel. Target, Yaya. Activate. Just before dozing off, he witnessed a radiant glow envelop Yaya, reminiscent of the time the ancient moonbird modified its ability. At 3 in the morning, a sudden cry echoed from the bathroom. The awakened Magikarp and Roserade turned their gazes towards the source of the sound. Gengar also peeked out from its orb. Gah? The ancient moonbird raised its head in bewilderment, and after confirming that no danger lurked nearby, it resumed its slumber. When Gengar and the others arrived at the bathroom, They were met with the sight of an unfamiliar sprite standing before the mirror, its eyes brimming with tears. "Ga? Who are you?" Roserade exclaimed in astonishment. Upon hearing this, Yaya's sorrow deepened. It had become quite unattractive. This color would lead to ostracism from its kind. "Yaya?" Gengar inquired uncertainly. Yaya, feeling despondent, was reluctant to engage with anyone. "Goal, how did your color change like this?" Upon confirming that the Pokémon before her was indeed the familiar Yaya, Roserade was taken aback. At that moment, Huyang also stirred from his slumber, glancing at the time. Only an hour had passed this time. It took an hour for the shiny modification to occur. Altering a move demanded 12 hours of rest. Huyang speculated that if individual values and traits were modified, the required sleep would be even longer. Should the species values be adjusted, given his physique, he might have to sleep for several hundred years. As for why the ancient moonbird only experienced fatigue for a brief period after the trait modification, it was perhaps due to its robust stamina, allowing it to endure such a degree of alteration. Of course, these were merely his conjectures. The precise reasons eluded him. Spending 12 hours of his life to change a single move for a Pokémon, which it would still need to practice diligently to master, felt somewhat inequitable. Nevertheless, he could utilize his sleeping hours for modifications, effectively merging both activities to achieve an injury-free adjustment. Perfect. Chapter 60. Evolving Tactics for Poison Defense. After a total of 13 hours of sleep, due to the 2 modifications, Huyang felt remarkably alert. He instinctively sought Yaya to check on the status of the modifications. However, after scanning the bedroom, he found no sign of her. Not only was Yaya absent, but even Roserade and Gengar were nowhere to be seen, leaving only Magikarp and the ancient moonbird peacefully slumbering. Curiosity sparked a series of questions in Huyang's mind. He rolled out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and made his way to the living room, where he discovered several Pokémon gathered at the bathroom door, seemingly engaged in some activity. "What are you all doing?" he inquired with intrigue. "Goal," Roserade replied, leaning against the doorframe and casting a hesitant glance back. As Huyang approached, he noticed Yaya lying pitifully in the sink's basin, appearing quite forlorn. The sink was positioned high, leaving him puzzled as to how she managed to climb up. "What happened?" Huyang asked as he lifted Yaya up. Yaya, using her claws, touched the color of her skin on her little belly, exuding an overwhelming sense of despair. Huyang surmised he understood the situation. He had initially wished to experiment with the shiny modification on Yaya. Since she was displeased, he would revert her to her original state. Moreover, the abrupt color change would complicate explanations to others outside. After apologizing to Yaya, Huyang returned to the bedroom with several Pokémon, reclined on the bed again, and after some reassurances, reactivated the shiny modification. In the next moment, Huyang, Gengar, Yaya's body radiated a white light, and within that luminescence, her colors swiftly transformed, soon reverting to the original dark green. Having no other matters to attend to, a few sprites retreated to their cozy nest and resumed their slumber. An hour later, Huyang awakened once more. This time, he refrained from disturbing the slumbering sprites and quietly settled at his desk. He retrieved a notebook documenting his observations of the wild sprite's ecology and inscribed 2 significant principles. First, modifications via the modifier are not without cost. The greater the alteration, the more it drains the user. Second, the modifier imposes certain requirements on the sprite's strength. The more formidable the sprite, the wider the scope of modifications possible. In this world, akin to that of anime, trainers are stratified by levels, which in turn dictate the classification of a sprite's strength. For instance, novice trainers correspond to the novice level, primary trainers to the primary level, elite trainers to the elite level, and gym leaders to the gym leader level. The quasi-champion level aligns with quasi-champions, the champion level with champions, and the master level with masters. Having penned these observations, Huyang twirled his pen in hand and glanced back at the ancient moonbird, nestled peacefully beside a Pikachu plushie in their nook. The bird bore 3 modifier templates: individual value, trait, and species value modifications. Like him, the ancient moonbird would also expend energy when employing these modifications. That day, after altering Yaya's trait, it had evidently succumbed to fatigue. The projects on the modifier are also tiered. The lowest assessment incurs no cost, while higher-level shiny modifications require an hour's rest, and even higher-level move modifications necessitate 12 hours of recuperation. Thus, one wonders if the levels for traits, species values, and individual values surpass those mentioned above. The ancient moonbird is so powerful, if modifying traits exhausts it to such an extent, what would be the toll of altering the highest-level species value? Huyang observed the ancient moonbird under the soft glow of the light. This foolish bird, while asleep, was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any foolishness. Subsequently, he marked a large symbol on the page regarding species value modifications. It seemed prudent to refrain from utilizing this function, which might plunge the ancient moon bird into a deep slumber unless absolutely necessary. Although the duration of slumber required for the ancient moon bird remained uncertain, Huyang sensed it would not be resolved in merely a day or two. Memories of the events during the gym challenge surfaced in Huyang's mind. He had always known that the ancient moon bird could perceive his thoughts, yet how it sensed them without telepathy perplexed him. A possibility dawned upon him. It could be through their shared modifier in their minds. If only he possessed superhuman abilities, such as the power of eternity, the might of transcendence, or the force of aura. Huyang silently pondered, for that would enable him to communicate directly with the ancient moon bird. 3 hours later, daylight broke. As per his routine, Huyang took Yaya for a morning jog along the river behind the school. In the forest, Roserade adeptly practiced the 4 techniques imparted by Huyang. For Roserade, the move modification feature is now available, and Huyang devised 2 battle strategies for it. The first strategy is a rather conventional combination of Seed Bomb and the trio of powders to exert control, using the control time to unleash Solar Beam and Leaf Storm for a swift defeat of the opponent. The second strategy is a highly intriguing tactic. By employing Grass Terrain, Leech Seed, Aromatherapy, and Toxic Substitute, Roserade can create an infinite loop of substitutes through the health regeneration from Grass Terrain and Leech Seed. Coupled with Substitute, this strategy is nearly impenetrable for ordinary trainers in standard battles. Even if the opponent attempts feigned attacks to bypass Substitute, they remain unable to breach its defenses. With the addition of Toxic and Leaf Storm, Roserade can transform the entire battlefield into its domain, turning adversaries into mere playthings. Of course, this strategy is not without countermeasures. It can be thwarted by moves that provoke the opponent into using only attack moves, along with certain abilities like Oblivious. Nevertheless, it remains a playful tactic against typical foes. During a meal, Huyang explained these 2 strategies to Roserade, emphasizing the need to hone the techniques within the combination. Should the opponent deploy a Fire-type Pokémon, there are also solutions. Roserade is now capable of learning Water-type moves, albeit limited to 2 due to its current strength, Water Gun and Soak. Water Gun counters Fire-type Pokémon, while Soak dampens the surrounding area, thereby reducing the efficacy of Fire-type moves. However, mastering Water-type moves proves more challenging for Roserade than Grass-type ones. Huyang tested this and found that Roserade requires 3 times, if not longer, to practice and successfully execute moves outside its type. This encapsulates Roserade's current specialized training regimen. As for Yaya, Huyang glanced at the clumsy attempts of Yaya practicing Dragon Dance, the awkward movements and postures appearing rather ungraceful. Suddenly, Yaya stumbled and fell to the ground. Huyang, Yaya revealed a bashful expression. Chapter 61. The power of Toxic Substitute. Huyang helped Yaya to her feet, recalling the panel of moves available for modification. At the forefront was her inherent move, Dragon Claw. By infusing this move with Dragon-type energy, it can be upgraded and modified. Dragon Tail, insufficient strength, unable to modify. Dragon Meteor, insufficient strength, unable to modify. Outrage, insufficient strength, unable to modify. Apart from Dragon Claw, all other high-power moves or those with substantial hardware requirements cannot be modified, such as Dragon Tail. Huyang glanced at Yaya's diminutive tail, pondering that perhaps once it evolved into Axu, modifications could be made. Apart from Dragon-type moves, most other attributes did not align with Yaya's current abilities. Contemplating this, Huyang began to scroll down the list of moves. Fire, Water, Grass, Bug, Normal. He paused, halting at the Normal-type interface. Shadow Clone creates rapidly moving clones to confuse the opponent, enabling an attack. Modifications are possible. The power inherent in Yaya's species was formidable, yet it exhibited certain shortcomings in speed. If paired with moves that could enhance its velocity, Yaya's efficacy in battle would undoubtedly undergo a transformation. For instance, the Psychic-type move Teleport could allow Yaya to embody a true high-damage burst assassin, launching surprise attacks from behind. However, due to Yaya's inadequate energy control, Teleport could not be modified at present. In this scenario, Shadow Clone emerged as the optimal choice, creating clones to obscure the opponent's vision and facilitate ambushes. However, before modifying Yaya's moves, Huyang needed to assist Roserade in adding Toxic, Water Gun, and Soak to its repertoire. During the day, Huyang attended classes, leaving no time for modifications. Thus, it was not until 6 days later that he successfully altered Yaya's moves. Throughout this interval, Roserade diligently practiced grassy terrain and the newly acquired moves. Through its relentless effort, It managed to extend the duration of grassy terrain to approximately 5 minutes. 5 minutes seemed somewhat brief to Huyang, yet without practical experience, he remained uncertain of its effectiveness in combat. To evaluate the power of this move combination, he enlisted Nishida to serve as his sparring partner. By the riverside, Nishida observed Yaya diligently practicing Shadow Clone and Dragon Dance. His uncertainty palpable. Are you sure you want me to use my full strength in this battle? After all, he was a trainer who had successfully collected 8 badges and participated in the colorful Ghost Conference. Although he had been eliminated early on, the prowess of an elite trainer was not something a novice could easily contend with. Let us give it a try, Huyang replied with a raised eyebrow. Show me the strength of an elite trainer. Just so you know, Nishida exclaimed with enthusiasm, the loser has to treat the winner to a meal. Initially intending to say a week's worth of meals, he altered it to just one, considering Huyang's financial situation. Sounds good, let us do it. Huyang agreed without hesitation. They designated the riverside as their battleground, maintaining a certain distance as they summoned their respective Pokémon. Huyang sent forth Roserade, while Nishida brought out a Snorlax. In terms of type, this promised to be a fair match. Please, go ahead, Nishida offered. Huyang, not wishing to take advantage, replied. Let us attack simultaneously. The two individuals exchanged a knowing smile and promptly issued their commands in unison. Snorlax, employ Heavy Slam. Duo, create a substitute. Snorlax's massive form began to charge forward. After closing a certain distance, it leapt high into the air, crashing down like a colossal mountain. Rose Rayquaza's figure shifted slightly, its true form vanishing like a mirage, leaving behind a rigid expression on the substitute. With a thunderous crash, as Snorlax landed, the very ground seemed to tremble beneath the impact. Huyang exclaimed, grassy terrain. The already repositioned Rose Rayquaza erupted with a brilliant green glow. Subsequently, a plethora of green orbs surged from the earth, morphing into an expansive illusion of verdant grass that enveloped the entire battlefield. The shimmering lights flowed into Rose Rayquaza's form, bestowing the regenerative effects of the grassy terrain. Fascinating. The glint in Nishida's eyes sparkled as he swiftly issued a new command. Snorlax, roll out. Roll out is a successive move that can disregard the opponent's defenses and substitute, allowing for continuous pursuit. Huyang found himself comparing Nishida to the novice trainers at the Pokémon Center. Is this what it means to be an elite trainer? Their commands were executed with such swiftness that there was no opportunity to respond with other moves. However, if the opponent offers no chances, one must create their own opportunities. Snorlax commenced its rolling attack. As long as it was not struck continuously, the power of this move remained minimal. Huyang abandoned the substitute in defense, instead commanding Paralysis Bomb. With a flourish, Rose Rayquaza extended the bud in its grasp, instantly forming and launching a green seed bomb. Snorlax barreled over the seed bomb, and amidst the green luminescence, a fine dust wafted through the air. Due to inertia, Snorlax continued to roll forward, momentarily paralyzed. Although Rose Rayquaza was hit, it did not lose its fighting spirit. Snorlax rolled ahead for a short distance before collapsing onto the ground, twitching slightly. Nishida, rally Snorlax. Huyang urged, Duo. Don't give it a chance. Follow up with Toxic, and then Seed Bomb. With a swift motion, Rose Rayquaza released a stream of venom from its bud, striking Snorlax squarely. A purple glow flickered across Snorlax's form, clearly indicating that it had succumbed to poisoning. This Snorlax exhibited a remarkable resistance to paralysis, rising back to its feet after merely 3 seconds. As it stood, a green seed bomb took root upon its mountainous body. Once more, roll out. Nishida commanded rapidly. You've run out of chances, Huyang retorted. Duo, use Synthesis. With a flourish, the health restored by the seed bomb, the regenerative effects of the grassy terrain, combined with the healing from Synthesis, instantly replenished Rose Rayquaza's vitality to full. At this moment, the defensive strategy known as guarding the poison had officially taken shape. Snorlax rolled forward like a massive truck wheel. Yet, with each roll, Huyang would effortlessly dissipate the damage using a gentle phrase, photosynthesis. In stark contrast, Snorlax was plagued by the relentless spread of poison within its body, exacerbated by the parasitic seeds, soon contorting its face in agony. Nishida was left dumbfounded, gazing at this scene. What on earth is this strategy? His mind raced. In the face of such a situation, the most effective solution was to deny the opponent any time to recover health and to defeat them in a single blow. Body Slam could maximize Snorlax's attack power, while Hyper Beam represented the pinnacle of this Snorlax's capabilities. The combination of these two moves could potentially annihilate the opponent in one fell swoop. However, one must not forget that Roserade could substitute and guard against both moves. No matter how terrifying the power of Hyper Beam, it could be completely thwarted. Snorlax's vitality waned, gradually sapped by the poison and parasitic seeds, while Roserade remained unscathed, standing firm. Was there any way to break through this? No. There was absolutely no means of countering it. At this moment, Nishida felt the most helpless he had ever been in his professional career. He stood there, lost in confusion. Chapter 62. Encounter. The battle concluded. Observing Nishida's peculiar expression, Hu Yang felt a pang of guilt. Surely, he wasn't nauseated by this combination of tactics? To avoid escalating into an awkward face-to-face confrontation, Hu Yang contemplated slipping away quietly. However, Nishida was quicker on the draw. He seized Hu Yang by the collar. Where do you think you're going? Hu Yang chuckled. Well, it seems I forgot to turn off the gas before I left. Nishida recalled the earlier battle, released his grip, and wore a face of frustration. Your strategy is just too. What should I say? Hu Yang replied unsavory. Nishida pondered for a long moment, unable to find a more suitable descriptor. Upon hearing that word, he felt it fit perfectly. Yes, it was indeed unsavory. He had never witnessed a strategy quite like Hu Yang's. It was utterly repugnant. Nishida reflected, it's simply insurmountable. Hu Yang shook his head. In truth, it is not as insurmountable as it appears. This strategy is only effective when the strengths of both parties are somewhat comparable. Nishida inquired, why is that? Hu Yang earnestly explained, you see, first and foremost, guarding can only block attacks when the strength disparity between both parties is minimal. In reality, guarding cannot completely negate attacks as it does in games. If the strength of the two Pokémon varies too greatly, the guarding state will be directly shattered. At this point, Hu Yang couldn't help but reflect on the growth rate of grass-type Pokémon. Under the nurturing resources he provided, Roserade's growth trajectory soared as if propelled by a rocket. Should it master all the techniques imparted to it in recent days, it would not be long before it attained elite-level prowess. Hu Yang cast a glance at Yaya, who had shown no signs of evolution for several months. He continued, next is the move Substitute. When a Pokémon uses Substitute, the original does not vanish. If you possess a move with a wide area of effect, like Blizzard, you could easily cover both the Substitute and the original in your attack. Of course, it is paramount that your Snorlax does not use the move Taunt. Taunt, a Dark-type move, incites the opponent, rendering their Pokémon unable to follow commands and only capable of using attacking moves. Once Taunt is in play, all of Roserade's healing moves become unusable. This moment is the ideal opportunity for victory. Nishida's defeat was solely due to his unfamiliarity with such a strategy. Upon hearing these words, Nishida fell into contemplation, muttering, indeed. I understand now. It seems my knowledge is still insufficient. However, he quickly reverted to his usual jovial demeanor, wrapping his arm around Hu Yang's shoulder and cheerfully declaring, losing is just losing. It's not as if we can't bear it. Come on, let me treat you to a meal. The two strolled hand in hand to a restaurant in the city center, enjoying their meal while discussing amusing incidents from school. Upon learning from Hu Yang about his intention to challenge the Changhua gym, Nishida immediately expressed his desire to accompany him as an observer. Noticing the mischievous smile on Nishida's face, Hu Yang remarked with a hint of incredulity, you wish to witness how the gym leader, Qianli, will counter this strategy, don't you? No, Nishida replied with grave seriousness, shaking his head. I merely wish to express my gratitude for the badge he bestowed upon me years ago. Back then, with grand aspirations, he embarked on his journey alongside his initial Pokémon, a small Snorlax, with his first gym challenge being the Changhua gym. He and his Snorlax spent nearly 2 months in Changhua City, and on the 29th attempt to challenge the gym, Qianli was finally moved by his perseverance and awarded him the gym badge. Hu Yang was aware of this, as Nishida had shared it during past conversations. Observing Nishida's expression, Hu Yang couldn't help but smirk. Who would believe that? Even Nishida himself seemed skeptical, for he burst into laughter immediately after stating it. Seriously, when do you plan to go? Nishida inquired. In a few days, perhaps, Hu Yang replied. At the very least, I need to ensure that Roserade is well acquainted with the moves modified over the last 2 days. My good brother, make sure to include me, Nishida exclaimed, patting Hu Yang on the shoulder. All right. In the afternoon, after completing a class, Hu Yang, as usual, took Yaya and Roserade into the Changhua forest for intensive training. Gung Gui and Gu Yuniao also joined without hesitation. As winter departs and spring arrives, the world awakens, and food in the forest gradually becomes abundant. The wild sprites, in search of sustenance, no longer face the arduous task of foraging in the snow as they did during winter. Consequently, fewer sprites come to work for Hu Yang. He is currently instructing Yiya on how to execute the dragon dance more skillfully when a voice echoing in his mind interrupts him. It's Gung Gui. There's a little one over there watching you. Huyang rises and gazes in the direction pointed out by Gung-Gue, discovering a Ralts observing him. It is the very Ralts he encountered upon his arrival in this world. It has been quite some time since he last saw it, and he greets it warmly. Hi, how is your father? Upon hearing the human remember her, Ralts' initial hesitation transforms into joy. With a swift teleportation, she appears before Huyang, startling Yaya, who was dancing with her little rear wiggling. Ralts bashfully apologizes to Yaya. Though Huyang cannot comprehend the words, he understands the sentiment. Yaya, with a charming gesture of her tiny paws, reassures Ralts that all is forgiven, for it was unintentional. Huyang then realizes that this Ralts seems somewhat different from their last encounter. Species, Ralts. Type, Psychic, Fairy ability. Synchronized base stats, slightly above average learned moves, Growl. Double Team, Confusion, Teleport, Magical Leaf, Heal Pulse, Calm Mind Current Emotion, Joyful Physical Condition, Perfect Friendliness Level. 50. It possesses new moves since their last meeting, adding 4 to her repertoire. Moreover, the aura of this Ralts feels significantly stronger than before. Ralts exclaims, Ralts, you must wait for me. The last time she came, she found Huyang had already departed, which left her heartbroken for quite a while. Huyang turns to Gung-Gue, who translates, she is asking you to wait for her. Huyang blinks in astonishment, then looks incredulously at Ralts. Did you make arrangements with your father? Ralts nods enthusiastically. Ralts. Soon, she will be able to travel. At that moment, Ralts turns and runs back in the direction she came. Huyang looks up to see a shiny Gardevoir waiting there. Ralts returns to her side, waving goodbye to Huyang. In an instant, the figures of the father and daughter fade into the depths of the forest. In this world, there exists love, individuals who gaze at the sea by night, and those who relentlessly pursue your footsteps. Chapter 63, Codename, Gung-Gue, April 28th. Progress has been made in the move training of Roserade. Enya has shown remarkable improvement in her proficiency with both Double Team and Dragon Dance. In the Orange Blossom Forest, without the presence of a training partner, Huyang decided to have Yaya and Roserade take turns as each other's opponent, while he assumed the role of referee. After months of daily practice, the prowess of Roserade and Yaya had significantly improved compared to their initial state. Huyang observed as Roserade's paralyzing bomb struck Yaya, and Yaya retaliated by severing Roserade's vine whip with its exceptionally hardened teeth. This prompted Huyang to swiftly conceive the next phase of their specialized training regimen. The availability of his golden finger had saved him a considerable amount of time. He no longer needed to venture to specific locations for training, as other trainers did, to help their Pokémon comprehend particular techniques. For instance, to grasp the essence of water, one would typically train beneath a waterfall to learn the move Waterfall. Or to master Whirlpool, one would venture into the tumultuous ocean to feel the direction of the waves. Both Roserade and Yaya had already acquired a wealth of techniques. The next step involved targeted training in combat skills, physical endurance, and reflexes. Combat skills necessitated extensive real-world experience against diverse opponents, while physical endurance required a regimen of various exercises coupled with a nutritious daily diet. As for reflexes, opponents in battle would not remain stationary, but would be in constant motion. In such instances, Pokémon needed a degree of predictive ability to anticipate their adversary's next position and execute their attacks accordingly. After witnessing Roserade's solar beam go awry, Huyang contemplated the feasibility of practicing by attacking a moving target. Following an intense battle, both Yaya and Roserade were drenched in sweat. Exhausted, Yaya lay sprawled on a rock, its tail limply drooping to one side. Let us take a break, Huyang suggested, lifting Yaya's little tail and retrieving a wet wipe from his backpack to wipe the sweat from both its and Roserade's foreheads. Yaya lay still, allowing him to tend to it, while Roserade grasped a water bottle with its vine whip to rehydrate. Are you tired? Huyang inquired, placing the used wipes into a small pocket of his backpack to dispose of later at school. Yaya weakly nodded in affirmation. Training was indeed a strenuous endeavor. During his time at the school, Huyang had witnessed Pokémon develop resistance to training due to the challenges they faced. He harbored concerns that Yaya and Roserade might also grow disinclined towards specialized training. However, reality proved his worries to be entirely unfounded. Yaya, feeling its body grow increasingly robust, Yaya clenched its tiny fists. Though fatigued, every bit of effort was worthwhile. No wild Pokémon flourishes in a greenhouse. The formidable creatures of the wild have emerged as dominators only through relentless trials and arduous battles. The innate desire of spirits to grow stronger enables them to endure the rigors of training. Perhaps this is the true essence of the trainer's vocation, to train spirits, assist them in their ascension, and in turn, realize the dreams of the trainers. Throughout their journeys and adventures, a profound emotional bond emerges between the two, transcending mere self-interest and evolving into friendship and kinship, willingly standing by one another and fighting for each other. Gengar, with arms crossed, observed this scene and suddenly remarked, "I feel ready." During this period, it had witnessed the remarkable transformation of these two individuals firsthand. In the vernacular of humanity, it was simply astonishing. Now, it finally comprehended why the relationship between spirits and humans had evolved into its current state. With human assistance, the growth rate of spirits was exponentially faster than their aimless endeavors in the wild. Upon hearing this, Huyang was initially taken aback, then exclaimed with delight, "Really?" Gengar nodded, its expression wavering as it hesitantly inquired, "That place is truly perilous. Are you certain you wish to go? Perhaps it would be best to reconsider." Gengar suddenly felt that the current situation was quite satisfactory, although it could not experience the world as it truly was. Merely being by this human side brought it immense joy. Why? Huyang felt he must have misheard. "Aren't you the one who longs to come to life?" Gengar opened its mouth, unsure of how to respond. After a moment of contemplation, Huyang, glancing at the 100 points of affinity, asked, "Are you worried about my safety?" Gengar murmured, "I cannot be of assistance. If we truly encounter danger, the helplessness of merely watching is quite agonizing." So that was it. If a Gengar were to be captured, it would bestow unwavering loyalty upon its trainer, much like the Jengars and Jengarstoons depicted in anime. Even after 3 centuries since their trainer's passing, they remained steadfast, guarding their master's ship and trophies, never departing. They even commanded the ghostly ship to sail across the boundless sea. There was also that wild Gengar that protected the mansion. Upon hearing this reasoning, Huyang smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. Even if we encounter dangers beyond our control, we have the invincible Gardevoir with us." Gardevoir, the unstoppable Gardevoir, who could take on even the mightiest foes. Suddenly, as if sensing Huyang's heartfelt call, Gardevoir returned from a distance, as though affirming his words. Yaya leaped up, thumping its chest in assurance. "Yaya, rest assured, with it around, we are certain to be fine." Roserade nodded enthusiastically. Witnessing this scene, Gengar was overcome with an impulse to shed tears. After the training concluded, they returned to the dormitory. Gengar began to pack its belongings for the upcoming journey. Huyang observed its futile rummaging in the small box, unable to find what it sought, and felt somewhat speechless. "What do you wish to bring along?" Huyang inquired. "Can I take everything?" Gung-Gue replied. These items were all gifts Huyang had procured for it during this period. A scarf, Gung-Gue's plush toy, a ghostly pendant, and even a night lamp that emanated a purplish glow. "There are too many. We cannot carry them all," Huyang remarked. Gung-Gue, feeling regretful, pondered briefly before pointing to the scarf Huyang had initially gifted it. "Then let us take this one." It yearned to don the scarf immediately and experience its texture. Although Huyang considered mentioning that summer was fast approaching and the scarf would soon be unnecessary, the look of anticipation on Gung-Gue's face silenced him. After consulting with Gung-Gue, they decided to wait until school was out for summer vacation before embarking on their journey. They intended to retrieve Gung-Gue's corporeal form and subsequently craft the Keystone Bracelet in Kaina City. However, prior to that, Huyang resolved to strengthen his abilities as much as possible over the next 2 months in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 64, The Libra Badge Acquired. With much time remaining before their departure, perhaps influenced by the excitement of the upcoming journey, Gung-Gue began to express curiosity about everything in the real world. For instance, when Huyang was dining, Gung-Gue no longer retreated to its orb, but instead leaned in to inquire about the flavors of the food. This reminded Huyang of the first time he met Gung-Gue last year when it had requested ice cream. At that time, Huyang had wondered if ice cream had existed a millennium ago. It was only through their conversations that he learned Gung-Gue had stealthily ventured out while Huyang slept, witnessing others at school enjoying treats. Huyang patiently explained everything to Gung-Gue each time it posed questions, which was quite understandable. A millennium is a vast expanse of time, and the vibrant era in which Gung-Gue had once lived had long faded into the annals of time. The current age was entirely unfamiliar to it. However, perhaps Gung-Gue could yet encounter its spectral friends from its past, for according to the Alliance records, Ghost-type Pokémon, unlike those of other types, do not possess the concept of death. Consequently, how Ghost-type Pokémon engage in the cycles of life and death remains an enigma to humanity. Death is a weighty subject rarely depicted in children's animations. If it does appear, it is often presented in a highly subtle manner. For instance, in the episode of Pokémon where Ash captures the fire Meow, the departure of the long-haired dog is conveyed with great delicacy. Yet this world is not an animation. It is a realm of reality. The lifespan of Pokémon varies by species. Aside from bug types, it is generally challenging for a trainer to accompany their Pokémon throughout its entire life. Either the trainer passes away while the Pokémon lives on, or the Pokémon departs while the trainer remains. At every moment, individuals encounter spirits, just as there are those who bid them farewell. The following morning, after attending class, Huyang chose not to engage in specialized training within the Orange Flower Forest, but instead sought out Nishida Go, who was idly passing time in the office. "Let us go," he said. Upon seeing Huyang fully equipped, Nishida Go immediately understood, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his eyes. "Let's go." The two exited the school and hailed a taxi, heading straight for the Orange Flower Gym. Throughout the journey, Nishida Go regaled Huyang with tales of the various Pokémon belonging to Master Qianli. While Master Qianli possessed numerous Pokémon, the most formidable among them was the slothful Pokémon known as the King of Absences. However, there was no need for concern. In facing a novice trainer like Huyang, who lacked experience in challenging gyms, Master Qianli would not deploy the King of Absences. Instead, he would utilize 3 Pokémon: Shining Snail, Charging Bear, and Hyperactive Monkey. This leniency was merely a privilege afforded to newcomers, as Huyang acquired more gym badges. Subsequent gym leaders would gradually unveil their true prowess in battle, Nishida Go explained. Understanding this, Huyang envisioned a scenario reminiscent of a gaming challenge, where initial gym leaders operated at a mere level of 10, with subsequent challenges escalating in difficulty. As their conversation flowed, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the Orange Flower Gym. After stating their intentions, the red-haired gym apprentice from their previous visit guided them to the battle arena. Soon, Master Qianli emerged from within to greet the challengers. However, upon spotting Nishida Go in the audience, a peculiar expression crossed his face. "What are you doing here?" Nishida Go, taken aback, responded, "You remember me?" It had been 5 or 6 years since he embarked on his journey. Master Qianli remarked, "I may forget many, but I shall never forget the trainer who tormented me for 2 months. For 2 months, he had faced 29 challenges, with the trainer returning to battle as soon as his Pokémon recovered, treating the gym leader as a mere training partner. Now, encountering this individual again, those unpleasant memories rushed back. He resolved that upon returning, he would propose to the league the establishment of a rule preventing consecutive challenges to the same gym within a short time frame, silently contemplating. The challenger and gym leader took their positions. The referee, stationed at the edge of the arena, raised a flag and declared, "The challenger is Huyang from the Orange Flower City Pokémon School. The rules for this gym battle are 3 versus 3. Each side may use only 3 Pokémon. The battle concludes when all Pokémon on either side are rendered unable to fight." Master Qianli produced a Pokeball and said to Huyang, "I look forward to your performance." With that, he threw out his first Pokeball. As predicted by Nishida Go, it revealed a shining snail adorned with mosquito-like spots. In response, Huyang dispatched his strongest Pokémon, Roserade. The battle commenced in earnest. As Roserade initiated the battle with the grass terrain move, a verdant light swiftly enveloped the entire arena. Qianli inquired if this enhanced the potency of grass-type moves. Zangoose, use Illusion Ray. In response to this command, Huyang opted not to defend, but instead sacrificed a quarter of Roserade's health to create a decoy. As the Illusion Ray struck the decoy, Huyang commanded with a single utterance of Magical Leaf, causing Roserade to gracefully raise its hands, unleashing a torrent of lush green leaves that transformed into a tempest, hurtling towards Zangoose. This was no ordinary Magical Leaf. It was a powerful variant that consumed considerable energy. Coupled with the grass terrain's effect of amplifying grass-type moves, this singular attack obliterated Qianli's Zangoose in an instant. The referee felt as though he were experiencing an illusion. Hadn't the battle only commenced less than a minute ago? The gym leader's Pokémon had been vanquished by a novice trainer? Not even Qianli had anticipated such an outcome. Was this boy truly a mere fledgling trainer embarking on his journey? However, despite his astonishment, the seasoned gym leader quickly regained his composure. Upon confirming that his opponent would not switch Pokémon, he summoned his second Pokémon, Ursaring. During the time taken to switch Pokémon, the regenerative effects of the grass terrain allowed Roserade to recover some of the health it had lost to the decoy. Realizing that his opponent might not be an ordinary novice trainer, Qianli swiftly altered his strategy. Ursaring used Belly Drum. He intended to leverage the attack boost from Belly Drum and employ Ursaring's Shadow Clone to create distractions, thereby launching a surprise attack to defeat Roserade in one decisive blow. Huyang, discerning his intentions, immediately counterattacked, Sleep Powder Bomb. Just as Ursaring completed its Belly Drum, a green seed that appeared indistinguishable from a standard seed bomb flew towards it. Qianli had initially planned for Ursaring to charge forward, but suddenly recalled Hu Yang's combination move that fused paralyzing powder with seed bomb. Thus, he promptly commanded, Ursaring, evade. It was futile. Observing the scene, Hu Yang silently mused. This move was no ordinary sleep powder bomb. It was an upgraded version, a fusion of seed bomb and hypnosis powder. Even if it did not strike the opponent, upon landing, it would detonate immediately. As he had anticipated, although Ursaring successfully dodged, it could not escape the lingering effects of the sleep powder, and in an instant, it succumbed to slumber. Solar Beam. Hu Yang swiftly issued the command to pursue. Ursaring, rise. At last, Qianli realized that his opponent was far from being an average novice trainer. A typical fledgling on their journey would never devise strategic battle tactics for their Pokémon. Their approaches were entirely reckless, lacking any specialized training against a specific adversary. Upon observing the youth across from him, it became evident that both his command and the response of his Pokémon were executed with remarkable precision and orderliness. Such prowess is hardly something one would expect from a novice trainer. As the beams of sunlight enveloped the bear, the second battle reached its conclusion. Hu Yang contemplated the necessity of imparting an attack that would enhance Roserade's special attack. Various relevant moves surfaced in his mind, such as the Psychic-type move, Meditate, the Normal-type move, Growth, and the Bug-type move, Bug Buzz. The sole advantage of the move modifier is that it allows for the teaching of any move to Pokémon, unlike the restrictive nature of TMs which are limited to specific Pokémon. Thus, any exclusive move can be taught to a Pokémon. Among the aforementioned moves, the Bug-type move, Bug Buzz, harmonizes most seamlessly with the Grass-type Roserade. Bug Buzz concentrates dazzling light and sharpens one's focus, significantly boosting special attack. Coupled with grassy terrain and the ability, Chlorophyll, Roserade could transform into a mobile magical artillery capable of endless substitutes in standard battles, effortlessly dispatching foes. Despite enduring 2 consecutive crushing defeats, Qianli's expression bore no trace of despondency or disbelief. Gazing at the composed and steady youth before him, Qianli felt as though he were witnessing the emergence of a brilliant new star. It was the final match, and admiration flickered in Qianli's eyes. Hu Yang shared a sense of anticipation. His first badge in this world was within reach. At the sound of the referee's whistle, Qianli summoned his final Pokémon, Incineroar. Hu Yang, however, chose not to switch his own Pokémon. Roserade versus Incineroar. This time, Hu Yang initiated the attack. Roserade, use Leaf Storm. Having employed Leaf Storm not long ago, this time it manifested as a more ordinary Leaf Storm. A flurry of vibrant green leaves surged towards Incineroar. In response, Qianli commanded, use Double Team. Roar. Incineroar let out a fierce cry, its form shifting as multiple copies dispersed, encircling Roserade. As the Leaf Storm swept through, the phantoms disintegrated one by one, while Qianli continued, focus energy. Hu Yang interjected, Roserade, use Paralyzing Bomb. Should Incineroar successfully execute focus energy, the subsequent move, Drain Punch, could potentially obliterate Roserade in a single blow. Therefore, Hu Yang was unwilling to grant him that opportunity. The reason for not employing Sleep Powder was due to Incineroar's ability, Intimidate, rendering it immune to sleep status. Confronted with this familiar command, Qianli did not instruct Incineroar to resist, but rather declared, use that move. Hu Yang was momentarily taken aback. That move, what move could it be? As the exuberant primate succumbed to paralysis, the paralysis bomb successfully struck, rendering it incapacitated. Now is the moment. Hu Yang exclaimed, Roserade, Sunbeam. Upon receiving the command, a searing white beam surged towards the primate, enhanced by the lush grassy terrain. This sunbeam had the potential to obliterate the opponent instantly. However, as the brilliance of the beam dissipated, the primate remained undeterred in its combat prowess. Let them witness our strength. Qianli chuckled softly, instructing, Primate, unleash Resurgence. Resurgence, an all-out attack that grows in potency as the user's stamina depletes. The command was executed, and the primate leapt forth with astonishing speed, charging towards Roserade. This velocity was such that even with Hu Yang's quick reflexes, he could scarcely issue a counter-command in time. Thud! Roserade was struck, its verdant form propelled backward. In that instant, Hu Yang comprehended Qianli's strategy. Resist. Resist, a standard-type maneuver that ensures at least one hit despite taking damage. Utilizing shadow clones to approach Roserade, he focused energy to enhance the likelihood of a decisive strike, maintaining health while ultimately executing Resurgence for a counterattack. This elaborate combination left no doubt about the outcome for Roserade, and it also made Hu Yang acutely aware of the chasm between his current abilities and those of the true gym leader. Roserade was rendered incapable of battle. The primate emerged victorious. The referee raised the flag, signaling that there was no need for the fight to continue. Huyang still had Pokémon in reserve, but the primate lacked the stamina to continue. To avert the embarrassment of being bested by a novice trainer, Qianli revealed a fraction of his true strength as a gym leader. Otherwise, the news of such a defeat would tarnish his reputation as the strongest man. With this thought, Qianli stepped forward, producing a scale-patterned badge from his pocket. Congratulations on your victory in this challenge. This badge is rightfully yours. Huyang accepted the badge, joyfully clutching it in his hand, while casting a gentle glance at Rose Rado, now returned to its Pokeball, murmuring, "Thank you for your hard work." The Pokeball gave a slight shake, as if Rose Rado were responding in kind. On the journey back to school, Nishida Gon expressed his frustration. "Why didn't you employ that toxic strategy?" Huyang replied, "Because I believe Qianli, the gym leader, is quite admirable. It feels inappropriate to torment him in such a manner." "Are you implying that I am not?" Nishida Gon shot a resentful glance at him. Huyang reassured, "I swear." He genuinely only intended to test the potency of the toxic shield. He never meant to offend. Infuriated, Nishida Gon resolved to extort the entire toxic shield strategy from Huyang. Huyang observed the insidious expression on his face and immediately discerned his intentions. "You can't possibly be thinking of capturing a grass-type Pokémon just for this, can you?" Nishida, rubbing his hands in anticipation, exclaimed, "I refuse to be the only one subjected to this repulsion." Huyang found himself at a loss for words. Seeing that he could not dissuade him, he simply advised, "Just be careful not to get beaten up." Although this stratagem might be swiftly unraveled by trainers of the champion rank and above, it still held considerable potential against elite trainers and those below. Chapter 65. The ship. Upon returning to school, Huyang intended to retrieve some materials from the office to review in his dormitory. As he descended the staircase, he wished fervently that by the time he reached the last step, time itself would have hastened to June. Alas, such a notion was futile. Life must continue its normal course. In the evening, Huyang ventured to the city center to purchase a basic mobile phone, adding the phone number of his first client, Dawu, to his contacts. Later that night, he sat at his desk, idly fiddling with the device. Curious, Gung Gue floated over and inquired, "What is that?" "It's a mobile phone," Huyang replied. "What is a mobile phone?" Gung Gue pressed. "It is a communication tool. For instance, if you are at the Meteor Waterfall and I am at school, with this, we can converse anytime, anywhere." Gung Gue imagined the capabilities of such a device and exclaimed in awe, "How marvelous! I shall buy one for you as well, so you can chat with me just like this, no matter where you go." "Indeed," Huyang said. Yaya, nearby, immediately expressed a desire for one as well. Huyang chuckled as he lifted it, saying, "You would find it useless, as I cannot comprehend your speech." Imagining receiving a phone call in the dead of night, only to hear Yaya's incessant chattering, Huyang mused, that would indeed be quite amusing. Upon reflection, Yaya realized the truth of his words. "In that case, I shall forego the idea." Gung Gue quickly added, "Then I too shall pass on it, as it holds no utility for me." "You needn't worry. I merely used it as an example. Besides, you are not of the electric type, so you cannot charge it," Huyang clarified. He set Yaya down on the desk and retrieved a grinding stone from the storage cabinet, placing it before Yaya for its dental care. A voice like a soft breeze wafted from behind, "Cole." Turning around, Huyang saw Rose Lay Duo holding an empty bag, adorned with images of Magikarp. It was evident that the bag had contained food for the Pokémon. "Is there none left?" Huyang asked, casting a glance at the bag. "Do not fret. I shall purchase more tomorrow." Magikarp, like most aquatic creatures, did not possess a large appetite and had no particular demands regarding the quality of its food. From nutritious algae to the mud at the bottom of the water, it could consume it all. Judging by the behavior of this golden Magikarp, it was clear how poor its diet had been in the wild. A fish gracefully swimming within an aquarium not only captivates the eye, but also infuses the room with a touch of life. As for the koi, no expectations were placed upon it by Huyang. The koi languidly contemplated the mysteries of existence, its gaze imbued with the wisdom reminiscent of the ancient moonbird. Just as one speaks of Chow Chow, Chow Chow arrives. A flurry of wings erupted from outside the window. Momentarily thereafter, the moonbird swooped in, clutching a crucian carp in its beak. Upon entering the room, it released its grip, allowing the unfortunate fish to tumble down. With a satisfied caw, the moonbird, having completed its daily duties, discreetly awaited further service. Huyang directed Rose Ray to utilize a vine whip to place the fish into a basin, preparing it for a broth. Meanwhile, he caught hold of the moonbird, using a towel to wipe away the lingering scent of fish from its beak. The moonbird seemed accustomed to such attentiveness. Once its beak and body were cleaned, it returned to its nest, standing vacantly by, awaiting the lights to dim for rest. Suddenly, Huyang recalled a matter regarding Gung-Gue. He inquired, "What direction is the relic you sensed?" Gung-Gue extended a claw, indicating the southwest. Orange Blossom City is located in the western part of the Fengyuan region, near the edge, beyond which lies an expansive ocean. To ascertain whether a path exists in that direction, Huyang decided to visit the seaside after classes the following day, accompanied by a few spirits. Standing upon the sandy shore, Gung-Gue gazed toward the horizon where the sea met the sky, stating, "It appears to be that direction." Huyang followed its gaze. If his memory served him correctly, Wudo Town also lay in that direction, which implied that to reach it, he would first need to procure a vessel. Recalling his previous experience at sea, Huyang felt a pang of trepidation. He harbored a fear of the deep sea, particularly that unsettling vastness where only a single passenger ship floated. Should a storm arise, the dark waters would conceal countless unknowns beneath, and he could easily envision a monstrous creature from the depths surfacing to engulf the ship whole. It was a veritable nightmare. In comparison to the ocean's might, humanity felt exceedingly small. Huyang silently prayed for a smooth journey this time, hoping to avoid any storms. With the direction established, he began his search for a yacht or passenger ship capable of free navigation. The urban landscape of Orange Blossom City did not touch the sea. Thus, there were no docks or shipyards to be found. Consequently, on a weekend, he traveled to his friend De Wu's hometown, Karnas City. Following the conclusion of the mansion incident and the unsealing of the Orange Blossom Forest, the bus journey from Orange Blossom City to Karnas City required no detours, rendering it significantly quicker than the previous trip. After navigating several transfers, Huyang arrived at the travel agency where he had previously booked a boat. Upon stating his intentions, the staff promptly presented him with several travel options. "Sir, please take a look. We offer several types of boat rentals, including private charters for individuals and shared rentals for groups." After a moment of contemplation, Huyang inquired about the pricing for a private charter. The location pointed out by Gung-Gue might not be in Wudo Town, and without knowing the exact location, he could not rent a boat with others. The staff pondered for a moment before responding, "The price depends on the type of boat you wish to rent. Generally, a standard monohull sailboat is the least expensive, costing around 2,000 alliance coins per day. There are also better options, such as medium-sized yachts, with varying prices based on specifications." Huyang, having been a homebody in his previous life, was not well versed in these matters. After some contemplation, he asked, "If the travel distance is quite far and the duration uncertain, which option should I choose?" The staff hesitated for a moment and asked, "Are you considering a long-term rental?" "Yes," Huyang nodded, saying little more. The staff reflected briefly and suggested, "This model would suit your needs well." She then slid a book toward him, featuring an image of a dark-hued small cruise ship. This vessel was suitable for long-distance sea voyages and was equipped with amenities such as a bathroom, lounge, and kitchen. However, it was priced at a premium, requiring 1 million alliance coins for a month. Huyang did not betray any emotion. To be honest, this price fell within his expectations. While not inexpensive, it was not exorbitantly costly either. Moreover, the small cruise ship appeared far more reliable than the frail yachts, making it very appropriate for extended sea trips. Having spent 1 million alliance coins, he still had approximately 140,000 left, which was quite ample, allowing him to postpone purchasing supplies at Meteor Waterfall. Chapter 66. Since I'm here, however, spending such a substantial amount still left Huyang feeling a twinge of regret. It would have been splendid if the Rocket Team trio were present. With their skills and ingenuity, they could easily construct an underwater Gyarados submarine. Reflecting on the Rocket Team, Huyang calculated in his mind. At this moment, Meowth should still be diligently learning human language to pursue Mardana. Musashi was likely still at the Jigglypuff Academy, while Kojiro was grappling with family-arranged matchmaking. In a while, Meowth's unrequited affection would falter, Musashi would graduate from the academy, and Kojiro would run away to avoid an arranged marriage. After enduring various tribulations, the trio would eventually reunite at the Rocket Academy and become acquainted. In his previous life, while watching anime, Huyang's favorite among the trio was Meowth. In the series, Meowth was a dreamy, loyal spirit. Despite being rivals with Ash, there were times when he showed concern for Ash's Pokémon. A prime example being Chimchar, whom Meowth befriended to console its sorrow. He spoke to the little fire monkey, urging it to abandon the past and embrace the present and future, for it had already found a new companion. The evolution of the little fire monkey filled it with joy, and even during Ash's battle against Shinji in the league competition, Meowth, along with Musashi and Kojiro, cheered for it. In Huyang's mind, the notion of seeking out Meowth to accompany him on his journey arose. Yet he hesitated to disrupt the loving bond of Team Rocket's trio. After booking a cruise, Huyang did not leave Canaz City immediately. Unintentionally, he found himself standing before the Canaz gym. The gym leader, Cuckoo, was renowned for her expertise in rock-type Pokémon. In the anime, Cuckoo graduated from the Canaz City Trainer School, and due to her outstanding performance, she was awarded the title of gym leader. Gazing at the building that resembled a massive rock, Huyang mused, "Since I've come this far, I might as well acquire the rock badge." After all, Cuckoo's rock-type Pokémon were at a disadvantage against his Roserade. Thus, he pushed open the doors of the rock gym. Upon stating his intentions, the staff informed him of the challenge rules. Huyang attentively listened and realized that the rules were quite similar to those of the Orange Flower Gym. First, he would face several gym apprentices, followed by a battle with the gym leader. Roserade had long surpassed the level of a novice trainer. Facing the apprentices, it was unnecessary for her to even take the field. With just Yaya, he managed to defeat them all. After returning Yaya to her Pokeball, Huyang arrived at the final rock battle arena, where he encountered Cuckoo, who, like Daigo, had a fondness for stones. In reality, Cuckoo appeared quite young, seemingly only around 14 or 15 years old. True to her anime depiction, she wore red knee-high socks and a Western-style uniform consisting of a blazer and skirt. "Have you already obtained a gym badge?" Cuckoo pondered internally as she assessed the youth before her, contemplating how much strength she should exhibit in this battle. The challenger, Huyang from Orange Flower City, faced the gym challenge with the rules set for a 2-on-2 battle, where each participant was limited to 2 Pokémon, and the match concluded when one side could no longer battle. The referee raised the flag, announcing the rules of the contest. With the sound of a whistle, the battle commenced. Cuckoo sent out a Geodude, while Huyang deployed his Roserade. Without hesitation, he unleashed a series of magical leaf attacks, swiftly triggering Geodude's sturdy ability. Cuckoo was taken aback. Huyang quickly followed up with a Giga Drain, depleting the last remnants of Geodude's health. In the second round, Cuckoo sent forth a Nosepass. This time, it was met with a powerful magical leaf. Enhanced by the grass terrain, the attack delivered an instant knockout. Cuckoo was left bewildered. The referee, momentarily taken aback, eventually regained composure and announced, "Xiaobei has lost its ability to continue the battle." The ultimate victor of this contest is Huyang from Changhua City. Yet, Dujuan remained unresponsive. Unable to bear the silence any longer, the referee cleared his throat. It was only then that Dujuan snapped back to reality, recalling Xiaobei into its Pokeball, and with a peculiar expression, retrieved a rock-shaped badge from her pocket. "Congratulations, this badge now belongs to you." Huyang, momentarily under the illusion that he was the gym leader and Dujuan merely a novice challenger, discreetly made his exit. After Huyang departed, Dujuan, visibly dejected, sent her 2 Pokémon to the healing room to recuperate. The referee approached to assess the situation. Dujuan suddenly inquired, "Did that challenger mention which gym he first challenged?" The referee nodded. It was the Changhua gym. Upon hearing this name, Dujuan was struck with disbelief. Qianli? 3 minutes later, Qianli, who was tending to a newly hatched sloth otter in the greenhouse of the Changhua gym, received a call from Canaz City. "Hello? Is this Dujuan? What can I do for you?" The perfectly formed sloth otter brought Qianli immense joy, and upon answering the phone, his voice exuded a cheerful tone. Dujuan got straight to the point. "Have you encountered a novice trainer accompanied by a Roserade recently?" "Roserade?" The image of Huyang flashed in Qianli's mind. "Yes, there is one." "Why? Did he challenge you?" Dujuan took a deep breath and replied, "Is he truly a novice trainer, just starting his journey? Do you know what just happened? His Roserade took down both my Geodude and Xiaobei with a single move. One move. My goodness, I can hardly fathom it. I've never encountered such a trainer before. Compared to him, I feel like a novice myself." Qianli acknowledged, "He is indeed quite exceptional." Dujuan's previously gloomy demeanor instantly brightened upon hearing this. "So, you were also bested by him?" Qianli replied, "I did not showcase my true abilities." Dujuan echoed, "Neither did I." Qianli continued, "He is a remarkably talented trainer." Dujuan agreed, "Indeed." Unbeknownst to Huyang, the conversation between the 2 gym leaders unfolded. During his hurried passage through Canaz City, he had scarcely explored the locale. Now, having completed his challenge at the Canaz gym, Huyang began to wander through this city, which was notably larger than Changhua City. Chapter 67. Ancient Scripts and the 3 Sacred Pillars. The cultural landscape of Canaz City epitomizes the harmonious fusion of nature and science. Humans and Pokémon leisurely strolled along the streets, amidst a variety of establishments that seamlessly integrated Pokémon elements, including restaurants and coffee shops. Standing on the street, gazing towards the northeast, one could faintly discern the towering silhouette of Chimney Mountain. "There are many humans over there," remarked Gung Gue suddenly. Huyang followed its gaze and replied, It must be some sort of exhibition. During his time in Changhua City, he occasionally observed gatherings of Pokémon enthusiasts in the park, such as those passionate about the mighty Macamp, who congregated to share their admiration for the Pokémon. When he first witnessed this, Huyang thought it peculiar. However, out of curiosity, he approached and discovered that they were simply reveling in the charm of Macamp. As he and Gung Gue approached the exhibition, a melodious female voice wafted toward them. Legend has it that long, long ago, the world was barren, until one day Groudon, the embodiment of the Earth's will, and Kyogre, the embodiment of the ocean's will, emerged into existence. Groudon raised the land, while Kyogre filled the seas. Upon their encounter, a cataclysmic battle ensued as they vied for natural energy and sought to expand their territories. Eventually, the deity of the skies intervened, halting their conflict and banishing them to a cavern for eternal slumber. The continent beneath our feet was born from the strife between Groudon and Kyogre. Later, a mysterious, colossal Pokémon, through its immense power, fragmented that land into several pieces, transporting them to various locations across this planet. Our Hoenn region is but one of those segments. Wow, how impressive! A Pokémon capable of moving continents must be colossal, exclaimed a boy clad in a blue short-sleeved shirt. The knowledgeable woman holding the microphone replied with a smile, perhaps even larger than our Devon Corporation building. The boy, puzzled, asked, but if they are so immense, why hasn't anyone discovered them? The woman chuckled. That is because those legendary Pokémon possess the ability to alter their size. Much like the principle behind our Pokeballs capturing Pokémon. I know this, interjected another youth, dressed as a traveling trainer. Some Pokémon, to conserve energy, can shrink their size and even transform into energy forms or electrical signals, voluntarily entering a state of dormancy. The transmission technology used in Professor Jinghui's Pokeballs was developed based on this principle. The woman nodded in agreement, her eyes shimmering with longing. I truly hope to witness those mysterious and magnificent beings one day. Beside them, Huyang felt an urge to say, when Groudon and Kyogre truly appear. You may think differently. For, according to both the games and the anime, the emergence of those two would bring about a cataclysmic transformation across the entire Hoenn region. A cataclysmic earthquake, relentless torrential rains, and ominous clouds obscuring the sky. Such a scene is nearly indistinguishable from the end of the world. In the special episode, Dawu controlled the three sacred pillars to shield against the aftermath of the battle between Groudon and Kyogre, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion. It remains uncertain what the state of the Rayquaza in this world is. Could it be the black Rayquaza from Hoopa's theatrical release? Or the one that was beaten by Deoxys? Here, an exhibition is being held to showcase the historical legends of the Hoenn region. Huyang traverses the bulletin boards, accompanied by Gung Gue, which are adorned with records of ancient information. For the people of this world, the last appearances of Groudon and Kyogre occurred thousands of years ago. Such an extensive passage of time, coupled with the lack of first-hand accounts, has led some to believe that these beings do not exist in this realm. Although there are few documents chronicling Groudon and Kyogre, the fragments of text still evoke a sense of their mystery and might. For instance, wherever they tread, land prevails. The vast ocean consumes all. Some individuals have even depicted images of Groudon and Kyogre based on their own visions. However, to Huyang, apart from their red and blue hues, none of the depictions bear resemblance. As Huyang approaches the next display, he is astonished to discover a photograph featuring ancient script. The photographer, holding a flashlight in his left hand and a camera in his right, captured an image of a cave wall. The illuminated wall, inscribed with ancient characters, stands out against the surrounding darkness of the cavern. Huyang cannot decipher the ancient script of this world, yet he attempts to employ identification. In the following moment, the ancient characters transform into a clear message within his mind. We reside within this cave, living here. All of this is thanks to Pokémon. However, we have sealed that Pokémon away, for it is far too terrifying. Brave souls, those with hope for the future, open the door. The eternal Pokémon lies within. Ancient Axu, the latter content is obscured. The content is indiscernible due to damage. All shall eventually be revealed. Huyang muses. Is this not a relic related to the sealing of the three sacred pillars? If his memory serves him correctly. This place is known as the Bulletin Stone Chamber. Solving the riddle here will trigger an earthquake in the Hoenn region. Subsequently, the islands housing Regice, Regirock, and Registeel, along with the desert ruins and ancient tomb caves, will be unveiled. In these three locations, one can witness the three sacred pillars crafted by Regigigas. Perhaps captivated by the scene, Huyang drew the attention of the exhibition's organizer, the very woman who had just spoken. She approached, standing before the photograph, and introduced. This is a picture taken by one of my companions many years ago, during a maritime journey when their ship encountered a great disaster at sea. At that time, my friend, aided by a spirit, accidentally stumbled upon the submerged ruins. Huyang interrupted. Enough said. This only heightens my fear of experiencing a maritime calamity myself. The woman, with a smile, inquired, You are a trainer traveling the world, aren't you? Huyang nodded. I truly envy you. To journey across the globe. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. At that moment, a voice called out from behind. As she responded, she added, Take care, I must attend to my duties. Chapter 68. Unattainable Bonds. Only increased sorrow gazing at the photograph before him, and reflecting on the earlier discussion regarding the lifespan of Pokémon. Huyang suddenly felt compelled to take action. A human life is inherently limited, and for an ordinary trainer, it is challenging to accompany their Pokémon throughout their entire existence. After their departure, those Pokémon, who had shared decades of life with their trainers, often find it difficult to emerge from such profound loneliness. Consequently, most Pokémon choose to remain at the place of their trainer's passing until their own lives fade away. The death of a person is akin to the extinguishing of a light. For every encounter, there is an equal parting. Contemplating this, Huyang felt a wave of melancholy. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that he was overthinking. He was merely 10 years old, and that day was still far off. After a lengthy deliberation, Huyang resolved to purchase a camera to document each day spent with his Pokémon. The department store in Kanaz City significantly surpassed that of Orange Blossom City. Proximity to the Devon Corporation meant that this location offered some yet-to-be-released products developed by the company. For instance, the coveted space backpack, desired by every traveling trainer, which can fold into a sphere the size of a fist, and a camping tent equipped with built-in lighting and temperature control features, made Huyang marvel at the advancements in technology. Finally, he understood how Ash and his companions managed to effortlessly retrieve cooking utensils from their backpacks. These items were new products developed in collaboration between the Devon Corporation and the Silver Company of the Kanto region, yet to be formally launched. The attendant, who was responsible for receiving guests, explained, What you see here are merely exhibition pieces. Should you wish to purchase them, you will need to wait a while longer. Huyang replied, All right. In truth, he was not in a hurry. If Jengar were to revive, he could store the tent and other items within its body. After perusing the department store, Huyang finally acquired the camera he desired. He then released his Pokémon, allowing them to choose a gift. Observing Yaya pointing the way in his arms, accompanied by Roserade, Jengar, and Kyun Bird trailing behind, he felt a surge of warmth. Huyang suddenly experienced the illusion of taking children to the supermarket to purchase toys. Yaya was his mischievous young son, Roselay Duo was his eldest daughter. Guyu Niao was his simple-minded son, and Gung Goei was his eldest son. As for King Carp, ever since the incident at Changhua Dojo where it fainted and went hungry for 2 days, Huyang had taken to carrying it with him wherever he went. After contemplating the lack of water, he swiftly dismissed the idea of letting it out, imagining King Carp flopping helplessly on the ground. Once the Pokémon chose their preferred items, noon arrived. Huyang, not in haste to return to Changhua City, decided to take them to a restaurant specifically designed for Pokémon to enjoy lunch. He ate quickly, as the few Pokémon did not require his assistance. And soon after, he began to adjust his newly purchased camera. What is this? Gung Gue floated over, intrigued. It is an object we humans use to document the past and present. As he spoke, he pressed the shutter button, capturing the Pokémon across the table. With a soft click, the moment was frozen in time. This World-S cameras possessed remarkable technology. They were waterproof and heat-resistant, and after capturing an image, one could choose whether to print it immediately. Huyang opted for yes, and thus a clear photograph titled Pokémon Dining emerged from the camera's top slot. In the picture, Yaya's mouth was stuffed with food, his cheeks puffed up like a little hamster. Guyu Niao tilted its head, staring vacantly at the food on the plate, occasionally poking it with its mouth as if to inspect it. Roselay Duo sat gracefully nearby, enjoying her meal. Behind them, King Carp swam leisurely in a transparent tank designed for water-type Pokémon. How marvelous! Gung Gue's eyes sparkled with excitement. Huyang smiled and switched the camera to selfie mode, adjusted his position, and took a picture with Gung Gue. In the afternoon, Huyang began his journey back to Changhua City. Upon returning to school, he immediately sought out his class schedule. He intended to request a course swap with other teachers, aiming to address Gung Gue's situation in advance. Principal Tong Shan, upon hearing about this matter, sought him out to inquire if he had encountered any issues recently. After some thought, Huyang shared Gung Gue's story with Principal Tong Shan. After listening, the principal furrowed his brow, contemplating for a while before sighing and suddenly smiling. Actually, you need not worry. From the moment you stepped into this school, I knew you wouldn't be here for a lifetime. Pursue what you wish to achieve. Other teachers will handle your classes here. Huyang was momentarily taken aback, gazing into Principal Tong Shan's encouraging eyes, and soon a relieved smile spread across his face. On May 12th, 209 of the Alliance calendar, Huyang conducted the final lesson for Xiao Yao and her companions at the Pokémon School in Changhua City. Upon receiving the news of his departure, the group of students below displayed expressions of reluctance. Teacher Yang, will we meet again in the future? Are you going on a journey, teacher? Huyang responded with a smile, we will meet again. By next year, you two will embark on your own travels. Then, teacher, will you challenge the gym and collect badges, participating in the league competitions? Huyang affirmed, indeed, perhaps you may encounter me at the colorful Ghost Festival. But before that, make sure to work hard. Great. In that case, I will also set out on a journey with my Pokémon. Teacher Yang, you must wait for me at the finish line. Huyang replied with a smile. All right, I will be there waiting for you. His decision to leave the school had been made after careful consideration. Currently, the school did not lack teachers. And as Xiao Yao and the others progressed to the 3rd grade, courses related to ecological studies would gradually diminish, while those on how to become a trainer would increase. After class, as Huyang stepped outside, he noticed everyone was watching him. Nishida, visibly displeased, remarked, how could you decide to leave without consulting us? Huyang jested, I thought I would surprise you. When I return with a championship title, you can proudly say our school produced a champion trainer. As he looked at the youthful faces before him, Li Jia recalled how he had appeared a year ago upon his arrival at the school. He was a completely different person compared to now. Gazing at this group of endearing individuals, Huyang spoke softly, I am grateful for your care over the past year. Perhaps the road ahead will be long, and I will meet many more people and Pokémon. Yet, I shall never forget those who believed in me and looked after me when I first arrived in this world, even if they are merely nameless in the games and animations. Hearing this, Nishida finally smiled, approached him, and patted his shoulder, saying, in that case, go ahead and pursue your dreams. Achieve my aspiration of reaching the top 4. Is reaching the top 4 considered success? Huyang chuckled. Wouldn't you want to set a higher goal? After a moment of hesitation, Nishida tentatively suggested, how about 2nd place in the competition? Huyang replied, speechless. Ambition should not lack dreams. Laughter erupted among the group. After bidding farewell to the teachers, Huyang encountered Principal Tiyama while packing his belongings in the dormitory. He recalled the Mega Evolution Stone the principal had gifted him, suddenly realizing that this journey was accompanied by the unfulfilled dreams and hopes of many. Principal Tiyama inquired, will you return once more? Huyang nodded yes. The principal continued, then leave these items here for now. It would be inconvenient to carry them at sea. You can retrieve them when you return from your voyage. Huyang shared similar sentiments. Aside from his luggage, he was determined to take the Reluras with him. On the 15th of May, in the 209th year of the Alliance, he officially embarked on his journey in this world after departing from school. Chapter 69, The Whitebeard Pirate Ship, Away We Go. In Canaz City, a gentleman informed him, Sir, your reservation for the White Sea Lion is docked at Pier 3. You can access it via this passage. Very well. After completing the necessary formalities, Huyang tucked the documents into his backpack and, followed closely by Gung-Gue, entered the passageway. Along the way, he retrieved a newspaper he had purchased from a street vendor, searching for a specific section. Gung-Gue inquired, what are you reading? I'm checking whether a typhoon is expected in the next few days. The journey from Canaz City to Wudo Town would take 2.5 days. During their half-day stopover, they planned to procure some daily necessities to prepare for the unpredictable voyage ahead. Although he had signed an insurance agreement with the ferry company, which absolved him of any financial responsibility in the event of a maritime disaster, Huyang still felt a twinge of apprehension. Currently, he lacked any Pokémon capable of flying or swimming with him. In such moments, the human mind often conjures peculiar thoughts. For instance, when traveling by train, one might worry about derailment, and when flying, one might be unable to shake off the fear of catastrophe. The weather in the Hoenn region was forecasted by a meteorological institute located on the western outskirts of Inu City, disseminating information to various cities. Fortunately, the forecast indicated that Canaz City would not experience a typhoon in the coming days. As Huyang sighed in relief, he and Gung-Gue emerged from the passageway onto the sunlit dock. The moist scent of the sea enveloped them, and the warm sunlight glistened upon the endless azure waters. In the distance, a row of long-winged gulls and large-billed gulls skimmed gracefully across the shimmering surface. Amidst the resonant sound of steam whistles, vessels laden with cargo and passengers departed from the dock, gently sailing towards the horizon. A sleek, white cruise ship was moored at Pier 3, and upon seeing it, Young understood why it was named the White Sea Lion. Beneath the White Sea Lion, a group of robust men clad in blue and white sailor uniforms stood in a line. Upon noticing Yang's approach, they promptly introduced themselves. "Hello, sir. We are the sailors and crew of the White Sea Lion, and we will be responsible for your daily meals and accommodations during this voyage. Thank you for your service." Yang replied amiably. The lead sailor appeared delighted, flashing a broad smile that revealed his pearly whites. "It is no trouble at all. It is our honor to serve you." For 1,000,000 Alliance coins, not only did he rent the cruise ship, but he also acquired a crew well-versed in nautical knowledge. Skilled electricians for maintenance, navigators to steer the vessel, as well as chefs and cleaning staff. Once aboard, these crew members swiftly set about their tasks. Under their operation, the colossal vessel, the White Sea Lion, gradually came to life. The city of Karnaz diminished in the distance until it vanished entirely. Yang released several sprites, as he was the sole passenger aboard, allowing the crew ample time to attend to his every need. Just as Yang sought a comfortable place to sit, a sailor brought him a sun lounger. He had scarcely settled when another burly man approached with a menu, inquiring what he would like to drink. Yang mused to himself, such impeccable service. At noon, gazing at a lavish lunch prepared with the finest ingredients, he couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Is this the daily life of the affluent?" He composed himself, reluctant to appear unsophisticated. Calmly, he commenced dining with the sprites. Yaya devoured a chicken leg reminiscent of Luffy's with great gusto, while Rose Rayquaza maintained her usual elegance. The gloomy bird and Kingler also appeared quite content. This scene was keenly observed by Gung Gue, who floated nearby, salivating. Unable to restrain himself, Gung Gue inquired, "Is it delicious?" Yang feigned disinterest, replying, "Not at all." Gung Gue, discerning the insincerity in Yang's expression, huffed, "You're deceiving me again. I'm not as easily fooled as that foolish dragon." Yang shrugged his shoulders, saying, "But if I say it's delicious, you still cannot partake." "That's true," Gung Gue replied, yet he still felt disheartened, akin to a petulant child, declaring, "I shan't speak to you anymore." Yang found Gung Gue's demeanor inexplicably endearing, retorting, "Then I shall speak to you." Gung Gue countered, "I shall ignore you." "What did you say? I didn't catch that." He reiterated, "Even if you talk to me, I won't respond." "Is that so?" Yang chuckled. "Then who are you conversing with now?" Gung Gue finally grasped the irony, realizing he had fallen into Yang's playful trap and sulkily drifted into his orb. However, he wasn't genuinely upset, as he understood Yang's haste to leave school was to assist him in reclaiming his body. Reflecting on his past from within the orb, Gung Gue found many memories elusive. After a while, he floated out again, gazing towards the alluring direction with a hint of worry in his eyes. Yang, having finished his meal, noticed Gung Gue's expression and paused, asking, "What's the matter? Are you truly upset?" Gung Gue hesitated, saying, "Perhaps we should reconsider going that way." Yang perceptively recognized Gung Gue's anxiety, pondering, "Are you frightened? Is it the apprehension of returning home? Can Pokémon experience such feelings?" Gung Gue lowered his head, admitting, "A little." Yang offered reassurance, "There's no need to fear. We shall all be with you. You're not alone. Many people experience this feeling when returning home. In our human world, we call it homesickness." The White Sea Lion has departed from the Kanaz Sea region. After nightfall, Yang found himself unable to sleep. So he joined the group of sailors in the leisure tavern aboard the cruise ship for a conversation. The camaraderie among men blossomed effortlessly. And soon the sailors learned that Yang was a traveling trainer. In turn, Yang became acquainted with their daily lives and the locations of their hometowns. He even heard some legends about sea monsters and pirates from their tales. 10 years ago, when I was at sea, I encountered a particularly fierce storm. In the midst of that tempest, I beheld a mysterious entity, pitch black in hue, soaring from the ocean into the sky. This creature possessed eyes like rubies and emitted a terrifying, piercing roar, recounted an elderly sailor with an air of mystery. To enhance the ambience, they dimmed the lights, leaving only a solitary candle casting a faint glow. "Is that even true?" questioned a younger sailor, skepticism evident in his tone. The old sailor's face, illuminated by the candlelight, grew serious as he rolled up his right sleeve and revealed a scar. This mark appeared during that incident. There are many realms of this world that remain untouched by humanity, and countless creatures yet to be discovered. Chapter 70, The Black Ruptured Sky. Yang listened intently from the side. A dark figure with ruby-like eyes emerging from the ocean and soaring amidst a storm. Such a description, could it be the fabled Dark Lugia? The tales of Dark Lugia had once captivated the entire Pokémon community, even appearing on certain counterfeit cards, with methods of capturing the legendary Dark Lugia circulating fervently. However, This was merely a rumor. In the canonical Pokémon Gold and Silver games, Dark Lugia does not exist. Yet, Dark Lugia is not entirely a fabrication. It originates from the spin-off game Pokémon Dark Whirlwind, released in 2005. The official main series games do not document its existence. One wonders if Dark Lugia might actually exist in this world. Huyang wished to sketch the Dark Lugia from his memory and asked the old sailor if this was it. Unfortunately, his artistic skills were woefully inadequate, leaving him to ponder it solely in his mind. After discussing sea monsters, their conversation shifted to pirates. The mention of pirates inevitably reminded Huyang of the legendary tales of Pirates of the Caribbean and One Piece from his previous life. In recent years, the security in the Alliance had improved significantly. 50 years ago, the Hoenn Seas were frequently plagued by pirate ships, madmen who specialized in raiding merchant vessels. The rampant piracy instilled such fear that no one dared to venture out to sea. Eventually, the Alliance could no longer tolerate this and dispatched forces to drive the pirates out to the open seas. However, for reasons unknown, the number of pirates had dwindled in recent years. These are matters that Huyang had never heard of before. As the conversation among the group grew increasingly animated, some expressed a longing to become trainers, while others yearned to witness the enigmatic beings dwelling in the depths of the ocean. In a moment of inspiration, the old sailor, who had just recounted the tale of the Dark Lugia, glanced at the camera hanging around Huyang's neck and remarked, "Having a camera certainly makes things much easier. Should we encounter a situation like that again, we could capture it on film." Huyang looked down at his camera, which he had taken out to photograph the seascape that afternoon. However, the old sailor's words opened up an unimagined avenue for him. For instance, had he possessed a camera during his chance encounter with the photographer Feng Wang, he could have immortalized that moment. After producing large prints, he could sell them to those in Yuanzhou City eager to see Feng Wang, thereby earning a substantial income. After departing from the tavern, Huyang returned to his lodgings with Gung Gue. He did not bring along the cozy little nest for the sprites, so he refrained from letting them out to rest and allowed them to slumber within their Pokeballs instead. Gung Gue was preparing to return to its orb for rest. On this outing, at its request, Huyang had brought along the scarf he had bought for it on their first encounter. Gung Gue expressed its desire to experience the feeling of wearing a scarf if it were to be revived. Huyang envisioned that scene in his mind, a smile of anticipation gracing his lips. "Good night, Gung Gue," he said. "Good night," Gung Gue replied, and in an instant, its entire form vanished into the orb. The weather at sea is notoriously capricious. One moment, the sky may be clear, and the next, ominous clouds can gather. In the dead of night, Huyang was jolted awake by a clap of thunder. He opened his eyes wide and looked towards the porthole, only to see the sky shrouded in thick, dark clouds, with white lightning crackling within. In the distance, a fierce wind swept across the sea, raising a terrifyingly massive wave, causing the ship to sway violently. Outside, torrential rain poured down. The sounds of sailors cursing echoed from the deck. "Damn this weather. Everyone, pay attention. Helmsman, helmsman. All hands prepare for emergency measures." Following that, hurried footsteps rushed past the corridor. Gung Gue had somehow floated out of its orb and, pointing out the window, murmured, "Didn't your human weather forecast say it wouldn't rain?" Huyang suddenly grasped a crucial element. The weather forecast printed in the newspaper pertained only to the region of Canas City. They had long since departed from Canas City and arrived at the Hoenn Sea. The forecast did not cover this area. At that moment, the very concern he had harbored before their departure had finally come to fruition. Murphy's Law states that if one worries about a particular situation, the likelihood of its occurrence increases. Huyang felt a surge of panic, contemplating a hasty escape, only to suddenly realize that he was adrift upon an endless expanse of ocean, with no avenue for retreat. Although the sailors outside were equally anxious, they steadfastly remained at their posts. The old sailor, who had previously regaled them with tales of sea monsters, knocked on Huyang's door, gesturing for him not to fret, assuring him that they could manage the situation. Huyang, however, was no hero. Before his journey, he was merely an ordinary individual, and the fact that he could maintain a semblance of calm amidst such chaos was commendable in itself. After imparting his reassurances, the old sailor turned and departed. Huyang positioned himself beside the ghostly figure of Gung Gue, bracing against the wall to avoid being toppled by the ship's swaying. "Gung Gue, I am rather frightened," Huyang confessed earnestly. Gung Gue sensed the authenticity of his fear and wished to offer support, but his hand merely passed through Huyang's form. Suddenly, the lights extinguished. The stormy weather had caused a power outage. At that moment, Huyang's internal dread peaked. He could not reach Gung Gue, nor could Gung Gue reach him. Yet, at that very instant, a brilliant white light erupted from his backpack, manifesting into the form of the ancient moonbird. The moonbird emitted a foolish cry before swiftly taking flight toward the outside. Huyang momentarily stood in astonishment, instinctively following. The moonbird soared with remarkable speed, and by the time Huyang staggered onto the deck, it had vanished from sight. A flash of lightning illuminated the surroundings, and as torrential rain poured down, Huyang looked up to catch a glimpse of the moonbird against the sky. As the lightning faded, darkness enveloped the area once more. However, in the next heartbeat, a deep blue beam of light burst forth from the heavens. The terrifying energy parted the torrential rain, transforming into an indescribable column of light that shot skyward. At that moment, all the busy sailors aboard halted their tasks, their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the sky. The deep blue beam pierced the darkness, and as it traversed the thick storm clouds above, all sounds around them ceased. In rapid succession, a blinding white light streaked across the horizon. The storm clouds began to disperse at an astonishing rate, the torrential rain ceased, and the fierce winds calmed. The thunderous clouds in the sky dissipated completely, and the distant sea regained its tranquility. Meanwhile, within the atmosphere, an ancient creature sensed this surge of energy and abruptly opened its eyes. With golden serpent-like pupils, it turned to the source of the energy, and in the next moment, it twisted its dark form and dove from the skies. Chapter 71. The Moonbird Shatters the Sky. With a victorious roar of time, the moonbird had successfully altered the weather, retreating into the shadows of night to return to Huyang's side. Huyang was rendered speechless. Not just him, but also the sailors aboard the cruise ship, who remained dazed for a considerable time. The tempest that had ravaged the sea had finally subsided, revealing a tranquil expanse of water that stretched infinitely. The dark clouds dispersed, and a resplendent full moon hung in the night sky, casting an aura of serenity and peace. It felt as if the recent events were merely a collective illusion. However, the damp deck and the chaos aboard the vessel incessantly reminded everyone that this was no mere figment of imagination. What just happened? Someone finally broke the silence, swallowing hard. I have no idea. I think I saw Huyang's spirit. The roar of time had illuminated the night sky, simultaneously revealing the form of the ancient moonbird. Many had glimpsed the petite creature beneath the blue beam of light. Astonishingly, this seemingly daft bird had dispelled the terrifying storm that had left countless sailors petrified with fear. The sheer power of such a spirit made one ponder the formidable trainer capable of wielding it. What are you all standing around for? Electricians, hurry and repair the power generator. A sudden, thunderous voice shattered the stillness, snapping everyone back to reality. The ship, which had just regained a moment of calm, buzzed with activity once more as the crew, grateful to be alive, hurried to restore order. Yet, just then, a sudden upheaval occurred. From the night sky, a colossal figure swooped down, exuding an aura of dread and forceful winds, ultimately hovering above the ship. This unexpected spectacle captured everyone's attention. Gazing at the massive, dark figure suspended in the air, the sailors looked on in disbelief. Its elongated body coiled gracefully, its skin darker than the deepest abyss, with golden, serpent-like pupils fixated intently on the deck below. The full moon, positioned behind it, bathed this magnificent creature in an ancient, mysterious glow. The sailors' eyes reflected a mixture of awe and trepidation. Every resident of the Hoenn region had, to some extent, heard the ancient legends that permeated this land. Among these tales was the story of the sky deity, Rayquaza, who intervened to halt the conflict between Groudon and Kyogre. An old sailor trembled as he beheld this magnificent sight. Never did he expect to witness such a mysterious and grand entity in his lifetime. But why had Rayquaza suddenly appeared here? Perplexed, the crowd followed Rayquaza's gaze, only to discover an ordinary boy on the deck below. Huyang, like the sailors, was initially taken aback by Rayquaza's appearance. However, he quickly deduced the reason for its presence. The moonbird's attack, the roar of time, had captured Rayquaza's attention. The majestic Rayquaza gazed down upon the ancient Lunala with its seemingly cold, golden eyes. Lunala, cradled within the embrace of Huyang, remained utterly still, staring blankly at Rayquaza. Huyang felt an inexplicable dread at the thought of a confrontation between the two beings. According to the game's lore, legendary creatures like Rayquaza were classified at level 70, while Lunala, a modified Pokémon, was the epitome of perfection, boasting a full array of stats and a maximum level of 100. The mere idea of a battle between them filled Huyang's mind with curiosity. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Lunala stir slightly. Alarmed, he quickly held Lunala closer. Perhaps Rayquaza was merely inquisitive and had no intention of fighting. There was no need to provoke a conflict. However, The rarity of this particular black Rayquaza was astonishing. How he wished to capture a photograph with it. As Unown contemplated this, Rayquaza began to turn away. In that instant, Lunala unexpectedly broke free from Huyang's arms and swiftly positioned itself in Rayquaza's path. Rayquaza, perplexed, paused. Unown realized that the moment had come. It was time to reveal his resolve. He could not afford to miss this golden opportunity after having missed the chance with Ho-Oh. Acting swiftly, he released Roserade and commanded, "Dodo, go fetch my camera from the room." Upon receiving the command, Roserade darted off to execute the task. Unown stood on the deck, attempting to negotiate with Rayquaza. "Please, wait a moment." Rayquaza, now aware that the terrifying energy it sensed emanated from the small creature before it, hesitated. Despite Lunala's seemingly innocuous appearance, Rayquaza instinctively felt a reluctance to engage in battle. It observed Lunala for a moment before attempting to circumvent it and make its exit. Though Rayquaza moved with considerable speed, Lunala was even swifter. Blocking Rayquaza's path once more and emitting a simple, albeit silly, call, "Gah." Witnessing this standoff, Rayquaza felt a flicker of irritation, releasing a low growl as a warning. Lunala, however, remained oblivious to the threat, unfazed and unresponsive. Thus, the dragon and the bird found themselves locked in a tense stalemate beneath the night sky. Unown, watching from the deck, felt his heart race. "Please, don't let them fight. I only want to take a picture." Yet, fate can be unyielding. And the dignity of a legendary beast is not to be trifled with. With a resounding roar, Rayquaza unleashed a brilliant green light. Its elongated form illuminating the night as it soared skyward, a stroke of brilliance in the dark. Gah! The ancient moonbird's eyes shimmered with a foolish light. As it faced the oncoming green beam, with a flutter of its wings, a terrifying purple energy brewed above it. Almost instantaneously, this energy transformed into two cross-shaped dark purple blades of light, radiating the power to sever space itself and surge forward. The artistic strike of the void's fracture. The two attacks collided mid-air, and within a second, the artistic strike of the void's fracture was abruptly interrupted, causing the colossal form of the creature to stagger. Roaring in pain, the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, revealed its golden pupils, sparking with fury. Unown felt a chill of fear. Just then, Roserade brought forth a camera. As if receiving a command, the ancient moonbird conjured countless pale blue orbs of light from thin air, which swiftly transformed into beams that pierced towards Rayquaza. Rayquaza's roar was silenced as its massive body plummeted into the depths of the ocean, creating a colossal wave. Witnessing this spectacle, the sailors collectively gasped in disbelief, their expressions reflecting a crisis of faith. "Oh my god, is this truly the guardian deity of Hoenn, the sky god Rayquaza?" Unown, camera in hand, was taken aback. This was never his intention. He merely wished to capture a moment as a keepsake. Chapter 72, The Photograph of Rayquaza. The ancient moonbird stared blankly at the sea, its form diving into the water in pursuit of Rayquaza. Moments later, a dramatic shift occurred beneath the waves. Amidst the splashing surf, the moonbird ascended into the sky. But unlike before, it emerged with a green caterpillar of several meters in length in its beak. No, it was the sky dragon Rayquaza. The moonbird stood at a mere height of 0.8 meters, while the majestic Rayquaza extended nearly 40 meters in length. This tiny bird, grasping the tail of such a massive creature, resembled a fisherman pulling in a catch from the water. The visual impact of this scene was akin to an asteroid exploding or a meteor crashing into Earth. Rayquaza was on the brink of madness. Its dignity and pride had been utterly shattered. Thus, its immense body began to thrash violently, yet it could not escape the grip of the ancient moonbird. Unown thought to himself that the situation was absurd, yet his hands moved with sincerity. Seizing the moment, he pressed the shutter of his camera. Click! The image was captured. The crew members exclaimed in disbelief, "This is madness." With their wish fulfilled, the moonbird released Rayquaza's tail. As Rayquaza's body relaxed, it swiftly twisted away from the moonbird, casting a wary glance at it, fearful that the little bird might perform another act that would send it into despair. However, the ancient moonbird merely yawned, then leisurely descended from the sky to its trainer's side. Haha. As Unown gazed at the radiant Rayquaza, an awkward smile graced his lips. About what just transpired, I truly apologize." As a gesture of recompense, he glanced at the information regarding Rayquaza. Species, Rayquaza, Shiny. Type, Dragon. Flying ability, Airlock. Base stats, 680, HP, 105, Attack, 150, Defense, 90, Special Attack, 150, Special Defense, 90, Speed, 95, Learned Moves, Hurricane. Origin Pulse, Rest, Extreme Speed, Air Slash, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dance, Outrage, Dragon Ascent. Current emotion: Alert, Angry. Physical condition: Injured, Moderate. Friendliness: 20. Huyang continued. As a token of my apology, allow me to gift you something. With that, he bestowed upon Rayquaza a self-restoration and a dark pulse, enabling it to recover its vitality while also providing it with a move advantageous against Deoxys in the future. He pondered whether it would encounter Deoxys in this world. Before losing consciousness, Huyang hastily instructed Roserade to return him to his room. With a gentle flick of its vines, Roserade supported him. Rayquaza hovered in the air, staring in silence, momentarily lost in thought. It sensed the sudden influx of information in its mind. The energy control of a legendary Pokémon was far beyond that of mere creatures like Yaya. Thus, the next moment, Rayquaza activated self-restoration. A radiant light enveloped it, and the visible wounds began healing at an astonishing rate. Upon witnessing this, Rayquaza paused, its intelligence rivaling that of humans. It quickly comprehended that these two moves were the compensation spoken of by the human. Having been harmed, yet gifted with two abilities, Rayquaza had never encountered such a peculiar human before. Unbeknownst to it, the fury that had been stirred within gradually dissipated. After a prolonged silence, Rayquaza turned and soared into the sky, departing from the scene. 24 hours later, Huyang awoke, his eyes fluttering open to the clock reading 2:25 a.m. The room was enveloped in silence, save for Yaya's gentle snores emanating from the carpet. Its round belly, full from a hearty meal, lay exposed as it rested on its back with its paws atop its abdomen. Roserade and Noctowl were cozily nestled on a sofa, while Magikarp floated listlessly in a portable tank. During his slumber, Gengar and Roserade had been preparing food for the other Pokémon, so he felt no concern for their hunger. As he reflected on the events of the previous night, he retrieved his camera from the bedside cabinet. Turning it on, he opened the album. The form of Rayquaza sprang to life before his eyes. Even now, Huyang found it hard to believe that his Noctowl had managed to dominate Rayquaza in battle. In truth, Huyang harbored a hint of intentional emotional undertone, for he yearned to ascertain whether the prowess of the ancient moon bird was as astonishing as the data suggested. With a mere gesture, it altered the weather. With two strikes, it brought down the formidable Rayquaza, and it possessed the remarkable ability to lift such a colossal creature from the sea, despite its diminutive size. These feats indicated that the ancient moonbird's strength far surpassed his expectations. Moreover, it appeared to have the capacity to manipulate the power and scale of its moves at will. Huyang's mind conjured the image of its initial use of Origin Pulse. The scope and impact of that attack paled in comparison to the one it unleashed upon Rayquaza that fateful night. He felt a tinge of remorse for Rayquaza, the deity of the skies, who resided within the atmosphere, intercepting meteors that threatened to collide with the planet, serving as a protective shield for the world. As a traveler from another realm, although he desired to capture Rayquaza, even if he succeeded with a Master Ball, there was no guarantee that Rayquaza would submit. Furthermore, as a guardian of order, Rayquaza's presence in this world was irreplaceable. He hoped that the two moves he had bestowed upon Rayquaza might quell its wrath. Living in the same world, where encounters were inevitable, it was unseemly to sever ties. One could not predict when Groudon and Kyogre might turn malevolent, necessitating Rayquaza's intervention. Gazing at the photograph of Rayquaza in a compromised state, Huyang felt a pang of regret. He longed to capture an image that showcased the majesty of the sky deity, ideally with Rayquaza posing for him. Alas, Rayquaza offered no such opportunities, and he wondered if he would ever encounter it again. At that moment, the voice of Gungue echoed. "Are you awake?" Huyang turned to see Gungue drifting from its orb. "Care to join me for a meal?" it inquired. Gungue contemplated its inability to partake in food, but, upon reflection, chose silence and followed along. The pair, one human and one ghost, tiptoed out of the room, gently closing the door without disturbing Yaya and Rose Rayquaza. The cruise ship's restaurant boasted chefs on duty around the clock, ensuring that even at midnight, culinary delights awaited. Yet, as soon as Huyang entered the dining area, the late-night crew halted their conversations, redirecting their gazes toward him. The expressions they wore had noticeably shifted, now infused with admiration and respect for a powerful trainer. Huyang felt no concern that the exploits of the ancient moon bird would be divulged, for even if spoken of, who would believe that the legendary Rayquaza could be bested by a mere bird Pokémon? And even if they did believe, there was little they could do. With the ancient moon bird by his side, he could traverse any territory with confidence. With an air of tranquility, Huyang approached the bar and began to place his order. Chapter 73. Plot. The following day, the White Sea Lion officially docked at the port of Wudo Town. The crew disembarked to procure daily necessities. Thus they would linger on this small island for several hours. Standing on the deck, Huyang gazed into the distance, realizing that Wudo Town was far more expansive than depicted in the game. It was evening, and the town gradually illuminated with bright lights. In the distance, mountains shrouded in twilight extended toward the other end of the island, swaying gently in the sea breeze. The renowned stone cavern lay hidden beneath those peaks, attracting numerous rare stone enthusiasts who journeyed here in search of precious rocks. In addition to the stone cavern, Wudo Town was also home to a dojo, presided over by the expert in fighting-type Pokémon, Master Tingshu. Contemplating the direction of Wudo Town, Huyang found himself in deep thought. Should he seize the opportunity to obtain the fighting badge as well? At this hour, Master Tingshu was likely enjoying his dinner. The majority of the crew aboard the White Sea Lion were adept at reading the room. Noticing Huyang's contemplative expression, a slender sailor approached him respectfully, inquiring, "Excuse me, would you like to take a stroll in town?" Huyang glanced at the time on his phone. The sailor continued, "It's no trouble. The night is drawing near. We could rest here for the night and set off tomorrow." Huyang realized that this group had already begun to regard him as a formidable trainer. Powerful trainers, wherever they went, garnered respect and admiration. Yet, in truth, he was merely a novice embarking on his journey. Amidst the awkwardness, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. Maintaining his composure, Huyang nodded and replied, "All right." Upon disembarking, he made a beeline for the Wudo dojo. However, the dojo's master was not present. The receptionist, responsible for attending to challengers, expressed regret. "I'm sorry, but due to a cave-in incident at the stone cavern, Master Tingshu is currently addressing the matter and cannot accept your challenge at this time." Although slightly disappointed, Huyang understood the situation. The dojo master's duties extended beyond accepting challenges. He also had to manage unforeseen events in the city. "Are you planning to go to that place called the Stone Cavern?" A Gung Gue appeared lazily at his side, inquiring. "No," Huyang shook his head. "There's nothing worthwhile to see there. If I recall correctly, aside from an ancient mural depicting the battle between Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre, there's nothing else of interest." Huyang decided to return to the ship and await dinner. The crew had caught a basket of regional delicacy, the Sicilian mussel, known for its exquisite flesh, which he had yet to taste. Just then, a tremendous explosion echoed from the northern part of Wudo Town. Shortly thereafter, a cerulean helicopter ascended into the sky from that direction, maintaining a steady velocity as it approached the town of Wudo. Huyang raised his head, catching sight of the helicopter sweeping over him. The airflow generated by the rotating blades tousled his hair. At such a close proximity, he discerned the distinctive emblem emblazoned on its surface, the insignia of the Oceanic team. Momentarily taken aback, Huyang gazed as the helicopter traversed Wudo and ventured into the Fenyuan Sea. What drama was unfolding? What was the situation with that aircraft? The tourists on the street exchanged hushed whispers. Soon, the distant sound of a motorcycle engine echoed, led by a strikingly charismatic Miss Junsha. Trailing behind her was a contingent of police officers and a young man with dark skin, sporting goggles, and blue hair. Huyang blinked, then ambled over to a nearby stall to purchase several servings of takoyaki, brazenly engaging in eavesdropping. Miss Junsha and her companions halted their motorcycles, gazing upward at the now distant helicopter, their expressions tinged with ire. The blue-haired young man struck his motorcycle, exclaiming, "Damn it, they've escaped." In contrast, Miss Junsha maintained a more composed demeanor. "As long as there were no casualties, Mr. Tingshu, I appreciate your assistance this time." The man referred to as Tingshu shook his head, his expression serious. "It's no trouble at all. It is my responsibility." With that, the group departed. Huyang gleaned no intriguing tidbits from his covert listening. Clutching the remaining takoyaki, he returned to the crew's ship, a tool for feasting, dragon tooth, stuffed in his mouth. Although he failed to overhear any news from Miss Junsha, he later learned of the events at the stone cave that evening from a sailor who had disembarked for supplies. Traces of the Oceanic team had emerged at the stone cave, where they had detonated explosives. In the aftermath, a fragment of an ancient mural was uncovered within the cave. The mural depicted events from a millennium ago, when the sky god, Rayquaza, intervened to halt the conflict between Groudon and Kyogre. At this juncture, the sailor's eyes collectively turned toward Huyang, who was leisurely enjoying his dinner. Rumor had it that the true objective of the Oceanic team, which roamed the cities of the Fenyuan region, was to locate the sea god, Kyogre. They tirelessly scoured various relics for clues regarding Kyogre. Yet, even more formidable than Kyogre, Rayquaza had manifested before this young trainer, while others remained oblivious. They were acutely aware of the truth. It was this young trainer who, 2 nights prior during a torrential downpour, had vanquished the suddenly appearing Rayquaza. Regrettably, no one believed their account. The celestial king and champion of the Fengyuan Alliance do not resemble this enigmatic youth before him, suggesting that he hails from a distant region as a trainer. Unbeknownst to Hu Yang, he has unwittingly garnered admiration and astonishment once more. He finds himself in contemplation. Since his arrival in this world, every human and Pokémon he has encountered has been remarkably amiable, to the extent that he nearly perceives this place as a delightful fairy tale. However, the events of today have jolted him from that reverie. This world, in addition to its wonders, harbors the nefarious Lava Team and Ocean Team, representatives of villainy. Upon his return from Wudo Town, he casually inquired about these two organizations, and from the sailors, he gleaned the misdeeds they had committed, including but not limited to the brazen theft of Pokémon and the wanton destruction of towns in pursuit of ancient relics beneath them. Nevertheless, neither the Lava Team nor the Ocean Team can be deemed irredeemably malevolent. Chapter 74. The Outer Seas. The world requires idealists, yet it does not need dreamers. Scenes from the game flicker through Hu Yang's mind. The Lava Team, in pursuit of expanding landmass, relentlessly seeks the whereabouts of Groudon. Each member is equipped with cutting-edge technology and possesses an extensive intelligence network. Yet, aside from information on Groudon, they show no interest in anything else. The Ocean Team is similarly fixated on expanding the ocean's expanse by searching for Kyogre. The conflicting purposes of these two organizations often lead to violent confrontations. Ultimately, however, not only did they fail to realize their ambitions, but they were also met with disastrous repercussions from Kyogre and Groudon. Strangely, upon witnessing the destructive power of these legendary Pokémon, both the Lava Team and Ocean Team experienced a moment of clarity, filled with remorse, and ultimately returned the orbs to the sacred mountain in the game's conclusion. Hu Yang finds himself bemused by the folly of these organizations, pondering why they cannot emulate Giovanni of Team Rocket instead of squandering their potential. He internally designates the Lava Team and Ocean Team as sycophants to Groudon and Kyogre. Ultimately left with nothing in the end, he endeavors to recall the locations of the two organizations' bases, but after much contemplation, his head begins to ache without yielding any results. His gaze shifts to the side, landing on the ancient Moonbird, Groudon, Kyogre, and the legendary Pokémon, Ancient Moonbird. From this, he deduces Groudon, Kyogre, legendary Pokémon, Ancient Moonbird. What then is there for him to worry about? All conspiracies and schemes crumble before absolute power. Hu Yang finds solace in this realization and devotes himself to relishing a sumptuous seafood feast. Those matters are beyond the reach of a mere novice trainer like him. Moreover, the grand narrative of the Fengyuan region has yet to commence. The stage remains unerected, and the performers have not taken their positions. In Hu Yang's mind, the visage of the protagonist Yuki from the Emeralds materializes. Surely, Yuki must be present, unlike the likes of he and Sophia. As an audience member, all one needs to do before the performance begins is to await quietly in the wings. After savoring the last morsel of shrimp, Hu Yang set down his utensils, casting a cheerful glance toward Gung Gue. A large question mark appeared above Gung Gue's head. What madness is this fellow indulging in now? Hu Yang, deliberately spearing a piece of meat, waved it before Gung Gue. Gung Gue remarked, "Why must there be such a childish human as you?" Hu Yang, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, promptly offered the meat to Yaya, feigning an act of feeding the sprite. Hiss! The surrounding crew members collectively inhaled sharply. Truly, he is a masterful trainer. Even in the trivial matter of feeding sprites, he takes a hands-on approach. Surely, the sprites must sense his intentions and strive to grow stronger. The following morning, the White Sea Lion continued its voyage. Hu Yang planned to acquire the fighting badge from the martial arts gym upon his return. After securing it, he could proceed to Kana City to forge a keystone bracelet. He gazed at the sizable stone nestled in his backpack. Such a substantial piece, in accordance with the dimensions of a keystone bracelet depicted in the anime, should yield 5 or 6 sets. However, that quantity would be excessive for his solitary use. Might it be possible to fashion it into a gauntlet instead? A vision of himself donning the keystone gauntlet, proclaiming our bond upon the battlefield, flashed through Hu Yang's mind, leaving him utterly mortified. How exaggerated and decidedly juvenile. Not only would he feel embarrassed donning a keystone gauntlet, but even the thought of shouting a slogan filled him with shame. Just then, Gung Gue floated over. Catching sight of this spectacle and brimming with curiosity, "Why is your face so flushed?" Yaya, who had been diligently grinding its teeth on the ground, perked up at the question, its round eyes wide with interest, tilting its head in their direction. Rose Rayquaza had never witnessed such a scene before. Feeling a surge of intrigue, The only two unresponsive parties were Guyu Niao and Koi King. Huyang, feeling utterly humiliated, dove headfirst into his blankets. Unable to reach him, Gung Gui instructed Yi to investigate. The sounds of Yi's calls reached his ears, prompting Huyang to rise and tackle Yi. Tickling its soles, Yi soon surrendered, pleading for mercy in a pitiful tone. Only then did Huyang relent, casting a mock fierce glare at the instigator nearby. Gung Gui, sensing the situation, quickly retreated into its Pokeball. Indeed, it is the nature of ghost-type Pokémon to indulge in mischief. The playful scuffle had come to an end, and Huyang found himself toying with the little tail of his companion, Yi, while pondering the potential uses of the remaining keystones. Unlikely to utilize them all by himself, he contemplated selling them to others. The visage of Dawu floated into his mind, but that would necessitate divulging certain information regarding the phenomenon of mega evolution. Without bridging the information gap between himself and Dawu, he would struggle to command a high price for the keystones. While he believed they should be valued dearly, Dawu might perceive them as lacking worth at such a price. What, then, could be done? In his reverie, the legend of the Meteor People, which he had heard from Dr. Solons in Shuya Town, resurfaced. It appeared that he and Dr. Bratano had already embarked on their research into mega evolution. Perhaps he could invoke the excuse of his non-existent parents in this world? After much contemplation, Huyang could not conjure a better solution. He decided to defer the matter for the time being. After a moment of reflection, he rose to his feet, intending to bask in the sun on the deck. However, before he could reach his destination, the ship's captain summoned him into the cockpit. The captain, a trainer himself, wore a somewhat hesitant expression. He pointed to the radar display, stating, "If we proceed any further, we will be leaving the Hoenn Sea and entering uncharted waters." Huyang lifted his gaze, peering through the screen at the distant sea, which had begun to shroud itself in a thin mist. The captain continued, "The direction you indicated lies outside the boundaries of the Alliance's regional map. This world is vast, containing numerous undiscovered areas beyond those already charted. This applies not only to land, but to the ocean as well. Merchant vessels typically navigate alternative routes certified as safe by the Alliance when transporting goods to other regions. However, this route is not within the explored confines of the Alliance. Typically, such areas are the most favored by pirates and nefarious forces." Upon hearing this, Huyang immediately grasped the implication and pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Are you suggesting that there may be pirates ahead?" "Indeed, sir," the captain replied with a worried nod, pausing briefly before continuing. "Those vile pirates operate beyond the constraints of Alliance law. No vessel wishes to encounter them on the high seas. What do you think of my strength?" Huyang suddenly asked after a moment of contemplation. The captain was taken aback for a moment, recalling the events of that day, and nodded, "Very formidable." Huyang asserted confidently, "As long as the ship remains intact, I can guarantee the safe return of all aboard." Chapter 75. The Isle of Drowsy. The White Sea Lion officially departed from the Hoenn Sea, embarking on a journey adrift in the boundless ocean. Given the captain's previous remarks, Huyang had anticipated an abundance of pirates and dangers in the uncharted waters. Yet, as 3 days passed, not only had they not encountered pirates, but even a tempest had eluded them. Life at sea was leisurely and carefree, with days spent basking in the sun on deck alongside his Pokémon. In the evening, we gathered together to gaze at the starry sky. On nights when rain does not fall, the ocean's night sky is pristine and clear, adorned by a deep blue vault of stars, quietly watching over the earth and sea below. Such a scene is undeniably beautiful. Those who have spent their lives in the city often cannot appreciate the exquisite beauty of nature. The vast ocean, the late-night tranquility, the lights gathered on the boat, and the timeless expanse of the starry sky. Perhaps this is why so many wish to embark on a journey alongside Pokémon, traversing the dense, flourishing sea of trees, arriving at the majestic and serene snow-capped mountains, riding on Pokémon to soar over the scorching and desolate deserts, and reaching the undiscovered peaks at the break of dawn. At that moment, Huyang could not resist lifting his camera to capture this sight. He allowed his mind to wander, and by the time he regained his senses, several of his Pokémon had already nestled against each other, fast asleep. Only one, Gung Gui, remained lost in thought, gazing at the night sky. "Gung Gui, it's time to go to sleep," Huyang whispered softly. Gung Gui stood up, rubbed its eyes, and lowered its voice. "Oh." The movement of Huyang getting up startled Yi, who immediately opened its eyes. Upon recognizing the person before it, the little creature relaxed its tense body. Yi almost forgot that it was no longer in the wild. "Go back to sleep." Huyang gently squeezed Yi's belly, prompting it to extend its claws, seeking to be held. After first returning the other sleeping Pokémon to their Pokeballs, Huyang lifted Yi and placed it on his shoulder. The standard weight for Yiya in the Pokédex is 18. However, after meticulous care, this particular Yiya now weighed 20. Remarkably, holding this 40-pound little dragon, Huyang felt no strain whatsoever. Observing Yiya resting its chin on his shoulder, Huyang silently mused, "For now, I can still carry this little one. But when it evolves into Axu and then to Haxorus, I will likely no longer be able to do so. At that point, it will be Haxorus supporting me." He wondered when his little son, Yiya, would grow strong enough to be a solid pillar for him, his father. Nevertheless, as long as they kept moving forward, that day would inevitably come. The next morning, as Huyang was having breakfast, the captain of the White Sea Lion approached him. "Esteemed trainer," he said, "we have spotted a small island ahead. Our scouting sailors report that it is home to a large population of drowsy. Would you like to take a moment to relax there? Prolonged sailing can lead to undesirable emotions or mental fatigue for those unaccustomed to it. Thus, during their journey, to ensure the well-being of their guests, they occasionally stop at uninhabited islands, allowing travelers to unwind on solid ground." Drowsy Island? Huyang was surprised not by fatigue, but by the unexpected name of the island. "Captain, indeed, islands inhabited by a multitude of the same species of Pokémon are quite rare. Typically, we name them based on the Pokémon that reside there." Huyang recalled from the anime that Ash and his companions encountered a Squirtle Island, where a solitary Squirtle cohabited with numerous Wartortle and Squirtle. Furthermore, in the Orange Archipelago, there exists a Meowth Island, where the inhabitants hold Meowth in high esteem, often adorning themselves in its likeness. Having yet to encounter a living Psyduck in this world, Huyang readily agreed to the suggestion. Thus, the White Sea Lion anchored beside a small island devoid of trees, comprised solely of sandy terrain and rocky outcrops. Disembarking, he scanned the horizon and beheld a multitude of Psyducks sprawled across the coastal rocks. In reality, Psyduck possessed a certain charm. Their bodies were a soft pink. Their ears curled, and their large, round eyes contained but tiny pupils, lending them a perpetually dazed expression. Their cream-colored beaks rested upon their forelimbs, revealing 2 teeth in the upper jaw, while their limbs were short and stout, accompanied by a notably long pink tail. It is said that the tail of a Psyduck is a rare delicacy. In a special episode, members of Team Rocket had severed the tails of a group of Psyduck at the Psyduck Well in Hinoki Town, intending to sell them for profit. The dried tails, when boiled and brined to create a dish, are a beloved home-cooked treat in Alola. However, for the Psyduck, even the severance of their lengthy tails does not elicit significant pain, as they regenerate quickly, rendering them indifferent to the loss. Approaching one Psyduck, Huyang noted that it exhibited no reaction to his presence, continuing to gaze vacantly at the water's surface, seemingly at ease. This expression reminded him of the ancient moonbird. He prodded it gently, discovering its softness, and tugged at its ear, yet the Psyduck remained motionless. Observing its unresponsiveness, Huyang's courage gradually swelled. Noticing this peculiar scene, Gengar could not help but inquire, "What are you doing?" Huyang replied, "Do you think if I were to capture it, it would struggle?" Not wishing Gengar to perceive him as peculiar, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Gengar candidly stated, "I have never encountered such a Pokémon, but judging by its current demeanor, it likely would not resist." Reflecting on this, Huyang realized the truth in Gengar's words. Capturing a Psyduck might result in it being unable to comprehend commands, let alone engage in battle. Therefore, he decided to let it continue its carefree existence on this small island. Abandoning his intention to capture a Psyduck, Huyang retrieved his camera, setting it to automatic mode. Together with Gengar, he positioned the Psyduck around him, creating the illusion of being encircled by them. Then, releasing Roserade, Yanmega, and Gyarados, a group photo was taken among the Slowpokes. After the photo session concluded, the Slowpokes, in their usual slow-witted manner, gradually realized what had transpired. Disregarding Huyang, who had moved them, and leisurely crawled back to their previous lounging spot. Huyang mused, "Indeed, they are rather simple-minded Pokémon." The island of Slowpokes was not vast, and Huyang could not remain there indefinitely, idly accompanying them. He had important matters to attend to. Thus, after a brief pause, he returned to the ship. The White Sea Lion continued its voyage. Huyang sat on the deck, gazing at the clouds drifting across the sky, and penned a line behind the photograph of the Slowpokes. Huyang and his Pokémon, on the island of Slowpokes, Alliance Year 209, May 27th. Chapter 76, Arrival at the Island of Ruins. On June 1st, 5 days after departing from the island of Slowpokes, a light mist finally enveloped the sea. Observing the weather, the old sailor murmured, "It seems like it might rain again." Hearing this, Huyang glanced at the overcast sky. No cause for concern. As long as it did not resemble the previous thunderstorm, there was no need for Yanmega to intervene. The season had already transitioned to late spring and early summer. With the passage of time, the air grew increasingly temperate. The climate of the Hoenn region was mild and humid, with abundant rainfall, making it highly suitable for both Pokémon and humans. Images of several habitable cities in Hoenn surfaced in Hu Yang's mind: the city of Kanaz, where nature and science coalesce; the forest city of verdant turf, where one frolics among treetops; and the tranquil city of Setopolis, where land ceases and the sea begins. After leaving school, he had lacked a place to call home. Upon returning from the sea, Hu Yang intended to conduct site visits to these cities, consult with his Pokémon, and then decide where to settle. As for the funds to purchase a home, that was simple enough. Just a few more trips to Meteor Falls would suffice. However, he recognized that he could not always exploit a single location for resources. In addition to Meteor Falls, the Stone Cave in Mauville City, known for its abundant stones, seemed to be a promising alternative. He resolved to make a detour to explore that area on his return. Lost in thought, the captain's voice broke through: "Esteemed trainer, the radar map indicates an island emerging from the fog ahead. Might it be the one you seek?" Hu Yang rose and, accompanied by Jengar, made his way to the bow of the White Sea Lion, straining his eyes to the horizon. Although a distance away, he could faintly discern the shadow of an island. "Is this the place?" Hu Yang inquired, glancing at Jengar. Jengar nodded solemnly, appearing somewhat anxious. At last, they had arrived. Hu Yang exhaled in relief and turned to the captain, saying, "This is it. Please dock alongside." "Aye," replied the captain, noticing the peculiar expression on Gung Gui's face. Hu Yang inquired, "What is the matter?" After a moment of hesitation, Gung Gui replied, "I sense a formidable power." Understanding the situation, Hu Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Do not worry. Even if Duo and Yi cannot hold their own, we still have the ancient moonbird." Gung Gui nodded in agreement. The White Sea Lion traversed through the fog-laden region, and at last, the island spoken of by Gung Gui emerged before Hu Yang's eyes. It was a landmass comparable in size to Wudo Town, with its towering forests and mountains clearly visible from the sea. Perhaps due to the weather, the entire island bore a gloomy appearance. "Wait for me here," Hu Yang instructed his crew. "I shall return once I complete my task." "Just be cautious," the captain advised. This route remained uncharted, indicating that the island was absent from the Alliance's records, rendering its contents a complete mystery. Although they recognized Hu Yang as a powerful trainer, it was his Pokémon that possessed true strength, not his own physical prowess. In such an area, free from the constraints of Alliance regulations, there was no need to adhere to the battle code that forbade initiating attacks against rival trainers. "I am aware," Hu Yang acknowledged. Having spent nearly a year here, he was well acquainted with the perils of wild battles and understood the dangers humans faced in the presence of wild Pokémon. It was precisely for this reason that he had emerged unscathed from the Orange Blossom Forest. Hu Yang swiftly organized his backpack, ensuring to bring along emergency potions and a special spray to repel wild Pokémon. Once prepared, he grabbed the scarf that Gung Gui had requested and declared, "Let us proceed." Gung Gui replied with a subdued affirmation. Assuming it was still anxious, Hu Yang did not dwell on it further. Disembarking from the ship, he crossed an empty stretch of beach, arriving at the threshold of a towering forest. The woodland was overgrown with wild grasses and plants, and as the salty sea breeze swept through, a primal wildness enveloped him. This scene evoked memories of the tropical rainforest he had encountered in books during his previous life. Such places were often favored by serpents and giant pythons. A sense of unease settled in Hu Yang's heart, but the thought of Gung Gui's presence on the island steeled his resolve to press onward. For precaution, he released Roserade and the ancient moonbird. Guided by Gung Gui's sensing abilities, they ventured forth, with Roserade and the moonbird serving as their protectors. After only a few steps, Roserade alerted Hu Yang to the presence of a lurking Arbok concealed amongst the foliage. The moment it realized it had been discovered, the robust Arbok opened its mouth wide, unleashing a barrage of purple poison needles. Upon witnessing its primal, aggressive gaze, Hu Yang immediately understood that he and his companions had become the creature's quarry. Beyond ordinary animals, a complex web of natural enemies and food chains existed even among Pokémon. For instance, the comparison between the majestic Gyarados and the delicate Caterpie, or perhaps the confrontation between the formidable Serperior and the cunning Meerkat. This Abomasnow, possessing remarkable intellect, deliberately chose the feeblest poplar to assail. However, appearances can be deceiving. Residing on a remote island, far removed from the influence of land, the Abomasnow could never fathom the extent of human cunning, the art of pretending to be harmless while wielding great power. Upon witnessing the poplar's plight, the bodyguard mode of the Cresselia was instantly activated. Shielding with its form against the poisonous needles, it unleashed a powerful, miniature time roar from its mouth. With a decisive move, the Cresselia returned to the Poplar's side, as if nothing had transpired. The Poplar mused that even if it were to wander through the perilous lair of Team Rocket, it would emerge unscathed. With Cresselia by its side, any act of aggression directed at it would be tantamount to suicide. When confronted by reporters, it could simply state, "I am at a loss. I did nothing, yet they all perished." Indeed, it is often said that the finest hunters appear in the guise of their prey. The Poplar could not suppress a silent chuckle and continued onward. In this natural wilderness, alongside the perilous wild Pokémon, an abundance of rare fruits thrived. The Poplar's gaze flitted towards a nearby fruit tree, and information about the fruits blossomed in its mind. Mushroom fruit, when consumed by Pokémon, it can slightly enhance their intelligence, rendering them more astute. What a splendid find! Without hesitation, the Poplar commanded Roserade to retrieve the row of mushroom fruits. In the game, this item is utilized to craft Poké blocks, enhancing a Pokémon's cleverness for participation in contests. In reality, its function mirrors that of the much-touted walnut, nurturing cognitive development. Chapter 77. Twin Peaks. However, the efficacy of walnuts remains uncertain to the Poplar. Yet, the mushroom fruit undeniably possesses tangible benefits. It enhances a Pokémon's intellect, particularly in their ability to comprehend new techniques, respond in battle, and quicken their thought processes. Nonetheless, this does not imply that consuming the mushroom fruit will instantaneously render a Pokémon exceptionally clever. Rather, its effects will gradually manifest throughout their growth, akin to bestowing them with an additional measure of insight. Through the Poplar's recent observations, it has become evident that such fruits are exceedingly rare, a treasure that one may encounter but seldom obtain. Their stringent requirements for growth and nourishment render them impossible to cultivate in mass, unlike the common oran or pecha berries. Having secured the mushroom fruits, the Poplar continued onward with its Pokémon. Yet, after only a few steps, it stumbled upon the fragrant Passimian, capable of enhancing a Pokémon's resistance to water-type moves. Passimian, when carried or consumed by a Pokémon, it diminishes the potency of exceptionally effective water-type move attacks. Huyang continued to have Roserade assist him in gathering the fruits, diligently packing them into his backpack. He felt a surge of joy, realizing that he would need to embark on more sea voyages to scour those desolate islands. As he adjusted his backpack and turned around, he spotted the forlorn Gung Gue hovering nearby, waiting for him to conclude his task. Huyang, caught up in the exhilaration of harvesting, almost forgot the poor Gung Gue was there, awaiting his rescue. He halted his mischievous antics and prepared to save the spirit. Ah, not a princess, but Gung Gue. The fruits could certainly wait until his return. The group set off once more. During their journey, Huyang encountered a mischievous monkey creature feasting on ants, a sly vine monster lurking in the water, and even a legendary Pokémon, the leek duck, which was said to come with its own seasoning. However, midway through, the overcast sky finally unleashed a torrential downpour. Such weather rendered travel exceedingly challenging. Except for a few water-type spirits, prolonged exposure to rain could lead to illness, such as fever or cold. If the spirits were susceptible, Huyang, being human, was even more vulnerable. Consequently, he led the group to seek refuge in a narrow cave, simultaneously addressing their lunch needs. Without igniting a fire, they subsisted on sandwiches and boxed juice brought from the white sea lion. Since evolving from its bud form, Roserade had become less particular about food. Now, it would eat whatever Huyang provided, or even sustain itself through photosynthesis for extended periods. The ancient moonbird required no special provisions from Huyang, as it could catch fish on its own and often returned with one to provide for the group. The Kingler, as a backup food source, possessed a vitality as resilient as that of the Magikarp when food was scarce. It could survive for long stretches on water and dirt. Thus, it naturally held no high demands for sustenance. Through his observations, Huyang noted that the Kingler was content as long as it was fed adequately. The gluttonous Yaya, on the other hand, required ample quantities of any food. Though they were on a journey, training did not cease. Roserade primarily lacked practical experience, so Huyang did not impose additional expectations on it. Meanwhile, Yaya practiced energy control through Dragon Rage and Dual Chop, which would help it fulfill the conditions for modifying Teleport. Teleport could mitigate Yaya's speed disadvantage, while Dragon Dance could be swapped for a more aggressive Swords Dance. With a significant boost to its physical attack, it could teleport behind enemies and unleash a flurry of explosive moves to achieve a swift victory. Let us evolve soon, Huyang mused, scratching Yaya's chin with anticipation. Witnessing the evolution of the Pokémon he had painstakingly nurtured filled him with an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. He was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to witness the ambush capabilities of the teleporting dual-axe battle dragon in action. It was likely to astonish many, provided that the opponent employed a frail sprite rather than a tank-like creature such as Banjura or Boscodora, known for their exceptional defensive prowess. The torrential rain arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As the downpour ceased, the exploration team resumed their journey. Advancing further, the terrain began to ascend, revealing a majestic pair of twin peaks amidst the dense forest. Between these towering summits lay a crevice, seemingly cleaved open by an axe from above. And to the left of this fissure, a waterfall cascaded directly from the summit. Gungue halted before the gap. Huyang was about to inquire about the situation when his gaze shifted to the crevice, prompting him to ask, "Are we really meant to traverse this narrow passage?" Gungue, with a resigned nod, affirmed, "Indeed." Huyang swallowed hard. The width of the crevice was less than a meter, and peering inside revealed a lengthy passage that evidently could not be traversed in mere moments. No one could guarantee that the further they ventured, the narrower the gap would become, leaving him to ponder what would happen if he became stuck. Huyang glanced upwards at the waterfall, noting the imposing height and steepness of the twin peaks. In such a moment, he wished for a sprite capable of flight to aid them. Suddenly, the nearby ancient moon bird let out a peculiar cry. It tilted its head, then abruptly soared into the sky with astonishing speed, leaving Huyang no time to react. "Well," he mused, "it seems my thoughts have been sensed by the foolish bird once again. All I need to do now is sit here and wait patiently." In a sense, he appeared to possess an innate gift for manifesting his desires. Species: Huyang. Trait: ancient moonbird. However, this gift of manifestation did not seem to be absolute. For instance, during his last encounter with the legendary Rayquaza, he had not intended for the ancient moonbird to engage in battle. It was Rayquaza's initial attack that prompted the bird to retaliate. Nonetheless, this served as indirect evidence that the ancient moonbird possessed independent thought, rather than being a mere automaton. His desire was to capture a photograph of Rayquaza. The bird's interpretation was to incapacitate Rayquaza first before taking the picture. Overall, it seemed to be a reasonable approach. Yet, he wondered what kind of flying sprite his silly bird would bring back this time. Images of flying sprites from the Hoenn region swirled in Huyang's mind. Swellow, Pelipper, Altaria, Metagross, and Salamence, along with the legendary Latias, Latios, Kyogre, and Rayquaza. Alternatively, he could transform a floating whale lord into a mythical creature and soar through the skies. Huyang had anticipated that the ancient moon bird would swiftly return with a commonplace Wingull. However, after 3 hours of waiting, he had yet to catch sight of the ancient moon bird in the sky. This caused a sudden jolt within him. Could it be true? He meticulously retraced his thoughts, pondering whether he had entertained any whimsical notions. It seemed he had not particularly envisioned riding a flying creature, had he? It should be that way, right? Huyang felt a twinge of uncertainty in his heart, yet despite his anxiety, there was nothing he could do but wait in place. Chapter 78. The town unbeknownst to him. Time had slipped from noon to evening. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow that enveloped the entire world. Glancing at the time on his phone, Huyang noted that although there was no signal at sea to make calls, the time function remained operational. Rosalia and Yaya sat on either side of Huyang, mimicking his actions as they dipped their feet into the waterfall below. Surely, the silly bird won't he get lost? Gungue expressed concern. Huyang cast his gaze upward, sighing, "It shouldn't, right? After all, it returned when the phoenix did it not?" As mealtime approached, Huyang sighed once more and retrieved a somewhat dry sandwich from his backpack, settling down to eat his dinner. He had not brought a pot or a lighter on this outing, initially planning to return after retrieving Gungue's body, never anticipating that circumstances would unfold in this manner. At that moment, the wild spirits inhabiting the small island began to emerge from the grass, making their way to the river for a drink. There were pouch creatures with babies, two-headed doo-doo, and trumpet buds adorned with 2 leaves, among others. Bored and idle, Huyang instructed Rosalia to use her vine whip and hypnosis powder to capture a drinking Farfetch'd D, placing it on his lap. This world's Farfetch'd D was not as rotund as ordinary ducks. Its neck was shorter, its body cloaked in brownish-gray feathers, with a creamy white chest and abdomen, and yellow feet. 3 tufts of hair stood upright atop its head, reminiscent of the quirky hairstyles of protagonists in various anime. At that moment, it slept soundly, lulled by Rosalia's hypnosis powder. The down on the Farfetch'd D's abdomen felt as soft as velvet to Huyang, who indulged himself in the delightful sensation. His own spirits lacked feathers, and the plumage of the ancient moonbird was not as pleasing to the touch as this Farfetch'd D. Observing the sleeping Farfetch'd D, Huyang removed the leek it held beneath its wing. However, This item merely resembled a leek. In reality, it was a plant's rhizome. According to the lore, these plant rhizomes could be either beneficial or detrimental. Thus, the far-fetched D species would often engage in conflicts over these precious rhizomes. Huyang inhaled the aroma of the rhizome and confirmed that it indeed carried a hint of leek. Taking a bite, a mildly spicy flavor instantly filled his mouth. Not very tasty, he remarked. Nearby, Gung-Gue, Yaya, and Rosalia were left astonished by this scene. That is somewhat peculiar, they mused. However, Huyang harbored no perverse intentions. His curiosity was merely piqued. Once his exploration concluded, he gently roused the Daikon duck from its slumber. The Daikon duck, bleary-eyed, was startled to behold a peculiar creature before it, letting out a startled shriek. Huyang, perplexed, pointed to himself and inquired of Yaya and Rose Rayquaza. Am I truly that terrifying? Rose Rayquaza hesitated, uttering a sound of uncertainty, while Yaya, without a second thought, joyfully exclaimed, Yaya, not frightening at all. Although there was no translation, Huyang discerned its meaning. Good child. He affectionately stroked Yaya's head. At that moment, a familiar cry resonated from the sky. Upon hearing the sound, Huyang breathed a sigh of relief. His foolish son had finally returned with the tool he needed. Yet, in the next instant, a 7-meter-long black Rayquaza descended before him. The ancient moonbird landed beside Huyang, casually preening its feathers with its beak. With a dark expression, Rayquaza regarded him, and an awkward silence ensued. Huyang, breaking the ice, greeted, Well, it's been a while. To his dismay, while other players in the game utilized the commonplace flying Pokémon, he was confronted by a gleaming Rayquaza. Rayquaza fixed its gaze upon him silently, making Huyang feel somewhat bashful. He gestured upward and asked, Could you lend me a hand? Without uttering a word, Rayquaza moved closer, indicating its willingness to assist. Huyang, recognizing this, promptly recalled several Pokémon into their Pokeballs and then clambered onto Rayquaza's back like a koala. All right, let us go, he declared, casting a glance at Rayquaza's affection level. 1. Rayquaza's speed was incomparable to that of lesser Pokémon like Pidgeot. In the blink of an eye, as a flash of white light enveloped them, Huyang found himself atop the Twin Peaks. Upon landing, Rayquaza showed no inclination to linger, turning away to vanish into the clouds in an instant. Huyang mused, there was no need to depart so hastily. I intended to apologize and offer to pay for the ride. Remarkably, this time, Rayquaza's affection level had even surpassed the negative threshold. Could it be due to the 2 moves he had previously gifted it? Note, in this narrative's framework, legendary Pokémon possess both a complete form and a standard form. The former being several meters tall while the latter is of the same size as depicted in the Pokédex, allowing for energy conservation. Huyang pondered this quietly before turning to gaze at the other side of the Twin Peaks. In the distance, a small human settlement stood by the sea, shrouded in twilight as lights began to flicker to life within the town. A wisp of smoke rose gently from the rooftops, while the clustered lights stretched across the landscape, reaching towards another peak. Despite the considerable distance, Huyang could still discern the wooden pier on the beach. To his astonishment, there were indeed humans residing on this island. Could they be the descendants of those who had initially sealed away the ghastly entity? With this thought, he instinctively glanced at the ghastly figure beside him. Is there anything else you haven't revealed to me? He inquired after a brief hesitation. The ghastly figure, devoid of its previous mirth in Orange Blossom City, bore an expression of disappointment and grievance. I have disclosed everything. Huyang was momentarily taken aback and clarified. I do not mean to imply disbelief. I am merely pondering whether they might be the descendants of those who once sealed you away. Speculation yielded no answers. After a moment of contemplation, Huyang, accompanied by the ghastly figure, began their journey towards the small town. It was only after nightfall that they officially entered the town's confines. The settlement was markedly backward, its scale and prosperity far inferior to that of Wudo Town. Another island community. In which direction lies your body? Huyang inquired. The ghastly figure gestured towards a particular direction, prompting Huyang to lead the way accordingly. Although the town was small and underdeveloped, the modern attire of the dockworkers and passers-by suggested they were not entirely isolated from the world. Perhaps due to their long-standing familiarity with one another, the townsfolk quickly turned their attention to Huyang, the newcomer. He could faintly overhear their whispers. Another outsider has arrived on the island? I wonder, there were no boats at the dock today? En route to the ruins, Huyang spotted a building reminiscent of a Japanese shrine. Further along, a series of torches illuminated the path leading to the ruins. A group of individuals ambled down the road, each carrying various items, seemingly engaged in some form of decoration. The fiery path extended to a stone staircase, which, upon ascending, revealed the remnants of a shrine before Hu Yang's eyes. At the shrine's forefront, a maiden clad in a red and white priestess outfit knelt before the altar with her eyes closed, seemingly engaged in prayer. He could hear the murmurs of girls observing the scene. How swift! The Moon Soul Festival is upon us once more. Oh dear, it's always the same routine every year. I'm quite accustomed to it. Hu Yang thought that had it not been for the ghastly figure beside him, he might have believed he had traversed into another world. At that moment, a voice interrupted his reverie. Hey, the sacrificial site is not yet prepared. You cannot enter at this time. Chapter 79. The story. Hu Yang felt as though he had unwittingly stepped into a narrative of a game. In such circumstances, it is generally necessary to complete certain preliminary tasks to unlock the path to the new map. Hu Yang took a few steps back, gazing from a distance at the entrance leading into the ruins. At that moment, he was faced with two choices. First, to recklessly charge in without regard for the consequences. Or second, to first ascertain the situation before making any plans. Perhaps it would be wiser to adopt a more peaceful approach, avoiding needless violence. At the very least, he should familiarize himself with the current state of the ruins. Is this the place? Hu Yang inquired. Yes, Gung Gue nodded in affirmation. Once confirmed, Hu Yang prepared to descend the mountain and return to the town, seeking a place to settle down. However, along the way, he couldn't shake the feeling that the townsfolk were regarding him with a peculiar wariness. The night had fully descended, and upon returning to the street, Hu Yang bought a bowl of fishball noodles from a small stall illuminated by light. The vendor was an elderly woman with graying hair and wrinkles etched on her face. She glanced at Hu Yang, then retrieved a clean porcelain bowl from the side and ladled the cooked noodles and fishballs into it. Are you from the outside world? She asked. Hu Yang, momentarily taken aback while conversing with Gung Gue, suddenly comprehended that the outside world she referred to was indeed where he had come from, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, a head suddenly peeked out from behind the stall. It was a child, around 7 or 8 years old, who had evidently overheard their conversation. With a fierce expression, he declared to Hu Yang, "We do not welcome outsiders here." The elderly woman furrowed her brow, chiding, "Renping, you must not be rude." "Grandma," exclaimed the child named Renping, his face displaying shock. "It is precisely because of these outsiders that the balance in the temple has been disrupted. If not for them, Grandfather Sansheng would not have been injured." With that, he glared at Hu Yang and accused, "Thief." "Renping." The elderly woman raised her voice in irritation. Only then did the child sulk, lowering his head in silence. "I apologize." The elderly woman turned, her expression one of regret. "I hope I did not offend you." If Hu Yang were 10 years old, such remarks might have provoked him to stand up in indignation, his face flushed with anger. However, at the age of 31, having previously navigated the tumultuous waters of online discourse, he had encountered far worse insults. Being called a thief now struck him as rather amusing. Unperturbed, Hu Yang inquired, "Why does he say that all outsiders are thieves?" Hearing this, the elderly woman sighed, glancing at the ceiling as if lost in recollection. After a moment, she replied, "It is because last year we rescued a person who was unconscious by the seaside, and when he awoke, he stole something very important from us." Hu Yang exchanged a glance with Gung Gue. He reached into his backpack, feeling the precious orb within, and the visage of the person who had sold it to him surfaced in his mind. Could it be as he feared? The elderly woman chose not to elaborate further. After finishing his noodles, Hu Yang casually brought up the festival being held in the town. "Ah, that," the old woman explained, "is a tradition that has been passed down through generations in our town, primarily to express our gratitude to the great figure who sealed away those dreadful spirits. It is said that long ago, our ancestors lived on this island, toiling at sunrise and resting at sunset, until one fateful day, a horde of ghost-type Pokémon inexplicably appeared, masquerading as humans to deceive the populace. Many lost their lives, transforming overnight from vibrant youth to frail elders. Fortunately, a powerful individual wielding the force of aura arrived on the island and helped us by sealing away those malicious beings. In gratitude, our ancestors erected a shrine and temple to honor this great benefactor." Under the dim light, the old woman's demeanor grew serious. As if offering a warning or recounting a tale from the past, ghost-type Pokémon excel at deceiving the heart. Their words must never be taken lightly. Our ancestors suffered greatly because they trusted their deceitful words. As the noodle soup was finished, the tale was far from over. Hu Yang pondered thoughtfully over the chopsticks in his hand, mentally tracing the threads of this millennia-old story. The characters involved included the suddenly appearing ghostly spirits, the island's inhabitants, the passing aura wielder, and a thief he had encountered 1,000 years later in Changhua City. The sequence of events unfolded as follows. The ghostly spirits disrupted the islanders' peaceful lives. In their moment of despair, The aura messenger passed by and sealed away the spirits with his power. To commemorate this messenger, the people built a temple on the island to safeguard against the spirits. A millennium later, a thief faced a shipwreck, drifting to this island, where the inhabitants rescued him. However, he stealthily took the sealing orb from the temple. Subsequently, Gung Gue awakened, and the thief, terrified by nightmares, transferred the orb to him. To assist Gung Gue, he traveled a great distance by boat to this very island. While Huyang contemplated, Gung Gue hesitated beside him, having heard the old woman's words, including the notion that ghost-type Pokémon excel at beguiling hearts. Gung Gue wished to speak, but upon seeing Huyang's serious demeanor, he hesitated. It was only when Huyang stood to leave the stall and return to the street that Gung Gue quietly said, "I have never harmed a human." Huyang paused momentarily. Gung Gue looked at him with a mixture of fear and hope. "I haven't done those things. Will you believe me? Will you deceive me?" Gung Gue shook his head. "No." Huyang smiled and replied, "Then I believe you too." He never harbored doubts about Gung Gue. For while one may deceive others with words, the heart remains an unwavering truth-teller. You may mislead others, yet you can never deceive yourself. The story is far from over. Upon grasping the events that transpired on this island, the next course of action is to venture into the temple ruins and retrieve Gung Gue's body. Huyang stood in contemplation for a moment, suddenly realizing that barging in would be rather impolite. As a modern individual, he ought to approach this matter with a more civilized and amicable demeanor. Thus, he resolved to seek out the town's administrator at dawn for a discussion. Chapter 80. The Johto region and Dato. This town is rather underdeveloped. There is no Pokémon Center nor any friendly shops on the island. After searching for a while, Huyang finally found an inn to rest. From the innkeeper, he learned the name of the town, Finyu Town. Its remote location makes reaching the mainland a lengthy endeavor. Additionally, there is little of particular interest here, resulting in scant visitors or travelers. The island's inhabitants live off the sea, rendering them independent of the outside world. Various factors have contributed to the town's isolation. The underdeveloped tourism industry has led to a lack of facilities. There are no telephone booths, computers, or Pokeballs. The magazines on the inn's bookshelf are several years old, indicating that it has been quite some time since the last visitors came this way. After refreshing himself, Huyang was joined by his Pokémon as they perused the old newspapers and magazines under the dim light. They discovered that the information contained not about the Hoenn region, but rather the Johto region, which lies across a vast sea from Hoenn. However, this was not surprising, as Johto is indeed adjacent to Hoenn. What astonished Huyang was the mention of Dato. A glance at the magazine's publication date revealed it to be July 3rd, 207 of the Alliance era, 2 years prior. The article reported on the prodigious trainer Dato, who valiantly contended with many foes at the Indigo Conference, ultimately becoming the Dragon-type champion. Dato stood before the camera with an earnest expression, flanked by a row of Pokémon, Gyarados, Dragonite, 2 Dragonair, Aerodactyl, and Kingdra. Huyang mused, truly worthy of the Draconid lineage, he possesses 3 Dragonites, a display of extravagant wealth. Speaking of Dato inevitably brings to mind the Kanto and Johto regions. Compared to those areas, Huyang realized that Hoenn could indeed be likened to a novice's village. Shui Wutong and Qi Yen Song, 2 aspiring youths, appeared as mere elite grunts in the presence of Sakamoto. Moreover, in contrast to the stability of Hoenn, the Kanto region is rife with chaos. One can never be certain which gym leader or champion might be an undercover agent of Team Rocket. Sakamoto serves as a quintessential example of this. As the leader of Team Rocket, he diligently faced challenges from novice trainers at the Tokiwa gym. He pondered whether Mutuo had been created yet. Huyang silently reflected on Mutuo's storyline. In the anime, Mutuo was crafted by a group of Team Rocket scientists on New Island. Upon awakening, it wreaked havoc in the laboratory and later, under the coercion of Giovanni, donned an armor to suppress its powers, awaiting challengers at the Tokiwa gym. Subsequently, the plot of Mutuo's revenge in the movie unfolded, where Mutuo returned to New Island, established a castle, kidnapped Nurse Joy, and cloned a multitude of Pokémon. Lost in thoughts of the Kanto and Johto regions, Huyang eventually drifted into slumber. The following morning, after freshening up, he inquired about the town mayor while having breakfast. The innkeeper, a rather affable middle-aged man who had once ventured into the outside world, did not share the rigid views of some townsfolk towards outsiders. "Ah, the mayor? He resides on the eastern side of the town, but he is currently busy preparing for the Moonlight Festival at the shrine," he replied. Huyang expressed his gratitude, finished the last spoonful of his porridge, and departed from the inn. Upon arriving once more at the shrine ruins, the man who had obstructed his path the previous day approached him again. "It's you again? Sorry, but outsiders are not allowed in here." Huyang clarified his purpose. I'm here to see the mayor. Could you summon him for me? The man hesitated, seemingly taken aback by this request, then called out. Uncle Aishi, there's an outsider looking for you. Before long, a tall, middle-aged man hurried over from a distance. He glanced at Hu Yang and inquired, outsider? What do you want? Hu Yang promptly retrieved the precious orb from his backpack. Upon witnessing this, Aishi's expression shifted dramatically. That was the orb they had reported stolen. How did this orb end up in your possession? Aishi asked, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Hu Yang replied candidly, I bought it from someone. Aishi opened his mouth, gazing at the visible gung ghost, his expression becoming somewhat conflicted. What are your intentions? He asked. Hu Yang earnestly responded. I need to enter the ruins to take it away. Is that permissible? In truth, if he wished, no one could hinder him. He had observed yesterday and discovered that there appeared to be no trainers capable of battling in this town, due to their backwardness. The children here did not share the same aspirations as those from the outside world, yearning to travel with their Pokémon. For them, the dream was merely to grow up to become skilled fishermen. There was even no school here. I will only take this one. The rest are of no concern to me, Hu Yang added. Aishi frowned and cautioned. They are cursed Pokémon that have harmed humans. They are very dangerous. Take them out of the temple. It will lead to calamity. Hu Yang cast a glance at the worried Gung and suddenly inquired. If the sealed spirit departs from the island, it won't affect you, will it? Shu paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the essence of Hu Yang's words. Hu Yang continued, thus, if I take it away, any future occurrences will no longer concern you. Once we leave this place, all responsibilities will rest upon me. Shu was rendered speechless. The resolute demeanor of the youth before him left him momentarily at a loss for words. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in Hu Yang's assertion. After the spirit departed the island, even if the seal were lifted, it would no longer pose a threat to the island's inhabitants. The commotion attracted the attention of others. The girl who had previously knelt in prayer, clad in a priestess's garb, now approached in ordinary attire, her expression curious. Father, what is happening? Shu glanced at her, reassured her with it's nothing, and sighed before addressing Hu Yang. It is possible, but we currently have no means to enter the ruins. Hu Yang replied, why not? Shu elaborated. The last time the jewel was stolen, it triggered the ancient mechanisms within the temple, awakening the two stone giants that guard it. They will indiscriminately attack anyone who enters the temple. Previously unaware, a townsfolk had accidentally wandered into the temple and was injured by the stone giants, which is why the town had developed a disdain for outsiders. Stone giants? Is this another instance of the advanced technology from the Pokémon world? Could those two stone giants be the formidable force sensed by Gung? Noticing the mayor's lack of opposition and apparent willingness to cooperate, Hu Yang pondered for a moment before asking, may I see those two stone giants? Chapter 81. Entering the ruins, Shu hesitated before responding. The temple is currently perilous. Those giants do not seem to leave the confines of the ruins, but as soon as one enters, they will immediately attack any intruder. Hu Yang was well aware of the danger and contemplated before stating, I can go in alone. With the presence of Guyu Niao and Luo Si Lei Duo, there should be no issues. Shu appeared uncertain. Although they harbored a dislike for outsiders, they did not wish to witness any harm befall them. Observing Hu Yang's determination, he sighed and relented. Very well, we will not seal the entrance. Should you encounter danger, remember to exit promptly. The kindness of the locals was pleasantly surprising. Initially, he had anticipated that they would behave like the antagonists in theatrical productions, obstinately obstructing his path. Yet, they turned out to be remarkably understanding. Thus, Hu Yang replied, I appreciate your assistance. Guided by the islanders, Hu Yang traversed the shrine's entrance and soon stood before the temple that sealed the ghost-type spirits. The so-called temple was embedded within the mountain, its entrance constructed from uneven rocks, bearing the indelible marks of time. Shu gently elucidated. This temple was constructed by our ancestors to seal away the malevolent specters of the ghostly elementals. As he spoke, he hesitated and cast a cautious glance at the nearby Gung, advising, be careful. It seemed he wished to articulate something more, yet ultimately refrained from uttering a word. Observing this scene, Hu Yang could faintly infer what he was reluctant to say. Suddenly, he became acutely aware of the grave error in his previous assumptions. He had long believed that the island's inhabitants, in their ignorance, had sealed the spirits away. But had those ghostly elementals that emerged a millennium ago truly not harmed the humans of this island? Just as those specters within the Changhua forest had not. Then, what role had Gung played at that time? Hu Yang glanced at Gung before withdrawing his gaze. In the next moment, he felt a pang of guilt. Though he professed trust, his heart secretly harbored doubt. Nevertheless, that thought was fleeting. Hu Yang still wished to believe in Gung. Unbeknownst to him, After their exchange of glances, a shadow of melancholy crossed Gingue's visage. At that moment, Ingshu opened the stone door of the temple, stating, "All right, we may enter now." After mentally chastising himself for a few seconds, Huyang refocused his thoughts on the matter at hand. As the stone door swung open, a chill breeze wafted out. Ingshu remarked, "We shall wait for you outside." Huyang nodded, retrieving a Pokeball to summon his current strongest combatants, the Gyue bird and the Rose Rayquaza. Gingue floated silently behind, remaining quiet. As they traversed the narrow corridor of the temple, Huyang soon entered the first stone chamber. The walls here bore the wear of time. Adorned with murals that depicted the sudden emergence of ghostly elementals on the island and the arrival of the emissaries of the wave guiding them to seal these entities. "Where is your body?" Huyang inquired after observing the murals for a while. Gingue pointed in a specific direction. However, at that moment, a sudden tremor echoed through the corridor, signaling the approach of something. Shortly thereafter, two towering beings, nearly 3 meters tall, emerged from the passage. Crack! Huh! Rose Rayquaza immediately prepared for battle, while the Gyue bird gazed vacantly at the two stone figures. They were mud golems. The mud golems resembled colossal earth giants, adorned with numerous enigmatic patterns. Their massive frames appeared both cumbersome and yet imbued with a sense of power. However, these two mud golems bore a distinct appearance from the ordinary ones. Typically, the patterns on an ordinary mud golem were a hue reminiscent of the earth, yellow. In contrast, these two were shrouded in a bizarre, deep purple. Crack! Crack! Sensing the presence of foes, the left mud golem retracted its legs into its body, transforming its waist into a propulsion device. Dark purple energy surged forth, akin to a rocket being launched, hurtling towards its target. Ground-type moves. A force of 100,000 horsepower. As the enemy charged, the guardian mode of the ancient moon bird was activated. It opened its beak and unleashed a small temporal roar. Meanwhile, Rose Rado confronted another foe, her resilient vine whip swiftly extending to ensnare its robust waist. With a sudden surge of strength, the whip unleashed tremendous force, executing a powerful throw that sent the clumsy clay giant crashing to the ground. "Sunlight beam," Huyang commanded. Seizing the opportunity while the clay giantess' head was still buried, Rose Rado gathered immense energy within her bud. Soon, a brilliant and searing beam shot forth, engulfing the clay giant entirely. In a brief moment, both clay giants guarding the temple were reduced to mere fragments, rendered incapable of further combat. Their structures scattered across the ground. "They don't seem as formidable as you suggested," Huyang remarked to Gingue. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of purple mist suddenly enveloped the stone chamber. The mist flowed into the two clay giants, and swiftly, their damaged forms began to reconstruct. "It must be due to that artifact," Gingue interjected. "Artifact? What artifact?" Huyang's mind raced back to Gingue's earlier mention of treasures. The spectral beings that had appeared on this isolated island were said to possess the ability to sense treasures, hinting that something was intricately connected. However, now was not the time for such contemplation. Huyang sensed that these resurrected clay giants had grown even stronger than before. Rose Rado Magical Leaf. With a swift flick, the ancient moon bird took flight, remaining in guardian mode due to the clay giant's aggressive maneuvers. With a fierce cry, the aerial slice and magical leaf zipped through the air, toppling the two clay giants once more. Yet, the purple energy began to coalesce again within their chests. Not wishing to squander time, Huyang scooped up the ancient moon bird and Rose Rado, dashing in the direction indicated by Gingue. But soon, he heard the ominous hum of energy propelling behind him once more. In an instant, a wall before him collapsed, revealing a terrifying apparition behind one clay giant, while another clay giant flanked him from behind. This time, he invoked Tremor. Huyang subconsciously aimed to prevent the ancient moon bird from damaging the relic. Thus it had been deliberately controlling the intensity of its attacks. Yet, the clay giants, devoid of self-awareness, were driven solely by their primal command to repel intruders, regardless of the methods employed. As Tremor unleashed its power, the ground began to violently shake, causing the mountains outside to tremble in unison. Chapter 82. The complete form of the resentful spirit. The tremors of the mountain caused the entire island to sway. In that moment, the inhabitants turned their terrified gazes toward the direction of the temple. A man standing guard at the temple entrance, Uncle Ing, cast a worried glance. However, the vibrations ceased almost as quickly as they began. Ing's expression darkened slightly, yet he reassured everyone, saying, "Do not worry, it is nothing to be concerned about." Within the ruins, the colossal mud golem, which had unleashed the tremors, was vanquished in an instant by the ancient moon bird. The other golem, which had employed the shadow of night, managed to strike Rose Lado. She cried out in pain, but remained capable of fighting. Huyang furrowed his brow, realizing that, for some unknown reason, these two mud golems could resurrect infinitely. Moreover, upon revival, their strength and speed surpassed their previous forms. It remained uncertain whether there was a limit to their resurrection. If there was a limit, that would be a relief. However, if not, they could not afford to continue their assaults. After a moment's contemplation, Huyang swiftly commanded, "Ancient Moon Bird, cease your attacks." Gah! The ancient moon bird let out a confused cry, but did not halt its actions. Instead, it unleashed another dimensional cleave, cleaving the mud golem that wielded the shadow of night in half once more. The purple energy surged, and the bodies of the two mud golems began to coalesce for the third time. Huyang glanced back at the hall and addressed the spirit, saying, "I recall you possessed the ability to manipulate the jewel's movement, correct?" He remembered that when he had discarded the jewel, it was the spirit that had guided it back to him. The spirit hesitated but eventually nodded. Huyang set down his backpack, unzipping it, and said, "In that case, go reclaim your body. We shall handle matters here." The spirit stood frozen, murmuring, "I did not commit those acts." Huyang paused, retrieving the jewel from his bag, and smiled, "I believe you." The spirit inquired, "Will you wait for me?" "Of course," Huyang replied, somewhat perplexed by the spirit's sudden question. "Really?" "Indeed," he assured, chuckling wryly. "Go forth with confidence. You always said I could not reach you. When you return, I shall be able to." As he spoke, he noticed the scarf the spirit had requested to bring along, and he took it out, saying, "You can wear this when you return." In the midst of their exchange, the mud golems revived once more. As Huyang turned, the sealed jewel soared from his hand. The spirit also turned, facing away from Huyang, and advanced toward the final stone chamber. The sounds of battle erupted behind them, but the spirit could no longer hear them. In its mind echoed sharp, piercing cries. "He is deceiving you. He doubts you. Release us. We shall assist you in consuming those loathsome humans." The Gungue remained silent. At this moment, it had arrived at the last sealed stone chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a statue of Gungue, and on the ground before it lay a circular indentation. Gungue stood before the statue, and suddenly, ethereal figures began to materialize around it. The cursed doll, the Grim Reaper's coffin, the crystal lamp spirit, the weeping mask, and the candlelight spirit continued their ominous discourse. "Little Gungue, you have done nothing wrong, yet they have imprisoned you here. Do you not yearn for revenge against them? Hee hee. Poor little Gungue, is that truly your reason for refraining from consuming humans? How absurd. In the end, you are just like us, trapped in this place. Alas, hate them. Despise them. Together, let us seize the lives of those detestable creatures and share the treasures hidden beneath." Gungue wavered. During its imprisonment, it had indeed felt rage, lost its senses, and craved vengeance against those humans. It had done nothing deserving of such a fate, yet found itself confined here for a millennium. As these thoughts coursed through its mind, violet flames began to emanate from Gungue. However, at that moment, memories of the past flooded its consciousness, causing the flames to extinguish completely. "Why?" a crystal lamp spirit exclaimed, bewildered. Gungue slowly lowered the precious orb, standing before the statue as if to embrace it. A brilliant purple radiance burst forth, causing stones from the statue to begin crumbling away. "You have betrayed us," cried a weeping mask in sorrow. "How despicable. Traitors must face punishment," shouted the cursed doll in anger. The surrounding phantoms, their forms nearly non-existent, erupted in dark purple light, enveloping Gungue entirely. "Wrath, hatred," echoed sharp cries. These spirits were channeling their ghostly energy to awaken the deepest resentment within Gungue's being. Once that resentment was unleashed, Gungue would lose all reason, with only animosity towards humans remaining in its mind. The torment of being sealed 1,000 years ago surged forth from the depths of Gungue's memory. Awakened from its innermost depths, a more terrifying purple flame erupted. Deep within the ruins, a dark purple slab, encased in rock, seemed irresistibly drawn toward Gungue, breaking through layers of solid earth and merging with its form. Outside the stone chamber, due to the fact that the clay giant grows stronger with each defeat, Huyang abandoned the command for the ancient moon bird to attack, instead recalling it into its Pokeball. He then instructed Roserade to buy time against the foes. However, suddenly, the two clay giants collapsed as if they had lost all support, their once vibrant purple markings dimming. Rosa Rayquaza, having sustained serious injuries, found herself momentarily stunned as the enemies unexpectedly fell. Upon witnessing this scene, Huyang was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, a familiar figure flickered above the two clay giant figures. It was Gungue. Huyang exclaimed with joy, but he quickly realized that Gung-Gui's expression was rather unsettling. The usual gentleness had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of hatred and loathing. Even its size appeared to have increased noticeably. Purple wisps of resentment swirled around Gung-Gui, which now regarded Hu Yang with a chilling gaze. Even Hu Yang, usually slow to comprehend, sensed the disquieting change. The smile faded from his lips as the current information about Gung-Gui surfaced in his mind. Species, Gung-Gui type, Ghost. Poison ability, Cursed Body Base Stats, 520 known moves, various current emotion, hatred. Your distrust has led it to perceive everything prior as a FAAD, physical condition, perfect special ability, resentment form, a unique state born from its hatred for humanity, combined with the power of the ghost slate, allowing it to maximize its ghostly attributes. Albeit at the cost of its sanity. Friendship level, 100 yet in the blink of an eye, 100 transformed into 100, oscillating back and forth between the two. 100, 100, 100, 100, Hu Yang muttered. Chapter 83. The final chapter. Gung-Gui stood frozen, seemingly in turmoil. Its gaze momentarily cleared, only to be swiftly clouded again by madness. The effects of resentment obliterated all thoughts and memories in its mind, leaving only the primal instinct for destruction. A dark shadow emerged from behind Gung-Gui. Enhanced by the deep purple power of resentment, it exuded an even greater sense of oppression. The surrounding walls trembled, and dust cascaded from above. The terrifying shadow materialized, looming ominously closer. At that moment, a beam of white light shot forth from Hu Yang's backpack. Within the white glow, the figure of the ancient moon bird swiftly emerged. Opening its beak, a deep blue beam erupted forth in an instant. The roar of time tore through the shadow of darkness. As the beam surged towards it, Gung-Gui swiftly flickered to the side and launched a sneak attack against the ancient moonbird. Crack! The ancient moonbird did not retreat an inch. Instead, it flapped its wings and advanced directly, a purple blade of light manifesting upon its wings. Subspace slash. Even with the enhancement of the ghost slate, Gung-Gui could not withstand such a move. Fortunately, the ancient moonbird sensed Hu Yang's emotions and refrained from delivering a lethal blow, exerting just enough force to render Gung-Gui incapable of continuing the fight. Struck by the subspace slash, Gung-Gui's assault was abruptly interrupted, its purple form dimming as it was sent flying backward. Simultaneously, the entire ruin began to tremble violently. Following the recent attack of the Roar of Time, this place was on the verge of collapse. Rose Rado, return at once. Hu Yang swiftly retrieved a Pokeball. In that instant, Rose Raid understood that remaining outside would only hinder Hu Yang. Thus, as the Pokeball emerged, it voluntarily transformed into a beam of light and returned within. The mountain above the temple began to collapse, with stones tumbling down incessantly. Hu Yang furrowed his brow. The exit lay in the opposite direction of where Jengar was located. How should he choose? Jengar lay among the rubble, appearing to have lost the ability to battle, incapacitated. Although ghost-type Pokémon are immune to physical harm, it had succumbed to unconsciousness and could not shift into its ethereal form. Should it be trapped beneath the massive mountain, it would truly face complete entrapment. Damn! Hu Yang took a deep breath, hesitating for merely a second before rushing towards Jengar. Galarian Farfetch'd followed closely behind. Upon reaching Jengar's side, Hu Yang found that the path to the exit was blocked by enormous boulders. Galarian Farfetch'd. Hu Yang, disregarding Jengar, concentrated fervently on deepening his thoughts, attempting to convey them to Galarian Farfetch'd. He locked eyes with the Pokémon, and it met his gaze. Hu Yang spoke earnestly. I beg you. As his words fell, a peculiar sensation surged from the depths of his mind. In that moment, Hu Yang felt as though he had forged a mental connection with Galarian Farfetch'd. He was certain that his thoughts had reached the Pokémon's consciousness, and he sensed fragments of information from Galarian Farfetch'd. Those were the details pertaining to his other 3 modified templates. Yet, this connection was fleeting, dissipating as quickly as it had formed. At that moment, Galarian Farfetch'd emitted a bewildered squawk. Gah. The next instant, it soared above Hu Yang and Jengar, opening its beak as an unprecedented, terrifying energy brewed within its form. The mountain began to collapse in earnest, the entire mass pressing downwards. Concurrently, the fully charged Roar of Time was complete. A deep blue, robust beam of light shot forth from Galarian Farfetch'd's mouth, piercing through the mountain and ascending into the azure sky. The rocks and soil that came into contact with this beam were obliterated within seconds, vanishing into nothingness. In the atmosphere, the Eternatus, which was feasting on meteors, sensed this familiar energy and glanced towards it. Who was the unfortunate soul being targeted by that foolish bird this time? This thought flickered through Eternatus's mind. Yet, whoever was under attack was of no concern to it. It clutched a meteor with its dragon claws, watching while relishing its celestial feast. In Fengyu Town, all the townsfolk halted their labor at that moment, gazing up in disbelief at the beam of light that shot from the mountain into the sky. The breathtaking spectacle before them transcended their comprehension, leaving the crowd momentarily frozen in awe, gasping in disbelief. My goodness, what is that? Such terrifying energy. What transpired within the temple? A radiant blue luminescence illuminated the entirety of the ancient ruins. Above, the diminutive figure of the ancient moonbird provided Hu Yang with the safest haven in this world. At this moment, Hu Yang sincerely expressed his gratitude to the ancient moonbird in his heart. Perhaps sensing the overwhelming energy, the incapacitated Gung Gue opened its eyes. After losing its combat prowess, the vengeful sentiments awakened by the phantoms dissipated, and its gaze regained its previous clarity. Gung Gue glanced at the ancient moonbird above and then turned to Hu Yang beside it, a shadow of sorrow crossing its face. It uttered, "I am sorry." Hu Yang glanced at Gung Gue, noticing that its affinity had stabilized at 100, and all traces of resentment had vanished. "I cannot accept that," Hu Yang sighed. Observing the rational Gung Gue, and intentionally remarked, "You nearly harmed me just now." Gung Gue's expression immediately darkened. It sat on the ground, lowering its head and murmuring, "I am sorry." Seeing this, Hu Yang chose not to continue the jest, instead retrieving an empty pokeball from his backpack and smilingly stating, "Just kidding. But if you wish to apologize, you must offer yourself to me." Gung Gue raised its head in disbelief. "I understand you did not mean it," and Hu Yang extended his hand to stroke its head. Memories of Gung Gue's earlier emotions flooding his mind, he asked, upon reflection, was everything during this time merely an illusion? Gung Gue instantly grasped his meaning, its face flushing with shame as it quietly replied, "I did not intend for it to be that way." Upon hearing this, Hu Yang was equally perplexed by Gung Gue's sudden change in demeanor. After posing this question, Gung Gue explained, "It was the other beings sealed here that awakened the power within my body using their abilities. I cannot utilize that vengeful energy now. If triggered, I would lose my sanity. So that was it." Hu Yang pondered for a moment before asking, "Are they still here?" Gung Gue shook its head, extracting a stone tablet from its body with its claws, saying, "They are no longer present. Their souls relied on this object to survive for so long. But now that it has been absorbed into my body, losing the support of its power, the phantom's essence has also dissipated." Hu Yang looked down at the stone tablet resting on Gung Gue's claws. The tablet was deep purple, emanating a faint glow, imbued with an air of mystery. Gung Gue remarked, "This is the treasure I promised you back then." As the identification function activated, the information about the stone tablet appeared in his mind. Phantom Slate, a slate of ghostly attributes, imbued with immense spectral energy, that fell from Arceus a millennium ago onto this small island. Hu Yang remarked, "Indeed. It is a treasure for ghost-type Pokémon." Memories of the origins of this group of ghostly Pokémon surfaced in his mind as he inquired, "Did you come to this place because of it?" Gengar nodded. Hu Yang understood. Given the current circumstances, he could surmise what had transpired so long ago. 1,000 years prior, Arceus's slates scattered across the world for reasons unknown. The ghostly slate fortuitously landed on this island, drawing a multitude of ghost-type Pokémon to its presence. In a bid for survival, humans, fearing the life-draining abilities of these ghostly beings, unwittingly sealed it away. Unaware that Gengar had never acted maliciously, it must be said that the events leading to this moment bore at least a third of Arceus's responsibility. At this point, the collapsed mountainside finally fell silent. The ancient bird ceased its movements and settled beside Hu Yang. A beam of sunlight pierced through the opening created by the time rift. Hu Yang rose, gently patting the ancient bird's head. Then, against the light, he extended his hand towards the seated Gengar, saying, "Come, let us explore this extraordinary world together." In this new realm, both he and Gengar were outsiders, one from beyond space, the other from beyond time. Gengar hesitated for a moment before extending its claw, lightly resting it upon Hu Yang's hand. Feeling the chill of Gengar's body, Hu Yang grinned and said, "See, I can touch you now, can I?" He retrieved a scarf from his backpack and asked, "Would you like to wear it?" Chapter 84. Return Voyage and Pirates. As Hu Yang departed the ruins through the opening, he learned about Gengar's past. When Gengar first arrived on this island, it was merely a small shuppet. During a struggle with other ghost-type Pokémon over the slate, it was injured and collapsed in the grass, unable to move. At that moment, a young human girl saved it with finely ground herbal powder and stamina-restoring fruits. This act of kindness led Gengar to refrain from harming humans, unlike its ghostly counterparts. Hearing this revelation, Huyang couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. However, dwelling on the past held little meaning. What mattered was the present. Upon their return to solid ground, they were met with the astonished faces of the mayor and others, who were left speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Huyang addressed them, saying, "The ghost-type Pokémon are no longer here, and no specters will haunt this island again." The emissary of Aura from years past must have recognized that this place attracted ghostly beings. Yet, unable to discern the cause, he resorted to a certain method, sealing the entire region to prevent any leakage of energy. As for why he chose to confine the soul of Gung-Gue within the orb rather than obliterate it entirely like the other spirits, leaving their souls reliant on the ghostly slate for preservation, that remains a mystery. Upon hearing this, Ingshu, after a brief moment of contemplation, swiftly regained his composure, gratitude illuminating his face. At that moment, he beheld a Gung-Gue, adorned with a scarf and arms crossed, drifting out from behind the youth. Its visage suddenly contorted with terror. Huyang regarded Gung-Gue. For it, having been inexplicably sealed for so many years, it would be disingenuous to claim it felt no resentment. Gung-Gue cast a cold gaze upon the assembly before it, yet refrained from taking action, for it understood that these individuals were no longer the same as those from the past. With a wistful glance at this slumbering land, which had remained dormant for millennia, it addressed Huyang. "Let us depart from here. I do not wish to linger in this place any longer." Huyang acquiesced, acknowledging that with the matter resolved, this backward little town no longer warranted his presence. He turned and left with Gung-Gue. The white sea lion was anchored at the opposite end of the island. However, Huyang did not hasten to return. Instead, he retraced his steps, foraging for rare fruits upon the island. As for how he descended the mountain this time, that would be a question for Gung-Gue to answer. Currently, Huyang's physical age was 11, standing at a mere 147 centimeters, shorter than Gung-Gue. The Pokédex recorded Gung-Gue's height as 150 centimeters, yet this particular Gung-Gue, perhaps due to being nurtured by the ghostly slate, had grown to 160 centimeters, appearing considerably larger than him. Moreover, Gung-Gue had the ability to levitate, thus it was no trouble to float upon its back. This expedition to gather fruits proved remarkably smooth. Huyang even entertained the thought of excavating the entire tree along with its soil. However, after some reflection, he refrained from doing so, as this single fruit tree had nurtured numerous wild Pokémon. Even in the game, players are reminded to replant a tree after harvesting its fruits. One cannot deplete resources indiscriminately in reality. Thus, he abstained from picking the ordinary oran berries for stamina replenishment or the pecha berries known for their antidotal properties. Instead, he harvested the rare fruits that enhanced vision and intellect, such as the hondu berries, which bolster physical constitution, and the baloo berries, which elevate the aesthetic allure and mental state of Pokémon. The bounty from this endeavor was plentiful. Observing the heap of fruits within his backpack, Huyang sought a clearing and released his Pokémon. He fed the hondu berries to Yaya, the baloo berries to Rose Rayquaza, the sandrind berries that boost speed to Kingler, and the dragonfire berries that enhance special attack to Gung-Gue. As for the somewhat dim-witted Gomu bird, Huyang offered it the ripe berry, which would make the Pokémon more astute. I hope it becomes a tad more intelligent as a result. Once the preparations were complete, the group set forth again, finally returning to the White Sea Lion before dusk. What transpired on the island? A few hours prior, the old sailor had witnessed a beam of light emerging from above the island, and he inquired with a hint of uncertainty. Huyang turned around, noticing the curiosity etched on the faces of the other crew members, and thus he replied, "It was merely a typical spirit battle." The old sailor remained skeptical. Yet seeing Huyang's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. The White Sea Lion commenced its voyage homeward. Inside the dining hall, Gung-Gue began to devour the food prepared by the kitchen with great enthusiasm. Yaya watched in astonishment. How could this purple creature consume even more than it could? Meanwhile, Huyang sat nearby, examining Gung-Gue's information. Species, Gung-Gue, type, ghost, poison ability, cursed body base stats, 520 known moves, hypnosis, curse, dark look, dark shadow, strange light, ambush, shadow ball, dream eater, dark pulse, misfortune, nightmare, psychic force, current mood, satisfied, joyful physical condition, perfect special ability, vengeful form, a unique form manifested through the power of the ghost slate, wherein Gung-Gue's personality transforms, enhancing its abilities significantly while simultaneously compromising some of its rationality. Friendliness. 100 is the vengeful form akin to Ash's Greninja, a special power born from intense emotion. To be honest, Huyang had not anticipated the ghost slate's presence here. In the game, Slates merely augment the power of Pokémon moves. However, judging by the life gem synthesized from 4 slates in the movie, their function clearly extends beyond that. Visions of the ancient collision between Arceus and a meteorite flickered in Hu Yang's mind. It is indeed a rather intriguing sensation, the events depicted in games and anime manifesting authentically in this world. How wonderful it would be to witness such moments firsthand. Alas, he could not behold the iconic scene of Arceus colliding with the meteor. However, it was not a source of deep regret, as there remained ample time to witness an array of remarkable events yet to unfold. Currently, the nearest of these would likely be the legendary trio of Hoenn. Upon resolving matters with Gung Gue, Hu Yang began to contemplate his forthcoming plans. After returning to the Hoenn region, he would first acquire the fighting badge, then conveniently forge a keystone bracelet in Slateport City. Following that, he would retrieve Lalolesai in Orange City, and finally, make another trip to Meteor Falls to stock up before selling to Daitu, thus officially embarking on his journey for gym badges. However, he could not possibly remain a gold miner for all eternity. The fervor of humanity towards any endeavor tends to wane over time. Although Dawu harbored a fondness for collecting stones, he knew that one day this passion would reach a saturation point, diminishing the demand for such treasures. When that time arrived, things would no longer be as they are now. However, he soon pondered that it was premature to dwell on such thoughts. The foremost priority at present was to secure the dojo badge from the martial arts town. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Alas, the pirates have arrived. Everyone, prepare immediately. Upon hearing this, Hu Yang felt no surprise. Rather, he sensed that this confrontation was long overdue. Stepping out of the room and traversing the corridor to the deck, he found the day to be splendidly bright, with azure skies and crystalline waters. Even the sea breeze felt particularly gentle. From his vantage point on the deck, he could clearly see 3 pirate ships encroaching from the rear and flanks. These vessels, having undergone special modifications, were significantly swifter than the leisure cruisers typically found at sea. Consequently, the White Sea Lion was soon halted in this maritime expanse. Ropes ensnared the ship's edges, firmly binding the vessels together. As the distance closed, pirates adorned with black bandanas emblazoned with skull motifs leapt onto the deck. They unleashed their Pokémon from their Pokeballs, each one a formidable presence, including Shelmet, Kingler, Masquerain, and Corviknight, encircling the crew of the White Sea Lion. Following closely behind, a towering figure emerged from the ship, rugged in appearance, wearing an eye patch and puffing on a large cigar. Planting his leg on the ship's edge, he declared with a defiant demeanor, "From this moment forth, all your valuables shall belong to me."